Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 185, Uchiha Hokage. In the bright shrine, the white walls were adorned with portraits of the Hokages of the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru, dressed in a white kimono, had a tall, slender figure. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, and his handsome face had narrow, purple eyes that appeared somewhat sinister. His unusually pale skin gave off a cold aura, reflecting a detached demeanor that seemed to push people away. Cold Lord Orochimaru. He really is handsome. It must be said that before his complete fall into darkness, Orochimaru's looks and charisma ranked among the top in the entire Naruto series. Uchiha Sogetsu praised him silently in his heart, then adjusted his posture while supporting himself on the chair and said, "We can start now. Before we begin, I have to ask one last time, are you really sure about this?" Orochimaru played with the scroll in his hands, a slight, playful smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Once we start, there will be no chance for regrets." Cough, cough. "No need for more talk, let's start." Uchiha Sogetsu's pale face showed an unusual flush as he weakly sat in the chair, raising his hand to signal, "Elephant, how is the task I assigned you?" "Hokage." Elephant nearly mispronounced the name, causing Orochimaru to glance over. Realizing his mistake, he quickly corrected himself. "Lord Sogetsu, do we really have to do this?" "Elephant, do you still trust me?" Uchiha Sogetsu didn't answer directly, but instead posed another question. "I trust you." Elephant didn't hesitate for a moment and followed his inner choice. "Then go ahead, Elephant." Uchiha Sogetsu pressed his index finger against his temple, applying gentle pressure. His voice was somewhat weak as he said, "Don't waste any more time. This decision is mine to make, and I will bear all the responsibilities. It has nothing to do with you. You're too modest, Lord Sogetsu." Elephant lowered his head and stopped resisting, obediently exiting the room. Meanwhile, Orochimaru watched the scene with interest and said lightly, "I didn't expect even the old man's trusted aide would be swayed by you." Uchiha Sogetsu, sitting in the chair, had already closed his eyes, appearing to be in a light slumber. After a moment, several Umbu members entered in single file, with Elephant at the front. The others carried two stretchers, their raised white cloth stained with blood. "Lord Sogetsu, these are the two individuals we selected according to your requirements. They are both elite jonin." Elephant turned his gaze away, feeling some reluctance. These two individuals were elite ninjas from the Umbu, his subordinates. However, due to serious injuries, they had voluntarily applied after learning that sacrifices were needed. Uchiha Sogetsu slowly opened his eyes, turning his gaze to the side. "It can begin now, Orochimaru." The two people lying on the stretcher were still alive, their blood-stained white cloth gently rose and fell, indicating their weak breaths. Edo Tensei is a forbidden technique. I can't guarantee success on the first try. Orochimaru lowered his hands, stepping closer to them, and slowly closed his eyes. He recalled the relevant details recorded in the scroll, confirming everything was correct before opening his eyes again. With great care, he formed hand seals at a very slow pace, as if afraid of making a mistake in between. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon, Edo Tensei. With a clap of his hands, Orochimaru pressed down toward the ground. The basic incantation for the technique appeared, its complexity exceeding that of S-rank ninjutsu. Black, tadpole-like runes, almost alive, spread across the brown wooden floor. Uchiha Sogetsu, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly revealed a flash of light in his gaze. In his spirit vision, the entire process of Edo Tensei was completely deconstructed and displayed before him. Bound by the contract, two burning souls were summoned from another space, floating like ghosts in midair. Pure land. Hey, interesting. Sogetsu narrowed his eyes, showing a contemplative expression. In fact, he didn't care much about the two souls, rather, the real concern should be the other space, the pure land where people from this world go after death. From the original storyline of Naruto, the Sage of Six Paths can, to some extent, control the souls within the pure land. This brings up questions: is there a connection between the pure land and the Otsutsuki clan? Also, souls swallowed by the Shinigami don't appear in the pure land. So, what exactly is the Shinigami? It's truly intriguing. Sogetsu lightly tapped the chair, feeling that the pure land was not so simple. The more familiar a person is with certain events or phenomena, the more important facts may be hidden behind them. The Edo Tensei technique researched by the second Hokage resembled a type of high-level summoning ritual, or perhaps a prayer ritual. This was the fundamental reason he didn't personally perform this technique but instead let Orochimaru use it. There's no need to rush, we will figure it out eventually. Sogetsu pondered, turning his gaze back to the ritual. The two souls floating like ghosts in midair fell directly onto the two individuals under Orochimaru's control. Then, a large amount of grayish-white dust slowly covered the two on the stretcher. The process seemed to be accompanied by pain. After a series of chilling screams, the sounds gradually subsided. Gray-white dust gathered and formed a shape. Then, the two people serving as sacrifices were completely covered by the dust, and their facial features and outfits changed. They wore red and blue clothing, styled in a way reminiscent of the Warring States period, with layered armor. The man on the left had long black hair and an expressionless face, but just standing there gave an overwhelming sense of pressure. The man on the right had silver hair and red eyes, with 3 red marks on his cheeks. His armor had white fur around the shoulders, and he stood with his arms crossed over his chest, exuding a calm and composed aura while his sharp gaze fixed on the two in front of him. Is this the first Hokage? Looking at those familiar yet strange faces, Elephant couldn't hide his excitement. Lord First Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Lord Second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Welcome back, the two former Hokages, Orochimaru said, exhaling a puff of stale air before slowly rising, his eyes filled with eagerness as he stared at them. After all, the first and second Hokages were considered legendary figures in Konoha. Even the mad scientist Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a thrill at the chance to see them in person. Is this the impure world reincarnation technique? Tobirama frowned, quickly realizing they had been revived. Though he felt extremely displeased, the fact that this impure world reincarnation seemed unrestricted lifted his icy expression slightly. He turned his gaze to the paintings hanging on the wall and calmly asked, "You must be ninjas from Konoha, but what exactly is going on here?" Elephant was about to speak when he felt a chilling gaze from Tobirama, causing him to freeze in place. The terrifying chakra surged like a tsunami, shaking the entire room. The brown wooden floor and walls cracked continuously, and the house structure groaned under the pressure. "I'm not asking you." Tobirama's cold gaze fixed on Uchiha Sogetsu, sitting nearby. "I'm asking that Uchiha brat." "Tobirama, don't be so impulsive, you've scared the kids," Hashirama said, scratching his head with a silly expression as he quietly advised him from the side. "Brother, this doesn't concern you." Tobirama shot back harshly, showing no mercy. Feeling dejected, Hashirama had a stream of black lines above his head, squatting down and drawing circles on the ground, mumbling, "I'm hated. Tobirama hates me again." "Well, let me explain," Orochimaru interjected, stepping forward with a look of amusement. "Second Hokage, I'm a disciple of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'd like to formally introduce you to Uchiha Sogetsu, who will likely become the fourth Hokage soon." Hashirama. Tobirama. Chapter 186, Poor Danzo. Uchiha, the fourth Hokage. The information was overwhelming. Senju Tobirama couldn't understand at first, as if a thunderclap had struck his mind. In his lifetime, he had gone to great lengths to restrict the Uchiha clan, dedicating himself to this effort for half his life. Yet, how could it be that, in the end, not only were they unaffected, but one of them had become the fourth Hokage? Wait. Senju Tobirama felt a bit dizzy. He held his forehead and, after a long silence, finally asked, "You say you are a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi?" "Yes, I am Orochimaru." Orochimaru replied, a smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. He enjoyed seeing this kind of reaction. What on earth is going on? Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Sogetsu, hesitating to ask. He wanted to know why, as a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he wasn't the one to become Hokage and instead let the position go to someone who shouldn't be Hokage at all. Why does Lord Tobirama ask such a question? Orochimaru narrowed his elongated eyes and said meaningfully, "Only those who are recognized can become Hokage, isn't that right?" "Yes, but..." Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched, and he struggled to respond. He wanted to say that while recognized individuals could hold the Hokage position, it shouldn't allow someone from the Uchiha clan to take it. However, he couldn't voice this thought directly. It remained stuck in his heart, making his face flush with a mix of colors, growing more frustrated. "Tobirama, isn't this a good thing?" Coming back to his senses, Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, patting his brother on the shoulder, looking pleased. "I didn't expect Konoha to develop so well. It seems everyone is getting along nicely. If Madara could see this scene, he would probably be very happy." "Shut up, big brother." Senju Tobirama shot back, ignoring him, and fixed his sharp gaze on Uchiha Sogetsu. "What's going on here? I need an explanation from you, Uchiha brat." "What kind of explanation do you want, second Hokage, Lord Tobirama?" Facing both Hokages, Uchiha Sogetsu remained seated, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He sneered, "Do you want me to explain how a member of the Uchiha clan, whom you least recognize and even see as a threat, managed to break through the limitations you set and become Hokage?" Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama fell silent. On the other side, Senju Hashirama looked slightly displeased. Tobirama, didn't I tell you that everyone in the village is a comrade and should be treated equally? Faced with his brother's question and the change in tone, Senju Tobirama couldn't ignore it and had to explain stiffly, you should know that the Uchiha are a naturally sinister clan. If not restricted, they might cause even bigger troubles. This is a necessary precaution. Tobirama, your actions are problematic. Senju Hashirama spoke sternly, a hint of severity in his voice. I warned you not to treat our comrades in the village differently. But, brother. Senju Tobirama argued back, believing he hadn't done anything wrong. Have you forgotten about Madara? Enough. The mention of Madara struck a nerve in Senju Hashirama, as if he were hit by a hammer. His voice rose sharply. Like a dormant volcano awakened, an overwhelming and suffocating chakra erupted, transforming into a storm that spread with astonishing force. The brown wooden floor was shattered by the invisible pressure, and the walls, ceiling, and beams were all marred by frightening cracks from the burst of chakra. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, found himself unable to speak, his body stiff with tension. Meanwhile, Elephant, who stood nearby, had already collapsed to the ground in fear. Initially, when he first met the legendary First Hokage, seeing him being rebutted repeatedly by his younger brother while drawing circles on the ground made him doubt whether this simple-minded man was truly the one who established Konoha and brought peace to the world. But now, it was clear, such terrifying chakra could only belong to the First Hokage. Alright, stop it, both of you former Hokages. Uchiha Sogetsu waved his hand wearily, his voice weak. I didn't bring you back to debate whether the second Hokage's policies were right or wrong. As for why I'm fulfilling the role of Hokage and the whereabouts of the third Hokage, I'll explain those later. Hashirama slowly retracted his chakra. I apologize, I got too worked up. Tobirama huffed, turning away and remaining silent. The reason I resurrected you too is that Konoha has been pushed to the brink. Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze swept over both men. The four major ninja villages, Mist, Sand, Cloud, and Rock, have declared war on Konoha at the same time. The situation is dire. Konoha was almost overrun by the Cloud Ninja, suffering heavy casualties. What did you say? At these words, both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama's expressions changed drastically. The four major ninja villages, which usually view each other with hostility, have declared war on Konoha at the same time. Is this the sun rising in the west? What on earth did Hiruzen do? Senju Tobirama's brows twitched in disbelief. What could possibly cause all four villages to put aside their grudges and attack Konoha together? Let's discuss the details later, Uchiha Sogetsu said, lightly coughing as he held his mouth, then continued, a few days ago, the third Hokage was suddenly ill and is currently in a coma. I have been appointed as the acting Hokage, so I hope that both former Hokages can help Konoha through this crisis. Why you? Senju Tobirama frowned, unable to accept that an Uchiha was acting as Hokage. What about Danzo? He should still be alive. Why isn't he the one? Orochimaru sneered at the mention of Danzo. Uchiha Sogetsu hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow, noticing the strange expressions on both their faces, and felt that something was off. At that moment, Elephant couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward. Let me explain, Lord Tobirama. If it weren't for Danzo, Konoha wouldn't have been invaded by the Cloud Ninja, and it wouldn't have come to this. What exactly happened? Senju Tobirama's forehead creased with anger as he turned to Orochimaru, gritting his teeth. You tell me. What did Danzo do? This all falls back on you, second Hokage, Orochimaru replied with a mocking smile. What does that have to do with me? Senju Tobirama was confused. He had been dead for so many years, how could the blame still be shifted onto him? It's precisely because of the policies you set that Danzo has always harbored hostility towards the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru explained slowly. This time, Danzo, fearing Uchiha Sogetsu's strength, intentionally let the Uchiha clan face the main force of the Cloud Ninja alone, resulting in a disastrous defeat. He paused for a moment, then continued, the Cloud Ninja broke through several of Konoha's defenses in a single day, launching a lightning-fast assault and deploying 8-tailed Jinchuriki within the village, causing massive casualties. If it hadn't been for Uchiha Sogetsu arriving in time, Konoha would have been finished. Exactly. It's all that bastard Danzo's fault. Elephant said with resentment. Thanks to Lord Sogetsu, who turned the tide and repelled the Cloud Ninja and the Jinchuriki, Konoha's foundation was preserved. After hearing everything, Senju Tobirama's forehead throbbed with veins, and he clenched his fists. Danzo, that fool. At this moment, Danzo at root inexplicably shivered. Strange, why do I always have this bad feeling? After thinking for a moment, he recalled a certain person and gritted his teeth, saying, Damn Uchiha Sogetsu, he must be plotting against me again. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, Hokages at Battlefield. Is there more? Senju Tobirama took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Besides, it wasn't like Danzo was entirely wrong. After all, the policies restricting the Uchiha were inherited from his own leadership. If he were to criticize Danzo here, wouldn't that be admitting his own policies were flawed? Lord Second, please take a look at this. Before Uchiha Sogetsu could react, Elephant appeared out of nowhere, carrying a large stack of documents and presenting them. Uchiha Sogetsu raised an eyebrow. It seemed like they had archived all of Danzo's wrongdoings over the years. This much. Senju Tobirama's face twitched. He could already feel the death glare from his older brother. Well, let's take a look. When Senju Hashirama got serious, there was still a certain authority to him. As each incident in fact was laid out before the two Hokage, Tobirama, who had been quite assertive earlier, turned bright red with embarrassment after reading through Danzo's actions over the years. What was even more ironic was that the one who had saved Konoha was a young genius from the Uchiha clan, a clan Tobirama had always regarded with a special perspective. And that genius was only 16. From the records, Tobirama could determine that if not for the excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Konoha would undoubtedly thrive again under this young man's leadership. Considering his various feats, it wasn't hard to imagine the heights Konoha could reach in the next 30 to 40 years. But if all of that was at least somewhat understandable. What Elephant said next completely defied the two Hokage's comprehension, even challenging their core beliefs. There's actually one more thing. Elephant hadn't originally planned to mention it, but recalling Danzo's recent behavior, he felt a surge of anger that he couldn't suppress. He had to let it out. It's all because of that scoundrel Danzo, seducing the Hokage. That's why things are the way they are now. Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama stared at each other, utterly stunned. Wait, did you just say? Danzo seduced the Hokage. Tobirama repeated each word, his mind full of confusion. He recognized every single word, but put together, it was something he couldn't quite grasp. Oh, I forgot to mention, Orochimaru stepped forward with a sly smile, adding fuel to the fire. Due to practicing a forbidden technique, Danzo transformed from a man into a woman. She's also quite young and attractive, and, well, the Hokage couldn't resist, and they ended up having an inappropriate relationship. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. What followed was a rare moment of silence as the two former Hokage stood speechless for a long while. Well, great. Just great. Tobirama's forehead veins throbbed as he fought to contain his anger, grinding out his words, Danzo. Hiruzen, they really are, my good disciples, aren't they? He had imagined countless scenarios, but never once had he thought that his two disciples would end up like this. It was utterly shameful. A dark stain on Konoha's history. Danzo, Hiruzen, well done indeed. Looking at the trembling Tobirama Senju, who was shaking with anger, Orochimaru had no doubt that if his teacher and Danzo were here, they would probably have been beaten to death on the spot. As for the first Hokage, Hashirama, his face showed an expression of shock that could only be described as stunned for a century. But soon after, Hashirama's expression changed. He seemed to be deep in thought, with hints of excitement and joy, but quickly became downcast, letting out a slight sigh, tinged with regret. In just a few seconds, his expressions were varied and rich, almost too dramatic to believe. What are you sighing for? What are you regretting for? Tobirama knew his brother all too well. Just from his expressions, he could guess what Hashirama was thinking, and his face immediately turned dark with anger. Big brother, calm down. Hashirama awkwardly scratched his head. This scene didn't escape Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes. Through his analysis of their expressions and emotions, he could clearly understand what Hashirama was thinking. It wasn't surprising at all. In fact, it made perfect sense. Second and first Hokage, let's put an end to this idle chatter. Uchiha Sogetsu clapped his hands, interrupting the farce. Regardless of whether Danzo was right or wrong, that's something to be discussed after the war. Right now, we need your strength to end this conflict. Kid, your name is Uchiha Sogetsu, right? Tobirama, whose face was still darkened with embarrassment, felt like he had never been this humiliated before. He had lost all his face. What is it, second Hokage? Uchiha Sogetsu looked up, finding the situation somewhat amusing. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Tobirama's stern expression softened a bit as he looked at the weakened young man, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. In the past, I was overly prejudiced against the Uchiha, but from you, I see the true will of fire. I owe you an apology. Before Sogetsu could respond, Tobirama stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, just like my brother always said, only those who are truly recognized by everyone can become Hokage. The sudden gesture caught Uchiha Sogetsu off guard. Huh. And you, Uchiha Sogetsu. Tobirama looked the young man straight in the eyes and said with a deep, serious tone, "In the name of the second Hokage, I acknowledge you as the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Sogetsu." Me. Uchiha Sogetsu, struggling to keep his emotions in check, showed a hint of surprise. "No, I'm just acting as a temporary replacement." "Haha, a young man from the Uchiha clan, huh?" Senju Hashirama spoke up, interrupting, with a gentle smile as he looked at him. Tobirama is right. Only someone recognized by everyone can become Hokage. And in the hearts of the people, you already are the Hokage. My experience is still too limited. There are others more suited than me. Uchiha Sogetsu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "I think it's best to wait until the third wakes up before making a decision." "No need to wait for him to wake up." Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. "I haven't even dealt with those two yet. Since my brother and I have already decided on you, no one can change that, not even Sarutobi. What I say goes. Oppose it. He'd like to see who has the guts to stand against it. Kid, get some rest." Senju Tobirama said calmly, "Once my brother and I finish this war, we'll personally attend your inauguration ceremony." Orochimaru, standing to the side, had a meaningful look. With the first and second both recognizing him as the Hokage, the Uchiha clan, though having suffered heavy losses, had turned misfortune into a blessing. As for his sensei and Danzo, if nothing unexpected happened, they were in for trouble. On the Iwa front lines. When Inoki of the two scales learned that Orochimaru was not present, he quickly ordered a full-scale attack, pushing Konoha's forces into retreat. Just as the Konoha camp was about to fall, a figure descended from the sky, crashing down like a meteor. The terrifying impact created a violent wind, blowing away the surrounding ninjas. More reinforcements from Konoha. It's too late. Inoki, relying on his ability to fly, looked down from above, his expression cold. At this point, even if Orochimaru and Jiraiya show up, it won't change the fact that Konoha is losing this war. The figure walked out of the dust, patting the ashes off the red armor, black hair flowing in the wind. Inoki stared at the figure, that familiar face, the long black hair, the red armor. His confident expression slowly turned to one of fear, horror, and shock, waves of panic surging in his heart. He almost lost focus and dropped his jutsu. That person, if he wasn't mistaken, was the first Hokage. Don't be afraid, it's just one person. Exactly, just one reinforcements. Konoha is really underestimating us. We have the advantage now. One person can't change anything. Charge with me. Someone shouted, and the initially stunned rock ninja rushed toward that person. Fools. In the distance, Inoki was so furious that he almost had a heart attack. He shouted in panic, "Retreat. Everyone, retreat now." However, in the chaotic battlefield, no one could hear his command. Thus, under Inoki's furious gaze, the first Hokage clapped his hands and shouted, "Would release, birth of the trees." At the same time, on the battlefield of the Sand Ninja, Nara Shikaku led the remaining Konoha ninjas, making a last-ditch effort to resist. Thousands of Sand Ninja completely surrounded them, and Chiyo controlled the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, continuously wearing down their stamina and will. Just as their defenses were about to collapse, a blue figure suddenly appeared. Pain frowned slightly and said to Chiyo, "The contract is cancelled. I'm leaving." Chiyo, who was caught up in the battle, was stunned. They were so close to wiping out Konoha, and now their biggest support was leaving. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you crazy? We're just one step away." Pain ignored her completely and left her with a warning, "I advise you to retreat now while you still can." After saying that, he turned into a cloud of smoke and vanished, leaving Chiyo bewildered. Realizing she had been played, Chiyo became furious and shouted, "If you leave, don't think the Sand Ninja can't destroy Konoha without you. Who are you going to destroy?" The voice that came from right beside her startled Chiyo, making her heart stop. She quickly retreated. When she finally regained her distance and looked up in the direction of the voice, she saw a man in blue armor with silver hair and red eyes, his arms crossed, coldly staring at her. That face. Chiyo's mind blanked for half a second, then her pupils suddenly contracted. "You are the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama." She seemed to realize something, and with her mind racing, she quickly shouted, "No, wait, this is all a misunderstanding. We Sand Ninja surrender." Misunderstanding. Good. Senju Tobirama sneered slightly, quickly clasping his hands together. "Let's talk about surrendering after you survive." Water release, Great Water Burst. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Sogetsu's Death. The Third Shinobi World War ended in an unexpected way. From the beginning, it seemed they were destined to fail, with the entire situation playing out according to Uchiha Sogetsu's plan. The Iwa Ninja army, numbering in the tens of thousands, was defeated head-on by the first Hokage. After 2 days, Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, voluntarily surrendered and was willing to pay any price. The Sand Ninja side wasn't so lucky. They clashed with the angry second Hokage and, despite having the advantage of terrain, suffered heavy casualties before finally surrendering. As for the Mist Ninja, they were continuously crushed by Namikaze Minato, who kept them under pressure. Seeing several big brothers surrender, they also dared not fight on and had to give up. The returning Konoha ninjas cheered in the village. Although Konoha suffered heavy losses this time, they achieved an unprecedented victory by defeating the 4 major ninja villages. However, even though the war had ended, there were still many matters to resolve. With the approval of the first and second Hokages, even though the 2 advisors were unwilling, they had to admit that Uchiha Sogetsu was the 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato felt a bit lonely but was happy for his good friend and offered his blessings. The hero of Konoha, Uchiha Sogetsu. In a desperate situation, he saved Konoha village at the cost of his own serious injuries, driving back the large Cloud Ninja army and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. His name was celebrated by the villagers and deeply etched in everyone's hearts. Especially when the news spread that Uchiha Sogetsu had been recognized by the first and second Hokages, the villagers increasingly believed that only he fit the definition of Hokage. Naturally, the happiest were the Uchiha clan. Tomorrow is your inauguration ceremony, remember to dress nicely. Mikoto gently arranged the clothes Uchiha Sogetsu would wear tomorrow and looked at the brand new, ceremonial Hokage robe, her face glowing with a hint of joy. You've seen it many times already, Mikoto. Uchiha Sogetsu, draped in a white robe, said helplessly, besides, it's just an inauguration ceremony. There's no need to be so nervous. Come on, this is the ceremony for becoming Hokage, take it seriously, okay? Mikoto rolled her eyes at him, saying irritably, you're the Hokage from our Uchiha clan, you have to be serious and not make us look bad. Alright, alright. Facing Mikoto's nagging, Uchiha Sogetsu had no choice but to surrender. After finishing with the clothes, Mikoto walked over to the boy, noticing his pale complexion. A hint of concern appeared in her eyes as she bit her lip softly, you've worked hard, Sogetsu. You're so young, and, your eyes, is there really no way to help? It's fine, Mikoto. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled gently, saying, Lord Tobirama said he would find a way to solve my blindness. I feel sorry for you. Mikoto gazed at the boy, her overwhelming emotions unable to be contained, leading her to make a bold move. She reached out with her 2 white-as-jade arms, gently wrapping them around the young man, pressing her entire weight against him and resting against his chest. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of affection as a thought deeply buried inside her slipped out uncontrollably, Sogetsu, if only. Lady Mikoto, it's time for you to go back, Uchiha Sogetsu interrupted her softly. Itachi is still waiting for you. The beautiful woman in his arms showed a fleeting look of disappointment. After reluctantly pulling away from him, she looked at him with slightly reddened eyes and forced a smile, yes, Itachi is waiting for me. And you have to get up early tomorrow, I've disturbed you. I'm sorry. Good night, Lady Mikoto, Uchiha Sogetsu said gently, smiling. Tomorrow will be a good day. Mikoto walked out of the room in a daze. At the same time, she felt regret. Why did she ask when she knew it was impossible? 2 clear tears slid down her cheeks, her emotions that she had fought to suppress could no longer be controlled after stepping out of that room. Her shoulders trembled slightly as soft, muffled sobs escaped her tightly closed lips, as if afraid to disturb the person inside. Inside the room, Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze was deep as he murmured to himself, it's time. Side quest, Third Shinobi World War End, completed. Start the Third Shinobi World War and choose a suitable way to conclude it. Reward, Spectator Pathway, Sequence 4, Manipulator's Potion *1. The next day, the sky was a clear blue with not a cloud in sight. It seemed even the heavens were celebrating today, as countless villagers flooded the streets, heading towards the inauguration ceremony. Dressed in a yellow dress, Uchiha Mikoto, with her long hair tied back, walked gracefully on her slender legs in ribbon sandals. After a refreshing night, she radiated the charm of a mature woman, her face now adorned with a smile. She held Uchiha Itachi in her arms as she followed the elders of the clan to the ceremony. People crowded together, cheering, celebrating, and shouting in the streets. The hero of Konoha, who ended the war, was about to be inaugurated as the 4th Hokage today. Everyone sincerely believed that the gentle boy, like the sun, would lead Konoha to greatness. Hee, I really didn't expect this, Narashikaku said with a smile in the crowd. That guy really became Hokage. That's right. Thinking back, it still feels surreal, his friend Yamanaka Inoichi said, smiling as he reminisced. Look around, everyone is calling his name. He really did it. Hee, how does it feel to see the Hokage position that should have been yours become someone else's? Orochimaru approached Minato Namikaze, his interest piqued as he wanted to see how the other would react. Sogetsu is the best candidate for Hokage, Lord Orochimaru, Minato said, his usual sunny demeanor showing no hint of jealousy. He smiled and added, "Also, you're mistaken, the Hokage doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to those recognized by everyone." As time passed, the inauguration ceremony was getting closer. The first and second Hokage, as designated predecessors, arrived at the Hokage building. "Where is that kid? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Tobirama Senju spoke bluntly, but a smile lingered on his face. "It's his inauguration ceremony today. Is he really planning to be late?" "Hey, he must have been delayed," Hashirama Senju replied with a chuckle. "Let's wait a bit longer. I was really nervous on my first day too and almost arrived late." However, as time continued to pass, it became evident that Uchiha Sogetsu, the main person, had still not appeared for the ceremony. "What's going on?" Tobirama frowned, his gaze turning sharp as he looked at the Umbu nearby. "Where is that kid?" "I don't know," the Umbu member, Elephant, replied, starting to panic under the scrutiny. "Why aren't you going to find him?" Tobirama's expression turned stern, and he shouted, "This is the inauguration ceremony. Hurry and bring him back." "Yes." With a quick glance from Elephant, the Umbu members scattered in different directions. "He should be at home, right?" Mikoto pondered for a moment before saying, "Maybe he's just too tired. He usually likes to sleep in. You could go check." "Thank you." Elephant shot her a grateful look. "Humph." Tobirama crossed his arms, clearly frustrated. These young people really don't make things easy. After a while, the returning Umbu members came back, but Uchiha Sogetsu was still nowhere to be found. "What's going on? Where is he?" Elephant's face was pale, suppressing his anger as he questioned. "Sir, we can't find him." The voice of the Umbu was clearly trembling with fear. "We searched all of Konoha, but we can't find Lord Sogetsu. It's like he has vanished." "What did you say?" Elephant felt a surge of blood rush to his head and almost blacked out. The inauguration ceremony was approaching, and the fourth Hokage, the main character, had actually gone missing. "It's impossible." Elephant shouted, "Go find him again. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find Lord Sogetsu." "Yes." This time, even more Umbu were dispatched. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find Uchiha Sogetsu, and more people began to panic. Senju Tobirama, who had been relatively calm, realized the seriousness of the situation. The fourth Hokage had gone missing on the eve of his inauguration ceremony. "Sogetsu, where on earth are you?" Mikoto was anxiously pacing, gripping her hands tightly until her knuckles turned white. Finally, after a thorough search, the Umbu still couldn't find Uchiha Sogetsu, and the fireworks signaling the start of the ceremony had already exploded in the sky. "Where did that kid go?" Senju Tobirama's face darkened, his aura visibly turning ominous. At that moment, an Umbu approached with his head bowed, speaking in a low voice, "Sir, there's one place we haven't searched." "What place? Why haven't we gone there?" Elephant nearly fainted with anger upon hearing this, slapping the Umbu and demanding, "Speak. Where is it?" The Umbu, staggered by the slap, fell to the ground and said softly, "It's Danzo's route." Elephant was momentarily stunned, feeling it was unlikely. Lord Sogetsu shouldn't go to that place. Since the news of the fourth Hokage's appointment spread, Danzo had seemed deeply affected, cooped up in his route, acting reclusive. Senju Tobirama raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "Exactly. I haven't had time to find him lately. Let's go check it out." "I want to go too." Mikoto instinctively spoke up. The others hesitated for a moment but decided to follow along to see what would happen to Danzo, that scoundrel. The distance wasn't far, but Senju Tobirama clearly didn't want to waste time. He had everyone hold hands, planning to teleport them all at once. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. The space suddenly shifted. Inside the dark, cold underground base, it was empty, no one was there. At that moment, Mikoto suddenly let out a piercing scream filled with despair. "Ah!" Startled by her scream, everyone turned to look at Mikoto. They saw her covering her mouth, tears streaming from her reddened eyes, staring intently in one direction, her gaze filled with hopelessness. Following her line of sight, the others felt a chill run down their spines. On the wall to the southeast, a massive amount of blood cascaded down like a waterfall. Looking up from the bloodstains, they saw a long-dead corpse. Its eyes had been cruelly gouged out, and the body was crucified upside down, pinned to the wall with kunai. The person nailed to the wall in such a brutal manner was none other than the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Sogetsu, who was supposed to attend the inauguration ceremony today. Chapter 189, Danzo vs. Sogetsu. Time rewinds several hours. Since finding out that Uchiha Sogetsu was recognized as the fourth Hokage, Danzo had completely lost his composure. In his anger, he smashed everything around him, his extreme emotions leading to something unexpected with his body. Looking in the mirror, he saw his once handsome face now covered in wrinkles. His dark hair seemed to have a life of its own, moving as if it had a will. The ends of his hair had grown what looked like eyes, staring back at him from the broken mirror. Ah! Danzo felt both terrified and furious. He tried to pull the hair away, but no matter how hard he yanked, more would instantly grow back. What is happening? Danzo couldn't understand why he had turned into this monstrous figure. More importantly, there was a voice in his mind, constantly whispering, pushing him to the edge of insanity. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps approached. Who? Didn't I tell you all to get out? In a panic, Danzo grabbed a nearby black robe, wrapping it around himself, afraid someone would see his horrifying appearance. It's me. By the flickering candlelight in the hall, Danzo recognized the visitor as Aburame Ryoma. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, he spoke sharply, Ryoma. What are you doing here? I told you not to disturb me. Get out. After saying this, Danzo waited a long time, but Ryoma remained still, as if he hadn't heard him. Danzo's temples throbbed with anger as he glared at him. Ryoma, didn't you hear my orders? With an expressionless face, Ryoma showed a faint hint of sarcasm. In the midst of Danzo's furious gaze, he slowly turned to the side and respectfully said, Lord. Only then did Danzo notice a shadow behind Ryoma. As the figure stepped forward, illuminated by the candlelight, Danzo's expression twisted in rage. You. Uchiha Sogetsu. He immediately shifted his glare to Ryoma, his voice low and threatening. Ryoma, how dare you betray me? Betray. Ryoma frowned, a look of confusion crossing his face. Forgive me for being blunt, but betrayal assumes loyalty. I have never been loyal to you, where does this betrayal come from? Danzo trembled with anger, pointing at Ryoma and incredulously saying, What did you just say? Face reality, Danzo. Ryoma smirked sarcastically and added, Someone like you, hiding like a rat in the gutter, thinks you deserve my loyalty. Someone, come here. Frantically, Danzo slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, Get out here and kill them. Stop shouting, it won't help, even if you scream your throat raw. Ryoma scoffed and replied, No one in the root has been loyal to you for a long time, Danzo. Hearing this, Danzo seemed unable to believe it. He gritted his teeth in rage and shouted, No, that's impossible. The root is mine. Don't think a lowlife like you can betray me and get away with it. Planning to use the cursed tongue eradication seal. Ryoma anticipated his thoughts and extended his tongue, saying, Sorry, your methods are long outdated. No, that can't be. Danzo suddenly slumped in his chair, his eyes wide as he stared at Ryoma's clean tongue, momentarily dazed. When did this happen? That question is a bit vague, making it hard to answer. After a long silence, Uchiha Sogetsu slowly walked over, asking as he approached, Are you talking about the root breaking away from your control? Or you becoming a woman? Or perhaps the Cloud Ninja invading Konoha? Sorry, things have been busy lately, and I just can't remember. What are you saying? Veins bulged on Danzo's forehead as he felt he was on the edge of exploding. You made me a woman. And the Cloud Ninja incident was also your doing. To be precise, that includes, but isn't limited to, Uchiha Sogetsu pretended to ponder before smiling. In fact, since the Rain Ninja Village incident, I've been watching your every move. The Rain Ninja Village. Hanzo. Danzo suddenly snapped back to reality, his face twisted with hatred as he glared at Sogetsu. Uchiha Sogetsu, you're the biggest villain in Konoha. A villain. Perhaps. Sogetsu didn't argue, casually stating, Of course, that doesn't really matter. So, telling me all this now is your way of planning to silence me? Danzo wasn't foolish, he knew that since his opponent revealed all this, they wouldn't let him live. Heh. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled slightly but didn't respond. Want to kill me? You're not qualified. Suddenly, Danzo roared like a lioness, wind-style, vacuum sphere. Several powerful wind jutsu blasts shot through the air, like bullets fired from her mouth, speeding directly toward Uchiha Sogetsu's face. Secret technique, insect wall technique. A swarm of parasitic insects flew out, swirling around Uchiha Sogetsu at high speed, forming a protective wall. Seeing that all the vacuum sphere had been blocked, Danzo gritted his teeth in anger and glared at Ryoma, shouting, Ryoma, you damn traitor. I told you, I'm not a traitor. With fury boiling in his eyes, Ryoma formed hand signs and shouted, Parasitic insects, erosion. A massive wave of parasitic insects surged forward, dark and overwhelming, sweeping toward Danzo. You're forcing me to do this. Fueled by anger, Danzo no longer cared about his image. Slish. His black robe was torn apart by sharp objects. In the next moment, Danzo jumped several times, hanging upside down from the ceiling of the hall. Strands of black hair hung down from the ceiling, each tip resembling an eye, eerily staring down at the two below. Even someone as resolute as Ryoma felt a chill at this bizarre sight. Ha ha ha. The black hair moved like living creatures, thrashing wildly, each strand brimming with immense power. The strands whipped through the air, slicing the floor tiles and walls, creating powerful gusts of wind. Danzo laughed maniacally, resembling a monster as he scuttled along the wall with incredible speed. Uchiha Sogetsu, you didn't expect this, did you? You turned me into a woman, but it gave me tremendous power. Now it's your turn to taste the bitter fruit of your actions. Her speed was astounding, flashing like a streak of light in the darkness, rapidly closing in. Suddenly, a strand of black hair burst from the ground, coiling around Uchiha Sogetsu's ankle and yanking him upward, slamming him hard against the wall. Boom. The tremendous force shattered the wall. Danzo, like a demon, used his hair to grab a long sword and forcefully stabbed it into Uchiha Sogetsu's chest. Chapter 190, which beyond her characteristics. Thud. The sharp blade pierced the wall, pinning Uchiha Sogetsu to it. A large amount of blood flowed down the wall, creating streaks that looked like a waterfall. Success. Danzo looked at the person pinned to the wall, his face filled with joy. I win, Uchiha Sogetsu. You brought this upon yourself. Ha ha ha. However, before his laughter could continue, a voice sounded in his ear. Thank you for your cooperation. The familiar voice made Danzo pause, turning around in disbelief. He saw Uchiha Sogetsu standing beside him, admiring the person pinned to the wall, clapping and saying, "This death is nice, but it needs a little more decoration." Uchiha Sogetsu. Danzo was startled. Just as he was about to tear him apart with his black hair, he was caught by those eyes. Shoo, quiet. Uchiha Sogetsu raised a finger to his lips and said softly, "Please don't disturb me, okay?" His words acted like a key, easily prying open Danzo's mind. His consciousness invaded Danzo's island of consciousness, slowly twisting, altering, and erasing her original thoughts and ideas. This was neither hypnosis nor guidance, it was a deeper form of manipulation. Within Danzo's island of consciousness, Sogetsu had long planted enough traps, influencing him over time, making it unnecessary for any further actions to directly control him. Danzo felt a moment of confusion, freezing in place. He could clearly sense the outside world and think freely, but he could not control his body. It was as if his will had been stripped of control. Then, he watched helplessly as the pinned, Uchiha Sogetsu slowly turned upside down, arms spread wide and legs crossed, each leg pinned to the wall with kunai, resembling an inverted cross. Almost there. Uchiha Sogetsu admired his creation and pondered for a moment, saying, "The eye should be dug out, and the chest should be cut open. It needs to be more brutal." Danzo didn't understand why he was doing this. Soon, the masterpiece was complete. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled and said, "This is just about right, it looks like something the Aurora Order would do. What do you want to do?" The sight of the bizarre, inverted corpse made Danzo increasingly uneasy. Uchiha Sogetsu's investigation revealed a deep connection between Danzo and a cult called the Aurora Order. Uchiha Sogetsu paused, a faint smile on his lips. Evidence suggests that Danzo is suspected of being a spy for the Aurora Order, attempting to sacrifice the third Hokage. He was discovered by me, Uchiha Sogetsu, and in a panic, he cruelly killed the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Sogetsu, hanging his body on the wall before fleeing. What do you think of this story? At that moment, Danzo felt a chill run through him, his pupils narrowing. No, you can't do this. You can't. He could accept being misunderstood, even being labeled a criminal, but he could not accept that the village he dedicated his life to viewed him as a traitor. By the way, I almost forgot. Uchiha Sogetsu slowly took the ring from his hand, saying with amusement, "This gift I gave you should be returned." At this point, Danzo understood that his current situation was all due to the ring. Uchiha Sogetsu, you. He was so furious he felt like vomiting blood, and memories flashed through his mind. Everything seemed to have a source. However, Uchiha Sogetsu clearly had no intention of letting Danzo off the hook. He turned to Ryoma, speaking calmly, "From today onward, you will be Danzo." Within the depths of the opponent's subconscious, he implanted a thought. Although it was still lacking in some aspects, soon, after the promotion ceremony, he could use this thought seed to create a virtual personality deep in Ryoma's mind. At that point, it wouldn't matter if he was truly Danzo or not. Whether it was Ryoma or Shimura Danzo, they were just a split-off virtual personality. Yes, Lord Sogetsu. Ryoma obeyed his command without any resistance. Uchiha Sogetsu, you are so ruthless. At this moment, Danzo finally saw the boy before him as a demon. Not only do you want to erase my past, but you also want to erase my future, even my name and existence. You're not human. Your existence is a huge disaster for Konoha and the ninja world. And then. Uchiha Sogetsu looked at him, lightly smiling as he asked. I will not allow it. Danzo's eyes turned fierce as he bit his tongue, moaning and choking on his blood as he shouted hoarsely, I can't let someone like you live. Otherwise, Konoha will be destroyed by you. Using the pain from his severed tongue, he suddenly regained control and tore his clothes. Let me take you down with me, Uchiha Sogetsu. In an instant, dark liquid erupted from the seal on Danzo's chest like a fountain. The seal formed a four-symbol technique, directly covering a radius of several meters. As the black liquid continued to spew out, the space around them shook violently. Is this the reverse four-symbol sealing? Uchiha Sogetsu watched him calmly, appearing completely unconcerned, calm, and composed. In the next moment, white Zetsu emerged from the ground, pulling him inside with its right eye. Another Mangekyo. Danzo watched this scene with a heavy heart filled with endless sorrow. Could he really not stop him, even at the cost of his life? He had devoted his entire life to Konoha, yet now he would be viewed as a traitor. Everything he had done would be despised. In his final moments, the image of Sarutobi Hiruzen flashed through his mind. Hiruzen. Was I really wrong? Boom. The reverse four-symbol sealing activated, devouring the surrounding space. Danzo, filled with extreme unwillingness, swallowed his last breath, his eyes filled with resentment and regret. Thus, the once ruling Danzo of Konoha's roots quietly died in the cage he had built himself, with no one aware. Swish. A vortex of space appeared again. Then, Uchiha Sogetsu stepped out, looking at Danzo's corpse and casually waving his hand. Flames surged fiercely, engulfing Danzo's body with crackling sounds, filling the air with the scent of cooked flesh. After burning thoroughly, all that remained of Danzo, reduced to ashes, was a glowing substance quietly lying on the ground. Uchiha Sogetsu picked it up, raising an eyebrow with a hint of delight, and said, well, what luck. It actually has a witch's beyonder characteristic. This was an unexpected surprise. It was surprising that the seemingly useless Danzo in life had some value after death. Thanks for the witch's beyonder characteristic, Danzo. Chapter 191, promoted to demigod. Asterisk dong. Dong. Dong, asterisk. Early in the morning, a sorrowful bell rang out, carried by the breeze, echoing through every corner of Konoha. The air was cold and damp, carrying a chilling sensation. Although summer was approaching, the weather was unusually cold, as if it had reverted to the bitter chill of autumn and winter. The sky was shrouded in misty clouds, and the heavy atmosphere seemed to descend from above, pressing down on everyone, making them feel a strange sense of oppression. Countless civilians and shinobi filled the streets and alleys of Konoha. Everyone was dressed in black, holding white flowers, with expressions of grief and sorrow on their faces. It was as if they had all silently agreed to head in the same direction. Mikoto's face was haggard, her eyes sunken, and the once bright, lively look in her eyes had turned dull and lifeless. She held newborn Itachi in her arms, dressed in a black kimono. Her long hair was neatly pinned up with a hairpin, and her attire was solemn and respectful. With heavy steps, she walked alongside Uchiha Fugaku, leaving the Uchiha clan grounds and heading towards the Hokage tower. Swish. Suddenly, the overcast sky began to drizzle, with light rain falling gently. The cold raindrops touched Mikoto's face. She stopped in her tracks, her slender fingers brushing across her cheek. Her eyes momentarily dazed, she looked up at the sky, her thin shoulders trembling slightly. Was even the sky crying? At that moment, the emotions she had been holding back for so long seemed to break free, turning into tears that flowed from her eyes. One by one, the drops fell down her cheeks, mixing with the rain, making it impossible for others to tell if it was rainwater or her tears. What's wrong, Mikoto? Fugaku, seeing his wife stop, turned around and asked with a hint of confusion. No, it's nothing. Mikoto bit her lip, gently shaking her head. She squeezed her legs together and hurriedly wiped her face. Fugaku was a bit puzzled. Had he just seen tears on his wife's face? No, it must have been the rain. He shook his head, dismissing it as a trick of his mind. Let's go, Mikoto. The funeral is about to start. At the plaza. Countless people held white flowers, dressed in black kimonos. In the silence, a profound atmosphere of grief and sorrow began to permeate. With the tolling of the bell echoing through the crowd, the funeral officially began. Some people could no longer hold back their emotions, stifling their sobs. The quiet, muffled cries brought the air of sorrow to its peak. At the very front of the gathering stood the two elders, Mitokato Hamura and Udatane Koharu. A long table was covered with white flowers, and at the center was a black and white photo of Uchiha Sogetsu. The face in the photo was young and handsome, with a slight pallor hinting at frailty, yet his eyes held a pure, childlike clarity that brought a sense of peace. We are gathered here today to hold a funeral, to mourn. Hamura's voice faltered, and he suddenly choked up, staring at the young man in the black and white photo. For a moment, his emotions were complicated. We mourn the brave souls who sacrificed themselves in this war, and the hero of Konoha, the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Sogetsu. Why? Why did Lord Sogetsu have to die? Kakashi looked at the person in the frame, anger boiling in his chest. This scene felt all too familiar. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, had also been a hero of Konoha, known as the White Fang, but in the end, he couldn't escape death. Now, Uchiha Sogetsu, who had also been honored as a hero, met the same fate. What made it even more absurd was that Uchiha Sogetsu's death was covered up. The higher-ups didn't even allow the public one last chance to pay their respects to his remains. The official explanation was that Uchiha Sogetsu had suffered grave injuries during the war, fought on despite his failing health, and passed away suddenly yesterday. But such an explanation was laughable, and it wasn't enough to deceive even the villagers. Konoha. The current Kakashi found it all to be a joke. Village, comrades, the will of fire, nothing but nonsense. The two advisors couldn't even bring themselves to look people in the eye when questioned, out of guilt, shame, fear, and dread. Once the truth was exposed, Konoha would completely lose its unity. Now, please proceed in an orderly manner to present your flowers, Mikoto Hamura hurriedly announced the next part of the ceremony, fearing he might be torn apart by the angry crowd. One by one, people carried their white bouquets to the young Hokage, placing the flowers before him. Quickly, a mountain of white blooms piled up, and the crowd no longer held back their emotions. Lord Sogetsu, sob, sob. No, I can't believe it. How could Lord Sogetsu just die like this? There must be a conspiracy behind this. That's right. Someone must have killed Lord Sogetsu. The advisors are hiding the truth about Lord Sogetsu's death. Despite this, the crowd continued to speculate about the mysterious circumstances behind the death of the young fourth Hokage. I swear this won't be the end of it. Namikaze Minato stepped forward, standing in the gentle, unending rain. His usually bright, sun-like yellow hair was now damp and drooping, clinging to his face as the raindrops fell. Standing before the black and white portrait, he looked up at the face in the photo and at the Hokage building draped in white cloth. Deep sadness welled up in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, and rage seemed to spill through his gritted teeth. Shimura Danzo, I will never forgive you. Everyone, please observe a moment of silence, Koharu Yuditane softly announced. The once noisy crowd immediately fell silent. Tears began to flow uncontrollably, and the people in the plaza no longer suppressed their emotions, letting out the sorrow they had been holding back without restraint. A profound grief enveloped the scene, taking on a tangible presence within the silent morning. With their eyes closed, silently crying, the people could almost see a vision of the young men who had once single-handedly saved them during Konoha's darkest times. The emotion spread quickly, touching everyone present, and they found themselves unconsciously whispering in their hearts, "May you find peace in the Pure Land, and may your soul rest easy." At that moment, the sorrow reached its peak. At the grand funeral of Konoha's fourth Hokage, more than 10,000 hearts resonated deeply with one another. Amidst this intense atmosphere of grief, a figure cloaked in black, as if separated from the world like a ghost, slowly lifted his head. His face was identical to the one in the black and white portrait. He reached into his robes and pulled out a crystal vial. The vial held a liquid filled with countless shimmering fragments, like the manifestation of a collective subconscious sea. Without any hesitation, he drank the liquid in the vial, amidst the overwhelming emotions of over 10,000 mourners. Gulp. The moment the elixir merged into his body, he felt as if he no longer had a physical form. His consciousness was elevated infinitely, collapsing into a singular thought, or perhaps hundreds of thoughts, merging with the illusory ocean of grief surrounding him. Unlike before, this time, he didn't need to pass through the realm of dreams or the island of the soul. He could directly see the ocean of the collective subconscious, and as he merged into it, it felt as though he was returning to his original form, a pure consciousness enduring the impact of all humanity's accumulated subconscious thoughts. There was fear, madness, sorrow, joy, a torrent of chaotic emotions crashing over him like a tidal wave, as spiritual imprints left in this ocean constantly broke him down and influenced him. Under such overwhelming spiritual pressure, his sense of self began to erode, as if he would be lost within this endless sea of subconsciousness. But in the next moment, he swiftly regained clarity, constantly using psychological cue and calm to dispel the residual mental pollution. Voices gradually grew clearer and louder around him, until they resonated throughout the vast ocean of collective subconsciousness, stirring the power of the soul, surging like a wild tide. May you find peace in the Pure Land, and may your soul rest easy. May your soul rest in peace, and may you find your way to the Pure Land. May your soul rest in peace, and may you find your way to the Pure Land. The repeated voices helped calm his mind, stabilizing his spirit. Then, in a single thought, it was as if multiple transparent, ethereal consciousnesses were being stripped away from his mind. These splintered thoughts transformed into avatars, wandering freely within the collective unconscious. They traveled to the mental islands representing different individuals and climbed upon them. On those islands, he could clearly perceive the thoughts and emotions of various people. At that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, casting its light upon the earth. Like a forgotten figure cloaked in black, he slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his gray pupils, layers of rippling whirlpools could be seen. Observing the people around him, he allowed a faint smile to tug at the corners of his lips. Raising a hand, he pulled down his hood and then turned to walk away into the distance. Main quest, advance to sequence 4, Manipulator. Consume the potion amidst the overwhelming emotional resonance of at least 10,000 people in a specific setting. Reward, Grozel's Travels. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Uchiha Mikoto. Crossing from a mortal to a demigod was just a small step in the future for Uchiha Sogetsu. Draped in a black robe, he moved through the crowd like a breeze, unnoticed by anyone. Even the rain from the sky was kept at a distance, unable to touch him within a few feet. From this moment on, the world looked entirely different in his eyes. Standing at a higher dimensional level, overlooking all beings, he could see everyone's joys, sorrows, and fleeting thoughts, all vividly clear in his vision. Every bit of consciousness from living beings converged at the deepest level of their minds, forming a collective sea of the subconscious. Sequence 4, Manipulator. Uchiha Sogetsu muttered to himself, experiencing the knowledge and insights gained from the subconscious sea through the potion. As he clenched his fist tightly, fine dragon scales spread across his skin, layering together like a solid armor, emitting a faint grayish sheen. Mysterious symbols faintly emerged on the surface, intricate and three-dimensional, as if embedded within his flesh and extending into the surrounding void. Firstly, his strength and defense were greatly enhanced. In terms of strength, he could easily crush a block of steel, and at full speed, he could even break through to several times the speed of sound. His defense was enough to withstand some lethal attacks. Of course, in the high attack, low defense world of ninjas, this level of defense was nothing remarkable, just a little added protection. What truly mattered to Uchiha Sogetsu was that upon advancing to sequence 4, Beyonders would officially step into the demigod sequence, and from this moment on, they would be completely distinguished from mortals. The most significant characteristic was that a sequence strong enough to reach the demigod level could display an incomplete, mythical creature form. The mythical creature form of the spectator pathway was a gray-white dragon, which was one of the abilities he had just experienced, Dragonification. However, using the mythical creature form often carried the risk of losing control. Even for the spectator pathway, known for its stability, it was necessary to constantly reinforce proper psychological cues and strictly limit the duration of each Dragonification. Otherwise, it would lead to madness and chaos, causing complete loss of control. Though I'm eager to try out Dragonification. Uchiha Sogetsu suppressed his excitement, forcing himself to calm down. I should wait until I've fully adapted to the potion. Besides, if I reveal the mythical creature form here, the entire village of Konoha would be mentally distorted and driven into madness and chaos. This was not just boasting, nor an exaggeration of the effects. One must understand that the essence of the mythical creature form is a manifestation of rules, the form of a god at the pinnacle of the pathway. For a mortal to gaze directly upon a god would inevitably lead to severe backlash. At best, it would result in mental chaos, madness, and insanity. At worst, it would cause physical distortion, corruption, and degeneration. As it stood, probably only the Otsutsuki clan in the Naruto world could have the qualifications to gaze directly at the mythical creature form. Clearing away these unnecessary thoughts, Uchiha Sogetsu began to examine the remaining abilities. Consciousness Stroll. This ability allows one's consciousness and spirit to freely roam in the sea of the subconscious, even hiding there for a while. However, the drawback is that it cannot bring the physical body along. Mental deprivation, an enhanced version of awe, this transformed dragon might can destroy the target's consciousness and spirit, or cause them to sink into it, turning them into followers of a dragon. Mind Storm. This technique turns a specific thought into a mental storm that sweeps through the surroundings, affecting the collective subconscious like a violent hurricane. It can destroy the enemy's mental islands and also interfere with or destroy defenses at the spiritual or mental level. Mental Plague. This ability plants the seed of infectious madness in the target's mental island, spreading like a plague. It's an insidious erosion of the mental world that is extremely subtle and hard to detect, making it a necessary skill for behind-the-scenes manipulation. Mind Dragon Breath. This attack condenses spirit into a breath that has a wide area of effect, allowing the target to feel as if struck by lightning, tearing apart their spirit and consciousness. Virtual Persona. This creates multiple personalities corresponding to the body of heart and mind. On one hand, it can resist the influence of the sea of collective subconscious, while on the other, it can silently invade the target's mind island. When paired with the core ability of Sequence 4, Manipulation, it can allow the virtual persona to alter the target's subconscious and read their thoughts, effectively using the target as a proxy to make them perform various tasks. As the residual influence of the potion faded, Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes returned to normal. What came into view was the Uchiha clan's residence. I didn't expect to return here again without realizing it. Looking at the Uchiha residence, filled with white mourning attire, he thought for a moment and then chuckled lightly. I almost forgot, there's still something I need to do before I officially leave. Late at night. Mikoto sat in the boy's old room, her eyes red and sunken, looking haggard. She gazed at the new Hokage ceremonial robe, neatly folded beside her, and couldn't help but slowly lift it up. Then, she buried her face deep into it and took a deep breath. This robe had only been worn once, and it still seemed to carry that familiar scent. Sogetsu. Sogetsu, Sogetsu. Mikoto softly cried out, calling the boy's name again and again. In the empty room, with no one else around, she finally didn't have to hold back anymore. She could let out all the sadness in her heart without worrying about what others thought. What if we had met a little earlier? Wouldn't that be great? Mikoto held tightly onto the ceremonial Hokage robe, as if embracing the young man. Her long eyelashes, glistening with tears, trembled slightly. I like you. It's even hard for me to believe it. From the first moment I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you. It's strange, isn't it? I know this is a wrong feeling, and I shouldn't feel this way. But I can't help but think of you. Just seeing you every day makes me happy. I never expected to be with you. I just hope you can stay safe. When I saw you become Hokage, I was so happy, so very happy. But why? Woo woo woo. Mikoto bit her lip, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling. It's so cruel. You're only 16, so young, with such a long future ahead. The death of Uchiha Sogetsu pierced her heart like a sharp thorn. Every time she thought about the boy, cruelly blinded and nailed to the wall, an uncontrollable anger and hatred surged within her. Don't worry, Sogetsu. Mikoto gently stroked the brand new Hokage robe, her eyes filled with love and tenderness. This matter will not end easily. I will never let go of those who harmed you. As her emotion surged, 3 black tomo spun rapidly in her eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitokato Hamura, Koharu, Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and the Uchiha, none of them will be spared. The 3 spinning tomo suddenly connected, forming a star pattern. Do you see it? Sogetsu. Mikoto showed a sickly smile, holding the robe, a chilling grin forming on her lips. I finally have eyes just like yours. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Eerie Itachi. After awakening her Mangekyo Sharingan, Mikoto seemed exhausted, curling up on the boy's bed and falling into a deep sleep. Her eyes were tightly closed, long eyelashes trembling slightly, dampened by tears. It looked like she was dreaming of something terrifying, yet even so, her hands clutched a Hokage robe tightly, her knuckles turning white as she refused to let go. In the dimly lit room, a figure suddenly appeared. No, to be more precise, he had always been there, he just had never been noticed before. Mikoto wore a thin white dress, the fabric clinging to her body and accentuating her curves. Her long, slender, and fair legs were particularly eye-catching, just the right amount of fullness made her look perfect. Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze was deep as he stared at the sleeping beauty. His emotions were complicated for a moment. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan required intense stimulation, such as witnessing the death of a loved one or experiencing overwhelming negative emotions, to have a chance of awakening it. For instance, Uchiha Fugaku had faced immense trauma but still hadn't awakened his Mangekyo, showing just how difficult it was. However, Uchiha Mikoto, who wasn't particularly gifted in the original story and was just an ordinary jonin, unexpectedly awakened her Mangekyo after witnessing his death. What a tragedy, Sogetsu sighed, rubbing his throbbing temples. The current situation was troublesome, even for him, because it all stemmed from Mikoto's own will. In other words, this wasn't hypnosis, nor was it psychological suggestion, and there was no hentai behavior involved. Sogetsu, don't go, Mikoto's whisper interrupted his thoughts. Sogetsu slowly approached, sitting at the edge of the bed. He gently brushed her messy hair behind her sparkling ear. Sogetsu, please don't go, okay? I won't cling to you anymore. I'm begging you, don't leave. Mikoto seemed to sense that familiar presence. In her dream, she was whimpering and instinctively grasped the hand that brushed her hair back, holding on tightly and refusing to let go. His deep gaze pierced through Mikoto's mind, delving into her chaotic mental landscape, where he witnessed the nightmare she was enduring. In her dream, she replayed the scene of Uchiha Sogetsu being brutally killed by Danzo over and over again. His screams echoed like a nightmare, wrapping around Mikoto and driving her to the brink of insanity. She was screaming and raging with anger. At the same time, she felt deep regret and pain. She suffered from her inability to save Uchiha Sogetsu, was furious at Konoha's higher-ups who concealed the truth, and went mad over the murderer who took his life. Breaking free from the dream, she returned to reality. Looking at the woman trapped in her nightmare, Uchiha Sogetsu felt a complex mix of emotions. He hadn't expected that his death would cause Mikoto such pain. He gently brushed his hand across her forehead, quietly calming her and altering the nightmare. He whispered, "Good night, Mikoto. I hope you have sweet dreams." After doing all this, he slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Mikoto. In the quiet of the room, he vanished, leaving only the faint sound of Mikoto's breathing. In the bright daylight, the infant Uchiha Itachi suddenly woke from his sleep. With his big, dark eyes wide open, he seemed to sense something and stared into the darkness of the room. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, extending a long finger to gently tap his forehead. "I hope you like the gift I've given you." A viscous, shadow-like liquid flowed from the finger and entered Itachi's mind. From the moment he was born, Itachi awakened the Sharingan. Such astonishing talent led Fugaku to believe that the future of the Uchiha clan depended on Itachi. However, Fugaku suddenly realized that something seemed off about his son. Itachi, barely awake during the day, could already walk independently and often squatted in the shadows, staring at everyone's backs with his dark eyes. Yes, it was their backs. Fugaku was certain he wasn't mistaken. Every time Itachi looked at him, it was as if he was staring at something behind him. Many clan members felt a chill run down their spines under Itachi's eerie gaze. If the previous issues could be somewhat explained by the fact that the child is still young, then another behavior of Itachi's is even more terrifying, making people want to keep their distance from him. He would quietly sit next to someone while they were asleep, staring at them with his eerie, pitch-black eyes. Then he would slowly lean in, whispering some incomprehensible words in a raspy, monster-like voice right into their ear. Imagine, when you are deep in sleep, suddenly being woken by strange whispers beside you. When you open your eyes, you see a baby squatting next to your head, staring at you with dark eyes as if fixated on something in the darkness. How would that feel? Fugaku was one of the victims. When he first encountered this, he was so scared that his scalp went numb, and he almost punched Itachi away. Fortunately, at the last moment, he realized it was his son and managed to hold back. Otherwise, the hope of the Uchiha clan would have been cut off by his own hands. Fugaku, with dark circles under his eyes, could no longer tolerate Itachi's strange behavior. He decided to call a medical ninja from Konoha Hospital to check on the child and see what was wrong with him. "You're saying your son stares at you in the middle of the night and makes strange sounds?" The medical ninja paused for a moment, his mouth twitching slightly. "Lord Fugaku, let me confirm once again, are you really not joking? Do I look like I'm joking?" Fugaku shouted, his face red with anger. "It's true, I'm not lying." All right. Clearly, from Fugaku's expression, it was no joke. The medical ninja nodded slightly and said, "You wait outside, I'll go take a look." As the medical ninja walked into the room, he immediately noticed the child squatting in the corner. "Come here, let Uncle take a look." He smiled warmly and approached Itachi, extending his hands. "Don't be afraid, Uncle is a good person." At first, Itachi looked at him curiously when he was picked up. But soon, as if wanting to get closer, he stretched out his chubby little arms to hug him, babbling incoherently. "What a cute baby. What are you saying?" The medical ninja smiled gently, leaning in closer. "Tell Uncle what you want to say." "Meat?" Fugaku waited for a long time, but the medical ninja didn't come out. He grew a bit impatient and decided to check inside. As soon as he opened the door, a strong smell of blood rushed at him. What he saw was Itachi, covered in blood, staggering towards him while holding a bloody head. His mouth was twisted into a wide grin, almost reaching his ears, revealing teeth smeared with chunks of flesh. He eerily smiled at Fugaku and said, "Father, this is for you." In that instant, an icy chill shot through Fugaku's entire body. Chapter 194, Rejections Only. The Third Great Ninja War has finally come to an end. However, a series of issues following the war are far from resolved. The most troublesome for the advisory team is selecting a suitable candidate for the next Hokage. Given the current situation, there are very few candidates qualified to become Hokage. Factors like political background, strength, and popularity must be considered. After comprehensive evaluation, the most suitable candidates are basically Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru. Advisors Mikoto Hamura and Koharu are more inclined to support Minato Namikaze as Hokage. However, this proposal was rejected by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He believes that after the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha suffered heavy casualties and significant loss of personnel. At this time, they need a Hokage who is politically savvy, has a tough attitude, and employs ruthless methods. Minato Namikaze's style is more about maintaining stability and is too gentle for the current situation. Especially after the war, they need to negotiate with various ninja villages, making Orochimaru a better choice for Hokage than Minato. Mikoto Hamura and Koharu, not daring to oppose the second Hokage's decision, called Orochimaru in to discuss the issue of succession. "Orochimaru, after our discussions, we have officially decided that you will become Hokage," Mikoto Hamura said proudly, with an air of authority that brooked no refusal as he handed over the appointment letter. This is Lord Tobarama's intention, but if you act recklessly, we will. He was about to say that if Orochimaru tried anything foolish, they would make sure to impeach him, even if it meant facing reprimands. Before he could finish, he noticed Orochimaru sitting nearby, fingers interlaced, with his narrow snake-like eyes half closed. The light golden vertical pupils reflected the figures of the two advisors, giving them a feeling of being scrutinized like pitiful creatures, which made them very uncomfortable. Orochimaru, what kind of attitude is that? Mikoto Hamura frowned and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, don't think that just because you're Hokage, you can be disrespectful to us. Orochimaru, just because you can become Hokage doesn't mean you can look down on your advisors, Kohara said, glaring at him with a cold smile, as if she held some leverage over him. Besides, if it weren't for me and Hamura covering up those things you did in the past, do you really think you would have been chosen? Oh, I see. Orochimaru looked at the two of them performing theatrically in front of him, feeling like he was watching two old dogs. With one hand supporting his cheek, he smiled lightly and said, what you mean is you want to find a compliant Hokage, right? It's a partnership. Mikoto Hamura corrected him. Oh, right, a partnership. Orochimaru smiled, suddenly realizing how foolish his previous pursuits had been. Since you've agreed, then. Just as Kohara was about to speak, she saw Orochimaru standing up. No, you should find someone else. Orochimaru spoke lazily, seeming uninterested, as he slowly walked toward the door. Wait, Orochimaru, what do you mean by that? Mikoto Hamura and Kohara were both taken aback. Reaching the door, Orochimaru rested his hand on it without looking back. I mean, let someone else be the Hokage. I'm not interested. Mikoto Hamura and Kohara were bewildered. They had considered 1,000 possible outcomes, but they never imagined that Orochimaru would refuse the proposal. If it were Tsunade or Jiraiya who had turned down the Hokage position, they wouldn't have been surprised, since those two had never cared much for the role. But this was Orochimaru. He was ambitious and coveted the position of Hokage, even going so far as to collaborate with Danzo to achieve it. This can't be real, it must be a trick. Orochimaru couldn't possibly be uninterested in the Hokage position. He must be playing a game to threaten them and increase his leverage. Thinking this, Mikoto Hamura felt more at ease. Frowning, he spoke with some anger, Orochimaru, don't think such little tricks will make us back down. Yeah, if you step out that door, don't even think about becoming Hokage again. Kohara glared, looking very upset as she shouted in a high-pitched voice. Oh. Orochimaru remained expressionless, feeling no change within himself. Perhaps, long ago, he had completely lost interest in the so-called Hokage. If he hadn't encountered higher existences, he might still be trapped in the perspective of a mortal. However, the Twilight Hermit Order and Adam had opened a new door for him. Instead of wasting valuable time fighting over power with these foolish people, he would rather devote more energy to researching experiments that could grant him immortality. As he watched Orochimaru take half a step out the door, it seemed he really didn't care about the Hokage position anymore. Mikoto Hamura and Kohara were panicking. They suddenly realized that Orochimaru had changed. Hamura, what do we do now? Looking at the departing Orochimaru, Kohara wore a bitter expression. What else can we do? Mikoto Hamura remained calm and said, if he doesn't want the position, there are plenty of people who do. This is exactly what we wanted, isn't it? Kohara thought carefully, and a smile soon appeared on her face. That's right. Even Tobirama-sensei can't do anything about it now. It looks like Minato Namikaze will have to take the Hokage position. In the end, they hadn't expected that the title of Hokage would fall on Minato Namikaze. Are you two suggesting that I should become Hokage? Minato Namikaze looked weary, as if he hadn't rested well lately, and his voice was a bit weak. That's right. It's the result of our discussions. As Mikoto Hamura spoke, he handed over the appointment letter. You should prepare as soon as possible. Minato Namikaze stared at the appointment letter but remained strangely silent for a few seconds. His eyes flickered as if he was recalling a friend. He couldn't help but clench his fist until his knuckles turned white. His voice was hoarse as he said, I'm sorry, advisors. Please find someone else. Mikoto Hamura and Kohara were stunned. Are you kidding? This is the Hokage position. How did it end up being treated like some garbage on the street that no one wants? It's not that, Minato. Look closely, this is the Hokage appointment letter. Kohara said anxiously, feeling dizzy with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, haven't you always wanted to become Hokage? This is your dream. Why are you suddenly unwilling? Because of Uchiha Sogetsu. Buffing Minato lowered his gaze and said in a deep voice, he showed me what a true Hokage is. I'm not qualified yet. I know he's great, Minato, Mikoto Hamura said, gritting his teeth in frustration but still trying to persuade him. But you need to understand, Konoha needs a Hokage right now, and you're the most suitable person for it. If you're not ready, you can learn as you go. No, thank you, advisors, woofing Minato firmly refused, his eyes cold. After his death, I vowed to myself and to my ninja way that I wouldn't return to Konoha until I killed Danzo to avenge him. I think you can wait on revenge, Koharu said, trying to reason with him. Danzo is currently missing. Even if you want to take revenge, you can't find him. Why not take the Hokage position first and deal with it later? Exactly, Minato. You need to think about the bigger picture. Mikoto Hamura added his support. Neither of them had ever thought they would one day be begging someone to become Hokage. There's no need for more discussion, advisors, woofing Minato said expressionlessly, his voice cold. I won't change my mind. Once the five-nation negotiations are over, I will set out to find Danzo. Now, Koharu and Mikoto Hamura were completely stunned. No one wants to be Hokage. What are they going to do? Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Mr. A appears in Konoha. Luckily, he was already dead, otherwise, Tobirama Senju felt he would have been driven to high blood pressure by this. After hearing the report from the two advisors, he was so frustrated that he could almost grind his teeth to dust. The veins on his forehead throbbed intensely, and he even considered using the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport straight to the hospital and smack the unconscious Hiruzen Sarutobi lying in his bed. But, considering that Hiruzen might be the only remaining Hokage, Tobirama forcibly pushed that thought away. He couldn't kill him. If he did, there'd be no one left. You guys, forget it, just hurry up and wake Sarutobi up. Tobirama was out of options. The others absolutely refused, and he couldn't exactly hold a sword to their throats and force them to take the Hokage position. As for the upcoming post-war compensation negotiations, it seemed he would have to attend them himself. Can't you two show a little backbone? Tobirama pointed at Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mikoto, his hands shaking with anger. I've been dead for decades, and yet you still drag me out of my grave to act as Hokage. If I'd known, I wouldn't have researched the impure world reincarnation. Anyone would be furious being pulled out to work overtime after being dead for decades. Facing their teacher's fury, Koharu and Hamura felt a deep sense of grievance that they couldn't express. What could they do? They'd said all the nice things 1,000 times, even begged and offered to give up their authority, but still, all they got was, find someone else. Honestly, if they could have found a third person, they would have done it already. Why else would they be bending over backwards, lowering themselves like this? Teacher, there's one more thing. Afraid of being scolded again, Hamura cautiously asked, it's about the fourth Hokage. Does he need a face carved on the Hokage rock? As soon as he finished speaking, Tobirama stepped forward, raising his knee and bracing his hips, and delivered a solid kick, sending Hamura flying. Bang. Hamura was knocked back, crashing into the wall. How could I have such foolish disciples? Tobirama was completely enraged, veins bulging on his forehead, and he shouted, have your brains been numbed by power? Or clouded by prejudice? Who is he? A hero of the leaf. The fourth Hokage. And yet you dare to ask me this? Do you think this will erase his achievements? He was truly angry. All four of his disciples, each one more troublesome than the last. Even at a time like this, instead of thinking about the village, they planned to hide the fact that Uchiha Sogetsu was once the fourth Hokage. How foolish could they be? If they really went through with this, how would the entire Konoha view the village? A village that treats its heroes with such coldness would lose any sense of unity. It wouldn't even need an external force to crumble, it would fall apart on its own. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mikoto were brought back to their senses by a harsh kick to the chest. Hamura, now seeing stars, was terrified and dropped to his knees. I'm sorry, sensei. I was just momentarily confused. Get out. Tobirama Senju's eyes were cold as he said in a frosty tone, if you dare to act on those little schemes of yours again, don't blame me for being merciless. Yes, yes. From the look in their teacher's eyes, Koharu and Hamura could feel a genuine, killing intent. Terrified, they scrambled out, stumbling as they ran. Tobirama's chest heaved, his eyes filled with confusion. Why did it come to this? The current state of Konoha had decayed to the point where it made him feel sick. The ideals he and his brother had when they founded the village had been twisted beyond recognition in just a few short decades. Watching as his dreams were destroyed, Tobirama found himself, inexplicably, harboring a violent thought, since it had already decayed, maybe it would be better to destroy it and start over. No, I can't. Tobirama shook his head violently, forcing that terrifying thought out of his mind. He calmed himself down and took a deep breath. Even though he was in a reanimated body, he felt exhausted. Minato Namikaze, holding a bouquet of flowers, arrived at the gravestone of his dear friend. He stared at the gray stone, engraved with the name, then slowly bent down, placing the bouquet in front of the grave. Without saying a word, he seemed lost in his memories. However, the moment of silence was suddenly broken by an unexpected voice. So this is the grave of Konoha's fourth Hokage, Uchiha Sogetsu. The unfamiliar chakra instantly put Minato on alert. His brows furrowed, and his eyes grew sharp as he followed the direction of the voice. He saw a mysterious figure, shrouded entirely in a black robe, who had appeared nearby without him noticing. "Who are you?" Minato Namikaze asked cautiously while his right hand moved to the kunai at his waist. "I happened to pass by and came to collect something that was left behind." The mysterious figure in the black cloak spoke in a stiff, raspy voice, like a torn piece of cloth. "Collect what?" Minato pressed forward, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "This is Konoha. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. By the command of my lord, I am here to collect the body of the fourth Hokage." The cloaked figure removed his hood, revealing a strange face with a pale complexion. Faint bluish veins were visible, and his eyes glowed an abnormal red, exuding an eerie aura. "Could you please hand over his body? It is a gift from my lord. Your target is the fourth Hokage." Minato's pupils shrank, and a killing intent surged on his face. "So, you're working with Danzo." "In a sense, that's accurate." The cloaked figure looked at him and suddenly smiled. "Let me introduce myself. You can call me Mr. A. I am currently a member of the Aurora Order. I wonder if you are interested in learning about the true creator. He is the true god we worship and the one who offers redemption." Swish. A specially made kunai flew through the air, interrupting Mr. A's words. Immediately, a figure appeared before him with the kunai, and before Mr. A could react, a fierce kick swept toward him. The powerful kick struck Mr. A's waist, sending him flying to the ground. He shook his head, only to find a sharp kunai pressed against his neck. "Don't move." Minato brought the kunai closer to his neck, drawing a trickle of blood. "Now, you will answer my questions. Tell me, where is Danzo? What happened to the fourth Hokage? What is your connection to the Aurora Order? Yellow hair, very fast. You are Minato Namikaze." Despite the kunai cutting into his neck, Mr. A remained calm, showing no sign of panic. "I've heard about you. The Flying Thunder God technique, right? I finally got to see it in action today. It really is fast. Answer my question." Minato Namikaze pressed down hard on the kunai and said coldly, "I don't want to hear another useless word. Otherwise, I'll cut your throat." "Exactly as you think," Mr. A admitted openly. "The fourth Hokage's death was done by us, the Aurora Order. Where's Danzo? Where is he?" Minato pressed on. "I don't know," Mr. A shook his head. "We in the Aurora Order value our freedom and rarely stay in contact. Why don't you join us? Then you'll naturally see him." Not getting the answer he wanted, disappointment flickered in Minato's eyes. "In that case, it starts with you." Swish. He slashed the kunai, cutting Mr. A's throat. Blood gushed out, and Minato's expression was cold as he stood up, eyes filled with killing intent. "You're the first. I won't spare the Aurora Order or Danzo." But just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard a rustling sound behind him. "Don't go yet, let's talk some more." Minato's pupils widened in shock as he turned back, only to see Mr. A, whose throat was cut, standing up as if nothing happened, amidst the pool of blood. "Are you interested in joining the Aurora Order?" Mr. A grinned, revealing a creepy smile. "I think you're a decent person, much more reliable than Danzo. Why not consider it?" Chapter 196, Minato vs. Mr. A. Staying calm is an essential quality for a great ninja. As he looked at Mr. A, who was spurting blood from a severed artery yet still inviting him warmly, Minato Namikaze's mind raced with many thoughts. But to prove those thoughts, he needed to try once more. Noticing the change in Minato's gaze, Mr. A stopped talking. His expression darkened slightly. "It seems you've chosen to go against my lord." Before he finished speaking, a specially made trident kunai sliced through the air like a shooting star. Clang. Mr. A caught the kunai between his fingers, smirking. "I see through your tricks, I won't fall for the same move again." "Is that so?" Minato, who had been several meters away, suddenly vanished from sight. Mr. A's pupils constricted as he sensed hostility approaching from behind. He twisted his head 180 degrees in a crazed manner, his blood-red eyes locking onto Minato in an instant. Even for a seasoned warrior like Minato, this unexpected head turn startled him. This guy is way too strange. Despite his surprise, Minato didn't slow down. In a blink, he closed the distance, and chakra surged in his hand, forming rapidly like a small storm. Raisnon. The chakra, compressed into a sphere, swirled irregularly inside, resembling a miniature storm. In an instant, the air around him twisted into a vortex, creating layers of tearing motion around his jutsu. The deep blue, high-density chakra ball looked like the tailed beast bomb used by the tailed beasts. It was easy to imagine that if this attack hit, the high-density chaotic chakra could shred a normal person's body and destroy vital organs. But here's the question, is Mr. A normal person? The answer is obvious, no. I told you, I won't fall for the same trick twice. Mr. A's smile widened, showing his sharp white teeth. Then, his body suddenly melted like a candle, turning into pure, thick flesh that quickly seeped into the ground. The flying thunder god suddenly closed in and finished with a raise-on. This combo, which had never failed, was supposed to land perfectly, but Mr. A dodged it in a strange way. Minato Namikaze's eyes widened, revealing a look of shock for the first time. But in the next moment, a mass of thick, bloody flesh erupted from the ground, like a giant crimson curtain trying to wrap around him completely. As a ninja, his instinct sent a strong warning at that moment. The cells that made up the human body seemed to scream in terror, as if something horrible would happen if they were engulfed by that mass of flesh. With a rush, Minato used a pre-placed marker to escape just before being enveloped by the bloody mass. After landing, he felt cold sweat beating on his forehead, half kneeling on the ground as he looked at the thick flesh that had tried to engulf him. It gradually transformed back into a human shape, making him swallow hard and revealing an even greater sense of horror. "Too bad, you got away," Mr. A said, licking his lips with a hint of regret. "I wanted to see how you would taste, but your senses are quite sharp." Taste. Looking into Mr. A's eyes filled with desire, Minato's heart sank. He didn't believe that the taste meant anything innocent. Analyzing Mr. A's bizarre behavior, it seemed to imply something much more sinister, perhaps eating him. Minato took a deep breath, fully alert. This enemy before him couldn't be understood by normal standards, everything about him, from his actions to his jutsu, was strange. The Aurora Order, this suddenly emerging organization, made him feel not only concerned but also a deep fear of the unknown. An organization shrouded in mystery, with even Danzo as a member, what could their true purpose be? "Minato Namikaze, are you not coming over?" Mr. A said, noticing that Minato hadn't moved for a while. He took a step forward, his arms stretching unnaturally long like two soft strips of cloth dragging on the ground. "If that's the case, I'll come to you." Mr. A's figure slowly merged into the shadow beneath him. He transformed into a shadow, flickering like a ghost among the tombstones in the cemetery, quickly closing in. Is this similar to the Nara clan's shadow techniques? Minato narrowed his eyes and immediately threw a kunai, placing it in a location without shadows around him to create an escape route. Whoosh! In the next moment, Mr. A emerged from the shadows, a mad grin on his face. "Let me taste you, Minato." His arms swung violently, like steel whips. Crack! Crack! The fierce attacks made the air crackle, as if fabric were being ripped apart. Minato lowered his body and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the incoming strikes. But before he could catch his breath, two steel-like arms slashed through the air, glowing red as they pursued him relentlessly. Flying Thunder God technique. Using the kunai he had set up earlier, Minato shifted his spatial coordinates. Once he created some distance, he began analyzing his opponent's abilities in his mind. This guy can manipulate his body at will and transform in any way. Careless contact carries uncertain risks. The best approach is to use long-range ninjutsu, but unfortunately, I'm not very skilled in that area. Though he wasn't proficient, it didn't mean he was out of options. "Where do you think you're running, Minato?" Mr. A caught up, his eyes filled with desire as he aimed to capture the man. "Ah, I can smell it. The scent of your flesh is so beautiful. Hope, love, bonds, friendship. Someone like you should join us. My lord will surely like you." "I won't join you." Minato, feeling a bit disgusted, showed a hint of disdain on his face. With a strong push off the ground, I leaped high into the air, dodging Mr. A's enthusiastic charge. Mid-air, I adjusted my position and tossed out a shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The single shuriken instantly split into thousands, raining down like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. Taking advantage of Mr. A being temporarily suppressed by the storm of shurikens, Minato Namikaze once again used the Flying Thunder God technique. Amidst the shuriken rain, he threw a special kunai, allowing him to risk getting close again. Drawing from his previous experience, he pressed his palm heavily against Mr. A's abdomen. Four-symbol seal. This powerful sealing technique, originating from the Uzumaki clan, could disrupt the flow of chakra. This was the solution Minato had in mind. No matter how strange the ninjutsu, sealing the opponent's chakra could create a chance. The swirling patterns and incantations appeared, signaling the success of the four-symbol seal. Mr. A's face twisted in horror as he screamed, "No, no, don't. Ah, I'm going to die." Chapter 197, Chapter 197, True Creator's Rap. Successful. Seeing the other person's reaction, Minato Namikaze knew he was right and felt a surge of joy. However, before a smile could appear on his face, he was suddenly embraced tightly. Mr. A's pale face was close to his, and there was a hint of mockery and playfulness in his eyes. He leaned in closely to Minato's ear and whispered, "How was my acting just now? Did you really believe it?" The four-symbol seal didn't work on him. Minato's eyes widened in shock. The sealing technique had clearly succeeded, yet this guy was completely unaffected. Unless, there was only one possibility. This guy didn't have chakra within him, only then could he ignore the four-symbol seal. This is bad, I can't break free. Mr. A was holding him too tightly, and his strength was surprisingly great. Minato tried to struggle, but quickly realized it was futile. He was gradually being absorbed into this guy's body. "It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all, just relax." While comforting him, Mr. A pressed Minato further into his body. "Trust me, the Aurora will be your home. Don't struggle, don't resist. Let's believe in the great, true creator, together, he will grant us redemption." Boom. Suddenly, Minato exploded into a cloud of smoke. Just moments ago, Mr. A had been full of confidence, but now he looked displeased. Grinding his teeth, he cursed, "Another clone. You ninjas are as disgusting as bugs. Clones, clones, and more clones, so annoying, just like bugs." He glared fiercely at a certain spot, his blood-red eyes becoming more frantic. "Come out, Minato Namikaze. The 9th rule of the ninja code, never underestimate any enemy." Minato's voice came from the side. "Although the chance is slim, we can't rule out the possibility that the sealing technique is ineffective against you. Fortunately, I didn't approach you recklessly." Reflecting on the information about the shadow clone, Minato felt that this enemy was becoming increasingly troublesome. The sealing technique was ineffective, he could freely manipulate flesh and blood, and he could move through shadows, he seemed nearly immortal. If we talk about elemental affinity, this guy truly had the advantage over him. "Do you want to summon the toad, Gamabunta?" Just as the thought crossed his mind, he immediately dismissed it. The enemy's ability seemed to devour others, and summoning Gamabunta would only be sending him to his doom. Moreover, his large size would actually be a disadvantage. While he was thinking, Mr. A wasn't waiting around. The flesh melted like wax and seeped into the ground again. "Here it comes." Minato Namikaze was on high alert, watching the ground around him. Crack! Suddenly, a gap opened in the ground beneath him. Minato quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to move, but as soon as he appeared at another location, he sensed something was off. His ankle tightened, and he looked down, his pupils narrowing in realization, "Not good, I've been tricked." It turned out that at the point where the kunai landed, there was a mass of sticky flesh wrapping around his ankle like a tentacle. With tremendous force, it dragged Minato around like a pinwheel, crashing him into gravestones, then flinging him high into the air before bringing him crashing down again. Boom. Minato was slammed down, stars flashing in his eyes, and it felt like his insides had shifted. Holding back the surge of nausea, he understood what his opponent was planning. Chakra gathered in his right hand as he prepared to strike from a concealed position. Just as he had anticipated, seeing Minato badly injured, Mr. A emerged from underground like a starving beast, eager to pounce and savor this delicacy. Now. Minato's eyes flew open. He unleashed the spiraling sphere he had been charging in his right hand, striking Mr. A with lightning speed as he lunged forward. Mr. A was unexpectedly hit by the Raise-Non. The tremendous force tore through his body, and the high-density chakra surged like a violent storm, directly sending him flying. He crashed to the ground, dragging his body along and creating a wide trench in the earth. Phew, phew. Minato Namikaze gasped for breath, his eyes fixed intently on Mr. A. Mr. A, who had shattered several tombstones, staggered to his feet. His chest was a bloody mess, as if it had been crushed, yet there was no anger on his face, only a more intense look of desire. "Minato Namikaze, I'll ask you one last time, will you join the Aurora Order?" Although Minato had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand still left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Not even the Raise-Non had any effect. Minato took a deep breath and replied coldly, "I refuse. The Aurora Order killed the Fourth Hokage, I must avenge him." What a pity. Mr. A looked regretful for a moment, but then his expression turned sinister. His blood-red eyes held a glint of madness. "In that case, I can only offer you as a sacrifice to the great creator. Though I'm not very skilled, I'll have to try this move." Minato wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, formed hand signs, and suddenly, a loud bang echoed as smoke erupted around him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Immediately, two identical figures shot toward Mr. A at incredible speed, alternating their positions to confuse him. Based on the intelligence available, it was suspected that the enemy had an immortal body, but the extent of this immortality needed to be tested. Thoughts raced through Minato's mind as he quickly devised a plan, launching special kunai alongside his shadow clones. The kunai rained down like a storm, enveloping Mr. A from all directions. Another flying thunder god. Didn't I say that move doesn't work on me anymore? Mr. A shook his head in disappointment, his interest waning. Then, a crazed smile spread across his face. Is that all you've got? Minato Namikaze, make it more exciting for me. I named this move, Flying Thunder God, Raise Non-Flash Ultra Rotation Roar, 3rd Style. In an instant, a flash of yellow light appeared. Before the flickering yellow light, even the sound seemed to lag behind. Using the countless special kunai shot from around, 2 figures moved swiftly in the small space, like flashes of light weaving a net of light that continuously shrank. Konoha's yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, reached the peak of his speed in an instant, making it impossible for the naked eye to catch his movements. Countless deep wounds kept appearing on Mr. A's body. His flesh was being sliced away inch by inch. Minato seemed to wield the most delicate scalpel, skillfully cutting into Mr. A over and over again. This was nothing less than 1,000 cuts. In the blink of an eye, Mr. A was reduced to a horrific sight, bloodied and exposing his white bones. Suddenly, Mr. A opened his mouth and let out a piercing scream. Feel the voice of the true creator, rap, you weak humans. Chapter 198, Dark Saint. Ah. The sound waves hit like a solid force, creating ripples in the air. Dozens of shurikens were swept away by the waves, but what was more terrifying was the scream that seemed to pierce the very soul. It felt like a burning iron stirring in his mind, and standing close by, Minato Namikaze experienced excruciating pain, as if his nerves were being ripped apart. The madness echoing in his mind made him clutch his head in agony, causing him to lose his balance and roll away on the ground. Looking at Mr. A approaching him, Minato tried several times to get up, but the madness within his soul held him paralyzed. What on earth is this? As a ninja, he was supposed to stay calm at all times, but the bizarre situation he faced was incomprehensible. This is the Lord's gift. Mr. A spoke reverently of the Lord he mentioned, grinning as he said, Minato Namikaze, don't worry. Soon, you will become just like me. He slowly raised his hand, and flesh flew toward Minato like tentacles. It's over. Minato's eyes filled with despair. He knew what would happen if he were touched. Water style, spiral water blade. A torrent of water spun down from above at high speed. Boom. The massive wave formed a tornado, its terrifying rotation ripping Mr. A apart. Chunks of flesh scattered in the water, flowing like a river of blood. A man in blue armor, with silver hair and red eyes, landed on the rushing water like a savior. Are you alright, Minato? Second Hokage. Minato's expression changed from hell to heaven in an instant. I can't believe it's you who saved me. I suddenly sensed your chakra from the village, Tobirama Senju said, arms crossed and a fierce aura surrounding him. Who is this guy? Why is he here? Lord Second Hokage, please be careful. Minato suddenly realized and quickly warned, he calls himself Mr. A from the Aurora Order. He came to Konoha to retrieve the Fourth Hokage's body left by Danzo. His abilities include immortality, control over flesh, consuming others' bodies, attacking souls, and moving through shadows. Goodness, this is unbelievable. Tobirama's lips twitched, and he slowly lowered his arms, his expression serious. Are you sure you're not joking? I'm not. Minato Namikaze looked bitter and nodded heavily. Moreover, sealing techniques are ineffective against this guy. He seems to lack chakra and chakra pathway. Another troublemaker. Mr. A, who had been shattered by the water, suddenly reappeared intact and roared fiercely, Why? Why do you keep interrupting me, over and over again? Seeing this, Tobirama Senju finally had to believe it, his expression serious. The Aurora Order is truly a terrifying organization. Is it you? The one who dares to disturb me? Mr. A's gaze locked onto the white-haired man, killing intent swirling in his blood-red eyes. I will kill. Before he could finish, a flash of light passed by, and his head was severed from his body. Tobirama's figure suddenly appeared behind him, his kunai dripping with blood. You talk too much. It was only when Mr. A's head rolled on the ground that he realized what had happened. Anger surged on his face. Do you think this can kill me? Bang. Tobirama, tired of listening to his nonsense, kicked him. He then said nonchalantly, Oh, what now? I'd like to see what you can do without your head. Mr. A's head was kicked like a soccer ball, flying dozens of meters away until it got stuck in a low tree, his blood-red eyes glaring as if he wanted to kill the second Hokage. Beside him, Minato was stunned, not expecting it to be so easy. However, even if he knew what to do, his current Flying Thunder God technique wasn't fast enough to match Tobirama's speed, so he couldn't replicate it. It really is as I suspected, Tobirama remarked, looking at the unmoving body beside him. Without the control of a brain, even with an immortal body, you cannot move freely. You bastard. Mr. A's eyes looked like they wanted to swallow him whole. Now, we can talk. Senju Tobirama's tone was indifferent as he coldly stated, Tell me when Danzo joined you, and about the personnel, abilities, and goals of your Aurora Order. Hey, do you think I would tell you? Mr. A sneered, his face full of disdain. Even though he had only a head left, he showed no signs of panic. Not willing to speak. This reaction wasn't surprising. Senju Tobirama remained calm and said, "That's fine. I have many ways to make you talk." Interrogation is one of the essential skills for Jonin, and coincidentally, he excelled in this area. After all, he had researched so many forbidden techniques, surely, there were a couple that could be used for interrogation. In terms of Konoha's torture system, he could be considered its pioneer. With countless forbidden techniques in Konoha, the second Hokage accounted for half of them. This wasn't a joke. Senju Tobirama raised his hand, ready to press it against Mr. A's head, intending to use a soul-binding technique to extract memories from his mind. However, at that moment, a sense of extreme danger sounded in his mind. Whoosh! Instinctively, Senju Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique to move away. Who? He sensed an unfamiliar presence and looked over with a hint of caution. There, a figure cloaked in black, shrouded in mystery, was slowly approaching them. Though the person moved slowly, there was an eerie feeling of detachment from reality. Just moments ago, they were over 100 meters away, but suddenly, they appeared beside Mr. A's head, reaching out to grab his skull while continuing to walk over. Danger. Extreme danger. Although he had already died and went to the Pure Land, as a reanimated body, Senju Tobirama felt a hint of death's fear emanating from the figure. "Nice to meet you, everyone from Konoha." The figure tossed Mr. A's head aside and said in a hoarse voice, "There's no need to be tense, I'm just here to collect something my subordinate left behind." Saint. It was hard to imagine that Mr. A, who had just been arrogant and overconfident, was now showing deep fear on his face. From his eyes, Minato Namikaze could see overwhelming dread and terror. Clearly, this newly appeared mysterious figure was far more terrifying in both status and identity. "Who are you?" Tobirama Senju took a defensive stance, not daring to relax even a little. "Let me introduce myself." The mysterious person referred to as the Saint said calmly, "I am one of the 3 saints of the Aurora Order. You can call me the Dark Saint." Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Find You. Destroy You. Suddenly, a mysterious person appeared, claiming to be one of the 3 great saints of the Aurora Order, known as the Dark Saint. In just one sentence, he revealed a lot of information. Combining this with previous intel, a rough outline quickly formed in Minato Namikaze's mind. The Aurora Order was a highly mysterious organization that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, shrouded in mystery. Its founding date was unknown, the number of members was unknown, and its goals were unknown. The only information currently known was that this group believed in the true creator, acted in extreme and bizarre ways, and resembled a cult. The known main members included the Dark Saint, Mr. A, and Danzo. "Lord Saint, please wait a moment longer," Mr. A said. Holding his recently healed head, Mr. A bowed deeply like a child who had done something wrong. Just moments ago, Mr. A had been arrogant and almost mad. Now, in front of the Dark Saint, he appeared extremely flustered. Even his tone carried a hint of deep fear, showcasing a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, giving off an absurd feeling. It seemed that the Dark Saint of the Aurora Order was not as easygoing as he appeared. Noticing that Minato had quietly gripped his kunai, seemingly planning to make a sudden attack while the other side was distracted, Tobirama Senju immediately shot him a glance, forcefully stopping his actions. His lips silently moved a few times. From his lip movements, Minato read the message, "Don't act recklessly." Clearly, even the reanimated Tobirama felt significant pressure facing the mysterious Dark Saint. It seemed that the Dark Saint did not notice their small gestures. He extended his hand as if petting a pet, rubbing Mr. A's head. In a voice almost filled with pity, he softly said, "You really disappoint me." The temperature of that hand felt entirely unnatural, cold and rigid, amplifying Mr. A's fear. Cold sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead as his voice trembled uncontrollably. "Lord Saint, please give me a little more time. I promise." Don't interrupt me," the Dark Saint softly stopped him, saying coolly, "If you can't even handle such a small matter, then what value do you have?" I. Mr. A's forehead veins bulged as if he were enduring immense pressure, struggling to form a complete sentence. "Since you did something wrong, you need to be punished." The Dark Saint spoke calmly, as if it were just a casual conversation. However, as the words fell, Mr. A's body began to swell rapidly, like an inflated balloon. He became so bloated that he looked like a grotesque mass of flesh, his skin stretched to its limits and becoming slightly transparent, revealing his insides. Ah. Extreme pain twisted Mr. A's face, and fear filled his eyes, but he couldn't utter a single word. This shocking scene once again left Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato stunned by the bizarre methods of the Aurora Order. In the next moment, Mr. A, swollen to his limit, exploded with a loud bang. Boom. Thick, sticky blood and flesh sprayed out, staining the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Every place touched by Mr. A's blood and flesh seemed to rot, with large patches of grass and plants withering and turning yellow. The ground cracked and dried up, as if all life had been drained away. Looking at the blood-red area devoid of life, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, who had escaped early using the Flying Thunder God technique, were filled with fear. Although that guy didn't seem human, after exploding like that, he should be dead, right? But this thought was quickly shattered. Because Minato saw the Dark Saint holding Mr. A's head in his hand. From a normal person's perspective, having only a head left would mean certain death. But the problem was, that guy wasn't normal, he couldn't even be considered a human. Mr. A, with just his head remaining, moved his eyelids and showed a relieved expression. Thank you for sparing me, Lord Saint. This time, it was just a small lesson. The Dark Saint, holding Mr. A's head, said calmly, next time, you should know what the result will be. Yes, yes. Mr. A assured in terror, there definitely won't be a next time, Lord Saint. After seemingly settling a small matter, the Dark Saint turned his gaze back to the two nervous figures. Sorry for the delay, we can get down to business now. Just as Minato Namikaze was about to make a move, Tobirama Senju raised his hand to stop him. What does your Aurora Order want with the Fourth Hokage's body? Though confused, Tobirama decided to hold back his impulse to attack, trusting his instincts. I can't answer that question. The Dark Saint's eyes, hidden under his black cloak, scanned them one by one. Time is very precious, so the thing I hate most is wasting it. Despite his calm tone, the intensity of his gaze sent a jolt through both men. In an instant, it felt as if they were facing a mythical dragon. The immense pressure struck at their souls, making them feel a deep-seated fear. Under the force of that overwhelming will, their minds and spirits were tossed about like leaves in a storm, leaving them trembling and frozen in place. As the pressure grew heavier, Tobirama realized they could no longer wait. He forced himself to break free from the restraint and shouted, "Let's go." Using the coordinates they had set up in advance, the two of them instantly vanished from their spot. Water style, great exploding water wave. Tons of water surged forward, creating massive waves that crashed down with immense pressure. At the same time, using the cover of the water, Tobirama and Minato formed a pincer attack, charging in from the east and west. Flying Thunder God Slash. Raiznan. Facing the two-pronged assault, the Dark Saint stood still, his eyes lowered. Just as Tobirama's kunai and Minato's Raiznan were about to hit him, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth, exploding like a storm. Mind Dragon Breath. Like the breath of a giant dragon from a myth, it swept over the two of them in an instant. Wave after wave of overwhelming mental impact struck, causing Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju to bleed from their orifices, their minds in a daze. The pain of their minds being torn apart made it impossible to focus, everything in front of them was blurry. In this haze, on the verge of fainting, Minato struggled to maintain his last shred of consciousness. He lifted his head to look at the approaching Dark Saint, desperately trying to open his eyes wider to see what kind of face lay beneath that black robe. But unfortunately, until the very end, he couldn't make out the Dark Saint's features. Before losing consciousness, the last thought that flashed through his mind was, the Aurora Order, this won't end here. I will definitely find you. I will destroy you. The seed of hatred took root in his heart, sprouting and growing stronger. Chapter 200, All Members Gathering. IWA Shinobi Village. Umbu from Konoha delivered a letter. The message was simple and direct, go to Konoha Village at the agreed time to discuss the war compensation. Please tell the first Hokage and the second Hokage that I will definitely come. Anoki remained calm, sitting high up as he observed the Umbu from Konoha. That short sword and your white hair, your White Fang's son, aren't you? The messenger was Kakashi. His distinctive silver hair and the short sword on his back made him instantly recognizable. Yes. Kakashi's voice was hoarse, and his emotions showed no signs of fluctuation. Since his father's death and the incidents with Uchiha Obito's betrayal, Rin's suicide, and witnessing the higher-ups' cover-ups, he had become emotionally numb. White Fang's sun is starting to shine, Anoki mused as he looked at the young Kakashi, reminded of White Fang himself. Lord Tsuchikage, do you have any other business? Kakashi's gaze was cold, the pain of war having sealed off his heart. Oh, right. Anoki leaned forward, his gaze intense as he asked, I heard that your fourth Hokage was assassinated by Danzo. At the mention of Obito, Kakashi's emotions surged, anger flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fists. What a pity, a once-in-a-generation genius dead like this. Although Anoki said this, there was no hint of sympathy on his face, only a glimmer of schadenfreude. If you need it, IWA Shinobi Village can help. No need. Kakashi suppressed his anger, his voice strained. This is Konoha's problem, we don't need help from other ninja villages. Well, fine then, Anoki replied, somewhat disappointed. He genuinely wanted to help. After watching Kakashi leave, the men beside him, Kitsuchi, couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Father, we clearly lost the war, but why do you look so unbothered?" "Hey, why should I be sad?" Inoki smiled cryptically. "Even though we lost, Konoha didn't win either." "Konoha didn't win?" Kitsuchi was confused, his face showing puzzlement. "Father, Konoha clearly won. Why would you say they didn't? Did they win?" "Ha ha ha." Inoki laughed loudly, his feet slowly lifting off the ground as he gazed deeply into the distance. "You're wrong, Kitsuchi. Konoha didn't just lose, they lost very badly." "Father, I still don't understand." Kitsuchi shook his head, looking confused. "Kitsuchi, you need to know that sometimes, even if you win a war, it doesn't mean you've truly won." Inoki smirked and continued, "The Third Great Ninja War has already severely weakened Konoha. The Uchiha clan was nearly wiped out, and their numbers have dwindled to almost nothing. For at least the next 20 years, they won't be able to restore their former glory." After a pause, he added, "Considering the policies of Konoha's previous Hokages, that timeline is likely to be pushed back even further." "I see now. I understand your meaning, Father," Kitsuchi said, quickly grasping Inoki's point. "That genius from the Uchiha clan is also dead. Konoha is currently lacking in talent. Even though they won the war, they won't be able to recover for a long time." "Exactly." Inoki, like a cunning old fox, squinted his eyes and said, "Moreover, I just tested the response of Konoha's Umbu, and it was quite interesting." "Interesting?" Kitsuchi scratched his head, feeling that there was something more to Inoki's words, but he couldn't figure it out. "Forget it." Seeing his son's cluelessness, Inoki sighed in frustration. "The strongest things often start to break down from within. Do you understand?" I think I get it, but maybe not completely." Kitsuchi lowered his head awkwardly, unable to meet his father's gaze. Inoki was about to scold him further when he noticed an ancient oil lamp beside him, which had dimly lit up. His expression suddenly changed, and he swallowed his words, saying seriously, "I need to deal with something. Don't let anyone in, understand?" "Yes, father." Relieved to escape the scolding, Kitsuchi quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and exited. Once he confirmed that no one would disturb him, Inoki cautiously picked up the ancient oil lamp and moved to a secret room. Taking a deep breath, he ignited the wick of the lamp. Whoosh! A blue flame flared up, illuminating the secret room brightly. Soon, Inoki's consciousness detached from his body, feeling as if he were swimming in an ocean, passing over countless floating islands and sinking deeper into the ocean's depths. Inside a grand and majestic cathedral, column after column supported the domed ceiling. In front of a massive cross made of piled bones stood an ancient bronze long table, mottled with age. Shadowy figures gradually appeared in their seats. The other members of the Twilight Hermit Order looked at the hazy figures, and Inoki felt a bit nervous, his eyes reflecting a hint of vigilance. The others felt similarly, eyeing each other warily, trying to catch small details that might reveal each other's identities. Everyone was observing one another, and they all silently agreed to keep quiet. "Good afternoon, everyone," Uchiha Sogetsu broke the silence first, his tone devoid of emotion. "We have some newcomers here, you can introduce yourselves." "It's good to see you again, Mr. Adam." Inoki bowed his head respectfully and then turned to the others to introduce himself. "You can call me Rock." A code name, this was a good choice. Orochimaru smiled playfully. "Rock? No hiding that. A ninja from the Rock Village, I presume." He pressed his lips together, gazing at Rock meaningfully, and said, "You can call me Higginbana, Spider Lily. Higginbana, symbolizing the eternal cycle of life and death, which was what he longed for the most." "I'm called White," said White Fang, not bothering to think of a code name, he simply stated one. "Paper Crane," Conan said after some thought, choosing a name that reflected her characteristics. "Now that everyone knows each other, let's move on to the next item," Uchiha Sogetsu said, leaning back in his chair, relaxed and lazy, his tone light. "It's nice to see you again, Mr. Adam." Orochimaru slowly stood up, bowed, and then sat back down. "A lot has happened recently, but I believe there's something you need to know." Uchiha Sogetsu raised a finger slightly, indicating for him to continue. Orochimaru took a long time to find the right words in his mind before he spoke in a deep voice. The fourth Hokage of Konoha was assassinated by Danzo and hung in a strange manner. His body was taken by an organization called the Aurora Order, and the one who attacked claimed to be one of the 3 saints of the Aurora Order, known as the Dark Saint. I wonder if any of you have heard of this organization. Such an intense start. Inoki was taken aback, then realized that the Higginbana might be someone from Konoha. The way the other party spoke showed they knew a lot about Konoha and had no intention of hiding it, which was quite intriguing. "I don't know," said Conan, shaking her head. "I've never heard of this organization." "Sorry, I also have no information about the Aurora Order," Inoki replied, shaking his head. If necessary, I can help you investigate. Ha, the Aurora Order. At that moment, Uchiha Sogetsu suddenly chuckled, drawing everyone's attention. Mr. Adam, do you know them? Orochimaru's heart raced as he looked at him with urgency and asked cautiously, this Aurora Order is quite mysterious. According to what Konoha knows, it seems to believe in an evil god called the True Creator. One of its members is suspected to be immortal. True Creator. Uchiha Sogetsu's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. It should be called the Fallen Creator instead. Chapter 201, Chapter 201, The Original Creator and the Fallen Creator. The Fallen Creator. The term, almost blasphemous, accompanied by undisguised mockery, left everyone stunned. Hearing the name, the Fallen Creator, caused a wave of unease to wash over the group, as if it carried an ominous aura. In the silence, the group exchanged glances, each seeing deep shock reflected in the other's eyes. They didn't know much about the Creator, most of their knowledge came from Adam. According to him, the original Creator was the one who shaped the world but fell into a death-like slumber after being betrayed, waiting for the next awakening. But now, aside from the original Creator, there was also a Fallen Creator. Mr. Adam, you seem familiar with this Fallen Creator. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with desire, his fingers subconsciously clenched, and his voice trembled slightly as he asked. He was extremely curious. Not for Konoha, and not for Uchiha Sogetsu. It was pure curiosity, a thirst for knowledge, an insatiable desire to uncover the hidden truths of the world. I knew him once, but not anymore. Uchiha Sogetsu's ambiguous answer only fueled the group's imagination. Unlike Orochimaru's evident desire, White Fang appeared indifferent, while Conan was slightly surprised. Only Inoki caught the tone in Adam's voice, calm, composed, and utterly unbothered. What was Adam's true identity? To speak of another creator with such a quality, even mockery, was chilling for Inoki, sending cold sweat down his back. No, he couldn't think about it any further. He swallowed hard, forcing his mind to stop spiraling. Just then, Inoki felt a faint, superior gaze directed at him. Rock, you seem rather tense. Uchiha Sogetsu's playful tone only deepened Inoki's suspicions. No, Lord Adam, Inoki said, not daring to lift his head, forcing a strained smile. It's just, hearing about a fallen creator for the first time, it's a bit shocking. Oh, really? Uchiha Sogetsu chuckled softly. Through his spirit vision, he saw the turmoil within Inoki's heart. Forget it, none of this matters. With his head lowered, Inoki felt a wave of relief as the gaze that had been fixated on him finally shifted away. By the way, the next time you encounter that group, you'd better be cautious, Uchiha Sogetsu said slowly, with a hint of deeper meaning. Especially when you see the figures of the hanged giant or the eyes behind the shadow veil. Whatever you do, do not look directly at them. Otherwise, it would be akin to gazing upon a god, and I trust you understand the implications of that. Inoki nodded, still shaken. He had once briefly experienced such a gaze, and the pain was something he could never forget. However, when the term hanged giant reached Orochimaru's ears, it sparked a sudden realization. He quickly asked, Mr. Adam, when Uchiha Sogetsu was murdered, Danzo deliberately arranged his corpse to resemble a hanged figure. Is there a deeper meaning behind this? Uchiha Sogetsu lightly tapped his finger on the table, a faint smile on his lips, and uttered four simple words, a summoning ritual. A summoning ritual. These words struck everyone like a heavy boulder, causing shockwaves to ripple through their hearts. Mr. Adam, the summoning ritual you're referring to, could it mean? Inoki's eyes widened, his mouth dry, and his voice trembled with fear. The others, too, seemed to draw a terrifying conclusion from the mention of the summoning ritual. It's exactly what it sounds like, Uchiha Sogetsu continued, observing the shift in their emotions. He then dropped another bombshell. If the summoning ritual succeeds, the fallen creator will be able to break free from the seal and descend upon this world once more. Damn, it's really that serious. Inoki almost cursed out loud, feeling his blood pressure spike. Mr. Adam, if the fallen creator descends, what will happen? Probably destruction, Uchiha Sogetsu responded calmly, his tone indifferent, as if the destruction of the world didn't matter to him. That one word, destruction, weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Conan clenched her fists, her voice low and firm. We have to stop the Aurora Order. We cannot let them succeed. Agreed. Inoki looked towards Higginbana, Red Spider Lily, and said in a resolute tone, I refuse to let a fallen creator destroy our world. Agreed. White Fang's words carried a chilling, murderous intent. Although he didn't care much about the world, he did care about Kakashi, so he had to stop the Aurora Order. At that moment, Orochimaru's gaze accidentally fell on a pure white cross standing within the corpse cathedral, right behind Adam. Wait, is that a cross? Staring at the cross, a thought flashed through Orochimaru's mind like a bolt of lightning, causing his pupils to contract sharply. The fallen creator. The original creator. Crosses, inverted positions, fallen, original, truth, countless thoughts erupted in his mind like thunder, boiling over and exploding. Orochimaru shuddered violently, as if he had stumbled upon some truth. That guy seems to have discovered something. Inoki, ever perceptive, quickly noticed the sudden, intense fluctuation in Higanbana's emotions. Mr. Adam, forgive my rudeness. Orochimaru was well aware that by asking this question, there was a high chance he would die. But driven by his thirst for knowledge and desire to explore, he just wanted to know the truth of the world, to uncover the secrets hidden behind the unknown. This feeling was irresistible, even if it meant certain death. He gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength, and asked the question, is there some kind of connection between the original creator and the fallen creator? Inoki, Konan, and White Fang all turned their shocked gazes toward him. Has he lost his mind? Although everyone had their own suspicions, to actually speak it out loud was basically a death wish. Tap. 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 The sound of tapping on the long bronze table echoed softly. Yet, each tap felt like a massive drum pounding heavily on everyone's hearts, an invisible pressure, like a mountain, filling the corpse cathedral. Inoki was inwardly filled with regret, even blaming that reckless fool for dragging them into this mess. After a moment of suffocating silence, Uchiha Sogetsu slowly spoke. After the original creator was betrayed and fell into a deep slumber, two great wills emerged from within him. As he spoke, it felt as though everyone's thoughts were drifting along with his voice, carried by endless waves, traversing through time and space, back to the ancient legends. Two wills, each holding different authorities. One of these wills, filled with the negative personalities of all beings, became the embodiment of extreme emotions. As a result, it went completely mad and planned to devour the world created by the creator, bringing everything back to one, and thus becoming the true, original creator, both all and one. Now, it was clear. Everything was clear. Orochimaru suddenly understood, he finally grasped the truth. Beside him, Inoki revealed a look of, just as I thought. His guesses had been correct. Adam was one of the two wills born from the original creator, a genuine divine being. Inside the cathedral. Everyone was shocked by the truth they had just learned. From the fragmented information, they had pieced together a startling fact. However, before they could fully process that Adam was indeed the will of the original creator, Uchiha Sogetsu, seated at the head of the table, dropped another bombshell. I gathered all of you here this time for another matter. Uchiha Sogetsu tapped his index finger lightly on the table, pulling everyone out of their shock and back to reality. He lowered his gaze slightly, his tone calm as he said, the Blasphemy Slate, which records the pathway of the gods, has reappeared. Chapter 202, Pathways. The Pathway of God. The Blasphemy Slate. Although Adam spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing something trivial, his words stirred up a storm in the hearts of everyone present. Mr. Adam, may I ask? Orochimaru's throat was dry, his eyes bloodshot, and his entire demeanor was filled with an intense excitement mixed with a hint of longing. He had a vague idea, but he wasn't sure. The abnormal reaction of Higanbana immediately caught Inoki's attention. This old fox was incredibly sharp. Just from a few subtle actions and changes in tone, he managed to piece together a guess. Does this guy know something? Orochimaru quickly realized his own lapse, taking a few deep breaths to suppress the desire bubbling within him. He licked his dry lips, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, Mr. Adam, what do you mean by the pathway of God? It's exactly what it sounds like. Uchiha Sogetsu let out a light chuckle before speaking in a meaningful tone. The pathway of God is a means to transcend the limits of life through specific rituals and methods, ultimately achieving godhood. Just two simple words, yet they weighed like a mountain. It felt as if even the void itself was trembling, like a vast ocean pouring down, the immense pressure crashing down on everyone, crushing their fragile bodies and minds. Becoming a god, such a blasphemous term. To ascend to a higher plane of existence, crossing an insurmountable chasm, thus attaining godhood. No wonder it was called the Blasphemy Slate. Orochimaru forced himself to remain calm, his fingers digging tightly into his palms. Even as his nails pierced his skin, he felt no pain, only a feverish intensity burning in his eyes. He was right. It was exactly as he had guessed. Only now did he finally realize how ridiculous his previous thoughts had been. It was like a frog at the bottom of a well, staring up at a small patch of sky, foolishly believing it to be the entire world. Little did it know, the vastness of the world was beyond what a mere frog could ever imagine. This was what he should have been pursuing all along. The pursuit of mere immortality paled in comparison to the allure of godhood. In an instant, he cast aside the idea of eternal life like a worthless trinket. He forced himself to lower his head, fearful of displeasing that one, and glanced at the reactions of the others out of the corner of his eye. As expected, everyone was in the same state as he was, immersed in extreme fervor. For a moment, the vast, empty chapel was filled only with the sound of heavy breathing. If one could glimpse into the islands of their minds, they would see wave after wave of overwhelming shock, with their thoughts crashing like splashing water, unending and restless. After a long moment, the desire that had been ignited gradually subsided. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Adam," Inoki was the first to react, apologizing for his earlier outburst. "What you just said truly shocked us." "Mr. Adam, I apologize for any embarrassment," Conan said softly, pressing her hand against her chest. She felt her racing heart and a bright light sparked in her eyes as she thought of Yuhiko, Nagato's parents, and her own parents. Perhaps they would have another chance to meet again. "Mr. Adam. Do you mean that even ordinary people like us can? Orochimaru clenched his fists, his palms slick with sweat. He had never felt so tense, fearing that the answer he received could drag him from paradise into hell. "No need to be nervous, take your time," Sogetsu said calmly. His clear, pure gaze emitted a warm, gentle aura, penetrating into the hearts of others, allowing the tense Orochimaru to calm down. I never expected to have such a shameful day." "I apologize for the spectacle, Mr. Adam," Orochimaru said, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his face. Once he composed himself, he stood and bowed to show his respect. After sitting down, he collected his thoughts and asked, "The pathway of the gods you mentioned, can it allow us, the mortals, to step into forbidden territory?" "Yes," Sogetsu replied casually. With the positive response, Orochimaru tightly clenched his fists. His eyes filled with desire and fervor, and a smile slowly spread across his face, his long tongue licking his lips. "Mr. Adam, can the pathway of the gods be used by multiple people?" Conan cautiously glanced at Rock, Higanbana, and White and posed the most crucial question. At her words, the others' gazes turned cold. Immediately, the atmosphere grew tense, and their eyes exchanged wary and hostile glances. There was only one blasphemy slate. So, correspondingly, there was only one slot available. Orochimaru rubbed his fingers together, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile as he thought, "You all think you can compete with me?" "Heh." White lowered his head, hiding his thoughts. Conan seemed to sense the tension in the air. Her small fists were slightly clenched, her big eyes wide open, and her teeth lightly bit her lip as she thought, "I will not miss this opportunity." On the other hand, the cunning Inoki furrowed his brows, looking confused at the position of Adam. He couldn't understand the man's intentions. The importance of the pathway of the gods was undeniable, the allure of becoming a god was tempting for everyone present. No one wanted to give up that chance. But the problem was, there was only one blasphemy slate. There were 4 of them present. Could it be that Adam wanted them to fight for this single opportunity? Inoki silently shook his head, dismissing that thought. Such an obvious and crude tactic couldn't possibly be the intention of a god. Moreover, Adam had gathered them, and it wouldn't just be for them to kill each other over a blasphemy slate. There must be a secret behind all this that they didn't know. Suddenly, Inoki chuckled, drawing the attention of the others. He spoke slowly, "Everyone really doesn't need to be so nervous or view each other with hostility." "Oh." Orochimaru squinted, a cold smile creeping onto his face. "Mr. Rock seems to have a new perspective." "I wouldn't dare say that, it's just a small guess." Inoki smiled slightly and continued, "We are fortunate to be favored by fate and to sit here together under Mr. Adam's guidance. As for the pathway of the gods on the blasphemy slate, I believe there's no need for everyone to be anxious." "What do you mean?" Conan furrowed her brows and asked. "Actually, if we calm down, we can understand." Inoki glanced up respectfully at the high seat, bowing as a sign of respect. "Mr. Adam, since you mentioned the pathway of the gods, you must have anticipated everything. So I believe, the blasphemy slate should allow more than one person to become a god." After saying this, he paused, not daring to meet Adam's gaze. He lowered his head and respectfully asked, "Mr. Adam, am I right?" At that moment, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. Yes, if it could only allow one person to become a god, wouldn't that encourage them to kill each other? Mr. Adam gathered everyone to join the Twilight Hermit Order for a much nobler reason. He would never use such lowly means, nor would he allow them to fight among themselves. Thinking back on how everyone acted earlier, they suddenly realized that throughout it all, Adam had been silent. Even the sound of him tapping on the table had stopped at some point. Though shrouded in ambiguity, his downward gaze held a hint of disappointment. Conan and Orochimaru immediately lowered their heads, sweat streaming down their cheeks. They nervously stood up and bowed, asking for Adam's forgiveness. They understood that their earlier petty desires and actions had disappointed this lofty figure. "I'm glad you can recognize your mistakes," Uchiha Sogetsu thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied. He had originally intended to stop it himself, but he didn't expect Inoki to step in, which turned out to be more effective. Watching the group regain their composure, Uchiha Sogetsu leisurely spoke, "Now, let's answer the first question. The Blasphemy Slate records a total of 22 God pathways. He then straightened his posture slightly. With his words laced with awe, a storm of emotion surged through the vast corpse cathedral, booming like thunder and shaking every inch of the void. Fool. Door. Error. Visionary. Tyrant. White Tower. Sun. Hanged Man. Moon. Mother. Death. Darkness. Twilight Giant. Red Priest. Demoness. Black Emperor. Justiciar. Abyss. Chained. Hermit. Paragon. Wheel of Fortune. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, The Beginning of an Era. In the majestic and grand corpse cathedral, an invisible pressure surged like a tidal wave, impacting everyone's minds. Every word spoken by Adam carried a higher-level power, causing the surrounding void to ripple with countless waves. The text symbolizing the pathway of the gods seemed to transcend dimensions, appearing in a more direct form deep within everyone's minds. 22 radiant symbols were imprinted in the void, shining brilliantly. With just a fleeting glance, most couldn't comprehend the profound meaning behind the 22 symbols. The complex knowledge, filled with mysterious divine authorities, was forcefully poured into Orochimaru's mind. Buzz. Orochimaru felt as if he had been struck hard, his brain going blank as if it had crashed. However, he wasn't the only greedy one. The symbols, imbued with divine authorities, were nearly irresistible to everyone. Even knowing there could be consequences, curiosity drove them to widen their eyes and gaze at the symbols, trying to uncover their secrets. The result was, of course, predictable. Daring to look directly at the symbols filled with divine authorities felt like being thrown into a burning star. The intense light seemed ready to consume their very souls. Seeing the right moment, Uchiha Sogetsu slightly bent his index finger and tapped the bronze table, sending a gentle and soothing mental force outwards. Come. The sound of the tap was like a bell tolling at dawn and dusk. Those on the verge of mental collapse were wrapped in a gentle power, awakening them in an instant. When they opened their eyes again, the 22 symbols had vanished, and the turbulent void of the corpse cathedral returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Do not look directly at the symbols, Uchiha Sogetsu said, his gaze downcast. In a warning tone, he continued, those symbols represent the pinnacle of the pathway of the gods. They contain a trace of divine authority. If a mortal gazes for too long, their mind and soul will be eroded and extinguished, possibly even distorted. Is it dangerous? Yes, it's very dangerous, but it can't stop the yearning within everyone's hearts. Just now, the overwhelming desire to merge with something that transcends life itself surged from the depths of their souls. Orochimaru felt like a moth, fully aware that the flame ahead would burn him to ashes, yet he still wanted to dive headfirst into the fire. Mr. Adam, if we find the Blasphemy Slate, can we? Orochimaru licked his lips, his throat dry as he said, what I mean is, will we have the chance to choose one of the pathways? His words resonated with the others. They all cast their eager gazes toward the high-ranking figure, Adam. Sure. Adam chuckled softly and shifted into a more relaxed posture. His demeanor suggested that he didn't take the 22 divine pathways seriously at all. However, don't get too excited just yet. Before the others could celebrate, he continued, you're not the only one searching for the Blasphemy Slate. And the Blasphemy Slate is born from the original creator, remains. Uchiha Sogetsu rested his chin on his hand, lazily sitting in his chair, and said, each pathway contains different authorities, symbolizing a part of the original creator. However, due to various issues, the Blasphemy Slate shattered and scattered across the world, so gathering them all won't be easy. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was taken aback and blurted out, the Aurora Order. After all, aside from the Aurora Order, no one else would likely know about the existence of the Blasphemy Slate, let alone compete with them for it. It seems we have to find the Blasphemy Slate before the Aurora Order does. Anoki felt a sudden weight of pressure. They now had an additional reason to stop the Aurora Order. They needed to prevent the summoning ritual and seize the Blasphemy Slate to completely thwart the Aurora Order's conspiracy. Knock, knock. Uchiha Sogetsu lightly tapped the table and looked at everyone. I hereby issue you a task in my name. Everyone listened attentively. Find the Blasphemy Slate. Uchiha Sogetsu's voice echoed through the corpse cathedral. As a reward, you may choose one of the pathways for yourselves. Bang. Bang. Orochimaru's eyes widened. He felt like he could hear the loud thumping of his own heart. Earlier, Adam had said he didn't mind their choice of pathway, but just a symbol had nearly torn his soul apart. What would a Blasphemy Slate do? So, if they wanted to embark on the pathway of the gods, they definitely needed Adam's help. At this moment, it felt like their opportunity had finally arrived. As long as they found the Blasphemy Slate and handed it over to Adam, they would gain a pathway. Understood, Mr. Adam, everyone said in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Uchiha Sogetsu smiled slightly. Thus, the waves of this new era quietly stirred, creating a small ripple. And long after this moment, that small ripple would transform into a massive wave, swallowing the entire era. Let's end today's gathering here, Uchiha Sogetsu announced, having achieved the desired effect. I was born to be burdened, he sighed, rubbing his forehead as he raised his hand. With the power to manipulate dreams, he watched as the Grand Corpse Cathedral began to collapse. Black mist surged in like a tide, quickly engulfing the entire dream. The cathedral, once stacked with bones, was reduced to ruins. A dark and corrupted atmosphere filled the shattered remains. Hanging upside down from a massive cross was a giant with a single red eye, bound by chains. Uchiha Sogetsu, draped in a black cloak, emanated an ominous aura. That should do it, he said, surveying the surroundings. He nodded in satisfaction. It was time for the second act. Moments later. In the ruined wasteland, a figure appeared, Mr. A. At first glance, he saw a figure draped in a black robe, surrounded by shadows. As they moved, several crimson eyes seemed to flow within, exuding a sense of filth and corruption, as if they could devour everything like an abyss. Subordinate pays respects to you, Dark Saint. After waking up, Mr. A immediately knelt on the ground. May I ask why you summoned me? What are your orders? Adam is on the move. Uchiha Sogetsu's voice was extremely hoarse, sharp like gravel, hinting at a madness within. Just now, my lord has decreed a great will. The Blasphemy Slate has appeared. Go find it and bring it back. Saint, what is the Blasphemy Slate? Mr. A paused for a moment, looking confused as he asked. The Blasphemy Slate was born from the remains of original creator. Uchiha Sogetsu spread his arms wide, his tone rising sharply, filled with excitement. The tablet records the 22 pathways of the gods. The hope for my lord's revival lies within it, so the Aurora Order must obtain it. Do you understand? Understood, Saint. A wide, exaggerated grin split across Mr. A's face, his eyes gleaming with a mad, blood-red light. Chapter 204, Jiggan's Bizarre Adventure. A tree. A giant tree that reaches high into the clouds. Its twisted roots sprawled like monsters coiling through the earth, spreading wildly and causing the extinction of all living things in their path. The thick trunk spiraled upward, deeply penetrating the clouds, and at the very top bloomed a massive flower bud. What is this place? Uchiha Hikari pressed her forehead, feeling dazed as if she had been struck on the head. She looked around at her strange and eerie surroundings, feeling confused and lost. Fragments of memory flickered like a strobe light. That's right. I lost. Suddenly, Uchiha Hikari recalled that while investigating a monk named Jiggan, she had inadvertently exposed her location and was forced to engage in battle. Who was she? She was Uchiha Hikari, a genius Uchiha. Born in an era filled with powerful clans, she could slaughter shinobi like they were nothing. Even the Senju clan had fallen to her blades. A wandering monk, no matter how skilled, wasn't worth her attention. Besides, she had her strongest trump card, the eye technique, Shinen no Shomei, which could control anyone. Yet, the reality was that she had lost terribly. The monk's methods were incredibly strange. The black staff he summoned could suppress chakra and could grow or shrink at will, appearing anywhere. In just a few moves, she had been severely injured by the black staff. Strangely, the monk named Jiggan didn't kill her. Instead, he helped the dying Uchiha Hikari stop her bleeding and, after leaving her with a meaningful smile, suddenly disappeared before her eyes. After that, she couldn't remember what happened next. Suddenly, a burning sensation surged through her palm, the sharp pain piercing her very soul. The girl's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. The pain came quickly, but it also faded just as fast. Once she regained her composure, Uchiha Hikari quickly looked down at her palm, her eyes narrowing slightly. What is this? On her once pure palm, a pitch-black diamond mark had been burned in at some point. That burning pain had come from this mark. Booming. At that moment, a violent earthquake interrupted her thoughts. Uchiha Hikari barely steadied herself and looked up, only to see the flower bud atop the towering tree had bloomed. Layer upon layer of flower buds opened, revealing the core of the blossom. At the center of the flower's heart was a massive, blood-red eyeball, surrounded by 9 black tomo embedded in concentric circles, radiating an eerie red light. The moon hanging in the sky reflected that eye. The crimson glow covered the sky and earth, and a solitary figure, resembling a god looking down from above, observed the mortal world with a cold, indifferent gaze. It was a person. Dressed in an elegant, fitted white tailcoat, loose black pants, and with a turned-up collar, he moved through the void as if stepping on stairs, approaching her step by step. As he drew nearer, Uchiha Hikari could finally see his face, pale skin, grayish-white hair, and curved horns that resembled a crown, spiraling around his head. But what surprised her even more was that each of his eyes held a different dojutsu. The left eye possessed the Byakugan she was familiar with, while the right eye displayed something strange, a golden sun-like pupil at the center, surrounded by 8 black lines. Who are you? Uchiha Hikari was extremely cautious of the sudden stranger. Aren't you the one who has been searching for me? He stared at her, his expression blank. As she looked at his face, a sense of familiarity washed over her, slowly merging with the image in her memory. Uchiha Hikari was suddenly taken aback, instinctively stepping back and adopting a fighting stance. You are Jiggan. Jiggan is just the name of this vessel. The person's pupils reflected the figure of a girl, a smirk slowly appearing on their lips. I'm quite curious about who it is that sent you to track me down. No comment. Uchiha Hikari's gaze sharpened as she instantly realized she might have been pulled into an illusionary space. Her eyes shifted to the Sharingan. Ha, those inferior eyes. Jiggan scoffed, and the golden pupil in his left eye suddenly unleashed a wave of suppressive force. The lowly bloodline left by Kaguya, used as a vessel, is barely acceptable. Uchiha Hikari found herself immobilized by that power. Is it Otsutsuki Kaguya? Or Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Haha, it doesn't matter. I will slowly extract the secrets from your mind. Jiggan spoke slowly, taking deliberate steps toward her. As they closed the distance, he gazed at Uchiha Hikari, a smile creeping onto his lips. He then extended a long, pale finger, the sharp nail aimed at the girl's forehead. Do not resist. Jiggan's voice penetrated deeply into the girl's heart. Embrace everything, accept the gift of the gods. From now on, you are me, and I am you. No, don't. Uchiha Hikari's subconscious fought back desperately. However, Jiggan's right eye suddenly burst with a power akin to a tsunami, leaving Uchiha Hikari's mind blank, as if under control. Her gaze gradually grew distant and unfocused. As the fingertip pierced her forehead, a drop of blood flowed down. Jiggan transformed his consciousness into a massive data stream, directly entering the girl's body. He sensed her will still stubbornly resisting. Her soul shrank into a small light sphere, bearing the impact of the massive data stream, like a piece of driftwood in a giant wave, always at risk of capsizing. However, before the overwhelming mental power of Jiggan, her resistance lasted only a few seconds before her soul was submerged in the vast data flow. Let me see who sent you. Jiggan controlled the soul, slowly merging into that small sphere, transforming it into a data stream of his own information, like a virus beginning to wreak havoc. Suddenly, just as Jiggan was about to turn Uchiha Hikari into his vessel, a voice seemed to cross time and space, resonating with a desolate and ancient aura, like thunder striking. Are you looking for me? A tremendous shockwave swept through the entire space. The blood-colored space was torn apart, and the sky suddenly split open, as if shattered. A terrifying aura poured down. Jiggan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the rift in the sky. Impossible. This is the reincarnation space of the Otsutsuki clan. How could it be invaded? From the rift, a pair of enormous light gold eyes with long, vertical pupils gazed down at Jiggan with a cold, indifferent look. Just that single gaze made Jiggan feel a chill throughout his body, his mind filled with countless chaotic thoughts, twisting his spirit to the point where he wanted to tear his own soul apart. Boom. The blood-colored space trembled violently. Visible cracks spread across the entire space, like a mirror on the verge of shattering. Jiggan's face turned pale in an instant. What on earth is this thing? Chapter 205, Jiggan runs away. Inside the corpse cathedral, Uchiha Sogetsu, who appeared to be resting, sensed something. The moment he opened his eyes, his pupils turned vertical, taking on a golden hue that clearly reflected the image of a young girl. Oh, Otsutsuki Ishiki. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of danger lurking within them. I wasn't planning to seek you out, yet here you are, delivering yourself to my doorstep. Since the last encounter, when Uchiha Hikari was severely injured by Jiggan, she had been in a coma. Sogetsu had sensed something was off. Considering the Otsutsuki clan's habit of leaving their seeds everywhere, he had previously implanted a virtual personality within Hikari's mental world. He didn't expect it to come in handy. In that case, let's meet. With those words, Uchiha Sogetsu gripped the armrest of his chair and slowly stood up. Multiple virtual personas were created within his mental world to stabilize his condition. They continuously layered calming and psychological suggestions to ensure everything remained under control. In his mind, chaotic thoughts and ideas surged. A massive mental torrent swirled, with whispers that felt both real and illusory mixed in the roaring winds. Like crashing waves, they struck his resilient mental island, shattering it and sending ripples of consciousness splashing everywhere. Boom. Uchiha Sogetsu took a half-step forward, his spine slightly hunched, and his muscles visibly swelled. His pupils became even more vertical, the golden color deepening, flowing like molten lava. An invisible aura, almost tangible, whipped up a visible storm, tearing dark cracks into the dream-constructed corpse cathedral. His clothes and pants shredded apart, revealing skin covered in layers of grayish-white, rock-like scales. In an instant, Uchiha Sogetsu had transformed into a massive, monstrous being. So, this is an incomplete mythical creature form. The enormous entity stood within the corpse cathedral, its intense golden eyes inspecting its own condition. Fortunately, with the pre-layered psychological suggestions and the virtual personas maintaining his state, he barely managed to control this incomplete mythical creature form. Yet even so, he could still feel the constant terror of teetering on the brink of madness and losing control. Despite that, as long as he strictly controlled the duration, he didn't need to worry too much about going insane or losing control. After all, the spectator pathway naturally had advantages in dealing with mental and spiritual aspects. Time is precious. Up next, it's punishment time. In his mythical creature form, Uchiha Sogetsu quickly located Uchiha Hikari's position within the sea of subconsciousness. Mental stroll. A colossal being with massive wings surged forward, diving into the ocean of the collective subconscious. Each beat of its enormous, leathery wings stirred violent waves deep within the subconscious ocean, leaving a shimmering trail that carved a deep trench across the surface. In an instant, an island shrouded in a blood-red hue came into the view of the dragon's pale golden eyes. "Heh, found you." Uchiha Sogetsu sneered inwardly as he looked down at the mental island below. So that's how it is. The so-called Kama of the Otsutsuki clan is merely a crude application of mental power. The blood-red canopy enveloping Uchiha Sogetsu's mental island was, at its core, a manifestation of mental energy, somewhat akin to the parasite of the error pathway, though the two were worlds apart in terms of technique and power. The Otsutsuki clan could use the Kama to replicate themselves, converting their essence into data and embedding it within others. Those marked by the Kama would become vessels for the Otsutsuki's resurrection. As the Otsutsuki data awakened within them, they would eventually be entirely replaced, achieving a form of rebirth. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered him. Since it was a product of mental power, that made things easier. Without hesitation, Uchiha Sogetsu controlled his mythical creature form, and with the force of a meteor crashing into a planet, he charged forward, enveloped in an immense surge of mental energy, and smashed straight into the canopy. A pitch-black rift tore through the space, resembling a jagged scar that stretched across the blood-red sky. Through that massive tear, a cold, indifferent slit pupil of pale gold peered down, as if it were a terrifying entity from an unknown realm, casting its gaze from a higher dimension. In the next moment, something even more horrifying occurred. The owner of that eye seemed no longer content to merely peer through the fragile membrane separating them from those inside. Rumble. An invisible storm suddenly erupted, transforming into tangible lightning that rampaged through the blood-red world. The special reincarnation space created by the Otsutsuki clan's unique abilities was on the brink of collapse under the fierce onslaught of a powerful mental storm. Cracks spread across it, growing larger and more widespread, making the entire world seem like an eggshell being violently peeled away layer by layer. Jiggan let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as if he had suffered a severe blow. The reincarnation space was essentially the core of the Otsutsuki clan, containing all of his data. If it sustained too much damage, reincarnation would become extremely difficult. Boom. 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 Deafening rumbles echoed, accompanied by the tremors shaking the entire space. Each tremor widened the rifts in the sky even further. As the cracks expanded, Jiggan finally saw what was tearing apart his reincarnation space. A pair of pale golden, vertical pupils belonged to a massive gray-white dragon. The dragon had two gray, leathery wings on its back. Its surface was covered in closely packed gray-white scales, etched with intricate and three-dimensional mysterious symbols. Countless symbols formed a complex pattern, deeply embedded into its flesh and bones, extending outwards into the void. These patterns intertwined, radiating a faint glow, as if they constituted something not of the real world. The dragon's two thick forelimbs braced against the edges of the fractured space. Then, its enormous, menacing head slowly emerged through the tear in the void. The pale golden pupils lowered, gazing down at Jiggan, who seemed as insignificant as dust. "Are you looking for me?" The ancient and desolate voice echoed, as if it exploded directly in the depths of the mind. Like a clap of thunder, the voice shook Jiggan, making him tremble. His eyes streamed with blood tears under the pressure of that overwhelming will. "And no, I wasn't looking for you." Inside Jiggan's body, Otsutsuki Ishiki clearly sensed the threat of death. The monster that had invaded the reincarnation space radiated an eerie, indescribable aura. Continuing to resist would likely cost them their lives. Thus, Jiggan decisively abandoned his previous plan to turn Uchiha Hikari into a vessel. Spatial transfer. A black and red vortex appeared, swallowing the terrified Jiggan. The blood-red barrier that had been covering the sky, filled with Uchiha Korai's spiritual presence, disappeared as Jiggan gave up and attempted to escape, returning the surroundings to calm. But could Jiggan really get what he wanted? Uchiha Sogetsu let out a cold smile. After going through so much effort to reveal his mythical creature form, how could he end things so easily? Trying to run away? No chance. Roar. A massive dragon's roar echoed through the subconscious sea. Uchiha Sogetsu controlled the massive gray-white dragon, its wings suddenly beating, stirring up endless waves of spiritual energy, and then, in a flash of light, it vanished. Otsutsuki Ishiki, here I come. Chapter 206, Shocked Ishiki. Jiggan, who had escaped from the reincarnation space back to reality, fell to his knees with a thud. Even the ancient Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had lived for a millennium, was drenched in cold sweat, his heart filled with an unknown fear as he recalled the scene that had just unfolded. What on earth was that gray-white dragon? Otsutsuki Ishiki's face was ashen, his pupils trembling with a trace of dread. He had been to countless planets but had never encountered such a terrifying creature. Creature? No, that thing could never be a mere creature. Biting his lip, Ishiki shivered as he remembered how it felt. That entity seemed almost godlike. Ding. Just as Ishiki was still lost in fear, a coin suddenly rolled across the ground in front of him. The golden coin spun a few times before coming to a steady stop at his feet. Ishiki stared at the coin, dazed for a long while, before slowly lifting his head. He saw a nobleman dressed in luxurious attire, looking down at him with a sympathetic gaze. It was only then that Ishiki realized he had hastily teleported without setting a destination and ended up in the daimyo's city. On the wide, stone-paved streets bustling with crowds, dozens of people gathered around him, led by the nobleman, tossing coins, paper money, food, and even vegetable leaves onto the ground in front of him. Amitabha. The nobleman chanted softly, then knelt down, gently supporting Ishiki, his eyes sincere as he said, "Benefactor, everyone faces difficulties when they are away from home, but it's all right. I have been a devout Buddhist since childhood. If you don't mind, I can host you for a few days." Only then did Ishiki realize he had been mistaken for a beggar. Embarrassed by his earlier behavior or perhaps because he felt underestimated, he was instantly enraged. "I am not a beggar, nor am I in need of help." His face contorted in anger as he forcefully shook off the nobleman's hand, his expression as cold as ice, and turned to walk away from the crowd. "Benefactor, don't go." The young noble had a strong grip and managed to pull him off balance. A vein throbbed on Ishiki's forehead, rage bubbling up inside him as he coldly glared at the nobleman. "Let go. I'll only say this once. Benefactor, please don't leave. I have loved Buddhism since I was a child, and it's rare to meet a monk. You must fulfill my wish." However, the nobleman seemed oblivious to Ishiki's warning, still gripping his arm with a look that said he wouldn't let him leave without agreeing. Black rods of Sukuna Hikona. Not bothering to say anything more, Ishiki raised his hand, and several black rods shot out. The nobleman was pierced through by the rods, and with immense force, he was dragged and pinned against the opposite side of the street. "Humph, courting death." Ishiki sneered, about to leave, but was once again pulled off balance. "You damn fool, do you want to die?" In a fit of rage, he turned around only to see a small child, staring up at him with innocent eyes while licking a lollipop. The child said, "Mister, you killed someone. You can't just leave. Get out of my way." The fury in Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes grew even more intense, as if the killing intent within him was uncontrollable. He threw a punch. Smack. The child's head shattered like a watermelon, blood and brain matter spilling across the ground. "Who else dares to stop me?" Otsutsuki Ishiki roared at the surrounding crowd, exuding a terrifying aura of brutality, like a god of slaughter. "You killed someone. You can't leave." "Yeah, killed someone and still wants to walk away. No way. Everyone, get him. We can't let him escape." Surprisingly, the onlookers were not afraid, instead, they were enraged. A tide of people surged forward, some grabbing weapons, others throwing objects. The entire street burst into chaos. Blinded by his own rage, Otsutsuki Ishiki hadn't expected that a bunch of what he saw as mere ants would dare to challenge him. Placing his right palm heavily on the ground, he activated the power of his left eye. "Since that's how it is, then all of you can just die, show me Ibikuna." Black rods, like a forest of steel, burst out from the solid ground. Hundreds of people, caught off guard, had no time to dodge and were impaled by the sharp rods, strung up like skewers. The once noisy street fell silent in an instant, leaving behind only a gruesome, bloody scene. Corpses pierced by the black rods hung high in the air, blood trickling down the rods, filling the street like a stream, the stench permeating the air. "Pathetic ants, finally shut up, haven't you?" After the massacre, Otsutsuki Ishiki relished the quiet, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Gazing at the bodies hanging above, and standing amidst the flowing blood, he took a deep breath. The pungent smell seemed almost sweet, and the violent thoughts in his mind calmed somewhat. Indeed, humans were just noisy pests, and it was better to get rid of them all. After tidying his disheveled clothes, Otsutsuki Ishiki regained his composure and prepared to leave. After all, causing such a commotion could easily lead to unrest, and for now, he had no intention of revealing himself, especially before he figured out the origin of the mysterious creatures that had appeared in the reincarnation space. However, just as he stepped forward with his left foot, he suddenly felt something grab his ankle. Otsutsuki Ishiki's expression changed slightly, his heart skipping a beat. He had just killed everyone, how could there still be someone left? Stiffly, he turned his neck, his gaze slowly lowering. Amidst the sticky blood and brain matter on the ground, the body of the child whose head had been smashed was somehow clutching his ankle, as if refusing to let the murderer leave. What is this? Otsutsuki Ishiki was shocked to his core. He swung his hand, driving a black rod through a corpse. However, before he could fully process his shock, something even more bizarre and terrifying happened. The people impaled by the black rods began to tear their bodies apart. With only half of their torn bodies remaining, they supported each other, stumbling through the pools of blood, slowly closing in on him. Pairs of blood-red eyes glared at the murderer with hatred and malice. Thud, thud, thud. Otsutsuki Ishiki instinctively took a few steps back, his face filled with horror. What is going on? When a person is killed, they die, that's a fundamental law. But, now, it seemed this law had been broken. The people who should have been dead, pierced by the black rods, were advancing towards him like crazed zombies. Stay away. Don't come near me. Panicking, Otsutsuki Ishiki summoned a massive black box, dropping it from the sky. Boom. 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 The black box crashed down like a meteor, unleashing a shocking amount of energy. Visible shockwaves, like towering waves, swept over the zombie-like crowd, engulfing them and demolishing the entire city in an instant. Hovering midair, Otsutsuki Ishiki stared down at the now-destroyed city, his forehead slick with sweat, large droplets trickling down. The fear of the unknown gnawed at his heart. The concept of resurrection wasn't unheard of. But he had never seen people get up and move, even with their heads smashed to pieces. Crush the bodies to dust, let's see how you keep moving then. With a sinister grin, Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes gleamed with malice. Humph, no matter how many tricks you have, you're still just a bunch of ants. But in the next moment, the sky changed dramatically. Thick, dark clouds rolled in, coiling above like a giant serpent. A bolt of thunder roared, shaking the heavens, and soon the sound of rolling thunder filled the air. Bright, jagged lightning cut through the clouds, illuminating the sky. The clouds gathered, forming a massive swirling vortex, resembling a colossal eye. At the center, the eye of the storm appeared vertical, glowing with a fierce golden hue, like molten lava radiating a blinding light. It was that eye. Otsutsuki Ishiki's pupils shrank sharply, feeling a bone-deep fear for the first time in his life. A voice, ancient and distant, echoed deep within his mind. Are you looking for me? Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Go to the Moon. Roar. The will of the giant dragon swept through the storm, feeling both unreal and real, surging like raging waves. Under the booming thunder, an invisible wave of mental energy cascaded down like a torrential river, directly engulfing Otsutsuki Ishiki. Even Ishiki, born into the Otsutsuki clan, couldn't avoid an abnormal state under that powerful will. The island of his mind trembled under the impact of the sea of collective subconscious, and his thoughts and awareness were gradually infected and distorted. Mind Dragon Breath transforms intense mental power into a vast range of breath, similar to an enhanced mental attack. Depending on the strength of the will, it can even tear apart the target's spirit and mind. Ishiki clearly couldn't withstand it. He was struck as if by lightning, and his pupils began to blur. Seizing the brief moment of shock from the Mind Dragon Breath, Uchiha Sogetsu detached the virtual persona he had prepared in advance from the island of his mind. It transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting through the ocean of subconsciousness, directly colliding with the dazed Ishiki. The terror of the spectator lies in its completely invisible attacks. The assault from the sea of collective subconscious caught Ishiki off guard. He had no chance to defend himself and was helplessly invaded deep into his consciousness. The detached virtual persona easily and effortlessly ascended to the island of consciousness. Suddenly, Ishiki appeared dazed, lowering all his defenses. The virtual persona of Sogetsu gazed around on this island of consciousness and opened the door to the mental body, saying, "Otsutsuki clan, let me see what secrets you are hiding." Just as he intended to delve deeper into the subconscious of this island and uncover the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan, the celestial phenomena of the island of consciousness abruptly changed. Boom. Thick bolts of lightning rained down from the spiritual sky. Blinding electric light flickered, and in an instant, the chaotic storm of lightning engulfed the virtual persona of Sogetsu. Every inch of the island radiated a destructive aura. The density of the lightning strikes was extraordinarily high. The virtual persona couldn't react in time and was directly shattered. However, the destructive electric light continued to surge, relentlessly bombarding every inch of the island of consciousness. Under the nearly overwhelming ferocity of the attacks, a transparent figure was forced out. It turned out that more than one virtual persona had infiltrated. Two thoughts, one bright and one dark, had initially been a precaution, but they unexpectedly ended up being exposed. The figure covered in gray-white scales was still Uchiha Sogetsu. Despite his attempts to flicker away, the lightning caught up to him. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the roaring lightning descending from the spiritual sky and said, "Interesting, it's specifically designed to target mental defenses. If anyone tries to delve into the subconscious to uncover the secrets of the Otsutsuki, it gets triggered." Just before the lightning could obliterate him, a hint of interest flickered in his eyes. "Otsutsuki clan, I'm becoming more and more intrigued by your origins." Boom. Amid the dazzling lightning, the virtual persona was obliterated. The island of consciousness returned to calm, with a blood-red moon reflecting in the spiritual sky. At that moment, a giant dragon cast a massive shadow over the island of consciousness belonging to Otsutsuki Ishiki, creating a powerful presence that loomed with the blood-red moon. Each flap of its membranous wings stirred countless waves in the sea of collective subconscious. Two pale golden vertical pupils suddenly erupted with brilliant light, radiating heat and energy like stars. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The clash of two wills in the sea of collective subconscious produced an earth-shattering roar. The sea of collective subconscious surged with enormous waves, while dense thunderstorms tore through the spiritual sky. The terrifying might of the mythical creature transformed into a tangible storm of thoughts, rampaging through the realm. The blood-red moon hung high in the spiritual sky, casting down a gentle, blood-colored light screen like a soft veil. No matter how the mental storm struck, it remained unshaken. Blocked again. Uchiha Sogetsu decided to test the limits of that light screen. His saint-level mental power surged like a violent tsunami, under his control forming a massive transparent blade that slashed toward the light screen with deadly force. Boom. The mental blade struck the blood-colored light screen, unleashing a terrifying invisible shockwave. The sea of collective subconscious erupted into waves, yet the result of the collision was that the mental blade shattered while the blood-red light screen remained intact. Gazing at the blood-red moon, Uchiha Sogetsu furrowed his brows. What exactly is this thing? As a rank 4 saint, particularly skilled in the realm of mind, it was absurd that he couldn't breach that light screen. Since a direct attack won't work, I'll have to infiltrate slowly instead. Uchiha Sogetsu chuckled coldly. The semi-god pathway he was taking wouldn't just rely on a straightforward confrontation. Mental plague. A contagious seed of madness was quietly sent to the island. This time, as expected, the blood-red barrier did not stop it, allowing the mental plague seed to be deeply buried in the consciousness of the island. This seed would take root and sprout when it was needed. Awakening, Otsutsuki Ishiki opened his eyes wide in confusion. Around him was a noisy crowd, with passers-by casting strange glances at him. Wait, people. Otsutsuki Ishiki was startled, his pupils suddenly contracting, followed by a look of horror. The castle that should have been destroyed was perfectly intact, and those who had been killed were not dead at all. It was as if everything that had just happened was a dream. Did I dream? Otsutsuki Ishiki looked around in bewilderment. The vivid sensations from the dream lingered in his mind. The fragile boundary between reality and illusion had never been so blurred. He touched his still-beating heart, subconsciously recalling the giant dragon that tore through the sky in his dream, whispering, "Is this reality or a dream?" Returning, Uchiha Sogetsu began to revert from a mythical creature back to human form. He then started to check his condition, examining every detail from his mind to his spirit. However, during this inspection, a faint, dark red shadow lurking deep in his consciousness suddenly alerted him. This was not caused by his mythical creature form, and that dark red shadow gave him a very uneasy feeling. It felt as if his spirit was screaming in panic, issuing a frantic warning that something was very wrong. To silently invade a demigod's consciousness was shocking for Uchiha Sogetsu. Before he could process the surprise, a line of translucent text suddenly appeared before him. Side quest, explore the secrets of the moon. Legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths used the power of Yin and Yang to create a massive satellite, sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Ten Tails within it, forming the moon we see today. But is this really true? Please explore the secrets of the moon before advancing to Sequence 3. Reward, 0 to 62 Staff of the Stars. Staring at the suddenly appeared quest, Uchiha Sogetsu was stunned. His brow twitched, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The moon in the Naruto world holds a mysterious secret. Chapter 208, Correct Use of Corruption. Side quest, Unknown Corruption. You wouldn't want to see a demigod from the spectator pathway go out of control, would you? Please eliminate or suppress the unknown pollution at the spiritual level. Reward, 10 Potion of the Chained Pathway, 9-6. With the appearance of the second quest, Uchiha Sogetsu finally confirmed his fears. The dark red shadow lurking deep within his soul was indeed pollution, and its rank was definitely high. He was a demigod of the spectator pathway, specializing in the mental and spiritual realms, yet he had been silently contaminated in his strongest area. If he hadn't been cautious and checked his island of consciousness and soul as soon as he returned, the pollution might have continued to fester unnoticed. He could have been led to lose control and descend into madness, with unimaginable consequences. A demigod from the spectator pathway going insane wouldn't necessarily destroy the world, but he could easily wipe out all living beings. With the ability to spread a highly contagious mental plague, a demigod could effortlessly slaughter millions. Wiping out the entire Naruto world would be merely a matter of time for him. Thinking of these horrifying outcomes, Uchiha Sogetsu broke into a cold sweat. It seemed that even after advancing to the demigod rank of Sequence 4, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. If he slipped up, it would be a monumental blunder. He definitely didn't want to end up like the great Emperor Russell, lying in a coffin doing sit-ups at such a young age. The system was a bit of a pain. Uchiha Sogetsu frowned. The quest prompt only appeared after he discovered the pollution. What if he hadn't found it? Most likely, the system wouldn't have notified him, allowing him to be contaminated and lose control completely. When did it happen? Uchiha Sogetsu closed his eyes, memories flashing through his mind like scenes from a film. Every detail replayed, and he finally froze on the image of a blood-red moon. Blood-red moon. Moon quest. The moon. Suddenly, Uchiha Sogetsu's pupils constricted, and a chill ran down his spine. It can't be, right? The only possible moment for contamination was when he infiltrated Otsutsuki Ishiki's island of consciousness and confronted that blood-red moon. Coincidentally, the system issued the quest right after he withdrew. Pollution of the moon. Uchiha Sogetsu couldn't believe that such coincidences existed in the world. Someone once said that if all possibilities are eliminated, the one remaining possibility, no matter how improbable, must be the answer. No way, he muttered, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he looked up at the sky. The massive satellite, created by the Sage of Six Pathways to seal the Ten Tails and Kaguya, sent a chill down his spine. The origin of the Otsutsuki clan seemed more complicated than he thought. Fortunately, I noticed it in time. Regaining his composure, Uchiha Sogetsu calmed his restless mind and sighed, no need to dwell on the moon. We'll find a way to deal with it later. Right now, the most important thing is to eliminate the deep-rooted pollution in my soul. After a moment of thought, he delved deep into his subconscious island and conjured several illusory personalities. With the master personality and multiple personas working together, he carefully performed a delicate surgery on the spiritual level, peeling away the dark red source of pollution bit by bit. This process couldn't be rushed. Any slight mistake could lead to the pollution not only remaining but also sinking deeper. If that happened, completely eliminating the pollution would become much more difficult. I am Uchiha Sogetsu, a traveler from Earth. I must stay calm and not let any thoughts influence me. If any abnormal thoughts arise, it means I have been polluted. I can temporarily suppress my main personality using my virtual personas. He repeated these affirmations to himself, drawing a line in his mind. Crossing that line meant he had been polluted. At that moment, the virtual persona would instantly react to suppress the main personality, preventing further spread of the pollution. On the sea of collective subconscious, the island symbolizing Uchiha Sogetsu trembled under a blood-red glow. Then, from the island emerged a web woven from pure thoughts, a nearly illusory net that penetrated the depths of his subconscious, firmly suppressing the pollution hidden in his soul and continually shrinking it down. Until the very end, the pollution was compressed into a single point by an illusory thought. Now's the time. In Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes, a dazzling light erupted. He suddenly reached out, his hand covered in gray-white scales, with fingers resembling the claws of a fierce dragon. He grasped the source of pollution, trapped in the web of restraints, and pulled hard. Shred. A shock of spirit energy surged, accompanied by a tearing pain that engulfed his entire body. Uchiha Sogetsu gasped for breath, his pupils bloodshot, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. His wet hair clung to his cheeks, and his vertical pupils dropped down to look at the thing he had pulled out. Is this the source of pollution? The projection of the pollution source in the real world was a deep red tumor covered with countless tentacles. The surface of the tumor was riddled with thick blood vessels, entangling a yellowing, pus-filled eyeball, oozing a disgusting, sticky liquid. It even pulsated as if it were a living heart, pumping vigorously in his hand. Before the pollution source could do anything more, Uchiha Sogetsu sealed it away. Side quest, Unknown Pollution, completed. You wouldn't want to see a demigod losing control through a spectator, right? Please eliminate or suppress the unknown pollution at the spiritual level. Reward, 10 * chained pathways potions, sequence 9-6. This thing would be a shame to throw away. Uchiha Sogetsu pondered for a few seconds and suddenly came up with a good idea. Taking someone else's eyes would be wrong, I'm not a petty thief. He chuckled lightly, as a plan took shape in his mind. Looking at the sealed source of pollution, he said with a playful tone, how about I give it to Obito? It could help me out a bit. Since becoming blind, Uchiha Obito had been imprisoned in a cell. The dark, damp, cramped environment nearly drove him insane several times. If he hadn't been trained by similar experiences before, he might have committed suicide by now. He had broken down, shouted, suffered, and repented, yet this cell seemed specifically designed for him alone. There was no response, nor any hint of life, only an eternal silence and darkness. Gradually, Obito stopped going mad and shouting. Instead, he quietly crouched in the corner, not speaking a word all day. With his eyes gouged out, the remaining black socket stared blankly at a certain spot, like a puppet that had lost its soul. Obito thought he would spend his entire life here, waiting to die. But just as he was sinking into complete despair, he suddenly felt something change. A power inside him, which had been silent, was awakening once again. Thump. Thump thump. Thump thump thump. A powerful heartbeat erupted from his chest. The suppressed despair and madness broke free from their cage at that moment. Endless desire and rage overwhelmed his reason. Ah! Uchiha Obito broke free from his chains. At that moment, in the dark corner of the cage, Uchiha Sogetsu stood silently, his pale golden eyes gazing intently at the crazed men. Sequence 9 Prisoner. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, Outer Gods. Ugh. The black-haired girl furrowed her brows as she slowly woke up from a nightmare. Her dark eyes sparkled like jewels, lacking any hint of energy or vitality, filled with a sense of confusion and helplessness, as if she hadn't fully escaped the effects of the dream. At that moment, a gentle hand softly rested on her head. Are you awake? Immediately, a familiar voice she longed to hear echoed in her ears. The girl's vacant expression seemed to regain a flicker of life as she looked up, staring in disbelief at the slim figure sitting by her bed. His pure, clear eyes radiated a warmth like the sun. Is it really you? She hesitated and reached out a trembling hand, wanting to touch that figure. But she was also afraid that this was all an illusion. It's me, Hikari. This isn't a dream. Uchiha Sogetsu gently ruffled the girl's hair and said softly, I'm sorry it took me so long to see you. Don't hold it against me. Am I useless? Hikari lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, gripping the bed sheets. She couldn't remember much about what happened in the dream. All she vaguely recalled was the blood-red sky shattering and hearing a familiar voice. As for what happened next, she had no idea. But she clearly remembered that she had almost been controlled. I knew you wouldn't die. I'm sorry I'm so useless. I couldn't even handle this little thing. Please don't abandon me, okay? The girl's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at him with her red, swollen eyes, biting her lip. Next time, I promise I won't make a mistake. Sogetsu, please don't dislike me, all right? It's not your fault, Hikari. There's no need to blame yourself. Uchiha Sogetsu chuckled lightly, dismissing her worries as he tousled her black hair. I've never disliked you, and I never will. So you don't have to be afraid. After receiving his response, the girl visibly regained her spirit. Really? Sogetsu, you will never abandon me. Really? Uchiha Sogetsu smiled and replied. Hikari broke into a joyful grin and, without hesitation, leaped over to him, bare feet and all. Afraid that he might leave again, she hugged the young man tightly, burying her head into his chest. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled his familiar scent, comforting and warm. Uchiha Sogetsu wrapped his arms around the girl, holding her close and gently ruffling her hair with a slightly indulgent smile. The girl looked content, acting as obedient as a little puppy. She nudged her head against him and curled up, wishing she could melt into him completely. This time, can you take me with you? With a hint of eagerness and hope in her eyes, Hikari asked the question that mattered most to her. No, little Hikari, not yet, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, shaking his head. Noticing her sudden drop in mood, he softly said, I promise that next time we meet, I'll take you with me, okay? It's fine, I believe you. Although still a bit sad, Hikari was well behaved and didn't act out. Instead, she held him tighter, savoring this brief, warm moment. I have one more thing to tell you, Uchiha Sogetsu said, looking to the side and gesturing for her to pay attention. Do you remember what I promised you? What is it? Hikari blinked, showing a cute, confused expression as she followed his finger with her gaze. In the corner, a strange figure with pale skin and green grass growing on its head was crouching, staring at her with the same curious eyes. If it had just been a weird-looking person, she wouldn't have been too surprised, considering how many odd characters there were among ninjas. However, the pale figure with green grass on its head had blood-red eyes and a black, triangular pinwheel, clearly the Uchiha clan's ultimate technique, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Who is this? Hikari stared at the white Zetsu in shock. Mangekyo Sharingan. Where did it come from? Oh, it was a gift from someone, Uchiha Sogetsu casually replied, ruffling her hair. But the focus isn't on the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's a product of the First Hokage's cells. Cells of the first Hokage. The girl pondered for a moment before recalling who the first was. There was no helping it, her active years were even earlier than the first's. To be precise, she was even older than the first Hokage, so she had never experienced that period of history and was unclear about the significance of the first Hokage. Ah, that's a very calm reaction. In the corner, White Zetsu looked hurt. I'm a product of the first Hokage's cells. Aren't you surprised? Oh. Hikari's reaction was still quite subdued. White Zetsu felt downcast, sitting there with his head hanging low, muttering something to himself. Hey, it's fine if you don't know, Uchiha Sogetsu said with a light laugh, addressing the somewhat airheaded girl. The important thing is that the first Hokage's cells can help you recover the power of your Mangekyo Sharingan. Really, really. The girl, who had been somewhat indifferent earlier, suddenly lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Sogetsu, can it really help me regain my eyesight? When have I ever lied to you? Sogetsu feigned anger. No, it's not that I doubt you. Hikari exclaimed, jumping up to hug him, rubbing her head against him. Pouting, she said, I'm just a little curious. Why can the first Hokage's cells restore the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? I remember that the Senju and Uchiha were sworn enemies. Well, the two clans actually have a long history together. It would be too complicated to explain in detail, so Sogetsu decided not to delve into it. For specifics, you can ask White Zetsu. He'll leave a clone here to help you with the first Hokage's cells. This way, you won't have to worry about your eyesight anymore. Thank you. The girl felt increasingly dependent on him, murmuring, You're the only one who's been so nice to me. If it's you, Hikari, there's no need to thank me. Sogetsu spoke softly, also, I have something I need you to do for me. What is it? Hikari slowly raised her head, her gaze firm. No matter what it is, I will definitely accomplish it. Hey, no need to make that face. Uchiha Sogetsu snapped his fingers and gently tapped the girl's smooth forehead, smiling as he said, I just need you to help me find a lost ruin. The only clues are about the Hyuga, the Byakugan, and the legend of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. I will have White Zetsu assist you. In the world of Naruto, there are no rockets. He wasn't a beyonder of the Paragon pathway, so making a rocket to go to the moon was even more impossible. So, Uchiha Sogetsu could only place his hopes on the underground ruin that had appeared in the original Works movie, using a portal to travel to the moon. However, before officially heading to the moon, he needed to prepare properly. Starry sky and moon. These two keywords, if mentioned in other contexts, might not be so terrifying. But once these keywords were combined with the Lord of Mysteries, it inevitably led him to a terrifying hypothesis, an outer god. Yesterday, many people said I exaggerated Otsutsuki, but I really didn't. Let me explain here, Otsutsuki is still Otsutsuki, the real impressive one is the pollution. This chapter has already hinted at that, serving as a setup for later going to the starry sky, other worlds. Chapter 210, Konoha's collapse plan in advance. After the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha village began its rebuilding efforts. Under the leadership of the second Hokage, Konoha officially signed treaties regarding war reparations with other ninja villages, bringing peace back to the ninja world. Interestingly, Sunagakure suffered significant losses during the war, leading to a decline in strength. Meanwhile, Omega-kure rose rapidly, resulting in a noticeable decrease in mission volume and signs of Sunagakure being replaced. Kumogakure, a major source of war reparations, was nearly bankrupted and, under pressure from the second Hokage, reluctantly surrendered the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. As for Kirigakure, the immense defeat in the war, combined with the exposure of the third Mizuki's death by various Kekkei clans, created chaos, plunging the village into a civil war just after the Third Shinobi War ended. On the other hand, Iwagakure, under the leadership of Inoki, emerged from the war relatively intact, maintaining a significant amount of strength and even showing signs of surpassing Konoha to become the strongest ninja village. Meanwhile, the third Hokage awakened. It was said that his furious roar could be heard clearly from hundreds of meters away at the Konoha hospital. Due to numerous absurd actions during his tenure, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was stripped of his title and now worked as an advisor alongside Mitokedo Hamura and Udatane Koharu, searching for and assisting the new Hokage. Speaking of the new Hokage, we can't avoid the names of Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru. Before the war, both expressed strong desires to succeed as Hokage, but after the war, they tried every excuse to avoid the position. No matter how much Sarutobi urged them, they refused to become Hokage. This left Sarutobi, who had already made a significant mistake, being scolded by his teacher, the second Hokage, in a rather humiliating manner. Even the passing Anbu couldn't help but shake their heads upon hearing the reprimands. After being scolded, Sarutobi walked out dejectedly, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. At his age, he felt like a child, being yelled at by his teacher, nearly drowning in the instructor's spittle. Wearing a lowered hat to hide his identity, Sarutobi walked through the streets, hearing whispers around him. Hey, look, it's him. Clearly, despite how low he pulled his hat, his high recognition made it impossible to go unnoticed. Sarutobi quickened his pace as he walked down the street. Hey, did you hear? Are you talking about? Yeah, that's the one. I can't believe it. He looks so serious all the time, but behind the scenes, TSK. That's why he's called the Hokage, heh. In my opinion, it's all his fault. Voices filled the air, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned dark with anger, but he couldn't lash out. Whoever the hell it was that spread the news about him and Danzo after twisting the facts was a real pain. Now, rumors had spiraled out of control. It was said that a series of forbidden books had appeared, vividly detailing his and Danzo's affairs. Hiruzen wanted the Umbu to shut down the rumors, but the second Hokage rejected his request. The reason? Konoha can't lose the people's trust again. So, frustrated, Hiruzen had to let the rumors spread. He clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth as he ignored the gossip. If I find out who started this, you'll pay for it with your life. In the crowd, a figure in a gray cloak silently observed everything. The corners of his lips turned down slightly. After a long moment, he sighed and vanished into the bustling crowd, looking lonely. Hiruzen, belatedly aware, turned around in confusion. Was that just my imagination? I felt a familiar chakra just now. How do you feel? Orochimaru, as usual, preferred the darkness of a room. Sitting in a chair, he looked at the gray figure at the door with a teasing smile. It would be interesting to retaliate against the person in the same way. The figure in the gray cloak removed his hood, revealing sharp features and iconic silver hair. It was Konoha's White Fang, Itachi Sakumo. I don't feel much. White Fang paused for a moment and then sighed. It's just a bit ridiculous that such outrageous rumors can spread so easily. Because people are blind, conformist, and don't think independently. Orochimaru interlaced his fingers, speaking meaningfully. People only believe what they want to believe, and those who wrong you often know more about your injustice than you do, don't they? He probably feels the same way I did back then. White Fang thought for a moment and nodded, saying, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is your teacher. Don't you think this is a bit inappropriate? Me. I'm just stating the facts. What's wrong with that? Orochimaru chuckled lightly, then stood up to grab the scroll on the table. Smirking, he added sarcastically, besides, my dear teacher is currently plotting to force me to become Hokage. Is that so? White Fang asked. Oh, it's just records of human experiments, Orochimaru replied casually. He issued an ultimatum, either become Hokage or wait to be judged. Hey, it seems the second Hokage has really driven him to madness. Does he have a screw loose? White Fang's mouth twitched. Even someone who isn't political could find this ridiculous. With the third Hokage's political acumen, he shouldn't be doing something like this. But the reality was right in front of him. It couldn't be that he was being manipulated, right? Who knows, maybe he really is losing his mind. Orochimaru shrugged and said, Heh, to think he would resort to such a lowly method to threaten me. The once great shinobi has become so rotten. So, is this the reason you're so anxious? White Fang looked at Orochimaru, his expression neutral. I'll ask you again, are you really sure you want to do this? Ah, I'm very sure. Orochimaru sat back down, shrouded in shadow. His voice was faint as he said, Konoha is completely decaying. Staying here is meaningless. My goal isn't to be Hokage. Rather than wasting precious time, I prefer to pursue things that are truly worth pursuing. Konoha's collapse plan, huh? White Fang frowned slightly and spoke softly, do you really have to do this? You should know the consequences of your actions. I know very well, White Fang. Orochimaru narrowed his slanted eyes, filled with deep meaning, and said, but what if I told you I've found a fragment of the Blasphemy Slate? What did you say? Upon hearing this, White Fang's eyes widened, and his breathing became slightly hurried. You really found it? So soon? How did you find it? It should be noted that although Adam mentioned the Blasphemy Slate that day, he didn't tell them how to find it. In just a few days, Orochimaru found a piece. I'm not like you, I don't like wasting time. Orochimaru interlaced his fingers, resting his chin in his hands, and said word by word, I investigated the headquarters of Root, and guess what I discovered? The Blasphemy Slate. White Fang trembled slightly and asked. Exactly. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with excitement, barely containing his emotions. At the Root headquarters, there was a residual wave that was nearly identical to the blood and flesh of from the Aurora Order. I can't think of any other possibility besides the Blasphemy Slate that records the 22 divine pathways. What if it's not the Blasphemy Slate, but something from the Aurora Order? White Fang shook his head, believing Orochimaru's guess was flawed. He said, Since it's the same wave, it could also be related to the Aurora Order and Danzo. Even if it really is from the Aurora Order, it doesn't matter. Orochimaru smiled lightly and said, we'll run into the Aurora Order sooner or later, won't we? Chapter 211, Preparations Before Collapse. Orochimaru, you must give me an answer today. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, exuding a strong presence. His words carried a hint of threat. Konoha is in turmoil and urgently needs a Hokage to unite everyone's goals. The concealment of the Fourth Hokage's cause of death and the decision to support Danzo's rise to power had created significant divisions within Konoha. The people were anxious, and many ninjas were privately questioning whether the Will of Fire was truly correct, which put him in a difficult position with public opinion. If this continued unchecked, the hearts he had worked so hard to unite would soon shatter. So, in these turbulent times, it was essential to quickly appoint a Hokage to manage the chaos. After careful consideration, Sarutobi ultimately chose Orochimaru over Minato Namikaze. It wasn't just because he was his disciple, it was because he understood Orochimaru's character well. Orochimaru was ambitious, unconventional, and didn't mind the darkness of political processes, aligning with Sarutobi's own style and thoughts. Minato was great, but he was too kind, always wanting to solve problems with noble methods. The issue was that not everything could be resolved with such methods, otherwise, what was the purpose of Danzo and Root's existence? If it weren't for timing issues, Sarutobi had initially planned for Minato to succeed him as Hokage and then let Orochimaru take Danzo's position, with one in the light and the other in the dark, complementing each other while steering Konoha back on track. But now, that idea was shattered. Minato was adamant about not wanting to become Hokage and had no leverage against him. In the end, Sarutobi had no choice but to choose Orochimaru. Knock, knock. Sarutobi lightly tapped his pipe and cleared his throat, softening his tone a little. Orochimaru, you are my disciple. I know your abilities well and have always believed in you. Konoha needs a Hokage, and you are the most suitable candidate. So, I hope you won't refuse again. Pressuring him outright wasn't the right choice, a balance of carrot and stick always worked better. Clearly, Sarutobi thought this approach might change his disciple's mind. Is this a final ultimatum, sensei? Orochimaru, twisting his fingers, narrowed his snake-like eyes as he scrutinized the once-respected teacher. I'm curious, why do you think you can threaten me with mere accusations of human experimentation? Sarutobi-sensei. Bang. A palm slammed down on the thick wooden table, leaving an imprint. The loud noise intensified the already tense atmosphere in the room, filling the air with a chill. Sarutobi's expression darkened, his brow furrowing as he glared at Orochimaru. Anger tinged his deep voice. Watch your words, Orochimaru. I'm not threatening you, I'm just stating facts. Human experimentation is forbidden. You've violated Konoha's laws, understand? Orochimaru scoffed inwardly. Sarutobi-sensei, you should have your share of experiments too, right? Violation of the law. At this point, bringing up the issue of breaking the law is a bit ironic. When he asked for the wood-release experiment back then, why didn't he say anything about it? Oh, now that there's a need, he brings it up, First of all, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Secondly, I did not authorize you to conduct human experiments. Everything was a deal made between you and Danzo without the Hokage's official command. Oh, understood. Orochimaru nodded nonchalantly, as if he had anticipated this response. He learned something new. Anything risky should be kept under wraps. That way, if something goes wrong later, he can pass the blame to someone else. Orochimaru, I remember you were a good kid in the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to worsen their relationship, so he softened his tone a bit, saying, although I don't know what changed your mind, becoming Hokage would not bring you any harm. For instance, no one would be able to restrain your thoughts anymore. Do you understand? His reminder was subtle, but Orochimaru still grasped it. As long as he agreed to take the Hokage position, in the future, whether it was human experiments or soul-related research, he wouldn't face any restrictions regarding funding, personnel, and so on. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly skilled at understanding people's hearts. He always had a way of using words to break down a person's defenses. At one moment, Orochimaru felt tempted. But once he calmed down again, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. What a pity. He was no longer the person he used to be. Since my teacher has said this. Orochimaru chuckled softly, a hint of sarcasm flashing across his pale face. If I refuse again, that would be too inhumane. That's the choice of a smart person, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally felt relieved. In fact, he was worried that pressing too hard would cause Orochimaru to resent him. However, in terms of the outcome, he was quite satisfied. The inauguration ceremony for the fifth Hokage is set for 3 days from now. Since his goal had been achieved, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to stay any longer. He patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and said, "Do your best. I believe you can become a Hokage who surpasses me." With that, he hurried away, needing to report back to the second Hokage. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's disappearing figure, the coldness in Orochimaru's eyes deepened, almost taking on a tangible form. Finally, a cold smirk appeared on his lips. Hokage. Heh, what a boring political game. How does it feel, this performance? It is quite dull, came a sudden voice from the room, revealing the presence of White Fang. What's the situation over there? Orochimaru asked, glancing at him. Dressed in combat gear, White Fang had reattached his short blade and was surrounded by a strong killing intent. His expression was neutral as he shook his head and said, "As you expected, over there is under tight surveillance. Ordinary infiltration methods can't get through." "That's normal, considering it's the second Hokage," Orochimaru said without surprise. "He's known for his caution and sharpness, he wouldn't leave any openings. It looks like we'll have to wait until 3 days from now. What do you plan to do?" White Fang inquired. "Very simple. I'll draw their attention," Orochimaru replied casually. "During the Hokage's inauguration ceremony, everyone must attend. I will create a big disturbance, and that will be your chance. Can you get away?" White Fang asked, showing a hint of doubt since 3 Hokage would be gathered that day. "Don't worry about me," Orochimaru said with a slight smile. He lightly tapped his fingers and continued, "I'm quite skilled at staying alive. Besides, I've already consulted Mr. Adam in advance." Noticing that everything seemed to be under Orochimaru's control, White Fang felt a stir in his heart. Did that being agree to help? No, just a mere mortal. Would Mr. Adam personally intervene against them? Orochimaru said with a mysterious smile. "In any case, don't worry about my safety. Once you find the Blasphemy Slate, leave immediately." "Understood," White Fang replied, pausing for a moment before nodding. "Then let's meet at the designated location after the task is completed." Chapter 212, Konoha's Collapse. 3 days later. The weather was gloomy, with dark clouds gathering above. Looking up at the overcast sky, Kakashi silently pulled up his mask and left his home, heading toward the inauguration ceremony. Originally, he hadn't planned to attend, but as a member of the Umbu, he had to ensure the safety of the new Hokage. However, just as he reached the corner, Kakashi suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze sweeping over a shadow. He cautiously threatened in a low voice, "Who's there? Come out." A figure cloaked in gray stood like a ghost in the corner's shadow. "Who are you?" With a clang, Kakashi drew his short sword and assumed a fighting stance. Yet, the gray figure merely stood there, silently watching him through a wide hood. Seeing the figure not respond, Kakashi's tone turned icy. "Who exactly are you? I'll ask one last time, reveal your identity and purpose." The cloaked person stared at Kakashi, then provocatively beckoned him with a finger before turning and sprinting toward the training ground. "Stop." Kakashi immediately chased after them. The two figures moved quickly, weaving through the streets. As Kakashi pursued from behind, he became increasingly surprised. Not only was the figure exceptionally fast, but there was also something familiar about their silhouette. It felt as if he had seen them somewhere before. The gray figure seemed to fear Kakashi might catch up and deliberately slowed down several times, waiting for him to get closer before suddenly speeding off again. "Wait. You stop right there." Kakashi felt inexplicably annoyed as he looked at the familiar figure, a sense of urgency stirring within him. A voice urged him to catch up. Upon reaching the training ground, Kakashi unleashed his chakra and used a body flicker technique to close the distance. At the same time, he executed his family's White Fang sword technique, slicing a sharp arc in the air. Clang! A dazzling arc of light aimed directly at the mysterious person's neck. However, the cloaked figure seemed to have anticipated this. They lightly shifted their feet and tilted their body, easily dodging the strike. Kakashi spun around, thrusting the short sword at a strange angle with incredible speed. Yet again, the mysterious figure effortlessly avoided the blow. Damn it! Kakashi thought, feeling a bit anxious as he unleashed the full range of the White Fang sword techniques. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp edge of the blade sliced through the air, creating flickers of white light that resembled a dense web. But the mysterious figure seemed to possess a premonition ability, swiftly dodging within the narrow space, evading the terrifying White Fang sword technique with just footwork. This guy seems very familiar with the White Fang technique. Kakashi thought, startled. Before he could change his move, the mysterious person stepped forward, abruptly breaking the air with incredible speed. Kakashi barely had time to react when he felt a sudden, heavy blow from behind. Darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed. "Sorry, Kakashi." Looking at the unconscious youth, the mysterious figure removed his hood, revealing silver short hair. It was the White Fang himself. He crouched down and ruffled his son's hair, his usually expressionless face showing a rare moment of warmth. It's too dangerous over there, you should stay here. The inauguration ceremony for the fifth Hokage of Konoha was taking place as scheduled. However, unlike the grand scene during the fourth Hokage's inauguration when the streets were filled with people, this time the enthusiasm was noticeably less. Perhaps all the excitement had been spent during the fourth Hokage's event, leaving a more sage-like atmosphere for Orochimaru's turn. Looking down at the sparse, dejected crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Even with his political skills at their peak, he found himself at a loss in this situation. He couldn't force everyone to be enthusiastic, could he? Despite his reluctance, he had to attend the inauguration ceremony as a member of the advisory group. Yet, after the media frenzy, his image and life had been thoroughly twisted. Once revered as a Hokage, he was now labeled as a pervert and foolish. As time passed and the inauguration drew nearer, the main character, Orochimaru, had yet to arrive, causing Sarutobi to feel anxious. The sharp gaze directed at him felt like a knife, intensifying his nervousness. Sweat beaded on Sarutobi's forehead as he wondered if something unexpected would happen again. Just when he could no longer sit still and was about to find Orochimaru himself, the main character finally made his late entrance. Dressed in the Hokage's ceremonial robes and wearing a conical hat, Orochimaru slowly appeared on the inauguration platform, a faint smile on his lips. Sorry, I had to take care of a few things before leaving, so I'm late. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally relaxed, his earlier tension easing. Is there anything so urgent that it couldn't wait until after the ceremony? The inauguration ceremony can now begin. The second Hokage crossed his arms and interrupted Sarutobi, looking at Orochimaru with a slightly softened expression. Fifth Hokage, the future of Konoha is in your hands. Go on up, Orochimaru, everyone is waiting for you. Sarutobi smiled, relieved he wouldn't have to endure another scolding from the second Hokage. I announce that the inauguration ceremony for the fifth Hokage officially begins. The voices of Mitokedo Hamura and Udatane Koharu echoed across the large plaza. After a series of complex procedures and the appointments of various advisors and the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the crowd, which had been somewhat indifferent, finally became lively. The fifth Hokage of Konoha is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. With countless passionate and eager eyes watching him, Orochimaru, wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robes, stepped confidently onto the inauguration platform with a steady gait. As he looked at everything before him, Orochimaru felt a sense of unreality, almost like a dream. He had achieved the Hokage position he once desired so deeply, yet he felt no satisfaction, only an endless emptiness. This was not what he truly wanted, and it was far from a real dream. Orochimaru, it's your turn to speak. Noticing Orochimaru's long silence, Sarutobi whispered a reminder. Oh, sorry, I got a bit lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, Orochimaru brushed back his long hair and smiled lightly. Hee, it's okay, I understand how you feel right now. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but get lost in memories. When he became Hokage, the vibrant scene of everything thriving seemed to flash before his eyes. Even now, thinking back, it still filled him with excitement. Go ahead, Orochimaru. Hiruzen patted his disciple's shoulder and said warmly, your time has come. That wasn't wrong. Orochimaru calculated the timing in his heart, facing the crowd below. Everyone was waiting for the new Hokage to give a speech. According to tradition, during the inauguration ceremony, the Hokage completing the transfer would express a series of reforms and ideas for the future of Konoha. I have only one thing to say. A playful glint sparkled in the depths of Orochimaru's narrow, snake-like eyes. The crowd fell silent, waiting for the Hokage's words. Hiruzen smiled, a hint of kindness in his eyes as he looked at his disciple, his heart filled with satisfaction. Orochimaru removed the Hokage's hat and tossed it aside. The fierce wind blew it far away, and his long black hair flew wildly. With a cold smile on his face, he announced, in the name of the fifth Hokage, I, Orochimaru, declare that from this moment, I am defecting from Konoha. Whoa. The wind howled, and the crowd's pupils slowly widened. Hiruzen's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Chapter 213, Collapse, Konoha. When these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone in Konoha. The large plaza fell into complete silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. It wasn't until a gentle breeze passed through that the stunned crowd snapped back to reality. The fifth Hokage of Konoha, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had announced his decision to betray Konoha during his inauguration ceremony to the entire village and its higher-ups. What could be more ridiculous than a Hokage declaring his betrayal of the village? This heavyweight announcement was like a massive stone dropped into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples and quickly escalating into a chaotic reaction as the crowd erupted in confusion. Hey. This is a big joke, right? Narashikaku's pupils trembled, shrinking to a tiny dot, and sweat poured down his forehead. His keen insight into human nature allowed him to see that there was no hint of joking in Orochimaru's gaze. This was undoubtedly serious. Looking at the reactions of others, most were similarly shocked. Especially the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, whose gaze was blank. No matter how many scenarios he imagined, he never expected the situation would turn out like this. What had happened to the Konoha that he and his brother had established? First, the third Hokage had a twisted personality, secretly colluding with Danzo, even allowing power to slip away. Then, the fourth Hokage was tragically killed on the day he took office out of jealousy by Danzo. Now, another Kage-level ninja had emerged, declaring his betrayal on the very day he was inaugurated as the fifth Hokage. At this moment, even Senju Tobirama, who usually had the most thoughts racing through his mind, felt blank and helplessly looked toward his older brother. To his surprise, the first Hokage's mouth hung open in shock, looking as if he had just been stunned for a century, unable to say a word for a long time. Orochimaru. Are you crazy? Do you even know what you're doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen, trying to suppress his shock, rushed forward and grabbed Orochimaru by the collar, his forehead veins bulging, his face twisted in a fierce snarl. Don't mess around, this isn't a joke. Quickly, take it back and apologize to everyone. Take it back. Apologize. Heh. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, lowering his head to look at his teacher. His cold, golden snake-like eyes met Sarutobi's murky gaze, which seemed to be bubbling with anger. Orochimaru's handsome face wore a hint of sarcasm and mockery, and his lips curled slightly as he clearly stated, I'm sorry, but I must refuse. Orochimaru, you. Sarutobi's face turned a deep shade of red with anger, the veins on his forehead throbbing as his blood pressure soared uncontrollably. Tell me why. Do you find it strange? Do you really think that using human experimentation as a reason, or just being the Hokage, will make me obedient? Orochimaru looked at him with disdain, grasping the wrist that held his collar. But unfortunately for you, I, Orochimaru, love to say no to those who think too highly of themselves. With a sudden tightening grip, Sarutobi felt pain as his wrist bones creaked. Then, with a powerful throw, Orochimaru flung both the brand new ceremonial robe and Sarutobi out of the way. In midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his balance after landing. He looked up at his familiar student but felt an unprecedented strangeness, as if he had completely changed. This is the last time I will call you sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen. A cold, hoarse voice reached Hiruzen's ears, startling him and making his pupils widen. What do you want to do, Orochimaru? Seeing something move is interesting, seeing something still is boring, Orochimaru said to himself. A windmill that doesn't turn has no value to look at, but sometimes, something that doesn't move can have its own unique charm. His words were incomprehensible to the others present. What are you talking about, Orochimaru? Hiruzen interrupted him roughly. What I mean is. Orochimaru grinned, brushing back his hair that the wind had blown. Right now, I look forward to the destruction of Konoha more than I do to the position of Hokage. Destroy Konoha. Hiruzen's pupils contracted in shock. An uncontrollable anger burst from him as he exclaimed, You've truly lost your mind, Orochimaru. Kid, do you even know what you're saying? Senju Tobirama's gaze was sharp, ready to strike down Orochimaru if he dared to make a move. Young man, I think you should calm down, the first Hokage said, trying to advise him sincerely. Your plan is impossible. Listen to me, don't be so impulsive. We can sit down and talk things over, okay? Isn't it about time? Orochimaru suddenly murmured, his gaze turning to a certain point. Following his line of sight, Hiruzen felt a shock in his heart. He knew his student well, he would never take such a reckless risk without sufficient confidence. Orochimaru, you. Before he could finish his warning, a massive cloud of dust erupted at the point where Orochimaru was looking. Roar. A huge roar seemed to pierce the sky. From the dust, a claw covered in orange-red fur suddenly tore through the thick smoke, reaching for the sky. It's the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails has gone berserk. A voice echoed, reminding everyone in Konoha of the terrifying scene from that day. Orochimaru, I see you really have gone mad. Senju Tobirama's eyes filled with killing intent as he instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Swish. He vanished from his spot, and the next moment, a sharp kunai slashed toward Orochimaru's throat. However, Orochimaru, whose throat had been cut, did not die. Instead, he looked at them with a mocking gaze as his body transformed into countless small snakes and scattered. Shadow Clone Technique. Tobirama's expression changed slightly. He quickly activated his sensory abilities and soon found Orochimaru's chakra, suddenly stepping forward. Do you think you can escape like this? But just then, deep purple transparent flames suddenly rose like a wall. Quickly, a rectangular barrier centered around Orochimaru enveloped the first Hokage, second Hokage, and third Hokage completely. Lord Hokages. An impatient Umbu shouted and rushed forward. Wait, don't go. A companion's voice was too late. The Umbu collided with the deep purple barrier and was instantly engulfed in flames, screaming as he fell like a meteor. In just a few seconds, he was burned to a charred corpse. Senju Tobirama, surrounded by the four violet flames formation, glanced at the Umbu in the four corners and coldly said, "The four violet flames formation is a good barrier, but the one mistake you made was trapping me and my brother inside as well." "Hee hee, is that so?" Orochimaru chuckled lightly, tilting his head in question. "Then may I ask, esteemed second Hokage, do you think I would have no defenses if I put you all inside?" Just as Tobirama was about to retort, his pupils suddenly widened. "This is such strong binding." A look of shock crossed his face as he realized something. Gritting his teeth, he said, "When did you integrate my brother's cells?" "From the very beginning, when I resurrected you all," Orochimaru replied with a slight smile. Today's young people really are frightening in their thoughts and methods. The first Hokage sighed lightly and shook his head at his brother. "I'm sorry, Tobirama. Even for me, it would take time to break free from this binding. Now, no one can disturb us." Orochimaru spread his hands and walked toward Sarutobi Hiruzen, tilting his head with a smile. "Harming my past teachers brings a sense of achievement and joy that is truly irresistible." Chapter 214, Orochimaru vs. Hiruzen. "Orochimaru, you." Hiruzen Sarutobi was lost in thought as he looked at his former student. He felt a mix of emotions, with countless words on the tip of his tongue, but they caught in his throat. Although there had been some minor disagreements, he always believed that Orochimaru was smart enough to understand his intentions and would eventually agree with his beliefs. But reality seemed different. An invisible, thick barrier separated them, leading to the current situation. "Orochimaru. I was wrong." Hiruzen still didn't want to give up hope. With a trembling voice and a pleading look in his eyes, he said, "I made a mistake. I shouldn't have forced you. Come back. Don't make a bigger mistake, okay?" Proud as he was, he had to lower his head. However, in Orochimaru's eyes, there was genuine disappointment. His pale, cold snake-like pupils narrowed into thin lines. "At this point, do you really believe that I can turn back?" "It's not too late, Orochimaru." Hiruzen spoke quickly, urgency in his voice. "As long as you're willing to return, it's not too late. Look at the village, this is where you grew up. Can you really bear to see it harmed? If you're willing to stop, I'll give up my pride and plead with the ninja clans and the second Hokage to spare you. Is that okay? Please come back. Orochimaru." Hiruzen begged, slowly kneeling down in a formal bow, nearly lowering himself to the ground. Adding to the weight of his age, his wrinkled face made him look pitiful. The once great Hokage was willing to pay such a high price for his student. The crowd outside the barrier watched the elderly Hokage kneeling and pleading with Orochimaru, feeling a pang of sadness. Tears filled their eyes as they recalled how hard he had worked for the village. "Third Hokage. Third, sniff. I was wrong to spread rumors. Although the third Hokage has some flaws, we can't deny how much he has done for Konoha." The voices from the crowd couldn't reach beyond the barrier. But through the reactions on their faces, Orochimaru could guess a bit about what was happening. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in a position of utter humility, almost with his face pressed to the ground. Inside, he felt no pity, only amusement. "Orochimaru, can you forgive me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in a kneeling position, lifting his head slightly to show a pitiful expression. "It was all my fault in the past. I hope you won't blame Konoha. Whatever grievances you have, direct them at me alone, and spare the innocent people." Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru smiled mockingly and said, "Sure." "Huh." Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. In the next moment, Orochimaru suddenly vanished, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a foot pressing down on his head, forcefully smashing it into the ground. Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen's head made a close contact with the ground, and half of his face was pressed into it. What the hell? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind went blank. He never expected that after lowering himself so much, Orochimaru would take advantage and humiliate him like this. "Sensei, I remember you taught me." With his foot still on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, Orochimaru had a hint of mockery on his face. "When apologizing, it must come from the heart." "But why? Does your apology feel insincere and disgusting to me?" Orochimaru. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen usually maintained his composure well, being stepped on by his own disciple in front of all the Konoha ninja made him unable to hold back. The rage in his eyes nearly turned tangible. The third Hokage kneeling to apologize and asking for punishment to spare innocent villagers. Orochimaru's teasing gaze was like a sharp knife, tearing away the facade. "Ah, what a great third Hokage you are, haha. I'm almost moved by you." Having his thoughts exposed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned dark, and a killing intent erupted from his eyes. He grabbed Orochimaru's ankle and, using his waist strength, flipped around. With one hand pushing against the ground, he rose while throwing Orochimaru away. Orochimaru adjusted his balance mid-air and landed steadily. Orochimaru, you were my favorite disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was grim, and deep, cold killing intent brewed in his eyes. However, I will not allow anyone to harm Konoha, not even you. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. With a swift motion, he tore off his outer robe, revealing a chainmail underneath. Sarutobi Hiruzen radiated a fierce aura, old yet formidable, with a headband flying in the wind and a sharp gaze. At that moment, the once great warrior of the ninja world finally returned. Hee, this is more like it. Orochimaru licked his lips, unable to contain his excitement. The burning battle spirit made his blood boil. What I want to see isn't just a Hokage who plays with power, it's that legendary ninja from the past. As he spoke, he raised his wide sleeves. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of giant snakes, each as thick as an arm, slithered out from his sleeves, their tongues flicking as they rushed at his former teacher at lightning speed. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bomb. The ground beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became soft, and a dragon's head emerged, launching rocky projectiles. At the same time, he quickly formed seals. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bomb. Flames erupted from his mouth, wrapping around the rock projectiles. The combination of the two ninjutsu increased their power dramatically, cutting through the air like molten lava. Boom. 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 The summoned snakes were instantly reduced to a bloody mess. Countless flaming meteors, resembling molten lava, streaked through the air toward Orochimaru. Hee, no wonder you were once a legendary ninja, you can use compound ninjutsu so easily, Orochimaru said calmly. This level of attack was just a test of each other's strength. He swiftly dodged to avoid the flaming meteors. However, just as he leaped into the air, preparing to counterattack, he felt a shadow loom over him. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something cutting through the air exploded in his ears. How could this be possible? Orochimaru's pupils narrowed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still there, and the first and second Hokage were controlled. Who was it? But there was no time to think. He could only raise his arms over his head, curling his body into a defensive position. Boom. A massive force surged forward like a mountain crashing into the sea, directly breaking his arms and shattering his bones with loud cracks. The impact made him spit out blood, leaving him wide open. Then, a powerful kick struck him in the abdomen. The overwhelming strength felt like a high-speed train loaded with cargo, crashing into him with immense force. In that instant of contact, the power violently destroyed everything inside him, his organs shook violently, and his bones shattered. Boom. Orochimaru flew through the air, dragged by a wave of energy, and crashed into the hard ground, sliding for several dozen meters before finally stopping. In the dust, Orochimaru coughed up blood, looking disheveled. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips, shakily getting to his feet. His pale golden snake eyes coldly fixed on another figure standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey! I almost forgot you had that technique. But when did you summon the monkey? The one who attacked him in midair was Sarutobi's clan's traditional summoning beast, Enma. This giant, humanoid ape was covered in armor, with snow-white fur, bulging muscles, and thick veins popping out, radiating a fierce aura. You've lost, Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, looking heroic yet stern. I'll give you one last chance. If you confess now, I can spare your life. You're celebrating too soon, that's not a good sign, Orochimaru replied with a wicked smile. It's unfair for 2 against 1. It should be 2 against 2. Saying this, he slowly began to form hand signs. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Upon seeing the hand signs, the second Hokage's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. Quickly stop him, Sarutobi. Don't let him use that technique. Too late. Orochimaru pressed his hands firmly on the ground, a hint of madness on his face. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. Boom. A heavy coffin broke through the ground. But what horrified everyone was that the coffin was engraved with the number 4. Chapter 215, Reanimated Sogetsu. In some ways, the reanimation jutsu and the summoning technique are strikingly similar. With this in mind, Uchiha Sogetsu conceived an interesting and bold idea. Since the two techniques share such similarities, why not attempt to use the ritual structure of the reanimation jutsu to infiltrate the Pure Land from the opposite direction? However, to truly realize this concept, he still needed a trigger. As for this trigger, at that moment, Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze flickered, as if sensing something. He chuckled, already here. As expected of Orochimaru, quite efficient. A virtual persona then emerged within his mind palace. In the palace, this persona, bearing a face identical to his own, though lacking a certain distinct aura, sat with closed eyes. Sogetsu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. The Pure Land belongs to the Sage of Six Paths, and one can never be sure of the risks involved. To be certain everything would go smoothly, Sogetsu made some adjustments to the virtual persona's memories, erasing all recollections of being a transmigrator and leaving only fabricated memories. Go. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Sogetsu sent the virtual persona off, watching it disappear. His golden, vertical slit eyes observed the real world through the subconscious sea, awaiting the next steps that would be pivotal. Orochimaru, deeply hypnotized, had no idea that during the reanimation jutsu summoning, a subtle shift had been made in the target. Instead of the Fourth Hokage, the summoning had veered slightly, calling forth an unfamiliar soul instead. Following the proper order of reanimation jutsu, the summoned soul from the Pure Land arrived in the material world. Before it could react, the gates to its consciousness were seized. Then, Sogetsu's virtual persona entered the soul's island of consciousness, swiftly taking over its consciousness. It was akin to the tales of body snatching from ancient legends, where one would seize another's spiritual domain and wholly replace the alien soul. Silently and without a trace. No one knew what had just happened inside the coffin. It was as if a magical performance had occurred, the classic, substitute the prince under everyone's noses. Boom. A thunderous noise erupted from within the heavy wooden coffin as it broke open from the inside. With the lid shattered into splinters and dust flying in all directions, a dark figure slowly stepped out. The reanimation jutsu had summoned a youth with a graceful presence and short, black, tousled hair. However, it was this seemingly thin young man with black-framed glasses and clear eyes who made Hiruzen Sarutobi feel as if he were facing a great enemy. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints as he instinctively shouted the young man's name, Uchiha Sogetsu. This feeling, what is it? A hint of confusion appeared in Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes. This body didn't seem quite like the one he remembered. The chakra level and overall strength were noticeably weaker. As he wondered, he lowered his head, looking at his own body, cracked and fragile like decaying wood. Suddenly, he realized something and murmured, I see, so this is the reanimation jutsu. Hey, you should be thanking me, Sogetsu. With a slight smile on his lips, Orochimaru spoke casually, how does it feel to be brought back to life? Orochimaru. I really shouldn't have let you learn the reanimation jutsu. Observing the situation on the battlefield, Uchiha Sogetsu quickly pieced together what had happened. He sighed and, with a touch of regret, said, apologies, Lord Third, Lord Second, Lord First. I'm afraid I might cause you some trouble. Orochimaru. You dare desecrate even the souls of heroes. Hiruzen Sarutobi was both shocked and furious. He could hardly believe that this fiend would summon the heroes of Konoha in front of everyone. It's too late to say that now. Orochimaru took out a seal tag, pressing it directly into Uchiha Sogetsu's body. Then, forming hand seals with a faint smile, he said, let me witness the power of the Fourth Hokage. As the seal tag took effect, Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze quickly became vacant and empty. Sarutobi, watch out. Momentarily restrained, Tobirama Senju could only call out a loud warning. Snapping out of his daze, Hiruzen Sarutobi shivered, watching as the young figure formed the horse hand seal. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A towering sea of flames, like a tidal wave of heat, surged forward, filling the sky and sweeping toward them. The scorching waves of fire rolled forward, twisting the air as they passed. The extreme heat even melted the rock layers, making Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyelids twitch in shock. A simple B-rank jutsu had been pushed to the power level of an S-rank jutsu by the opponent. Earth style, earth wall. Hiruzen pressed his hands firmly to the ground, and a massive wall of earth rose up out of nowhere. Boom. The searing flames crashed into the wall, quickly melting the rock under the intense heat. Fortunately, the wall held, if only just. Taking advantage of the brief reprieve, Hiruzen began to strategize his next move. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a shadow racing toward him at high speed. Enma. Hiruzen shouted, forming hand signs as his chest expanded with gathered chakra. His companion, Enma the Monkey King, immediately understood. He charged forward, blocking the shadow's approach with a powerful fist strike. You won't get close. Yet, it was as if the shadow had already anticipated Enma's attack path. The figure lowered its stance slightly, letting the full force punch miss by a hair's breadth, grazing just over his head. I have no time to play with beasts. Move aside. A cold voice reached Enma's ears, filling him with anger, just as he found himself staring into a pair of slowly spinning Mangekyo Sharingan. Damn. No. Enma's heart pounded with alarm, but a second later, his vision went blank, pupils unfocused. Leaf, strong whirlwind. A powerful spinning kick cut through the air and slammed into Enma's abdomen. In an instant, Enma was launched like a cannonball, shooting backwards at incredible speed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sogetsu frowned, his gaze shifting to another spot where 5 identical copies of Hiruzen were gathering. Each of them took a deep breath, their chests swelling as if brimming with explosive power. 5 elements, great combo technique. 5 types of chakra, wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, poured forth like a raging flood. 5 different chakra nature transformations, only someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, could wield them all with such mastery. Under the immense pressure of his chakra, the 5 elements, each with strengths and weaknesses against the others, unleashed a destructive force that shook the sky and the earth. A massive shockwave, visible to the naked eye, swept out in all directions, obliterating everything in its path. Huff, huff. Sarutobi Hiruzen panted heavily, the 5-element combined jutsu had taken an enormous toll on him. Barely holding himself up, he looked into the thick, swirling smoke ahead. Whoosh. A massive golden sword blade sliced through the dense clouds of dust. And then, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's darkened gaze, Uchiha Sogetsu, cloaked in Susanoo, emerged unharmed. Standing within the protection of Susanoo, Orochimaru glanced down at the exhausted Hiruzen with a mocking smile. You're really losing your touch, Lord Hokage. Your chakra and stamina are clearly drained, yet you use such an advanced combination jutsu. Impressive power, yes, but did you really think something like that could defeat us? No, you're wrong, Orochimaru. Hiruzen forced a faint smile. I never expected this move to defeat you. Oh. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. I see, so your target wasn't us, but... Chapter 216, Stand Above Mortals. Sarutobi Hiruzen's true target was actually the first Hokage and the second Hokage. The 5-release, great combo technique wasn't intended to defeat them, but to disrupt the bodies reanimated by the reanimation jutsu, creating an opportunity to break free from their control. Not good. This could go badly. The instant Orochimaru realized this, he caught a glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of his eye. A blue figure suddenly appeared right behind him, bypassing the protection of the Susanoo barrier as if it were nothing. Flying Thunder God Slash. A sharp killing intent filled the air as the blade gleamed like lightning, cutting through the air with terrifying speed. The atmosphere itself seemed to split as the blade moved, and Orochimaru's mind was instantly flooded with a powerful sense of imminent death. Just as Orochimaru was about to be beheaded, Uchiha Sogetsu, as if anticipating the danger, struck out with 2 fingers shaped like a sword, moving just as fast as the blade. Clang. The short blade collided with Sogetsu's fingers, creating a burst of sparks. Wind Release, Decapitation Blade. Sogetsu's 5 fingers curled slightly, gathering the surrounding air to form a thin, sharp wind blade. In one smooth motion, he slashed upward, bisecting the attacker at the waist. Only now, as he finally reacted, did Orochimaru see who had tried to ambush him. It was none other than the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. A cold bead of sweat rolled down Orochimaru's forehead. That was close, just a little more, and I'd have lost my head. Clicking his tongue in irritation, Tobirama, seeing his attack had missed, showed no hesitation. Dragging his severed torso, he teleported away again with the Flying Thunder God technique, waiting for his body to regenerate. The 3 Hokages now stood side by side, watching Orochimaru from within Susanoo's defense. So close. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with regret, then quietly said, Teacher, Lord first, I'll have to rely on you two now. All right, go rest for a bit, Sarutobi, Tobirama replied as his body fully regenerated, pure killing intent radiating from his eyes. Chakra surged within him, causing the ground around him to crumble under the pressure. It was clear that the second Hokage had been thoroughly enraged by Orochimaru's actions. Big brother, I'll leave that brat to you. Tobirama spoke coolly, then walked forward with slow, deliberate steps. You're Uchiha Sogetsu, right? The first Hokage looked at the person inside the Susanoo, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. He chuckled lightly and said, You look a lot like an old friend of mine. It's been a long time since I've seen a Susanoo. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sogetsu, controlled by someone, showed no expression and didn't react at all. Hey, I almost forgot. The first Hokage's eyes showed disappointment as he shook his head and sighed. Oh well, you're the descendant of my dear friend. I won't make things difficult for you. Thud. He clapped his hands together and shouted. With style, advent of the tree world. Boom. The ground violently shook as massive tree roots and stems erupted from the earth, breaking through the rock layers. Quickly, fueled by almost overwhelming chakra, the roots and branches of the trees began to grow at an astonishing rate, spreading wildly within the barrier. Is this the legendary wood-style jutsu? Inside the Susanoo, Orochimaru looked at the thick roots and stems rapidly spreading across the barrier, growing into a massive forest. His pupils shrank, and he could feel the overwhelming vitality, something even he found terrifying. Get rid of these things quickly. As the roots and branches began to coil around the Susanoo, Orochimaru immediately gave the order. Uchiha Sogetsu, controlling the Susanoo, swung the giant golden sword and sliced through all the roots and branches that tried to ensnare him. But no matter how fast he cut, the trees grew even faster. Suddenly, a root appeared from beneath the Susanoo, wrapping around Orochimaru's ankle. By the time he noticed, the root was already pulling him out of the Susanoo with great force, throwing him away. It's bad, I've been focused on the present. Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and he quickly opened his mouth, releasing a shadow. Whoosh! At almost the same time, a sharp short blade slashed down. The head rolled off, but Senju Tobirama didn't show any signs of joy. Instead, he turned his gaze to the shadow that had flown out, seeing a drenched Orochimaru with his lower body transformed into a snake, swiftly fleeing into the forest. He sneered coldly, substitution technique, huh? Your sensory skills are sharp, but how long can you run? Then, he accelerated and chased after him. On the other side, Uchiha Sogetsu attempted to save Orochimaru, but before he could take a step, the first Hokage suddenly blocked his way and grinned at him. Sorry, I can't let you pass. Get out of the way. He controlled his Susanoo, gripping his sword and gathering strength for a heavy downward strike. In an instant, a storm of wind wrapped around the sword's tip, creating a massive wave, violently cutting through the air and sending shockwaves in all directions. Wood style, all-encompassing forest technique. The first Hokage brought his palms together. As the ground shattered, enormous wooden hands appeared. Clang! The palms closed, trapping the descending sword perfectly. The residual force of the sword cut a deep trench into the earth, creating a ravine dozens of meters long. The explosion of wind howled, producing a sharp, eerie sound. The Susanoo, trapped by the palms, struggled to break free. But seeing the first Hokage change his hand signs again, he shouted. Wood style, wood dragon technique. In an instant, the thick vines surrounding them transformed into a lifelike wooden dragon, which wrapped tightly around the Susanoo, binding it completely. The more the Susanoo struggled, the stronger the binding power of the wood dragon became. Moreover, the chakra armor began to show signs of cracking under the pressure. But the most terrifying part of this technique was that the wood dragon could also absorb chakra. Realizing this, Uchiha Sogetsu acted decisively and dismissed his Susanoo. His left eye's Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. Clearly, he planned to settle this with his eye technique. Sorry, kid. The first Hokage seemed to have anticipated this, grinning as he said, I'm not going to let you use your Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan techniques of the Uchiha clan were often troublesome to deal with, and the first Hokage just so happened to be someone who hated trouble. So, he decided to be a bit rough. Kid, don't blame me when you wake up, the first Hokage thought to himself, then brought his palms together again. Black and green markings began to appear on his face, eyes, and brows. In an instant, the first Hokage's aura changed completely, as if connected to the heavens and earth. The already terrifying chakra surged even more under the watchful gaze of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Senjutsu, Myojin Gate. A massive red torii suddenly descended from the sky. Uchiha Sogetsu quickly tried to retreat, but his ankle was caught by spreading roots. He used wind release to shred the obstructing vines, but was delayed for a moment. And that moment decided the outcome. The red torii crashed down with a thunderous roar, pinning Uchiha Sogetsu beneath it. Don't worry, kid. The first Hokage's face returned to its normal expression as he looked at the Uchiha pinned under the torii. He smiled faintly and said, the Myojin Gate will only suppress your chakra. I don't want to harm a hero of Konoha, so, you can stay here and wait. The battle here had come to an end. On the other side, Orochimaru, despite his strange ninjutsu, was still unable to hold his ground against Senju Tobirama. He was forced into a dead end. It's over, Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama held a sharp short sword to Orochimaru's neck and said coldly, your ambitions end here. The rest of your days will be spent in a prison cell, living out your life. For someone like Orochimaru, who had publicly betrayed the village, the best punishment wasn't death, but to make him repent for his actions in the endless darkness of prison. However, even though Orochimaru was cornered and his life was now in someone else's hands, he showed no fear. Instead, a faint smile played at the corners of his lips, as if everything was still under his control. Heh, the time has come. What did you say? Senju Tobirama frowned, feeling uneasy. Orochimaru's calm attitude seemed as though he still had a trick up his sleeve. What I mean is... Orochimaru's eyes showed a hint of regret as he looked at the second Hokage. A strange smile appeared on his cold face as he said, it's time to say goodbye. Realizing something was wrong, Senju Tobirama decisively slashed with his short sword. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The sharp short sword slashed through, but there was no spray of blood as imagined, and Orochimaru's head was not severed. Senju Tobirama's pupils narrowed. What's going on here? No matter how many battles he'd fought, he had never seen such a strange ninjutsu. It was completely baffling. Orochimaru seemed to have become intangible. Like a fleeting illusion, something that could be seen but not touched. Orochimaru. You've truly fallen. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had just arrived, had a grim expression as he looked at his once proud disciple with a heart full of sorrow. When did you ever truly understand me? Orochimaru's gaze was cold as he said lightly, I've had enough of this suffocating emptiness. A limited life is the greatest constraint. But it's fine, because from now on, I will stand above mortals. The next time we meet. His black hair flew in the wind, and in Orochimaru's pale gold eyes, the figures of the two men reflected. He raised his lips into a mocking smile and said, I will shed this mortal body completely, like the white snake reincarnating, and walk the path to divinity. Then, his body slowly began to fade. The next moment, right under their eyes, the culprit, Orochimaru, mysteriously vanished into thin air. Chapter 217, Flawless Life. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Orochimaru's form faded into a spectral state and then vanished into thin air. There was no warning, not even the slightest fluctuation of chakra throughout the entire process. Even Tobirama Senju, who was well versed in ninjutsu, couldn't help but show a deep look of confusion on his face. Damn it, he still managed to escape. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Orochimaru, who had left without a trace, and punched the ground in frustration, his face full of unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling he was, what could he do? Thinking about everything that had happened today, Hiruzen's expression turned pained as he closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Teacher, I was wrong. I should never have trusted him from the beginning. If it weren't for my indulgence, none of this would have happened. However, Tobirama's thoughts were elsewhere. He stared at the spot where Orochimaru had disappeared, a thoughtful look on his face as he murmured, Do you think Orochimaru caused such a huge commotion just to destroy Konoha? Is it really that simple? He felt that something about the entire situation was off. Now that he had calmed down and reviewed the entire battle, he noticed a subtle detail. Orochimaru's actions, along with everything he had said and done, carried an intense sense of inconsistency. Come to think of it, that's true. Hiruzen quickly understood what his teacher meant, furrowing his brow. The Orochimaru I know is always cautious and intelligent. He never does anything meaningless and would never publicly declare his betrayal and threaten to destroy Konoha in such a dramatic way. Knowing it was impossible to succeed, why would he still do it? Exactly. He knew it was doomed to fail, yet he did it anyway. He's not a fool. Tobirama's eyes narrowed, a hint of coldness in his tone. Unless he intended to fail from the start. Knowing he would fail but still going through with it, are you saying? Hiruzen's reaction was swift, and he immediately guessed a possibility, his expression changing slightly. Orochimaru did it on purpose. We fell into his trap. Exactly, we were all deceived. Only then did Tobirama realize that they had all been played by Orochimaru. What a brilliant plan. It was true, he thought, this level of acting was impressive. No wonder he was Sarutobi's disciple. He had fooled them all. Thinking about this, Tobirama Senju's anger flared up. He glared fiercely at Hiruzen Sarutobi and gritted his teeth, saying, Go, have the Umbu search immediately. If Orochimaru went to such great lengths to divert our attention, then his target must be somewhere in Konoha. Feeling wrong but unable to voice it, Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart was full of frustration. With his head lowered, he went to inform the Umbu. Meanwhile, after Orochimaru left, the curse mark controlling Uchiha Sogetsu soon lost its effect, likely due to the distance. Regaining his senses after being suppressed by the Myojin Gate, Uchiha Sogetsu looked at the destruction around him, a hint of regret on his face. He said bitterly, I'm sorry, Lord First. If I hadn't insisted on my own way and allowed Orochimaru to learn reanimation jutsu, perhaps today's situation wouldn't have happened. This isn't entirely your fault. The first Hokage, looking at the delicate young man in front of him, sighed with a touch of sadness. What a good child. How did that scoundrel Danzo end up getting him killed? Fourth, is it really you? At that moment, someone from the Umbu tasked with cleaning up was shakily walking toward them. Turning toward the voice, Uchiha Sogetsu smiled and greeted him, It's you, Elephant. It's been a while. How have you been? With a thud, Elephant suddenly fell to his knees in front of everyone. Lord Fourth, it's all my fault. The proud leader of the Umbu couldn't hold back and burst into tears. If only I had been more persistent and followed you, maybe you wouldn't have died. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes softened, and he spoke gently, Stand up, Elephant. This wasn't your fault. But even so, Elephant couldn't forgive himself. Ever since the Fourth's death, he had been mired in deep self-blame and guilt. He had imagined countless times that if he had insisted on going with the Fourth back then, would that tragedy have been avoided. But sadly, there are no ifs in life. Now, seeing the fourth Hokage again, a heavy wave of guilt and self-reproach shattered Elephant's emotional defenses. If you feel indebted, then protect Konoha well for me, Uchiha Sogetsu said softly. Yes, fourth Hokage, I will definitely protect Konoha well for you. Looking at the boy who seemed as radiant as the sun, Elephant felt a long-lost sense of peace. The darkness that once loomed over him seemed to be dispersed by a gentle ray of sunlight. Fourth Hokage. Is it really the fourth Hokage? Damn it, let me through. Let me see the fourth Hokage. Please, sir, let me see Lord Fourth one more time. Fourth Hokage, we miss you. The ninjas who had been outside the barrier now surged forward like a tide. But the enthusiastic crowd was stopped by the Umbu, leaving them straining on tiptoe, desperately trying to catch a glimpse of the gentle fourth Hokage. Do you want to go and see them? The first Hokage spoke slowly. I can release the Myojin gate and let you see them one more time. Uchiha Sogetsu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head with a gentle smile. No, first Hokage. After causing such a commotion, I can't face everyone. The matter with Orochimaru is not your fault. The first Hokage felt an even deeper sense of regret. Such a sincere and kind-hearted Uchiha was truly a natural Hokage. His thoughts wandered uncontrollably. He wondered if Uchiha Madara, seeing such a descendant who embodied both the Uchiha's bloodline and the unyielding will of fire, would feel at peace in the afterlife. Would he finally be able to let go? Suddenly, the dust covering Uchiha Sogetsu's body, held down by the Myojin gate, began to fade and fall away. Fourth Hokage, you. Elephant's face turned pale, his voice strained, and a hint of reluctance shone in his trembling eyes. Ah, it seems my time is up. Uchiha Sogetsu's expression turned sorrowful but quickly softened again as he spoke gently. It's okay, Elephant. I am already someone who is dead. I'm just going back to where I belong. But the first Hokage and second Hokage are still here, aren't they? Elephant blurted out his words without thinking but quickly realized his mistake and apologized in alarm. I'm sorry, first Hokage-sama. I didn't mean to accuse you. I just wanted to say. No, you're right, the first Hokage sighed and said, Tobirama and I should have departed a long time ago. It's just that there's something unfinished keeping us here. Big brother, you're talking too much, came a sudden voice. At some point, Tobirama Senju had returned and interrupted the first Hokage. Ah, sorry, just pretend you didn't hear anything, the first Hokage said, scratching the back of his head and laughing heartily as usual. Sogetsu, I need to ask you about something, Tobirama went straight to the point. On that day when Danzo killed you, what exactly happened? It was the Aurora Order, Tobirama-sama, Uchiha Sogetsu recalled, speaking slowly. That day, I sensed someone spying on me, so I followed the shadow all the way to the headquarters of Root. I snuck inside and discovered Danzo was in secret communication with the Aurora Order. As I thought. Tobirama's face darkened with anger, his powerful chakra surging as he suppressed his fury. And then? What happened next? Then I hid and tried to listen to what they were discussing, Sogetsu continued, a hint of bitterness appearing on his face. They were talking about things like a blasphemy slate, a summoning ritual, and the true creator. But before I could hear more, the mysterious man in the black robe speaking with Danzo sensed my presence. You know what happened after that? The Dark Saint. No wonder, Tobirama muttered, recalling their recent clash. Tobirama-sama, please be careful with the Aurora Order, Sogetsu said seriously. I don't know what exactly they're planning, but my instincts tell me their scheme is extremely dangerous. Don't worry, my brother and I will get to the bottom of this, Tobirama reassured him. Senju Tobirama nodded in agreement and said, as for their plans, I have a rough idea. That's good, that's good. Uchiha Sogetsu looked at him and said softly, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Lord Tobirama. Tobirama felt a pang of regret as he watched Sogetsu's reanimation jutsu body slowly fade and crumble. He sighed deeply, do you have any last wishes? I will try my best to fulfill them. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Sogetsu said, please, on my behalf, take care of the Uchiha clan a little. I promise, Tobirama said with a slight nod, watching as the young man began to dissipate completely. Is there anything else you wish to say? One last thing, and I hope you can agree to it. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled peacefully and said, my life, though short, was full of excitement. I made many mistakes, and the Third Shinobi War started because of me alone, so I am not worthy of the title of Fourth Hokage. Besides, I never formally assumed the position. So, please, erase my name so that future generations don't ridicule me. I cannot agree to that. Tobirama shook his head, rejecting the request. Uchiha Sogetsu, whether you accept it or not, you are Konoha's Fourth Hokage. Your actions are worthy of the term flawless, and your life deserves no slander from anyone. Fourth Hokage, you don't need to be so harsh on yourself. Elephant knelt on the ground, eyes filled with tears, and said in a hoarse voice, you are a true hero. Your entire life has been dedicated to protecting the will of Konoha. Please, don't speak like that. Sogetsu, you did well. The first Hokage raised a thumb and grinned. You embody the true will of fire, and are unquestionably a worthy Hokage. In the distance, the vast crowd still shouted his name at the top of their lungs. People were so overwhelmed that some fainted, but even more pressed forward, all wanting just one glimpse of him. Every face was streaked with tears. At that moment, Uchiha Sogetsu smiled, and with a gust of wind, his reanimation jutsu body turned to ashes. Chapter 218, Chapter 218.1, Escape. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Sogetsu, the Umbu responsible for the investigation returned. The Umbu, wearing a bird-like mask, kneeled on one knee and said in a deep voice, Lord Tobirama, as per your request, we have carefully examined the key areas. We found signs of intrusion at the sealed root headquarters. The interior has been damaged, and it appears something may be missing. As expected, Orochimaru was just a decoy. Senju Tobirama's gaze sharpened, and his presence exuded an intense pressure, causing the hard ground around him to crack. At that moment, his last lingering doubt about the previous battle was finally resolved. No wonder Orochimaru's words and actions had felt so off from the beginning. He had used himself as bait to divert Konoha's attention. While everyone's attention was distracted, someone else had snuck into the root headquarters to steal something. Damn it. A vein popped on Tobirama's forehead, and he clenched his fist in frustration. At the same time, he cursed himself internally for being so foolish. Had he been dead for too long? How could he have missed such a simple trick? Danzo, root, missing item. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured those words, his expression shifting slightly as his eyes narrowed. Could Orochimaru be connected to the Aurora Order? Was he deliberately drawing our attention to allow his accomplices to take something else? No, I don't think it has anything to do with the Aurora Order. Tobirama calmly analyzed the situation and shook his head. If it were related to the Aurora Order, they would have taken it when the Dark Saint arrived. But if it's not the Aurora Order, why would Orochimaru target Root? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled, his face full of confusion. After all, Root had strong ties to the Aurora Order, and aside from those crazies, who else would be interested in that place? Unless Danzo and Root are hiding a secret that neither we nor the Aurora Order know about. Tobirama furrowed his brow, his mind racing as if tangled in a mess of threads with no clear lead. But the problem is, how did Orochimaru learn about a secret that even the Aurora Order doesn't know? Sensei, do you think it's possible that? Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Speak. Tobirama snapped, urging him to continue. Could it be that there's another mysterious organization we don't know about? Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, one that's hidden in the shadows, much like the Aurora Order, and Orochimaru and his accomplices are part of it. This possibility couldn't be ruled out, in fact, it seemed quite likely. If not, it would be impossible to explain Orochimaru's actions, which defy common sense. Let's issue a bounty, said Senju Tobirama, rubbing his temples. Things seemed to be getting more complicated. He looked at his older brother beside him, and his thoughts went back to the day shortly after Uchiha Sogetsu was killed. The souls of the two brothers were suddenly pulled into a dark space. In that pitch-black space, they encountered the legendary Sage of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths gave them an instruction: find the source of the abnormal phenomenon that was disrupting the destiny of the ninja world and causing chaos. What is the abnormal phenomenon? This was the question he had asked the Sage of the Six Paths at the time. But the answer was something Tobirama couldn't comprehend. The sage had responded, the shadow that manipulates the threads of fate, the will that disturbs the order of the ninja world, an unknown existence from deep in the stars, slowly awakening from its slumber. End of the memory. Senju Tobirama rubbed his temples and muttered softly, so only he could hear, could the Sage of the Six Paths be referring to the true creator, worshipped by the Aurora Order? In a slightly dilapidated house. The special incense spread a faint smoke, as if it had a consciousness, drifting above the bed. Candles were lit at each of the four corners of the bed. A young man lay on the bed, eyes tightly closed, with a slight smile on his face, as if he were dreaming. Suddenly, the candles at all four corners went out. At the same time, a figure seemed to appear out of nowhere, gradually becoming solid. The young man in the dream groggily opened his eyes and saw a man standing at the foot of his bed. The man had long black hair, a tall and slender frame, an exceptionally handsome face, and pale golden eyes resembling vertical snake pupils. His entire presence radiated a cold, sinister aura. Orochimaru-sama. The distinct eyes and the chilling presence made the young man instantly recognize the figure as Orochimaru. "TCH, so troublesome," Orochimaru said, glancing lazily, then using a body flicker technique to appear by the young man, swinging his hand to strike at his neck. Bang. The young man's vision went dark, and he fainted again. After dealing with this small nuisance, Orochimaru surveyed the room again. His gaze landed on the incense and the candles, and he bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help, Mr. Adam. The incense smoke floating in the air circled around him before slowly dissipating. It seemed that the existence had received his gratitude. Chapter 219, Chapter 218.2, Two Eternal Genin. Orochimaru let out a slight sigh of relief and slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with fervor. He licked his lips and said, "Is this the power of Mr. Adam? Truly unbelievable. To think it could allow me to instantly reach another place through someone else's dream. This power is incredible." This was the first time he truly experienced the power of the path of God. This brief, temporary experience undoubtedly intensified Orochimaru's deep desire to obtain the path of God written on the Blasphemy Slate. He couldn't wait even for a moment, practically itching to rush to the gathering point immediately. After a quick transformation into the young man's appearance, Orochimaru slowly opened the bedroom door and stepped into the noisy streets. Though he had managed to escape from the second Hokage's watchful eyes through the young man's dream, he was still within Konoha, near the edge of the village, with the Konoha gate not far away. Watching the bustling crowd, with people chatting about the recent topic of Orochimaru's defection and how he had been beaten by the Hokage, Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh lightly. He wasn't concerned and walked boldly toward the main gate of Konoha. Once he stepped out of the village gates, he would no longer have to hide his true intentions. Arriving at the gate, he found it empty. Orochimaru chuckled softly. It seemed everyone had been drawn elsewhere, which was just as well. Suddenly, a rough hand reached from behind and rested on his shoulder. As countless thoughts flashed through his mind, wondering if he had been discovered, a hearty, honest voice came from behind. "Ikeda, something big happened. Orochimaru has declared defection. The second Hokage has ordered us to search for his whereabouts. Once we find him, report immediately." Orochimaru slowly turned around. The man who had placed his hand on his shoulder was a middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle, wearing a green, tight-fitting outfit. "Well, I didn't expect to run into you here," Orochimaru said with a smirk. The man sighed, looking troubled, and said, "Looks like we'll have to go together. As you know, I'm not good at searching." Orochimaru paused for a few seconds in silence, struggling to recall the man's name. "What's the matter, Ikeda? Don't recognize me?" The man, whose hair was oily and shiny like a watermelon rind, looked dramatically distressed and said loudly, "No way. I'm Dai. Might Due. You really forgot me, huh? Might Due." Oh, now that he mentioned it, Orochimaru vaguely remembered him. He recalled that this guy was skilled in taijutsu but terribly lacking in other areas. In the end, he had barely made it as a genin due to pity. "I didn't forget," Orochimaru said quickly. "I just woke up, my mind's a bit foggy." He casually made up an excuse and added, "Weren't we supposed to search for Orochimaru? Let's go quickly, or he might escape." "Oh, right. Might Due couldn't really understand, nodding his head repeatedly. Just then, a hunched figure blocked their path. "Wait, Due." Might Due stopped in his tracks, scratched his head, looking confused. "Kosuke, why are you stopping us?" "Kosuke? Mariboshi Kosuke." Orochimaru's heart shook slightly. He had heard of this name before. A lifetime of being a genin, Kosuke's ninja skills were considered above average, on par with a jonin. It was said that he had been taught by 3 Hokage. Mariboshi Kosuke was dressed simply, with a black pot on his back. However, his face was serious as he quietly drew a short sword from behind his back, his eyes filled with a hint of killing intent. "Due, you need to look more carefully. That person is not Ikeda. Kosuke-san, stop joking around." Orochimaru, confident in his disguise, innocently said, "I'm Ikeda. Did you make a mistake?" "Tch, your disguise is terrible." Mariboshi Kosuke sneered. "First off, Ikeda would never call me san. Only guy would address me like that. Second, Ikeda would never fail to recognize Due. Just now, your eyes clearly showed you didn't know him. And most importantly, your scent is off." "Scent?" Due's eyes widened in shock. "I've spent years in the wild, searching for herbs." Mariboshi Kosuke rubbed his nose, confidently continuing, "Through years of herb hunting, I've developed an incredible sense of smell. While it's not as good as the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs, it's still more than enough. Just now, when I passed by you, the scent was completely different from Ikeda's. Leaf Village, strong fist whirlwind." Might Due gathered strength and spun around, using centrifugal force to whip his leg at the fake Ikeda. Bang. The fake Ikeda was knocked back several steps, but quickly steadied himself, clicking his tongue. "Time to reveal your true form." Mariboshi Kosuke and Might Due watched him warily, silently trying to figure out which village had sent this spy posing as Ikeda. What was this called? A near victory, just a step away, and yet 2 genin had stopped him. Forget it. There's no need to keep up the disguise anymore. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, silently judging the two in front of him, and a cold smile rose within him. One's an eternal genin, the other's only good with taijutsu. I'll take care of them quickly. We're so close now, it doesn't matter if they realize who I am. Then, he tore off his face mask, revealing his true appearance. Upon seeing that familiar face, Maraboshi Kosuke and Might Dewey both widened their eyes in shock, staring in disbelief. Orochimaru. Chapter 220, Chapter 219, Orochimaru vs. Eternal Genins. Oro. Might Dewey stuttered so badly, he almost bit his tongue. Beside him, Maraboshi Kosuke, irritated by his incompetence, couldn't help but speak up, "It's Orochimaru, don't just stand there. Go notify the Umbu." Hee, that's a good idea. Orochimaru, watching the two, curled the corner of his lips into a faint smile and said with amusement, "But do you really think you have a chance against me? Go, Dewey." Maraboshi Kosuke gripped a shuriken in his hand and threw it with speed. He quickly formed hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken flew out and suddenly multiplied in midair, like a dense rainstorm, all shooting toward Orochimaru. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent wind surged forward, instantly sweeping around them. With the sound of metal clashing, the numerous shuriken were blown away, and both Might Dewey and Maraboshi Kosuke were almost knocked off balance by the fierce wind, nearly flying backward. It was a simple C-rank ninjutsu, but in Orochimaru's hands, it had the terrifying power of an A-rank technique. Maraboshi Kosuke, feeling the gap in their abilities, began to sweat heavily. As one of the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru's oppressive presence almost suffocated him. Despite his fear, Maraboshi Kosuke gritted his teeth, stepped in front of Orochimaru, and quietly urged Might Dewey, "Hurry, Dewey, go alert the Umbu. I'll hold him off. We cannot let Orochimaru escape." "Okay, I understand." Might Dewey knew this wasn't the time to show off, so he quickly ran off in the other direction. "I told you, none of you are getting away." Orochimaru spoke slowly, his hands hanging loosely at his sides. Ninja art, hidden shadow snake hands. Countless snakes erupted from his large sleeves, quickly catching up to Might Dewey and binding him tightly. Swish. A flash of blade light cut through the air, and Might Dewey was freed. Maraboshi Kosuke, holding a short sword, stepped in front of Might Dewey, swinging the blade in a series of sharp, swift slashes, cutting the snakes into pieces. But in that moment, a mocking glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Nice swordplay, but in front of me, it's nothing more than child's play." Seizing the opening between the blade strikes, Orochimaru dashed forward, raised his knee, and with a precise, devastating kick, struck Maraboshi Kosuke in the stomach. Bang. The kick sent Maraboshi Kosuke's stomach into a storm of pain, like a violent spasm. He threw his head back and spat out blood. Then, Orochimaru grabbed his hair, forcefully pushing his head down, and kneeled him in the stomach. Bang. The contact between his nose and Orochimaru's knee made Maraboshi Kosuke's vision blur with stars. Next, Orochimaru gathered strength and threw a punch straight to Maraboshi Kosuke's face. The force sent him crashing to the ground, only for his body to rebound, soaring like a bouncing ball, flying several meters away. After all that, Orochimaru looked toward Might Dewey, who was about to rush off to inform the Umbu. With a wave of his hand, Orochimaru summoned a massive swarm of snakes. Might Dewey, entangled by the snakes, felt his frustration boiling over. No longer holding back, his forehead veins popped as white steam rose from his body. He roared, "8 gates, 3rd gate, open." Seeing this, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spewed a massive wave of snakes, a black tide crashing toward Might Dewey. 10,000 snakes formation. The sheer number of snakes had Might Dewey in a panic. "Don't even think about escaping." Meanwhile, Maraboshi Kosuke struggled to rise from the rubble. Half of his face was disfigured, but his gaze remained firm. "He can still get up." Orochimaru frowned slightly, growing impatient. "I don't have time to play games with you." He hadn't planned to cause a big commotion, to avoid being detected by the sensitive-nosed ANBU. But now, it seemed better to just deal with it quickly. With his decision made, Orochimaru formed a hand seal and took a deep breath, fire-style, Fire Dragon Flame Missile. A stream of orange-red flames shot from his mouth, instantly turning into a large blaze, roaring like a massive wave, heading forward to devour everything in its path. Maraboshi Kosuke's pupils shrank sharply, his face turning red from the flames. The intense heat even made his hair curl. Without hesitation, he smashed a nearby water pipe and quickly formed another hand seal, water-style, water formation wall. Using the water gushing from the pipe, a water wall several meters wide appeared, barely managing to block part of the flames. However, a beam of fire still pierced through the defense. In a panic, Maraboshi Kosuke did a quick roll to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Before he could even catch his breath, that suffocating pressure returned. Orochimaru formed another hand seal, wind style, great vacuum sphere. A wind blast, like an air cannon, slammed into him. With the sound of cracking bones, Maraboshi Kosuke was thrown back, his mind flashing with a thought. This is the legendary Sannin. There was no chance to breathe. The seamless switching between jutsus was effortless. Orochimaru easily used multiple elemental ninjutsu, leaving him with no chance to fight back. Kosuke. Looking at the air, where Maraboshi Kosuke's chest had collapsed, still fighting the snakes, Might Dewey's eyes widened in fury. So fast. From start to finish, it was almost under a minute. Orochimaru crushed Maraboshi Kosuke with overwhelming force, even having enough strength left to use the snakes to block him. Orochimaru concealed the murderous intent in his eyes and didn't even glance at them. He simply walked toward the gate. Stop. Despite being beaten to a pulp, Maraboshi Kosuke held onto Orochimaru's ankle with what little willpower remained. Don't think you're getting away. Annoying. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with murder as he coldly said, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, he raised his hand, forming a wind blade and sending it straight at Maraboshi Kosuke's head. If he were hit, it wasn't hard to imagine that Maraboshi Kosuke would die on the spot. No. At that moment, Might Dewey unexpectedly turned back, his speed suddenly increasing several times over. Orochimaru only saw a flash before Maraboshi Kosuke was taken away. Looking at the man, whose body was radiating a blue aura, he frowned slightly. This chakra, it suddenly increased a lot. What's going on? You shouldn't have turned back, Dewey. Maraboshi Kosuke coughed up blood, his eyes dim, and he forced a bitter smile. Looks like we're both going to die here today. Might Dewey stood silently for a long time, staring at the fallen Maraboshi Kosuke. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, Kosuke-san, I hope you can tell Guy that his father is not worthless. Dewey, do you really want to? Maraboshi Kosuke realized something, his pupils shrinking. No. Don't do it. You'll die. No. Kosuke-san. Might Dewey crossed his arms, veins bulging on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he said, now is the time to follow my ninja way. His chakra, it's still rising. Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued again as he stared intently at Might Dewey. Ah. Might Dewey's roar sounded like a beast's howl as crimson chakra surged around him. This is my ninja way, 8 gates release, 8th gate. Open. The hard stone bricks on the ground were instantly shattered by the fierce wind. The violent chakra, like a flood breaking free, swept around him, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out from under his feet. This chakra. Orochimaru's usually calm heart was finally stirred, and a ripple of surprise appeared. In just a few seconds, the chakra was elevated from a genin to Kage level. This was truly astonishing. Interesting, so interesting. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intense curiosity. 8 gates. I've never heard of such a technique. Let me see it for myself. Ha. Dewey, wrapped in crimson steam, looked like a beast freed from its chains. He crushed the ground around him, sending shockwaves through dozens of meters. In the next instant, his figure vanished, and the air was filled with a piercing sonic boom. Boom. Orochimaru realized something was wrong and hurried to use the substitution technique. But faster than him was Dewey's figure, surrounded by the blood-red steam. He tore through the air, creating roaring gusts of wind, and with an unstoppable force, he charged a kick that flew like a blazing meteor. The air in front of him compressed and collapsed, gathering into a point before striking. Orochimaru couldn't dodge in time and was kicked in the abdomen. The terrifying force pierced through his body, obliterating half of his flesh. The remaining power, like a hurricane, shattered the entire street. This is a genin. That was the last thought that flashed through Orochimaru's mind. Chapter 221, Chapter 220, Uchiha Mikoto appears. The chaos at the main gate of Konoha immediately attracted the attention of the ANBU. However, when they arrived, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The street, which stretched nearly 100 meters, looked as though it had been swept by a violent storm. Broken bricks and debris were scattered everywhere, and in the center, a trench had been plowed, several meters wide and nearly half a meter deep, resembling a canyon. The ANBU followed the trench with their gaze. They saw that the massive gates of Konoha were covered in dense cracks, as though they had endured some terrifying attack. Amid the spreading fractures, a person was embedded in the middle, their body crushed and bloodied, making it impossible to tell who they were. What happened here? The ANBU were stunned. They quickly noticed someone lying among the rubble and rushed over. Hey, can you still talk? Tell me what happened here. The person lying in the debris was Maraboshi Kosuke. He spat blood and weakly lifted his hand to point at the mangled figure stuck in the Konoha gates. Quick, he is Orochimaru. With that, he tilted his head, unconscious. What? Orochimaru. The ANBU's pupils dilated in shock, and they turned back to look at the Konoha gates, astonished. Who could have done this to Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? They failed to notice another charred body nearby. The greatest contributor, Might Dway, was now on the brink of death, his body emitting white steam as his chest rose and fell slowly, gradually coming to a stop. His hollow eyes remained fixed on Orochimaru, even in death. Cough, cough. Orochimaru, who had been slammed into the gates with such force, suddenly coughed up blood and lifted his bloodied face. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with malice, stared relentlessly at the charred body. His voice was hoarse. Very well, you taught me a lesson with your life, Might Dway, was it? I will remember your name. Curiosity can kill. This was the painful lesson Orochimaru learned and would never forget, imprinted deeply into his heart. How could he forget? Half his body had been crushed. Any normal ninja would have died instantly, no matter how many lives they had. But unfortunately for Dway, he was up against an abnormal ninja. The legendary Sannin each had their special fields. Tsunade was skilled in healing and superhuman strength, Jiraiya in sage techniques and fire jutsu, and Orochimaru, he was best at biological modifications and life-saving techniques. Fortunately, I modified my body in advance. Orochimaru was incredibly thankful. If he hadn't preemptively altered his body, that kick would have sent him straight to the Pure Land. How is he still alive? Upon seeing this, the Umbu immediately felt a surge of fear. Their eyes hardened with resolve, and they saw the opportunity. They rushed forward without hesitation. Humph. You think you can kill me just because I'm weakened? Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly, and a chilling killing intent flowed in his eyes. Die, traitor. The Umbu moved swiftly, leaping into the air with gathered strength. They threw a kunai at Orochimaru while forming hand signs, fire style. However, before the hand signs could be completed, a poisonous snake shot out in front of him at blinding speed. It was like a flash of black light, and the Umbu suddenly felt a sharp pain in their neck. Ah! The Umbu screamed in agony, their face quickly turning from red to green. The poison spread throughout their body, and they fell lifeless to the ground in an instant. Foolish, Orochimaru scoffed coldly. Though he was severely injured, it didn't mean that a mere Umbu could take his life. He struggled to get off the door, panting slightly. His lower half transformed into a snake's body, slithering out toward the street. SSSSS. SSSSS. An unusual breeze swept across the street. Orochimaru's face darkened as frustration surged inside him. Why was it that every time, just when he was about to escape, someone always showed up to cause trouble? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures appeared, their animal masks unmistakable. Reinforcements from the Umbu had arrived. Such a hassle. Orochimaru deeply felt what it was like to be targeted by the Umbu. It was like being stuck with chewing gum, impossible to shake off. Attack! The leading Umbu shouted, and the rest charged forward. TSK. Looks like things are about to escalate, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. His gaze turned cruel and fierce. Seems like if I want to leave today, I'll have to carve a bloody path. Before he could finish his sentence, several poisonous snakes shot from his mouth. The Umbu in the front hurriedly slashed at the snakes, but their gaze remained locked on Orochimaru. As they saw his snake body writhing, they quickly threw shuriken. Puchi. 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 Several blood flowers bloomed. Orochimaru ignored the attacks, charging forward despite the shuriken embedded in him. Suddenly, his neck elongated several times its normal length, and with a snap, he bit into the neck of one Umbu. The Umbu's pupils widened as they instantly lost all breath. But the other Umbu took the opportunity and swung their knives toward Orochimaru's elongated neck. Just as it seemed he was about to die, they saw his mouth grow wider and wider, and then a shadowy figure, drenched in moisture, crawled out from inside. 1. Orochimaru licked his lips. Though badly injured, he knew killing these Umbu would come at a cost, but it was a price he was willing to pay. His eyes, dark and cold, swept across the Umbu like blades. He smiled, raised a finger, and motioned them over. Come on, I'd like to see if you can kill me, Orochimaru. Clang. A sharp flash of a blade appeared seemingly out of nowhere from his left side, striking at an unusually vicious angle. The timing was perfect. It happened just as Orochimaru was speaking, letting down his guard for a brief moment. Plus, with the ambush technique, the strike came before he could react. In a panic, Orochimaru rolled away on the ground, barely avoiding a fatal blow. However, the blade still grazed his face, cutting off half of his ear. With half an ear gone, Orochimaru's veins bulged on his forehead. His cold, murderous gaze locked onto the attacker, but the next moment, his expression changed to something odd. It turned out, the attacker had short, silvery white hair. Kakashi, meeting Orochimaru's cold gaze, immediately felt a chill run through him. He quickly retreated several steps, holding his short sword in front of him, staying alert. Orochimaru stared at the silver-haired youth, the corner of his mouth twitching. If it were anyone else, he would have killed them already, but this little brat, he couldn't harm him. An eerie silence lasted only half a second. In the next moment, the Umbu charged forward again, attacking in an orderly fashion. They clearly weren't in a hurry, they were just stalling for time. There's no need to keep playing around. Orochimaru calculated the time. If this dragged on any longer, he might really be unable to escape. He stopped holding back his chakra, pushed back the Umbu in front of him, and then dropped to the ground, opening his mouth wide. Serpent formation, myriad snakes. This time, the number of snakes far exceeded before. A dark, massive wave of snakes surged forward like a tsunami, piling up like multiple layers of buildings, pushing against each other with a chilling sound of slithering. Like a black flood breaking through a dam, they charged toward the Umbu. The Umbu were immediately entangled by the overwhelming sea of snakes, unable to defend themselves or delay Orochimaru any longer. Heh. Goodbye, Konoha. Orochimaru sneered coldly, no longer paying attention to the Umbu. He turned and stepped out of the gates of Konoha, feeling as if his mood had improved greatly. A gleam returned to his eyes. Amaterasu. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards him at lightning speed. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure's crimson Sharingan spun, releasing a large mass of black flames. Boom. The massive wave of serpents was completely incinerated by the black flames. Who is it? Orochimaru's expression changed drastically, but before he could react, a gust of wind hit him. A black figure appeared, with blood-red pupils and a terrifying killing intent. The figure spun mid-air and rushed toward him at incredible speed. So fast. Orochimaru barely had time to curl up before being kicked in the abdomen. The force, mixed with spiraling power, sent him flying. Crash. 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 Orochimaru smashed through trees along the way, finally slamming into a rock wall before coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Orochimaru spat out blood, his heart filled with both rage and frustration. Is this bad luck? One after another, when will it end? Who is it this time? He lifted his head, and a figure slowly came into view. It was a woman, her black hair tied up, wearing the Uchiha clan's distinctive black cloak. The two unique Sharingan in her eyes radiated intense killing intent and madness. You are Uchiha. Mikoto. Orochimaru recognized the newcomer and was immediately shocked. When did the Uchiha clan have another Mangekyo Sharingan user? However, Mikoto's beautiful face was now twisted and grotesque, as if she carried some unhealable grudge. She exuded a horrifying killing aura, almost palpable, like a demon from hell. You dare to tamper with his soul, Orochimaru. I will make you die. Orochimaru. Chapter 222, Chapter 221, Mikoto's Mangekyo Abilities. Looking at the furious expression in Mikoto's eyes, Orochimaru's mind suddenly froze for half a second. Immediately after, he fell into deep thought. His gaze was confused, a mix of bewilderment and confusion as he asked, "Wait, who are you talking about?" Sometimes, when someone has done so many bad things, it's really hard to remember exactly which one the other person is referring to. However, his words struck a nerve with Uchiha Mikoto. You actually dare to forget him? Her blood-red eyes glowed, the cross-shaped dark pupils spinning rapidly. Blood flowed from the corners of her eyes, and then Mikoto's voice, filled with rage, was accompanied by an intense, cold murderous intent. The air around her seemed to stir violently. Amaterasu. Dark flames appeared out of nowhere, setting Orochimaru on fire. The terrifyingly high temperature caused his flesh to melt like wax. The intense pain made him scream, rolling on the ground desperately trying to put out the flames. But soon, Orochimaru realized something was wrong, the black flames couldn't be extinguished. Even the ground beneath him, where the flames touched, was set alight. It spread quickly, burning everything it touched as if the fire were a parasite consuming everything in its path. Orochimaru's style substitution jutsu. Though this technique consumed a lot of chakra, Orochimaru had no choice but to use it. If he didn't, he'd be reduced to a pile of ashes. His mouth stretched open to the limit, almost large enough to swallow a cow, and from the burning body of the Orochimaru engulfed in Amaterasu, another, brand new Orochimaru crawled out, covered in wet, sticky mucus, looking utterly disgusting. Hey, I'll let it go for today. Next time we meet, I'll settle the score with you. Orochimaru glanced at Mikoto, sneering. His chakra was severely depleted, so he didn't want to continue the fight. His legs transformed into serpent-like bodies and quickly slid across the ground, moving like a soft-bodied creature. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the grass, slithering away several dozen meters. You're not leaving Konoha today, Orochimaru. Uchiha Mikoto called out, chasing after him. Blood poured from her left Mangekyo Sharingan, pain raking through her body. But she seemed oblivious to it, keeping her focus locked on Orochimaru ahead of her, continuing to pursue with determination. Amaterasu. Whoosh. A burst of dark flames erupted where her gaze landed. But, having learned from the previous encounter, Orochimaru anticipated the danger. His serpentine lower body allowed him to change direction rapidly, even while moving at high speed. After he changed direction at the last second, the next moment, the bushes were suddenly set ablaze by terrifying black flames. Humph, a move like this. After seeing it once, I won't, Orochimaru had been sneering just a moment ago, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped in the face. This time, the Amaterasu flames were completely different from before. There was no sign of stopping at all. After igniting the nearby bushes, the flames didn't disappear. Instead, they moved like a thin black thread, swiftly flying through the air, and directly came at him, setting him on fire again. Substitution Jutsu. Forced to, Orochimaru escaped from his burning body once again. But, Mikoto clearly had a grasp on his movements. Her left eye's focus never left Orochimaru, Amaterasu. Damn it. Orochimaru, usually calm, cursed out of panic. By the skin of his teeth, he dodged the black flames, but the person behind him gave him no time to rest. Another deadly Amaterasu came at him immediately. Run. 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 At that moment, the only thought left in Orochimaru's mind was to flee. Using his modified snake body, he slid quickly through the forest, dodging the thick bushes and grass, trying to escape the maniac behind him, while occasionally needing to be careful of the Amaterasu. One was running for his life, and the other was chasing just as fiercely. The black flames quickly set the forest outside Konoha ablaze. Huge swathes of black fire spread, creating a massive sea of flames that even turned the sky dark. The terrifying heat began to melt the ground, turning it into flowing molten lava. In an instant, the roaring sea of black flames could be seen even by the second and first Hokages in Konoha. What's happening over there? Senju Tobirama's forehead veins bulged in anger. Quick, send the sealing team to put out those flames. Go now. That entire forest was a resource for Konoha, there was no way they could let it burn to the ground. Don't let me find out who did this. Senju Tobirama was both furious and heartbroken, grinding his teeth as he shouted. Otherwise, I'll show them what real punishment looks like. Meanwhile, Mikoto and Orochimaru had no idea about any of this. Mikoto was like an arsonist, wherever she went, Amaterasu would burn everything in its path, setting the mountains on fire as she advanced. However, despite several attempts, Amaterasu couldn't hit Orochimaru. That guy was too fast and as slippery as an eel, making it hard to lock him in with Amaterasu. The backlash from the Mangekyo Sharingan was taking its toll on Uchiha Mikoto. Every cell in her body felt like it was screaming in agony, signaling that the danger threshold was getting closer. She was in so much pain that she was almost losing consciousness. Despite this, Mikoto's left eye, bloodshot and wide open, remained fixed on Orochimaru ahead. In her eyes, there was a deep and overwhelming hatred, as intense as an abyss. It was as if she wanted to devour and tear apart the person in front of her. I won't let you escape, Orochimaru. How dare you play with his soul? You won't be forgiven. Her intense resentment was like a vengeful spirit chasing him. Even Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine, as if cold air was traveling up from his back to the top of his head. Using the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability so frequently, doesn't she fear going blind? Orochimaru thought, secretly alarmed. Turning to look at the woman behind him, who looked like a madwoman with her left eye locked onto him, he couldn't help but curse, damn it, the Uchiha are all crazy, especially the women, they're even crazier. He deeply regretted getting involved with these red-eyed lunatics. If he'd known, he would have avoided them. Even though he ran as fast as he couldn't shake the madwoman off. In fact, the distance between them was shrinking. Finally, it's ready. Mikoto's right eye, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened. At the same time, a chilling aura mixed with deadly intent suddenly surrounded Orochimaru, making him tense up. He looked back at the madwoman, only to find her right eye staring at him. Shit. He had almost forgotten about her other eye. He had been so preoccupied with evading Amaterasu that he had completely forgotten about the second Mangekyo Sharingan. In her crimson eyes, which were as clear as a mirror, Orochimaru's panicked figure was reflected. As the Mangekyo Sharingan spun in a cross-shaped pattern, the space in front of Mikoto, about 15 meters ahead, suddenly froze, like a photograph being captured. The space seemed to be completely frozen in place. Though Orochimaru's body couldn't move, his mind remained alert. A sense of terror surged within him as his pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. A powerful sense of impending doom filled him, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He would die. He was certain of it. An instinct stronger than anything he'd ever felt told him that this move would kill him. Yukamochi. The cross-shaped pattern in Mikoto's right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan flashed as she activated her technique. Crack. A clear, sharp sound of something breaking echoed. Immediately after, the space that had been completely frozen suddenly split into two parts by a slanted, thin line. The two sides of the space appeared to be misaligned, creating an extremely bizarre scene. In the next moment, the area within her line of sight was neatly divided into two halves by the thin line. No matter if it was the hard rock, a gust of wind, or the dust floating in the air, everything, both tangible and intangible, including Orochimaru, was cut in two. Orochimaru himself was sliced diagonally across his shoulder, splitting him into two pieces. Blood erupted like a fountain, spilling out violently, staining the nearby ground in a sea of red. Chapter 223, Chapter 222, White Fang's identity is exposed. Damn it, it's a little off. Uchiha Mikoto knelt on one knee, the pain from the Mangekyo Sharingan's backlash causing her vision to blur slightly at the last moment. Because of this, Orochimaru managed to survive. Could it be that today, Orochimaru, really can't escape death? With his chakra almost depleted, Orochimaru gazed at the vast sky. A sudden wave of despair overwhelmed him, and he gritted his teeth, yelling at Mikoto, "What the hell did I do to you? Tell me." "Orochimaru, there's only one reason for your death." Mikoto, enduring the intense pain, her eyes constantly bleeding, mixing with tears, said, "It's because you used the reanimation jutsu. You desecrated his soul." Reanimation jutsu. Desecrated the soul. Hearing these words, Orochimaru finally understood. He had triggered the key reason this crazy woman was chasing him. Is it just because of this? Orochimaru's forehead twitched with veins, and his teeth ground together. "You risked going blind, setting fire to forests, and chased me until you nearly killed yourself, all for this." He could understand the position of Uchiha Sogetsu within the Uchiha clan. He also understood that desecrating Uchiha Sogetsu's soul would make some people see him as an enemy. "But wait, aren't you the wife of Uchiha Fugaku? Fugaku had his arm chopped off, and you didn't react like this. Why is it so different when it comes to Sogetsu? Did your relationship with him go that far? Moreover, the intel never mentioned that you and Sogetsu had this kind of bond. You don't understand." A hint of sorrow passed through Mikoto's eyes, releasing a heavy, somber aura. As she gazed at the crazy woman before him, suddenly, her expression shifted from madness to one filled with nostalgia, tinged with some emotion and sadness. Orochimaru's lips twitched. Wait, he suddenly started to understand why he was being chased. This crazy woman, she must be in love with Uchiha Sogetsu, right? Ha ha ha. Once the possibility struck him, Orochimaru couldn't stop laughing. It almost seemed absurd. "What are you laughing at?" Mikoto's gaze suddenly turned sharp, like a blade, piercing through him. "Me? Ha ha ha, I'm laughing at Fugaku, ha ha ha." Orochimaru's lips curled into an exaggerated smile as he laughed wildly. The proud leader of the Uchiha clan, and yet his wife fell in love with another man. She even went as far as to lose her sight, chasing me all the way to the borders of the Land of Fire. Can anything be more ridiculous than this? It was indeed ridiculous. Absolutely laughable. Even though he had witnessed countless life and death battles and considered many possibilities, even wondering if it was his theft of Uchiha bodies that had been discovered and caused the pursuit. In the end, it turned out to be because of him, defiling the soul of her beloved. You Uchiha are all insane. Orochimaru's smile abruptly stopped, his eyes cold with anger as he cursed. So what? Uchiha Mikoto seemed truly mad now, her beautiful face twisted into a sickly smile. Love, it makes people crazy. And I'm just the one who's fallen deeper than anyone else. You crazy bitch. Orochimaru's lips twitched as he couldn't hold back a curse. I won't approach you recklessly, Orochimaru. Mikoto stopped in place, taking a deep breath. I'll use Amaterasu to burn you to ashes. And whatever happens here, no one will ever know. I love him, but I won't let anyone tarnish his name because of me. Seeing Mikoto so cautious, Orochimaru's forehead twitched in anger. His last shred of hope was ruthlessly crushed. Sogetsu deserves to shine, he deserves to be flawless. Mikoto's lips curled into a cold smile, and her eyes gleamed with murderous intent. As for me, hey, just like you said, I'm just a madwoman. Looking at the increasingly insane woman, Orochimaru felt a deep chill for the first time in a long while. I won't spare anyone who has ever hurt him. Mikoto's left eye bled once again, reflecting Orochimaru's image. You're the first. Soon, I'll have others join you. Could it be that I really have to die here? Orochimaru's face twisted in fear, desperately calling out for Adam in his mind, hoping that entity would save him. Amaterasu. The black flames that could burn everything in the world ignited at the point of their gaze. However, Just as the black flames appeared, a figure suddenly dashed out from the nearby grass and, moving faster, rescued Orochimaru from the range of Amaterasu. Who is it? Mikoto's two Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, locking onto the figure. That's enough, Uchiha Mikoto. The person who saved Orochimaru stood on a high tree branch, completely cloaked in a grey robe, their face obscured. Heh, I didn't expect you to be the one to save me. Orochimaru's voice was weak, and he looked up at the person in the grey robe, surprised. I thought you left, why did you come back? I stopped by to see someone. I was just about to leave when I was drawn in by the noise you caused. The figure in the grey robe was none other than White Fang. He looked down at Orochimaru, whose condition was pitiful, and couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy. Who would have known you'd be beaten this badly? Luckily, I followed you all the way here. If not, you might have died here. Orochimaru's eye twitched, and veins bulged on his forehead. If I hadn't been careless and got seriously injured by that Genin's kick, I would have killed that Uchiha Mikoto a long time ago. True enough. White Fang nodded, seemingly agreeing. This wasn't an exaggeration by Orochimaru. In his normal condition, killing Uchiha Mikoto would have been easy for him. Are you done talking? You think you can just stop whenever you want? Dream on. Mikoto's anger flared, and she vowed to kill Orochimaru. Either Orochimaru stays, or I'll kill you both. I advise you to calm down. Hearing this, White Fang furrowed his brow slightly and said in a deep voice, in your current state, how many more times can you use your Sharingan? I don't need you to worry about that. Mikoto's left Mangekyo Sharingan spun again, and a surge of ocular power gathered at her gaze. Swish. The figure of the person in the grey cloak on the tree trunk suddenly vanished. Losing her target, Uchiha Mikoto was startled. Before she could react, a sharp kunai was pressed against her fair neck. Don't move. The figure, White Fang, held the kunai to Mikoto's neck, applying slight pressure, drawing a thin line of blood across her delicate, swan-like neck. It wasn't until this moment that Mikoto finally reacted. But strangely, she appeared extremely shocked, her pupils shrinking, and she took a sharp breath. Her voice trembled with fear, this step, it's impossible. Who are you? Don't chase after me. Otherwise. White Fang, still holding the kunai, slowly pulled away from her neck, his voice laced with warning, next time, I'll cut off your head. Got it. You're Konoha's White Fang Hatake Tsukumo, right? Mikoto's eyes flickered, seemingly regaining her composure. Turning her back to the person behind her, she spoke, the way you approached me just now, that's White Fang's unique assassination technique. She was sure she wasn't mistaken. The legendary Konoha's White Fang, who once struck fear into the ninja world, had two unparalleled skills. The first was his sword technique, which combined lightning release and taijutsu. His strikes were as fast as lightning, so swift that most couldn't react, with terrifying killing power. The second was White Fang's footsteps, which blended Konoha's assassination techniques. They allowed him to silently approach an enemy and move with explosive speed in short bursts, all while maintaining perfect agility in confined spaces. And the most important thing was, she had briefly worked alongside White Fang before, so she was very familiar with it. No, you're mistaken. White Fang furrowed his brow and denied it. He hadn't expected that, in order to evade the black flame, he would reveal his unique footsteps, and in just one use, Mikoto had already seen through it. Chapter 224, Chapter 223, Persistent Uchiha Mikoto. Is that so? Mikoto narrowed her eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashing through them. As she spoke, her fingers brushed her wrist, activating the summoning seal carved into her skin. She turned and threw a kunai. Clang. White Fang reacted instantly, raising his hand to block the kunai. Shuriken throwing technique. Mikoto had anticipated this. Like a burst of scattered petals, dozens of shuriken were flung into the air. Swish, swish, swish. The sky darkened with the swarm of shuriken, whistling through the air like a swarm of bees. Dozens of shuriken, guided by the Uchiha clan's unique shuriken throwing technique, curved through the air from all directions, converging on the same target. Clang, 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 clang. White Fang's brow furrowed slightly. Using just one kunai, his ingrained, masterful skills allowed him to swing multiple times, deflecting all the incoming shuriken. But after the deflections, he suddenly realized something. A bitter expression crossed his face as he looked at Uchiha Mikoto, his gaze dark and unreadable. He knew he had been exposed. That subconscious movement, even though he tried to avoid it, had revealed his White Fang sword technique. Anyone else might not have noticed this detail. But the person before him was an Uchiha known for their insight and possessing the powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. How could such a subtle move escape her notice? It really is. White Fang's sword technique. Mikoto stared intently at him, her breathing quickening. You really are Hatake Tsukumo. But you were dead, I saw your body with my own eyes. Why, are you still alive? Seeing that he could no longer hide it, White Fang sighed lightly. He slowly removed his hood, revealing a plain, stoic face that resembled a frozen mountain, his eyes tinged with regret. It really is you. Hataki Sakumo. Mikoto's heart trembled violently when she saw that familiar face, as if struck by a heavy blow. She stood frozen in place. Someone she thought was dead was now standing before her, alive. How could she not be shocked? Why do this, Mikoto? White Fang said calmly. If you pretended not to know, I could let you go today. But now, you'll have to leave your life behind. Whoosh. His unique assassination steps were now fully revealed, no longer hidden. White Fang moved at an eerie speed, closing the distance to Uchiha Mikoto. His kunai slashed out, creating a thin line of light in the air, like a delicate thread. Sensing danger, Mikoto hurriedly raised her kunai to block. But White Fang's strike, that thin, thread-like trajectory, cut through her defense effortlessly. When their kunai met, the expected burst of sparks did not occur. What replaced it was something as smooth as a butter knife, which effortlessly cut through Mikoto's kunai and then burst out with a spray of blood from her left shoulder. Mikoto covered her left shoulder and staggered back a few steps. The intense pain made her unable to stop herself from kneeling on the ground. She looked at the broken kunai, its cut surface as smooth as a mirror, leaving her confused. The material was still kunai, so why did the difference feel so huge? Slashes and slashes are not the same, White Fang said, as if seeing through her confusion. He spoke calmly, perhaps you've never paid attention to the angle of your slash. Even the slightest deviation can make all the difference. As he spoke, he demonstrated. He grabbed a kunai and slashed again. In his hands, the kunai seemed like an incredibly sharp weapon. A faint flash of lightning chakra jumped as a thin thread, no thicker than a silken strand, sliced through the air. Did you see that? The slash just now, White Fang said, looking at Mikoto. The key lies in the difference in how you hold the weapon, the angle of the blade's landing, and the trajectory of the force when you strike. That's what determines the power. It's the most important element of White Fang's sword technique. Anyone wielding a weapon will have slight deviations in the angle of the blade. It's those tiny deviations that create a hidden angle between the blade and the trajectory of the force, causing a massive loss of power. That's not slashing. It's more accurate to call it striking. The true essence of White Fang's sword technique is to make the blade's angle and the trajectory of the force match as closely as possible. Only then can nothing stand in its way. As White Fang continued talking, even explaining the essence of his sword technique, Uchiha Mikoto felt more and more confused. Why is he telling me all this? But White Fang seemed to ignore her completely. His gaze shifted toward a part of the forest, and he said calmly, if you've understood, then hurry up and leave. A figure slowly stepped out from the forest, trembling with disbelief as it called out, is it really you, father? It was Hataki Kakashi. Father and son were reunited under these circumstances, and Orochimaru, who had been standing nearby, showed an intrigued look. Kid, I'm not your father, White Fang said coldly. I'm just a vengeful spirit driven by hatred. No, you are father. Kakashi's eyes trembled as he slowly approached White Fang. If you weren't my father, why would you tell me the essence of the White Fang sword technique? Swish. White Fang appeared in front of him in an instant. His cold, emotionless eyes made Kakashi's heart tighten. I'm teaching you the essence of the White Fang sword style, but it's the lingering consciousness in this body causing trouble. White Fang swung his kunai, delivering a sharp strike that cut through Kakashi, blood spraying. He then said coldly, also, your nonsense is too much. I don't like it. Kakashi's shoulder blade was split by the blade, blood pouring out. His pupils widened in shock before he passed out. That was such a brilliant strike, with perfect control of force. Orochimaru couldn't help but almost applaud. To keep his son out of the whirlpool while imparting some essence of the technique, White Fang truly put in a lot of effort. With a swing of his kunai, White Fang flicked the blood off and then turned to glare coldly at Mikoto. Next is you. I know, you're lying. You are White Fang. Mikoto glared at him fiercely, gritting her teeth. You want to kill me? Fine. But I have one question. I hope you'll answer me. White Fang stopped, his brow furrowing slightly. What question? Can you tell me, how did you come back to life? Uchiha Mikoto's eyes were burning with intensity, her face twisted in madness. Please, tell me how you revived. Even if you have to kill me, I just need to know. You want to revive Uchiha Sogetsu, don't you? The hint was so obvious that White Fang immediately understood Mikoto's thoughts. Yes. Mikoto didn't hide anything. She spoke bluntly. As long as I can bring him back, I'll pay any price. After a moment of silence, White Fang shook his head. Sorry, I can't tell you that. He tilted his kunai slightly, swinging it with a sharp angle. A thin line, as fine as a silken thread, sliced through the air. It was aimed straight at Mikoto's head. Clang. Sparks flew, and the sound of metal striking echoed. However, the strike stopped just in front of Mikoto's neck, blocked by a dark red chakra skeleton. Don't underestimate me, White Fang. Blood trickled from Mikoto's lips, her eyes bloodshot. She gritted her teeth and said, either you tell me the answer, or, even if I die or go blind, I will bite off a piece of flesh from you. Susanoo, huh? White Fang's gaze tightened. Just as he was about to strike again, he heard Orochimaru's voice from behind. Wait. Orochimaru stopped White Fang. Why? White Fang frowned slightly, narrowing his eyes, a hint of sharpness in his gaze. Clearly, if Orochimaru didn't give a valid reason, he might consider whether to deal with Orochimaru along with this situation. Orochimaru ignored White Fang's threatening look and turned his attention to Uchiha Mikoto, speaking in a meaningful tone, are you truly willing to pay any price? I am. Mikoto responded without hesitation. As long as it can bring Uchiha Sogetsu back to life, I'll pay any price. Perhaps, I can give you a chance. Orochimaru raised a finger and said, but whether or not you can seize this opportunity depends on you. Upon hearing this, White Fang's expression changed slightly. He clearly realized Orochimaru's intention. Are you insane? Don't you know the consequences? Don't worry so much, White Fang. Orochimaru smiled faintly. This is just a suggestion. Whether it works or not is not in our hands. If it doesn't work, we can just kill her. No problem. Uchiha Mikoto didn't give White Fang a chance to speak, responding directly, if it doesn't work, you can kill me. It's fine. Chapter 225, Chapter 224, Mr. A's Recruitment. White Fang remained silent, deeply troubled inside. Looking at the situation, if he didn't satisfy Uchiha Mikoto, they would have a hard time escaping today. He had already tested the defense of Susanoo. Even using all his strength, he was only able to break through the first stage. But that was just the beginning. Who knew what would happen if he pushed Uchiha Mikoto too far? With the Uchiha clan's unpredictable nature, might she escalate to the second or third stage? By then, breaking through would no longer be easy. Furthermore, he was also carrying the burden of Orochimaru. If a fight broke out, White Fang couldn't guarantee Orochimaru would survive. What if Orochimaru died? He'd have no way to explain himself. After much thought, White Fang reluctantly nodded his agreement but still warned, Orochimaru, you better know your limits. If not, I'll be the first to deal with you. Hey, don't worry, White Fang. Orochimaru grinned and calmly said, my dreams aren't fulfilled yet. Why would I take any risks? Seeing the agreement made, Uchiha Mikoto eagerly asked, when will this chance you mentioned happen? The hope of reviving that person was now so close, and she couldn't wait a moment longer. She wanted to know immediately. Hey, don't rush, Uchiha Mikoto. Orochimaru looked at her meaningfully and said, that chance might come, or it might not. It all depends on fate's decision. Hearing this, Mikoto's gaze hardened, and she spoke in a low voice, how do I know you're not lying to me? The choice is in your hands too. Orochimaru wasn't worried at all, speaking with amusement, if you don't trust me, you're free to keep fighting. After all, White Fang and I might survive, but your hope of reviving that person will be gone for good. Completely cornered, Uchiha Mikoto fell silent for a moment, her eyes red as she glared at him. Fine, I'll trust you this time, Orochimaru. If you dare lie to me, I swear I'll kill you, no matter where you run. No need to, you'll know the answer in a month at the latest. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head. If nothing happens by then, it means you weren't chosen by fate. The description, which made no sense at all, only deepened Uchiha Mikoto's doubts. However, she still held onto a sliver of hope for the resurrection. After all, the once dead White Fang was now standing alive before her. Wasn't that the best proof? She couldn't miss this last chance. She nodded and said in a low voice, all right, we'll do it your way. There's one more thing. Orochimaru licked his lips, his cold eyes fixed on her as he said, I need to mark you with the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal to prevent you from revealing today's conversation when you return. Do you agree? Fine. Mikoto took a deep breath and agreed. She was desperate, like someone who, in a state of panic, would grasp at any hope, disregarding the threat. All that mattered in her mind was how to resurrect that person. As for everything else, it didn't matter anymore. Quickly, Orochimaru placed the curse seal on Mikoto's tongue. Orochimaru, if you dare deceive me. Mikoto, feeling the seal being placed, glared at them with murderous intent in her eyes. Hey, if fate doesn't choose you. Orochimaru's cold gaze also radiated a murderous aura as he spoke. I and White Fang will come to Konoha and kill you. So don't worry. Fine. Uchiha Mikoto coldly stared at them, then turned and carried the seriously injured Kakashi on her back. After taking a few steps, she turned back and looked at White Fang, saying, "I'll use Genjutsu to temporarily seal his memories of today. You don't need to worry." After a brief hesitation, White Fang slightly nodded, a trace of gratitude showing on his face. "Thank you." Swish. Mikoto, carrying Kakashi, disappeared into the forest. It was only after confirming that Mikoto had truly left that White Fang cast an unhappy glance at Orochimaru. There was a hint of reproach in his words. "You were too bold just now. What if Mr. Adam finds out? You secretly contacted other people and even tried to recruit someone to join us. What do you think would happen? When did I ever promise that she would join us?" Orochimaru replied indifferently, "I just said I would give her a chance. As for the real decision, that lies with Mr. Adam. You and I are just insignificant cogs in this machine. Even if Mr. Adam gets angry, it's only my problem. You don't need to worry." He admitted that he was indeed bold. But there was a reason for it. He just wasn't willing to explain further. He was actually taking a gamble. Mr. Adam might have an intention to increase the members of the Twilight Hermits. If he guessed correctly, his importance in Mr. Adam's eyes would likely rise significantly. But if he guessed wrong, it would only cost him some heavy losses. The rewards and risks coexisted, and he thought it was worth the gamble. "The next part of the journey will be up to you, White Fang." Orochimaru was still quite weak and unable to move freely for the time being. "Got it." White Fang carried Orochimaru on his back, determined the direction, and quickly moved forward along the tree trunks. "Did you get it?" After escaping from danger, Orochimaru finally had time to ask about the item. "Yes." White Fang nodded slightly in confirmation. "Good, that's a relief." Orochimaru sighed in relief. If they had paid such a great price and still failed to get the item, it would have been too much of a loss. "Did you look at it?" Orochimaru asked again, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I looked at it." White Fang fell silent for a moment before hurriedly continuing, "It's not what you thought. This is only 1/22 of the stone tablet. The inscriptions on it can't be deciphered, and they make people dizzy, nauseous, with symptoms like ringing in the ears, hallucinations, and so on." After hearing this, Orochimaru just chuckled and replied nonchalantly, "Since it's a vessel recording the path of the gods, it's only natural that it wouldn't be easy for us to understand. But that's fine, once we offer it to Mr. Adam, we should receive a reward in the form of a pathway." "Yeah." White Fang replied briefly, not mentioning the distribution issue. Both of them were smart enough to know this wasn't the time for such discussions. The most important thing now was to quickly head to the secret base, set up the ritual, and inform Mr. Adam. Their target was the land of rice fields, adjacent to the land of fire. In a distant place, there was a secret base established by Orochimaru a long time ago, along with some of his loyal followers. While White Fang was swiftly moving through the forest, carrying Orochimaru on his back, he suddenly heard a harsh, gravelly sound from behind, as if sand and stones were grinding together. "Please, stop." White Fang, who was ahead, didn't slow down. Instead, he sped up. "Please, stop." The voice didn't fade away but actually came closer. White Fang accelerated again, trying to shake off the person behind him. But in the next moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. White Fang planted his feet on the tree trunk and, with a graceful flip, landed a bit farther away, keeping a vigilant eye on the shadow. The figure stepped out from the tree's shadow. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a black coat with his hair styled in a slick, upright fashion, dressed like a priest. His demeanor shifted between madness and elegance, giving off a strange and unsettling vibe. In his hand, he held a silver cross. "Heh, don't be in such a hurry, gentlemen." The man gave a devout smile and said while holding up the cross, "I see that your faces are fated to meet with my Aurora Order. Why not consider joining us?" Damn it. At that moment, both White Fang and Orochimaru felt as though 1,000 head-butting alpacas were charging through their minds. Why did it have to be them of all people? Of all the times, why did they run into their sworn enemies, the Aurora Order, at this critical moment? Seeing the two remain silent, the man continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. A from the Aurora Order. If possible, I would like to introduce to you our Father and Savior, the great Creator who made the world, the true creator of all life." Damn, is today some cursed day? Orochimaru's forehead twitched, and he was seriously beginning to doubt that today was just his unlucky day. Otherwise, why would these unwanted individuals keep showing up one after another? The more they tried to avoid them, the more they appeared right in front of them. "No, I'm not interested, thank you." After a brief silence, White Fang twitched his mouth and politely declined, "We have matters to attend to." "Sorry, we must be going now." But Mr. A stepped forward, blocking their way, his face lighting up with a wide smile. You may go, but may I ask you to hand over the Blasphemy Slate? Chapter 226, Chapter 225, Bring it to me. Damn, they found us. This was the first thought that flashed through White Fang's mind. The second thought was, how did the people from the Aurora Order know about their movements, their retreat location, and set up an ambush here in advance? Could it be, someone leaked the information? White Fang immediately suspected Orochimaru. After all, the guy had a shady history. It was possible he was trying to steal the Blasphemy Slate for himself and was working with the Aurora Order to kill him and tie up loose ends. It wasn't me. Orochimaru, who was on White Fang's back, clearly sensed the hidden killing intent from White Fang. He immediately guessed what White Fang was thinking and spoke up, even if I kill you, it won't benefit me. The ones after us are from the Aurora Order, they may have used some method we're unaware of, so don't fall for their tricks. Mr. A narrowed his eyes and sized them up. I'll say this one last time, hand over the Blasphemy Slate. Immediately after, an overwhelming sense of malice surged. It was as if the purest negative emotions of humanity had gathered together. His eyes, full of unmasked greed and hostility, locked onto them with an intense, predatory gaze. His face and exposed skin were riddled with countless dark veins, like worms slowly wriggling beneath the surface of his skin, creating a chilling sight. Run! Orochimaru, crouching on White Fang's back, whispered urgently. Given the current situation, fighting the Aurora Order head-on would not only be disadvantageous, but it could also lead to disastrous consequences. The Aurora Order could be dealt with later. But the Blasphemy Slate had to be brought back. It was the key to whether they could embark on the path of the gods, the most crucial item for their future. White Fang clearly thought the same. Without hesitation, he activated his assassination technique, moving like a flash of lightning, darting toward the woods. However, Mr. A was like a sticky piece of gum, merging into the shadows, and in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of them, blocking their path. He looked at them with a playful smile, as if toying with them. Hey, if you don't hand over the Blasphemy Slate, you won't be going anywhere. White Fang's finger gripped the end of his kunai, and a cold glint flashed across his face. His killing intent surged, and with a sudden step forward, he launched an attack. Clang! The White Fang sword technique reappeared. A sharp, intense sound of air friction erupted, creating a piercing noise. Hey, shuriken! However, Mr. A, looking at the slash, showed a look of disdain, as if he didn't care at all. Confident in his immortality, he made no attempt to dodge. He spread his arms wide, almost as if he were about to embrace the White Fang. But, the next second, White Fang slightly adjusted his wrist, and the momentum from his swing suddenly changed drastically. He transformed from an ordinary, stern-faced middle-aged man into the terrifying figure of Konoha's White Fang, someone feared by all ninjas. The seemingly ordinary shuriken in his hand turned into the sharpest weapon in the world, its cold killing intent practically palpable. The blade shimmered as if it were glowing. Whoosh! The angle and force of the blade created a perfect curve in the air, almost like a delicate thread of silk, glowing faintly with a blue light. Mr. A clearly underestimated him. He hadn't expected White Fang's strike to have such power. The difference was so vast it was like comparing a sword held by a baby to one wielded by a master swordsman. In the blink of an eye, his head was sliced off. The cut across his neck was smooth as a mirror, with only a faint trace of blood. It took a few seconds for him to even realize what had happened. White Fang had already known that Mr. A, who was possibly immortal, wouldn't be stopped by just a decapitation. So, after slicing off his head, White Fang carefully aimed and delivered a powerful kick to his head. Bang! Mr. A's head flew like a ball from the force of the kick. It bounced off trees, crashing through the woods before eventually falling, with the body collapsing to the ground without a head. This should do it, right? White Fang let out a small sigh of relief. Learning from others' mistakes, he had first severed the enemy's head, then kicked it far away. This way, the enemy wouldn't be able to recover quickly. Based on the information from before, Orochimaru knew that while this guy had an immortal body, he couldn't reattach his head once it was cut off. This method should work. However, the next moment, from the severed neck, several black threads crawled out, swirling like a dense mass of ink, spreading in all directions. White Fang was forced back by the black threads, his eyes filled with shock. What on earth are these things? The black threads spread through the forest, quickly finding the severed head, pulling it back, and reattaching it to Mr. A's neck. You think I don't know my own weaknesses? Mr. A sneered coldly, reattaching his head, and then his mouth twisted into a wide grin, stretching to his ears. Your intelligence is outdated, ninja. Boom. As he spoke, he suddenly swung his right hand. It snapped in half at the middle, and along with the black threads, it flew straight toward White Fang. White Fang raised his sword to block. Clang. The hand was powerful, and it was as hard as iron. Using his kunai to block the strike, the force reverberated through his body, sending a numbing, vibrating sensation throughout. But before he could recover, he saw Mr. A toss his own head toward him, like throwing a ball. White Fang, who considered himself mentally tough, couldn't stay calm as he watched his enemy throw his own head at him. A crack appeared on his usually impassive, ice-like face. Ah! The head screamed loudly as it flew toward him. In that instant, White Fang barely had time to react. Or perhaps, who could have expected someone would use their own head as a weapon and throw it at their enemy? The Aurora Order, truly a bunch of lunatics. The next second, the high-pitched scream pierced deep into his soul. The intense mental shock caused White Fang to lose focus, his body off balance, unable to regain control. The sound of the sharp scream rattled Orochimaru on the back, causing his head to ring as if his soul was being torn apart repeatedly. The pain made his thoughts a chaotic mess. Mr. A grinned and suddenly opened his mouth wide. His sharp, slimy teeth sank deep into White Fang's neck, and blood immediately splattered. Aw! White Fang, with his neck bitten, his eyes bloodshot from the pain, swung his kunai and stabbed it straight into that head. Splash! Blood and thick, white substance splattered everywhere. The head was pierced through, and it fell weakly. White Fang was sprayed in the face by the filth, instantly feeling disgusted. Be careful, look ahead. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly shouted a warning. White Fang looked up and saw three masked creatures, their bodies tangled in black lines, suddenly emerging from the headless body. Each of them opened their mouths, aiming at them. Final shot. A beam combining wind, fire, and lightning chakra erupted with terrifying force, as if a giant flood capable of destroying the world was rushing toward them. This is bad. White Fang's pupils dilated. He specialized in assassination and taijutsu, and he was completely helpless against such a wide-range attack. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. At the last possible second, Orochimaru released all the chakra he had just gathered, summoning three massive iron gates to block their path. Boom. The violent collision created a massive mushroom cloud. The composite chakra attack with three elements blasted through the three Rashomon gates, creating a violent wind and a roaring storm. The sky filled with dust, obscuring their vision. Run! Orochimaru urgently shouted, "You're no match for him. We'll deal with him later after we escape." Though White Fang was reluctant, he knew the gravity of the situation. He was about to turn and flee when several black lines wrapped around his ankles. It's bad. A single thought flashed through his mind. Before he could sever the black lines, he was yanked by immense force, crashing through the forest, being thrown up high, and then slammed back down. Bang! White Fang's body slammed hard into the ground. The violent impact left his mind blank, and it felt like his internal organs shifted. Stars danced in his vision. Orochimaru saw this and moved to intervene, but just as he took a step, the blood and flesh scattered around his feet suddenly exploded violently. Boom! He was blasted into a bloody mess, his consciousness scattered. At this moment, Mr. A calmly emerged from the smoke, followed by the three strange black line monsters. He approached White Fang, the black lines binding him tightly, leaving him no chance to resist. Then, Mr. A stepped heavily on his chest and began to search through White Fang's body. I found it. Mr. A grinned, forcefully pulling out the item. Give it to me, now. No. Orochimaru's eyes widened in fury. His heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest, so sorrowful that anyone who heard it would feel grief, and tears would be inevitable. Chapter 227, Chapter 226, Blasphemy Slate stolen. This item seems to be destined for our Aurora Order. Mr. A spoke without hesitation, quickly tucking the gray Blasphemy Slate into his robes. Nearby, Orochimaru stared in disbelief, watching as the opportunity he had worked so hard to secure was snatched away. His heart felt like it was about to burst from his chest. With bloodshot eyes, he let out a frantic, screeching roar, "Stop! Put it down, you bastard!" That seemingly insignificant Blasphemy Slate held all of his dreams and his future. How could someone take it from him like this? Anger became the perfect catalyst. Orochimaru, now completely unhinged, forcibly squeezed more chakra from his cells. Boom. The chakra, furious and wild, was gathered into a ninjutsu as he made rapid, ghost-like hand seals. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Scorching hot flames took the shape of a giant dragon in midair, igniting the surrounding atmosphere instantly. The dragon soared, breaking through every obstacle in its path, and collided with the defenseless Mr. A. In an instant, terrifyingly high temperatures spread like a volcanic eruption, sending out fiery sparks in a violent explosion. The shock wave from the blast surged outwards, creating visible ripples in the air. The intense heat was so powerful that even White Fang, standing nearby, felt his lungs burn with every breath. However, Orochimaru didn't stop his assault. As he continuously channeled more chakra, he forcefully swung both arms, summoning a powerful, violent gust of wind. Wind style, Great Tornado. The fire's intensity was amplified by the wind. The raging fire was compressed by the storm, transforming into a massive fire tornado. The heat was so extreme that it set nearby forests ablaze. The air around them distorted from the heat, and the rocks in the heart of the flames turned a deep red, beginning to melt. But just as the flames roared, 3 dark shadows suddenly leaped out from within the burning fire. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the black masked monsters that had just emerged from Mr. A's body. One of them, with a blue mask, opened its mouth and sprayed a torrent of violent water. Hehehe. Water and fire collided, and for a moment, steam and smoke filled the air. Mr. A, whose body had been burned to a crisp by the flames, slowly emerged from the thick smoke. The charred, carbonized skin on his body began to peel off bit by bit, revealing fresh new skin beneath. He grinned at the two of them and said, "Not bad, you've got spirit. Are you really not planning to join the Aurora Order?" Orochimaru glared at him, his teeth grinding together, but despite having just unleashed a burst of chakra, his reserves were running low. Beside him, White Fang appeared to be in even worse shape. Having been directly touched by the attack, the flesh on his chest had rotted away in large patches. He couldn't summon any strength and could only convey his anger through his eyes. Seeing their reactions, Mr. A sighed with disappointment, shaking his head. "If you're not willing, then forget it. I don't like forcing people." However, after a brief pause, he looked at them with his eerie blood-red eyes, his expression turning mad. Licking his lips cruelly, he said, "Then I'll ask you to die here." Tear. He tore off large chunks of flesh from his chest, wearing a strange smile as he threw them at Orochimaru and White Fang. It was this very attack that had incapacitated White Fang earlier. Orochimaru bit his finger and slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Great Serpent. With his chakra nearly depleted, he couldn't summon the Rashomon Gate, so he could only call upon the lowest-level contract beast from the Ryochi Cave. Boom. A large cloud of white smoke rose, and a massive, gray serpent, several meters in diameter, appeared. "Protect us," Orochimaru quickly ordered. The gray serpent coiled around them, creating a solid wall of flesh and blood, shielding the two of them in the center. As the chunks of flesh that Mr. A had torn from himself hit the gray serpent, a violent explosion occurred. A blood-red storm surged, ravaging everything in its path. Its terrifying corrosive power, like powerful sulfuric acid, quickly corroded the serpent into a sticky mass of blood and flesh within seconds. But in the center of the serpent, now reduced to white bones, Mr. A couldn't find any trace of Orochimaru or White Fang. TSK, they escaped. Mr. A arrived in the middle of the bones, noticing the soft, muddy ground. He frowned slightly, his expression showing a hint of displeasure. "You're lucky this time. If we meet again, you won't be so fortunate." With a cold laugh, he didn't bother to chase the two. After all, the last time he had failed his mission, and the severe punishment from the saint was still fresh in his memory. He didn't want to cause more trouble. Orochimaru had drained his last bit of chakra, and with the corrupted flesh of White Fang, he used Earth Release to escape back to the secret base. However, under the heavy blow of the injury that hadn't yet healed and losing the Blasphemy Slate, Orochimaru grew angrier the more he thought about it. His blood pressure shot up, his vision darkened, and he fainted. When he woke up again, he didn't know how long had passed. Next to him, White Fang was barely alive, gasping for breath. Mr. A, from the Aurora Order, seemed to have used some strange ability. The flesh that had separated from the body caused a violent explosion. Even after the explosion, the flying blood and scattered flesh that splattered onto White Fang's body kept eroding it, which was terrifying. Seeing this, Orochimaru didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately arranged incense and candles in the room and carved a mysterious symbol on the floor, as he had envisioned in his mind. Once everything was in place, he calmed himself and softly began chanting. Dragon roaming in the sea of collective subconscious. Shadow under the tide of time. Ancient ruler from distant past. I pray to you. Grant me your aid. As the deep chant echoed, the candle flames emitted a blue light. In the next moment, Orochimaru seemed to pass through layers of mist, traveling among countless shining stars, finally arriving at a grand and towering church made entirely of bones. Behind an ancient, weathered bronze long table, beneath the massive white bone cross, a figure sat surrounded by a faint glow, as if it had been there since ancient times. Mr. Adam. Orochimaru, with a hint of fear in his heart, trembled as he spoke, "I have failed your expectations." The figure sitting at the long table, Adam, tapped his index finger lightly on the surface of the table. His indifferent and calm voice echoed in the vast, empty bone church, "Tell me, in detail." "I found one of the Blasphemy Slate with White Fang, but on the way back, we were discovered by the Aurora Order." Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury, as if the anger had turned into something tangible. "Please forgive our incompetence. Mr. A, he stole the Blasphemy Slate from us. I understand." However, on the high platform, Adam seemed completely unbothered, not showing the slightest bit of surprise or emotional reaction. The more he reacted this way, the more uneasy Orochimaru became, his heart filled with anxiety. Mr. Adam, you're not going to blame us. Why would I blame you? Adam looked at him indifferently and said nonchalantly, the fragments of the Blasphemy Slate aren't just one. You can go and find another one later. In fact, Uchiha Sogetsu really didn't care and wasn't planning on punishing Orochimaru. After all, it was Sogetsu who had sent Mr. A on that mission. There was no other reason for it. Of course, it wasn't because of personal grudges, revenge, or anything like that. And it certainly wasn't because Orochimaru had acted without permission and dragged Uchiha Mikoto into the matter, trying to convince her to join the Twilight Hermit Order. No, absolutely not. As everyone knows, Uchiha Sogetsu never holds grudges. Chapter 228, Chapter 227, Want to Lose Control. Adam was very busy. He was dealing with Orochimaru here when suddenly a slight disturbance in his spiritual energy caught his attention. It turned out that Mr. A on the other side was also making a prayer to the true creator. Great, both groups had come together. Uchiha Sogetsu sighed in frustration, sending out a virtual persona to simulate the personality of the Dark Saint. He then created a decaying, ruined temple next to the corpse cathedral. A fallen temple, and a corpse cathedral. Who would have thought that these two factions, constantly at odds and just having fought, would be so close? The headquarters of the Aurora Order and the Twilight Hermits were only separated by a single wall. The simulated personality of the Dark Saint, cloaked in black robes, had an aura of darkness that surrounded him like a curtain. Occasionally, the eyes that opened from within seemed to be the gaze of the abyss. The gaze from behind the shadowy curtain put an invisible pressure on Mr. A, making him too afraid to look up. He respectfully lowered his head and spoke, Saint, I have retrieved the Blasphemy Slate. As for the two individuals, please forgive my incompetence, they escaped. As he spoke, he knelt in apology and presented the Blasphemy Slate with both hands. Look up. This time, you did well. The voice of the Dark Saint was like a mixture of countless whispers from the abyss, filled with corruption and madness, carrying a trace of tainted divinity. Mr. A, praised, felt as if his entire body was releasing a comfortable shudder. He squinted, lost in the corrupt, fallen voice. Ah, this is the voice of my lord. Every cell and muscle in his body seemed to grow wildly, as if breaking through his consciousness and evolving into an unknown form. Is this losing control? The Dark Saint looked at Mr. A in surprise. He had only borrowed the voice of the true creator, yet it seemed as if this man was about to die in ecstasy. Wait, can a normal person even stand hearing that voice? Normally, hearing it would corrupt the flesh and soul, causing self-awareness to emerge and ultimately transforming the listener into an indescribable monster. But for Mr. A, this was the greatest supplement. After all, an already insane and fallen extraordinary individual has been deeply corrupted in mind and spirit since the moment they were created. At any moment, they could completely fall. Because of this, Mr. A's ability to digest the magic potion was abnormally fast. Perhaps this is a natural ability, the favored one of the hangman pathway. While the Dark Saint was deep in thought, Mr. A, who was slightly out of control, suddenly returned to normal. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with longing, as if still yearning for more. With a casual wave, the Dark Saint summoned the clay tablet and said coldly, What reward do you want? Mr. A, who had been praised, was overjoyed. His face showed a hint of longing as he looked towards the shadowy curtain. Lord Saint, I can feel that I am closer to my master now. The sounds of the past are much clearer. I wonder if I could ask the saint to grant me an elevation potion. What is this thing? The Dark Saint's eyelids twitched violently. If he remembered correctly, it had only been 2 months since Mr. A's promotion to Sequence 6. It had been less than half a year in total, and now this guy was about to promote to Sequence 5. Have you finished digesting the Sequence 6 Rose Bishop's potion? The Dark Saint asked. No, Mr. A replied casually. The Dark Saint was speechless. He really wanted to slap Mr. A to death but suppressed his anger, coldly saying, middle sequence potions are different from low sequence ones. If you take a higher sequence potion before completely digesting the previous one, it will cause you to lose control completely. Lord Saint, I am not afraid of losing control. Mr. A's eyes glinted with madness as he spoke without hesitation. Just now, I felt it. The closer I get to the edge of losing control, the closer I am to the great, true creator. The Dark Saint had had enough. Lord Saint, have you ever thought about this? But Mr. A seemed to be lost in his own frenzy, unaware that his mind and spirit had been deeply corrupted. With arms wide open, he shouted loudly, perhaps losing control is the true method of the hangman pathway. Only by actively embracing madness and losing control can we get closer to the great, true creator. Lord Saint. I no longer wish to be human. The more out of control it got, the closer it came to Sequence 0. The closer it got to Sequence 0, the easier it was to lose control. Losing control, does it equal sequence 0? Damn. A genius, out of the hospital. This shocking statement almost made the Dark Saint lose his mind. What is this supposed to mean? Is a crazy person's thinking more expansive? Or is it a genius on the left, a madman on the right? Damn it, this guy is wasted in the Naruto world. If he was born next door, he'd definitely be the favored one of the hangman pathway. Cough cough. Your idea is worth recognizing. The Dark Saint coughed twice, his eyes twitching, trying to calm down the chaos in his heart, thousands of galloping alpacas, and then pretended to stay composed as he said, but you should know that the ultimate goal of the Aurora Order is the soul awakening ritual, to bring our Lord back from the deathly slumber. This requires the effort of every member of the church, including you. You must give everything for our Lord, not waste his gifts. Understood. However, the real reason is Mr. A is just too capable. As the current leader of the Aurora Order, and also a missionary, gold medal enforcer, finance officer, lecturer, and more. If this guy loses control, where would they find another all-around talent like Mr. A? So, he better not lose control. Sorry, Saint. After the scolding, Mr. A finally came to his senses, abandoning his earlier plan of not being human. He looked regretful, pounding his chest and crying, I just let greed take over, trying to get closer to the great, true creator, and forgot my mission. Saint, I was wrong. Looking at Mr. A, crying and full of remorse, the Dark Saint really didn't know what was going on with him and felt a bit exhausted. Hopefully, when the real leader finds out, their reaction won't be too dramatic. People who can manipulate themselves are rare nowadays. This shows that Aurora Order cannot live without Mr. A, just like Germany cannot live without bread. It's good that you realize your mistakes. The act must continue, the Dark Saint said. Next, I need you to continue developing the church, and keep an eye on the Blasphemy Slate and that organization. Understood. Yes, Saint. Mr. A thought for a moment, then grinned and asked, Saint, I suddenly have an idea. I don't know if it's possible. What is it? The Dark Saint's heart skipped a beat. Could this guy have another earth-shattering idea? Developing followers one by one is too slow. In Mr. A's blood-red eyes, madness flickered as he said, why not directly take control of a country, establish a ninja village, and spread the faith of our Lord more effectively? Chapter 229, Chapter 228, Mikoto joins. Communicating with a madman really drains the energy. After finally sending off Mr. A, the Dark Saint couldn't wait to return to the main persona. As for that damn madman, let the main consciousness deal with the headache. In an instant, the separated virtual persona returned, and as memories fused, Adam suddenly shook with strength. Fortunately, the demigod status granted by the spectator pathway gave him strong control on the mental level, which helped him avoid revealing any flaws and prevented being noticed by Orochimaru. Is this the legendary, the crazier you get, the stronger you become? Uchiha Sogetsu's expression was subtle, with his mouth twitching involuntarily. He was genuinely a bit shaken and wondered if this was the true way of the hangman pathway. It was simply ridiculous. However, considering Mr. A's excellent performance, he didn't bother interfering with this guy. Though a bit mad, his actions were still reliable. If he truly lost control, Sogetsu would just sadly feed him to the creeping hunger. As his thoughts returned, Adam spoke faintly, is there anything else? Mr. Adam, there's one more thing I must tell you. Orochimaru didn't dare hide anything and explained everything, including his attempt to reveal part of the information and his plan to have Uchiha Mikoto join. Adam's pale golden, deep eyes cast a scrutinizing glance, and his index finger gently tapped the bronze table. With a meaningful tone, he asked, you're clever, so do you know what the members of the Twilight Hermit Order have in common? In common. Orochimaru fell into thought, but there was too little information about the members to analyze effectively. He shook his head and said bitterly, I really can't guess, Mr. Adam. The answer is the weight of fate. Adam stopped tapping his finger, crossed his hands, and placed them on his crossed legs in a more relaxed sitting posture. Everything has a different weight. Some have little influence on the world, light as a feather. Others have a massive influence, heavy as a mountain. You mean? Orochimaru trembled slightly, seeming to understand. That in the future, we will have a huge impact on the world, right? Adam smiled lightly. For example, someone's thought or action could cause a huge change in fate, thus affecting the course of the world. And some people, for their whole life, are nothing more than a speck of dust in the river of fate, unable to create even a ripple. Fate truly is cruel, as the saying goes. But it's precisely because of this that he was willing to do anything to walk the path of God and completely escape this powerlessness. Some people, no matter how much they scheme and try to stir up trouble, are still insignificant to the world. Some people, with just a single wrong decision, can turn the world upside down. And that's the difference in the weight of fate. Now, do you understand? Orochimaru. The theory that Adam explained deeply resonated with Orochimaru. He exhaled a deep breath, then said in a low voice, "I understand your point. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Adam. This time, it was my own decision. I'll handle the Uchiha Mikoto issue with White Fang, and I'll make sure no one else gets suspicious." Although it was harsh, he didn't feel like he owed anything. After all, from the very beginning, he never promised Uchiha Mikoto that he could fulfill her wishes. "Don't blame me, Uchiha Mikoto." Orochimaru half-squinted his eyes and thought to himself, this is all fate's choice. He had already come up with several solutions in his mind for how to handle Uchiha Mikoto, ensuring that there would be no traces left behind. Just then, he heard Adam chuckle softly and say, "No, what I mean is, it's possible." Possible. Orochimaru was stunned for half a second before he finally realized. "You mean, allow Uchiha Mikoto to join the Twilight Hermit Order? Why not?" Adam rested his face on his hand, intrigued. "Lord Adam, I don't understand," Orochimaru said with confusion. "You just mentioned the weight of fate." He continued, "And Uchiha Mikoto clearly isn't the type of person who can have a significant impact on the world and fate. Why would you agree to let her join? A simple experiment." Adam changed the subject, saying, "Can someone who originally has no influence on the world and fate at all, completely alter the weight of fate? Don't you find that interesting? The idea of casually changing someone's fate, what incredible power that is." Orochimaru was deeply shocked, and his reverence for Adam grew even stronger. "I will follow your will, Mr. Adam." At this moment, the remaining members of the Uchiha clan were caught in a frenzy. The reason for the celebration was that, after Uchiha Sogetsu, another member of their clan had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The black flames that engulfed much of the forest outside Konoha were clearly visible to anyone who wasn't blind. Without a doubt, they were the strongest fire release technique recorded in the secret scroll, Amaterasu, which could only be unleashed by someone who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at the bustling crowd, Uchiha Mikoto felt nothing but noise. "I'm going to rest," she said quietly. She slowly stood up from the main seat, not looking at Fugaku beside her, and left the banquet without a second glance. Ever since Sogetsu's death, she had become increasingly withdrawn, unwilling to get close to anyone. Most of the time, she was alone, and even Fugaku rarely saw her. After leaving the noisy banquet, Mikoto's mind was consumed with thoughts of the opportunity Orochimaru had mentioned. When would it appear? Without realizing it, she absent-mindedly looked up and found herself standing in front of Uchiha Sogetsu's room. Since she was here, she might as well go inside and take a look. Mikoto pushed the door open. Although Sogetsu had been dead for months, the room was still neat, thanks to her occasional visits to tidy up. "Who?" Suddenly, Mikoto sensed a strange chakra. Her eyes sharpened, scanning the corners of the room. "Come out." Hiss, hiss, hiss. A small white snake slithered out from the corner. The snake lifted its head and spat out a scroll. "Is this Orochimaru's summoning beast?" Mikoto hesitated for a moment, crouched down, and took the scroll from the snake's mouth. When she opened it, there were only a few lines of writing. "Dragon soaring in the sea of collective subconscious. Shadow beneath the current of time. Ancient rulers from a distant age. I pray for your gaze." She instinctively repeated the words in her mind. The next moment, Mikoto's eyes went blank, and she felt herself being dragged, falling into boundless darkness. In an endless, turbulent ocean, she helplessly fell downward, sinking into a sea filled with the consciousness of all beings. The ocean seemed like an illusion of stars, mixed with whispers, sometimes unreal, sometimes maddened. Eventually, the scattered falling consciousness gathered again in the endless black fog. It was as if Uchiha Mikoto woke from a dream. She looked up to see a grand, imposing church made of skeletal remains. A storm of emotion surged within her, and her beautiful eyes showed signs of shock. Where is this? This sacred church, made of piled bones, gave Mikoto an inexplicable sense of pressure. Twilight Hermit Order, a voice, full of supreme will, echoed throughout the hall. Mikoto looked toward the voice. Beneath a giant cross made of bones, there was an ancient bronze table, weathered and marked with age. Around it were several chairs, but the most striking was the main seat, which was many times larger than the others, as though it were meant for a giant. On that massive bronze chair, the figure, shrouded in a faint golden light, gazed at her, the unexpected guest, with eyes of a dull, golden indifference. "Tell me, what do you want?" The figure, almost divine in its presence, spoke in a calm and serene voice. "I." Uchiha Mikoto, who was being watched, felt as if her innermost thoughts were completely exposed. No matter how small, every single thought seemed unable to escape the weight of that gaze. "I want to revive Uchiha Sogetsu." The beautiful woman, her eyes reddened, said this truthfully to the Great Presence. Chapter 230, Chapter 229, The Pure Land is not the pure land. In the towering cathedral. Under the watchful gaze of countless skulls in the dome, Mikoto did not hesitate to voice her wish. What you want is a miracle. The vague figure on the high seat leaned forward slightly, his pale golden eyes focused on the woman. In a soft voice, he continued, but miracles are never free. All gifts from fate come with a price already marked in the shadows. So, does that mean I have to pay a price? Uchiha Mikoto smiled gently, lowering her gaze. She spoke quietly, as long as it brings him back to life, I am willing to pay any price, whether it's my soul, my body, my mind, or everything I have. Take it all, if you need it. Is it worth it? Adam used spirit vision to peer into the woman's heart. Yes, it's worth it. Mikoto said without hesitation, her voice unwavering, with no doubt. Her determination and resolve radiated from her, and even her spiritual form shimmered with a faint glow. Impressive, it's like she stamped her mind with steel. After a brief silence, Adam decided to change his approach. He crossed his arms and placed them flat on his legs. I'm sorry, but if you were hoping I could fulfill your wish, you will be disappointed. Upon hearing this, Mikoto froze, her body struck as if by a heavy blow. Her mind began to lose focus, and in her reddened eyes, mist began to form. But didn't White Fang come back to life? That was not a miracle. Adam subtly pointed out the key difference. However, Uchiha Mikoto, consumed by the thought of reviving Sogetsu, couldn't grasp the meaning. She mistakenly thought that her sacrifice was not enough. Please, as long as he can be revived, I will do anything you ask. I will follow your commands, no matter what you want me to do. In this moment, she resembled someone caught in a shipwreck, swallowed by massive waves. Holding onto the last flicker of hope before her, she would not give up, no matter what. Lady, please calm down. Adam's eyebrows twitched. If this goes any further, it might not pass the review. My Sharingan, yes, my Sharingan. Mikoto couldn't think of anything else that could move this mysterious figure in front of her. In a moment of desperation, she impulsively decided to offer her own eyes. If one isn't enough, I have more. I have many Sharingan I can give you. Come. Adam quickly released a wave of mental calm, gradually helping Mikoto, who was emotionally worked up, to regain her composure. Calm down, child. I don't need your Sharingan. He wasn't like Danzo, who would collect eyes. I'm sorry. Mikoto lightly bit her lip, looking like a child who had made a mistake. Everyone who comes here has their own pursuits. Adam's tone was gentle and steady as his gaze moved from one side of the bronze table to the other. And I simply help them when necessary, guiding them toward the path they wish to walk. Others, like Orochimaru and White Fang. Mikoto also noticed the chairs on the bronze table, which now seemed to belong to others, like Orochimaru and White Fang. Correct. Adam said casually, the Twilight Hermit Order is a gathering I created. This place can't give you exactly what you want. The reasons people come here are different. Some seek immortality, some want to escape the chains of fate, others seek to peer into the horrors of the future and change their path. What I can offer is a chance. What kind of chance? Mikoto asked, somewhat confused. A chance to change your fate. Adam lightly tapped his finger on the table, his faint golden eyes rippling with layers of swirling depth. Walk the path of gods, transcend the levels and dimensions of life, and become a god. Becoming a god. For most people, the temptation of godhood was powerful. But for Mikoto, that wasn't what mattered. Her eyes were clear as she looked at the towering, hazy figure and spoke softly, but I just want to bring Uchiha Sogetsu back. Lady, is something wrong with your mind? Adam's brow twitched, and he couldn't understand why, with the temptation of becoming a god right in front of him, she was still thinking about Uchiha Sogetsu. Fortunately, it seemed like Mikoto had regained her senses. She cautiously asked, excuse me, the path to becoming a god you mentioned, can it resurrect Uchiha Sogetsu? It can. Adam nodded slightly, saying, but to resurrect someone, there are many factors to consider, soul, thoughts, ideas, and so on. So, to actually perform it, you would need to be close to the level of a god. Close to a god. Mikoto froze for a few seconds, but soon her eyes were filled with determination again. I can do it. Looks like you understand. Adam let out a slight sigh of relief. He felt that Mikoto was even more difficult to deal with than Orochimaru and Inoki. All he could say was that a woman's mind, when set on love, was truly terrifying. Excuse me, may I join your group? Mikoto asked carefully, afraid of being rejected. You can. Adam replied calmly, since you've entered this corpse cathedral, it means you've already deviated from the path of fate to some extent. Welcome to the Twilight Hermit Order. You can call me Adam, just like the others here. It was a strange name, but Mikoto didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, she asked, Mr. Adam, thank you for allowing me to join the Twilight Hermit Order. Then, may I ask, what do I need to pay in return? After all gifts from fate always had a price, didn't they? You are the price itself. Adam smiled lightly, his words carrying deep meaning. I want to see where you'll go after breaking free from the chains of fate, Uchiha Mikoto. Now, he was genuinely curious. With the plot now completely disrupted, where would the future of the Naruto world go? Most importantly, how would the chakras of Ashura and Indra manifest? As for Naruto's situation, that's another matter. As for Sasuke, it seemed Mikoto had no plans for a second child. That's all for today. Adam's deep voice signaled the end of their meeting. Looking forward to our next meeting. Uchiha Mikoto lowered her head obediently, her heart cheering with joy. Although she couldn't bring that person back to life, at least, she had found her direction. As Mikoto's figure faded, Adam, no, it should be Uchiha Sogetsu, felt his island of consciousness suddenly tremble, unleashing a raging storm. Lightning crackled and thunder roared. The next moment, the island of consciousness returned to calm. Uchiha Sogetsu's pale golden eyes glinted with a hint of amusement, as if he didn't care about the recent disturbance in his island of consciousness. Interesting. The virtual persona that intruded into the Pure Land was erased directly. That virtual person, which had used the reanimation jutsu to quietly infiltrate the Pure Land, had been suddenly erased. It seemed likely that the Sage of Six Paths was the one who intervened. At that moment, a faint line of text appeared in his eyes. Side mission: the Pure Land is not pure. The virtual persona that attempted to infiltrate the Pure Land was directly eliminated by the Sage of Six Paths. Clearly, he is hiding secrets about the Pure Land. Go explore deeper secrets within the Pure Land. Reward: unlock low sequence material shop. Chapter 231, Chapter 230, Goodbye. After going through many trials, Konoha finally settled down. However, the aftereffects of the terrible events were far from over, and some were even worsening. Orochimaru openly declared his defection from the village during the Hokage inauguration ceremony and committed unforgivable crimes. As a result, Konoha became a joke in the eyes of the Land of Fire's daimyo and other great nations. Many mission assignments were cancelled, aid funds from the Land of Fire were reduced, vast forest resources were destroyed, and a series of other problems followed one after another. What was even more concerning was the loss of unity among the people and ninjas of Konoha. The Will of Fire, once widely promoted, now seemed like a joke. From the outcome of the war, Konoha was the victor. But, looking at the long-term future, Konoha had suffered the worst defeat. The position of Fifth Hokage remained vacant. Sarutobi Hiruzen, using the title of former Hokage, temporarily assumed the Hokage duties, managing the current Konoha. At the same time, he issued the highest-level bounty order to the entire ninja world for Orochimaru, kill on sight. The second and first Hokages declared they had returned to the Pure Land, but in reality, they had infiltrated the village in secret to investigate the Aurora Order. Notably, due to his outstanding performance in the Third Great Ninja War, his accomplishments, and after passing evaluations by several Jonin, Kakashi was officially promoted to Jonin. He was just 11 years old. After receiving the official appointment, Kakashi accepted everyone's congratulations, then left alone. He stopped in front of a flower shop by the street. After a moment of silence, he stepped forward and said, "Please give me a bouquet of flowers." Ah, what a handsome little brother. The shopkeeper, a pretty woman with long hair, was immediately drawn to Kakashi's cold aura. Her eyes lit up, and she approached, speaking warmly, "But little brother, you shouldn't just buy flowers randomly. If you don't mind, can you tell me who you're buying flowers for?" "No need. Please give me a bouquet of white chrysanthemums." "Thank you." Looking at the approaching woman, Kakashi silently took a step back as usual. "Ah, white chrysanthemums. I see. I understand." The shopkeeper's smile faded, replaced by a touch of solemnity. He selected a few pure white chrysanthemums, arranged them, and handed them to Kakashi, saying, "Little brother, please accept my condolences." Kakashi took the bouquet silently, turned, and left. The shopkeeper watched the young man's back, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. After a moment, he slapped his head and remembered, "I got it. Silver hair. He's Hatake Kakashi, the genius who became a Jonin at just 11. Kakashi, holding the pure white flowers, made his way through the bustling crowd toward the Konoha cemetery. Though it had been damaged before, it had been repaired and mostly restored to its original state. The graves of the Konoha ninjas who died in battle were all here. However, not long after Kakashi entered the cemetery, preparing to visit Rin's grave and vent his frustrations, he suddenly paused for half a second. He was surprised to find that, aside from himself, there was another person in front of Rin's tombstone, a stranger in a black cloak. Sensing the gaze behind him, the man slowly turned around. He wore a spiral-patterned mask, and through a hole in the mask's left eye, his gaze met Kakashi's. "Who are you?" Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes tinged with suspicion. "Me. Hey, just a dead man. The masked man's voice was raspy, as though his throat had been damaged, filled with a gravelly, unpleasant sound. Then why are you here at Konoha Cemetery? Kakashi stared at him intently, feeling that the man seemed familiar, though he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Her. The masked man pointed at Rin's tombstone, then tilted his head and looked at Kakashi. I'm here to take her. Her? Rin. Kakashi's eyes flashed with killing intent as he spoke. Why do you want to take Rin's body? Hey, that's none of your business. The masked man chuckled coldly. I won't let you take Rin's body. Although Kakashi didn't know why this person wanted Rin's body, he wasn't going to let him take it. He crouched slightly and drew the short blade from his waist. Hey, you alone can't stop me. The masked man's voice was full of mockery, and he even motioned with his fingers. Come on, aren't you the genius from Konoha? Let me see, what kind of ability does an 11-year-old genius who became a Jonin have? Whoosh. 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 Almost immediately after his words, 3 kunai flew toward the masked man. The masked man slightly tilted his head and easily dodged the kunai. Just as he was about to mock again, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kakashi charging forward with a short sword, moving at an even faster speed. The blade cut through the air, delivering a fierce strike. White Fang sword style. The short sword traced a sharp arc through the air, the edge and angle almost perfect, as if pulling a thread-like trail of light behind it. The masked man's left eye slightly contracted, and his feet erupted with chakra, allowing him to quickly retreat several meters. Swish. The short sword passed just half an inch in front of the masked man's face. The mask was instantly sliced into pieces by the blade's pressure, but the masked man took the opportunity to pull back, retreating several meters away. The broken mask fell from his face, and the man covered his cheek, raising his head with a sinister look. When Kakashi saw the familiar face, his eyes gradually widened in shock, and his voice trembled. Is it really you, Obito? Is it really you? It's been a long time, Kakashi. Covering his wounded, scarred face, Obito's eyes were filled with malice. It's me, of course it's me. What's the matter? Surprised to see me? So, you're not dead. Kakashi was still in disbelief. He had thought Obito had died, but he never expected he was still alive. Hey, of course, I'm alive, and I'm doing just fine. Obito slowly stood up, his face twisted into a cruel smile. Didn't expect that, did you? Disappointed? Not only did I survive, I clawed my way out of hell. Now, I want to live, and get my revenge on all you hypocrites. Wait, Obito, there must be some misunderstanding. Looking at his once cheerful friend, now turned into something like a vengeful ghost from hell, Kakashi immediately felt uneasy. Misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. At those words, Obito laughed, as if hearing something ridiculous. Clutching his head, he grinned. No, there's no misunderstanding. I've simply seen the true face of the shinobi world. Obito, what happened during the time you disappeared? Kakashi asked seriously, his sharp eyes noticing that something was off about Obito. He looked like a prisoner who had just escaped from a prison, almost consumed by a wild desire. What happened? Suddenly, Obito seemed stunned, a hint of confusion appearing in his eyes. I don't remember. All he could recall was escaping from a prison, but everything that happened before that was a complete blank. His mind was empty. At that moment, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, speaking coldly. Obito, why waste time talking to him? You're right, Black Zetsu. Obito regained his composure, his eyes now filled with madness. I don't need to explain anything to you, Kakashi. Chapter 232, Chapter 231, Obito's Love. A sudden, pitch-black figure appeared, immediately putting Kakashi on high alert. Who are you? He asked, crouching with his short blade held defensively in front of him. His legs were bent, ready to spring into action, and his sharp gaze locked onto the intruder. Instinctively, he categorized this figure as a mastermind, the one who had manipulated Obito into his current state. In a grave tone, he called out, Obito, don't be swayed by him. Snap out of it. Snap out of it. Swayed. Obito's voice burst out, followed by a chilling laugh. Ha ha ha. Kakashi's words seemed like the greatest joke to Obito, who laughed so hard he could barely stay upright. Between gasps, he managed, You're still so naive, Kakashi. Open your eyes and look at me carefully. I am more awake than I've ever been. The laughter cut off abruptly. Obito straightened suddenly, his scarred and pale face looking almost corpse-like as it came into full view. The grotesque visage etched itself into Kakashi's mind. Obito's expression twisted into something monstrous, a blend of fury and madness. His crimson eyes burned with a deep, murderous intent, so intense it seemed tangible. The air around them grew frigid, as though an ancient, malevolent beast had escaped its prison and was radiating an abyssal malice. Fear. Rage. Hatred. Despair. Struggle. Bloodlust. A whirlwind of negative emotions coalesced into a wave of overwhelming malice, crashing over Kakashi like a tsunami and making him feel as if he were staring into the depths of an abyss. Do you see now, Kakashi? This is who I am. One moment, Obito was nearly deranged, but in the next, he returned to an eerie calm. His voice lowered to a flat tone. I'll say this one last time, stay out of this. For Rin's sake, I'll spare your life. I don't want to make her sad. Do you understand? Perhaps only when speaking of Rin did Obito's voice carry even a flicker of warmth. Obito's gaze softened as he looked at Rin's grave. He slowly crouched and brushed the dirt from the headstone with his hand. In a gentle voice, he said, "It's okay, Rin. Don't worry. I promised you that as long as Kakashi stays out of the way, I won't hurt him. Isn't that right, Obito?" Kakashi's eyes darkened as he watched Obito's erratic behavior, words caught in his throat. "Sho." Obito raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Don't speak, Kakashi. Rin is talking to me." With that, he turned and pressed his ear to the headstone, adopting a listening posture. "Just a little longer, okay? Don't worry, Rin. I'll take you back soon. This time, I won't let you leave me ever again. Rin, I knew it. The person you love the most is me. Kakashi. Don't worry about him. I'm the one who truly loves you, Rin. That's right, as long as it's just the two of us, that's enough." Obito seemed to be talking to the gravestone, his eyes full of gentleness. He occasionally stroked the hard stone as if he were caressing the face of the deceased girl. Obito, face reality. Kakashi, unable to watch him indulge in the illusion any longer, gritted his teeth and exposed the truth. Rin is already dead. Bullshit. However, Kakashi didn't expect that one sentence would strike a nerve in Obito. Rin isn't dead. Obito glared at Kakashi with a twisted expression, growling like a wild beast. She's still alive. I heard her. I heard Rin whispering in my ear that she's still alive. That's just an illusion. Face the truth, Obito. Kakashi pointed at him sharply, his voice heavy. Open your eyes and look clearly, Obito. That's just a gravestone, not Rin. The real Rin is dead. She won't come back. Do you understand? She's dead. Ah. Hearing this, Obito's pupils contracted, and he screamed, clutching his head. No. No. This is impossible. Rin isn't dead. In the next moment, Obito charged at Kakashi, roaring like a beast. It's you. It's definitely you. You want to take Rin away from me. With the full force of his killing instincts, Obito slammed a powerful punch straight toward Kakashi's face. Wake up. Kakashi abandoned his short blade and gathered his chakra into his fist, swinging it with all his might. Bang. The fists collided, creating ripples in the air. It seemed like an evenly matched battle at first, but Kakashi quickly realized how naive and foolish his thoughts were. The unstoppable force surged like an avalanche the moment they clashed. The violent energy flooded into Kakashi's body, filling every bone and muscle, causing them to scream in agony. The difference in power was so overwhelming it was almost despairing. The excruciating pain from his torn muscles and bones made Kakashi spit out a mouthful of hot blood as his body was sent flying back at an alarming speed. The nearly straight path smashed through more than a dozen hard tombstones before finally crashing heavily to the ground. What just happened? As Kakashi's mind cleared and returned to reality, the intense pain from his body almost caused him to lose consciousness again. Boom. Another wave of dust and tremors. Obito's expression was twisted with rage. His eyes were bloodshot and wild, filled with a bloodthirsty desire, staring at Kakashi below him like a beast. Obito. Kakashi spat out blood, his eyes struggling to focus on the figure before him. I won't let anyone take Rin away from me, including you, Kakashi. Obito's face was filled with fury as his fists rained down on Kakashi like a storm, as if unleashing all the suppressed anger and desire within him. Bang. 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 Kakashi was forced to endure the fury coming from Obito. Each punch caused his entire body to burn with pain, like a massive stone mill crushing his muscles and bones, grinding him down to pieces. He didn't know how many punches he took, but by the time Obito was done, Kakashi's body was battered, nearly unrecognizable. Yet Obito seemed lost in his madness, still immersed in his own world of frenzy. He grabbed Kakashi by the hair and dragged him to the tombstone, slamming his head repeatedly against Rin's grave, leaving a thick streak of blood, his expression cold and merciless. At that moment, Black Zetsu suddenly grabbed Obito's wrist. Enough, stop now. Obito turned his head with a cruel, bloodthirsty glare. Do you want to die, Black Zetsu? I'm just reminding you, Black Zetsu said lightly. Time's almost up. If you keep going, others will show up soon. So what? Obito grinned, his eyes fierce and savage. Those people won't let you take Rin. Black Zetsu shrugged, seemingly unconcerned, and said, I don't mind, but I wonder what you think. Upon hearing this, the madness in Obito's eyes faded. He tossed the half-dead Kakashi aside and coldly said, You're right, Black Zetsu. Right now, the most important thing is Rin. Obito dug through the dirt above with his bare hands and forcefully shattered the coffin lid. Looking inside the coffin, where Rin, who had been dead for 2 months and had already decayed into a skeleton, lay, a deep affection and longing filled his eyes. He sickly cradled the bones, kissing the pale skull, and whispered gently, Rin, I'm here. I've come to take you home. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu had approached Kakashi. With a mocking gaze, Black Zetsu looked at Kakashi, whose body was battered and barely clinging to life. It sneered, let the madman face the reality. This was never realistic. Chapter 233, Chapter 232, Lunatic. Hey, are you done yet? Black Zetsu couldn't stand it anymore. Frowning, he silently cursed this guy for being so perverted. If it weren't for Uchiha Sogetsu's sudden death, which completely disrupted their original plans, he wouldn't have chosen a madman to execute the Moon's Eye plan. But now it was too late to change anything. He had no choice but to make do. A madman was still easier to control in some ways. After being interrupted, Obito showed an annoyed expression and lightly hissed, Don't talk, Black Zetsu. Interrupting others while they're together is very rude. And could you stop looking over here? Rin says she's shy. Shy, my ass. Black Zetsu twitched his mouth, nearly letting a curse slip. But luckily, he managed to hold back. If he had cursed, it would have triggered this madman again. Well, whatever. Let him do his thing. It's just a little perverted, right? As long as it brings Mother back, being a little perverted is fine. After all, the plan needs to be executed. Fortunately, after being interrupted, Obito seemed to regain some clarity. He stood up and said, Let's go, Black Zetsu. We're leaving. What about this guy? Black Zetsu glanced at the side, where Kakashi lay, his flesh mangled. Should we kill him? He's seen your face. Kakashi, with hazy consciousness, struggled to open his bloodshot eyes, staring at the familiar figure before weakly calling out, Obito. Do you want me to do it? Black Zetsu asked, tilting his head. No, I'll do it. Obito waved his hand and casually picked up a short blade that had fallen nearby. He tossed it in the air. Whoosh. With the boost from his abnormal strength, the short blade sliced through the air like a bullet. But just as the blade was about to impale Kakashi's chest and end his life, a faint yellow flash suddenly streaked past. Whoosh. The blade buried deeply into the ground, and Kakashi, who should have been there, unexpectedly shifted a few meters to the side. As their gazes shifted, a man wearing a green Jonin vest knelt beside the nearly dead Kakashi. His warm, yellow hair, bright like the sun, swayed back and forth in the breeze. TCH, I told you to hurry up and leave. Black Zetsu cursed Obito silently in his mind. He snorted coldly. Now look, even if we want to leave, it depends on whether he's willing to let us. Obito remained silent, his eyes fixed on the figure in front of him. Anger and resentment burned in his pupils, finally erupting into a low growl, Minato namikaze. Looking at the bloodied and disfigured Kakashi, Minato's pupils contracted slightly. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his voice seemed to suppress a strong emotion. Tell me why, Obito. Kakashi, wasn't he your comrade? Comrade, that's such a nostalgic word, Obito sneered, bending down into a battle stance. But because of that, I have to kill him. Why? Minato took a deep breath, turning to face his former student, his eyes filled with pain. Ha 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 ha, you're in pain. Obito laughed, watching his teacher in agony. He felt a strange satisfaction, as though only the suffering of others could soothe his constantly angry heart. But then, his expression twisted, and he growled, That's right. In your eyes, it's always been Kakashi. You never cared about me and Rin. Minato furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice, Obito, I treated all of you equally. I never valued one over the other. Really? Obito's anger deepened, his gaze wild and brutal. Then when Rin and I needed you, why didn't you show up? Aren't you the yellow flash? You saved so many people, why didn't you come to save Rin and me? After everything, you're still making excuses, huh? Minato namikaze. Faced with the accusations, Minato namikaze paused for a moment, sighed softly, and his eyes gradually grew cold. It seems there's no need to explain anymore. He didn't even want to argue because it was pointless. When the incident happened, he had been far away on the battlefield in the hidden mist. How could he have predicted something happening miles away? Aren't you going to explain? Hey, it doesn't matter. Obito's cold laughter filled the air as he spoke. Konoha, the Uchiha clan, you, all of you, none of you will escape. I'll settle this score for Rin. Minato shut his eyes, and after a brief pause, he made his decision. Since it had come to this, he, as the teacher, would personally end Obito's life. He threw a special kunai in a flash, and with a sudden stomp on the ground, he used the chakra burst to shoot forward like lightning. The kunai and Minato almost reached their destination at the same time. Obito knocked the flying kunai out of the air, and with a powerful punch, he sent a forceful gust of wind toward Minato. Boom. The brief clash forced Minato to step back several paces, his brow furrowed. The strength is great, and the speed is quick, but not enough to be feared. Obito, seemingly lost in his rage, charged straight at Minato. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Weren't you going to kill me? Don't run away. Despite Obito's provocation, Minato chose to throw another kunai, repeating his previous tactic. Again. Obito slightly tilted his head, dodging the kunai and swinging a punch. Swish. In an instant, Minato vanished from his line of sight. Humph, the flying thunder god technique. Too naive, Minato. Obito was unbothered, relying on his extraordinary sensory skills to predict Minato's next move. With a twist of his body and the momentum of his punch, he spun and delivered a sharp whip kick. Using kunai to disrupt the line of sight and attacking from behind. I've seen this trick too many times. Whoosh. The whip kick cut through the air, creating a deafening sound as it passed. The scene where Minato Namikaze is kicked did not appear as expected. Obito's pupils contracted, and he looked around for Minato's figure. Idiot, he's above you. Black Zetsu couldn't help but remind him. What? Above. Obito looked up at the sky, where a yellow flash gleamed. In Minato's hands was a spinning chakra ball, like a miniature storm, constantly rotating. Raise-non. The moment it made contact, the miniature storm suddenly expanded dozens of times. The rapidly spinning chakra, like a hurricane, violently tore at Obito's body, forcing him into the ground. He let out a loud, agonized scream, while the Rasengan's terrifying destructive power continued to spread, tearing the nearby earth apart and sending shockwaves through the air. It's over, Obito. Minato waved his kunai, aiming for Obito's throat. But at that moment, a vortex-like distortion appeared around Obito's body. What is this? Minato's eyes shifted, sensing danger. He immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to retreat. Obito was gradually being sucked into the vortex. His face twisted in rage as he glared at Minato, roaring, Minato Namikaze, I'll let you win this time, but next time, I swear, I will kill you. And I won't spare Konoha, the Uchiha, or anyone else. Nearby, Black Zetsu twitched his eyelid and cursed under his breath, TCH, I can't believe White Zetsu didn't bring me along. When he saw Minato's gaze turning toward him, Black Zetsu quickly shrank back and merged into the ground. In a dark cave. Injured by the Raise-non, Obito let out an angry roar, seemingly losing his sanity in a frenzy. That was close. If I hadn't been fast enough, you'd be dead now. White Zetsu exaggeratedly wiped his sweat, acting as though he was still shaken, and said, You've got some nerve. That's the yellow flash we're talking about. With your current strength, how could you possibly be his match? Obito's bloodshot eyes, filled with malice, glared at White Zetsu like a predatory beast. Give me the Sequence 7 potion. Huh. White Zetsu tilted his head and asked, Have you finished digesting the potion of Sequence 8 lunatic already? I remember not long ago, you just took it. Are you really ready to advance so soon? Stop talking. Just give it to me. Obito's face twisted with madness as he grinned viciously. Isn't it just going crazy? This world is already insane. What difference does it make if there's one more lunatic? Hearing this, White Zetsu grinned. You're right. The process of preparing the potion went smoothly. Then, White Zetsu walked over holding a black pot, inside of which was a thick, red liquid, squirming and flowing like crushed flesh. It looked truly horrifying. Obito, open your mouth. Time to drink the medicine. Chapter 234, Chapter 233, Observation Diary. Observation Diary, March 17th. Subject, Uchiha Obito. Mental state, stable, probably. Current situation of the subject, chained pathway, Sequence 7, werewolf. The subject chose to advance without fully digesting the Sequence 8 potion. This guy is crazy, just like I thought. Behavior Record 1, the subject is hearing voices and has an obsessive attachment to an individual named Rin, frequently talking to himself, seems related to the moon, but I don't understand it. Behavior Record 2, the subject attempted to engage in some sort of breeding activity with the individual Rin, TCH. This guy is even worse than me. Behavior Record 3, the subject tried to perform some sort of ritual, but it was interrupted midway, resulting in failure. Who knows where this guy learned this from? Behavior Record 4, at specific full moon moments, the subject goes into a state of uncontrollable rage, destroying everything around him and repeatedly shouting one word in anger. I can't understand it, but it sounds like 4 words. It's really scary. Behavior Record 5, repeated breeding behavior. Behavior Record 6, more breeding. Behavior Record 7, this guy is more messed up than I am. Behavior Record 8, hiss. Am I hallucinating? There seems to be a flower growing on the corpse of Rin. Behavior Record 9, the corpse of Rin seems to be undergoing some unknown transformation. Further observation required. Conclusion, no abnormalities have been found so far. The observation can continue. Your most loyal servant, White Zetsu. P.S. Brainwashing worked perfectly. He doesn't remember anything and even asked where the Mangekyo Sharingan came from. I told him it was given by a kind person, and he never asked again. P.P.S. Black Zetsu seems to be suspicious. Should I deal with him? He's so annoying, always acting like he's plotting something. Snap. Closing the report from White Zetsu, Uchiha Sogetsu leaned back in his chair, tapping his forehead thoughtfully. He goes mad at the full moon. Seems like he's affected by the moon. From the signs, I can roughly confirm the source of the corruption. It's the mother goddess of depravity. My anxious heart can finally rest. It was like a prisoner who had been sentenced to death but hadn't yet received the execution order. After endless suffering, they thought there might still be a small chance of a pardon, only to find out that what awaited them was slow slicing. At the very top of the 22 paths of the gods was Sequence 0, the true god, and above all the sequences was the level known as the Great Old One. Any being at the Great Old One level means that they have completely mastered all of their paths and fully grasped the Sapphira, gaining all of their powers and symbols. Even the true god of Sequence 0 could not resist the corruption from the Great Old Ones. The gap between them was like the difference between clouds and mud, an insurmountable chasm. Before the Great Old Ones, all are mere ants. The only things that could resist the Great Old Ones were other beings of the same rank. Even the true god would be no more than a speck of dust before them. And the mother goddess of depravity was one of the Great Old Ones. But he was only Sequence 4, a demigod. He was still far from Sequence 0, a vast distance away, and not even considered an angel yet. First, we can rule out the true body, he murmured. If it were really the mother goddess of depravity, the Hidden Leaf Village would have been devoured long ago, and there's no way we would still be here. After all, there's no Lord of Mysteries here, and no defensive barrier. Although he had ruled out the most terrifying possibility, the remaining options were still troubling for Uchiha Sogetsu. Whether what was on the moon was a remnant will of the mother goddess of depravity or something related to it, it was still extremely dangerous to him at his current level. I'm still just a Sequence 4 kid. Uchiha Sogetsu sighed in frustration. Even the King of Angels, Emperor Roselle, who was at Sequence 1 of the Hermit Pathway, couldn't resist the contamination of the mother goddess of depravity. What chance did he, a mere Sequence 4 demigod, have? This situation was like asking Xiao Yan from Mutant City to duel Soul Heaven Emperor alone, completely ridiculous. At least, until I'm fully prepared, I absolutely can't rush to the moon. Uchiha Sogetsu pressed his fingers to his temple. After hearing that there might be something related to the mother goddess of depravity on the moon, he became even more cautious. After all, it was one of the Great Old Ones, and if he made even the smallest mistake, he would end up like Emperor Roselle, trapped in a coffin, endlessly struggling for his life. Maybe not even comparable to Emperor Roselle. He's a Sequence 1 angel, yet has fallen to this state. As for him, a Sequence 4 demigod, he might just lose control and turn into the mother goddess of depravity's RBQ. His scattered thoughts slowly returned to focus. Uchiha Sogetsu steadied himself. Since it's been confirmed that the moon is related to the mother goddess of depravity, and also connected to the Otsutsuki clan in many ways, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. Otsutsuki, really interesting. He narrowed his pale golden eyes, his lips curling up as he muttered to himself, it seems there are many secrets in this starry sky that I don't know. The origin of the Otsutsuki clan, the sudden appearance of the mother goddess of depravity, and who knows what other secrets are hidden in the Pure Land. The world of the dead, the Pure Land. When people from the world of the living die, their souls are drawn here to quietly await reincarnation. But there are some special beings, whose chakra was so vast and powerful in life that they can resist reincarnation, thus remaining in the Pure Land. For thousands of years, there has been one such being. And that is the one hailed as the founder of the ninja sect, the creator of the ninja system, the legendary sage of the six paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. I'm curious. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, what made you so obsessed with staying in the Pure Land for hundreds of years, unwilling to reincarnate, and instead, constantly intervening in the affairs of the mortal world? As he spoke, the middle-aged man, dressed in simple white robes with a thick golden beard, stepped toward the elder, his clear eyes gazing at him as he slowly spoke. The elder had 2 horns on his forehead, and besides his usual human features, he also had a vertical eye in the center of his forehead. Upon hearing the young man's voice, all 3 of his eyes opened at once, glaring at him with a cold gaze. You. Who are you? The sage of the 6 paths stared at the young man, his brow involuntarily furrowing deeply, a solemn expression on his face as he spoke in a heavy tone. You have no place in the history or future of ninjas. Oh. That eye has such power. The middle-aged man seemed somewhat surprised. He glanced at the elder's vertical eye and said, You can call me Adam. How about we make this fair? You answer one of my questions, and I'll answer one of yours. What do you say? The sage of the 6 paths furrowed his brow, unwilling to accept such a ridiculous suggestion. But just as he was about to refuse, he realized that the middle-aged man's eyes, which had been ordinary, were now glowing faintly with a molten gold color, exuding an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the pure land. In an instant, he had a strange feeling, as though he were the one who had intruded into the divine realm as a mortal. I advise you to think carefully before you answer. Adam smiled calmly and spoke in a laid-back tone, There is only one chance. The sage of the 6 paths remained silent for a long while, then nodded. All right. Chapter 235, Chapter 234, The First Blasphemy Slate. A wise man knows when to bow. Although the sage of 6 paths may not have heard the saying, he certainly knows similar expressions. Just moments ago, he tried to use the vertical eye between his brows to probe the essence of Adam's soul, but the result was nothing less than disastrous. Deep within Adam's pale golden eyes, there was an invisible vortex that dragged his consciousness down, plunging him into a vast, boundless ocean. The ocean was dark and deep, filled with raging winds and lightning that interwove, creating towering waves that seemed to echo with the cries of countless beings. The fury of the waves, filled with powerful, violent energy, collided with his soul like a meteor striking the earth. The excruciating pain tore at him, causing the vertical eye between his brows to crack, leaving a trail of bright red blood. Dark clouds, as thick as ink, churned above, while jagged bolts of lightning slashed across the sky, accompanied by deafening thunder. In an instant, the dark ocean surged with waves. A terrifying pressure, like the floodwaters of the heavens, rushed down, almost suffocating the sage of 6 paths beneath its weight, as if mountains themselves were pressing down on him. He struggled to lift his head and saw the dark clouds parting above him. A massive, gray-white dragon emerged from the clouds, its thick limbs stepping across the stormy sky. Behind it, 2 large wings of misty gray, each flap creating violent storms of lightning. Its scales, etched with countless intricate, 3-dimensional, and mysterious symbols, seemed to reach into its flesh, extending into the void of space. The dragon loomed like a divine being seated at the edge of the heavens, its pale golden vertical pupils staring directly at the sage of 6 paths. In the next moment, countless frenzied thoughts and emotions, like a plague of viruses, wrapped around his mind, growing uncontrollably, until they consumed his entire brain. The terrifying mental storm constantly tore at his soul and spirit. Finally, just when the sage of 6 paths could no longer bear it, the whispers and the storm faded away. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself back in the pure land. Hey, what did you see? Adam said with a smile, as if he didn't mind the sage's earlier rude actions. What was that dragon? What was that ocean? The sage of 6 paths asked, clutching the searing pain in his vertical eye, now too afraid to casually probe Adam's soul again. A single glance had nearly killed him. If he dared look any further, he was sure that his life would end here. Is this the first question you've asked? Adam tilted his head and asked. The sage of 6 paths' already aged face seemed even older, and his voice grew weak as he looked at Adam, slowly nodding. Yes, this is my question. This question will require 2 answers in exchange. Do you agree? Adam looked at the sage of 6 paths, his expression gentle as he spoke. 2 questions for 1 answer. The sage of 6 paths thought for a moment in his mind and felt it wasn't a bad deal, so he nodded. All right, I will exchange the answers to 2 questions. What I am? The answer to this question is somewhat broad. Adam lifted his large white robe and sat down on the ground, smiling as he said, in a sense, I am a god. Does this answer satisfy you? Upon hearing this, the sage of 6 paths' pupils immediately contracted. He nearly lost control of his chakra, exclaiming, Is there really a god? Even someone as powerful as his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, was not truly a god, but just an incredibly powerful individual. He had pondered countless times whether there was, in fact, a true god who controlled all living things. But with the passage of time, and until his death and arrival in the Pure Land, he had confirmed that no such god existed. Even he himself was just a powerful individual. But now, someone was telling him that gods are real. The shock this brought to the sage of 6 paths was no less than when he first learned that his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, was an alien. This is the second question, Adam said, his voice calm and unhurried. Now, it's my turn to ask. Why do you remain in the Pure Land? The Sage of Six Paths was about to offer a lie to brush it off, but when he looked into Adam's soft golden eyes, he hesitated. Adam wasn't in a rush. He quietly waited for him to think it over, always holding a serene smile. His innocent and pure eyes, like those of a baby, reflected the image of the Sage of Six Paths. After a while, the Sage of Six Paths sighed lightly, as if letting go of some inner burden, and slowly spoke. All right, since you came to find me, you must have sensed that thing. Even if I try to hide it, it would be futile. I might as well just tell you. The reason I stay in the Pure Land is partly to prevent my mother, Kaguya Oitsutsuki, from being resurrected. And the other reason? The Sage of Six Paths paused for a moment, then pointed below him and said, what you are seeing now is just a small part of the Pure Land. The real Pure Land, I have hidden away. The reason I stay here is also connected to that thing. Then, the Sage of Six Paths slowly stood up, holding a staff and struck the ground forcefully. Bang. The Pure Land trembled violently, with space gradually cracking apart around the two of them. Just as the Sage of Six Paths had said, after the false Pure Land shattered, an endless, pitch-black abyss suddenly appeared before them. I thought that after my death, my soul would completely disappear, the Sage of Six Paths said, gazing at the abyss. But I never expected to end up here, in an unknown abyss. I once tried to explore further down, but every time I tried to go deeper than 100 meters, I was forcefully pushed back. So, you're the first person to come here? Adam looked at the dark abyss, feeling an inexplicable sense that something was calling to him from below. Yes, to be precise, the Pure Land only appeared after I came here. The Sage of Six Paths sighed deeply before continuing. I found that all souls that die enter this abyss and eventually disappear. So, I built a space above the abyss to hold those souls, allowing them to reincarnate. The system didn't give any hints, so it seems I need to go in, Adam thought briefly before slowly walking toward the abyss. Stay here. I'll go down and take a look. Without waiting for the Sage of Six Paths to speak, Adam stepped directly into the abyss. Inside the pitch-black abyss, countless murmurs echoed, and in the narrow space, the wind intensified, roaring in his ears. No wonder, after staying here for centuries, he still couldn't go deeper than 100 meters, Adam frowned. The murmurs contained a sense of corruption, which would require mental protection even for demigods who pass through, let alone ninjas. After constructing multiple layers of mental defenses and tightly guarding the entrance to his mind, Adam continued his descent. Finally, beneath the suffocating black mist, Adam's pupils suddenly contracted. His calm, pale gold eyes revealed an uncontrollable shock and horror. He saw a dense curtain of shadows and a sea whose color could not be described in words, hiding all secrets. At the center of the sea, amidst the undulating waves, stood a white stone tablet, towering several hundred meters high, emitting an indescribable aura. Upon seeing the white stone tablet, an overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within him, and the sudden urge to approach it made his heart fill with dread. Side quest, Pure Land or not, completed. Your attempt to infiltrate the virtual persona of the Pure Land was directly eliminated by the Sage of Six Paths. Clearly, he is hiding the secrets of the Pure Land. Go explore deeper secrets within the Pure Land. Reward, unlock low-level sequence path materials shop. Chapter 236, Chapter 235, Law of Beyonder Characteristics Convergence. Staring at the towering white stone monument rising hundreds of meters above the deep ocean, Adam's pupils trembled. A deep, soul-stirring sensation seemed to draw him closer, as if something was urging him to approach. In his mind, a voice seemed to echo. Claim it. Take it. Replace him. Then, become him. With that, Adam's expression grew hollow, as if controlled by some force. He walked, step by step, toward the stone monument. The ocean, which held countless secrets, suddenly parted, as if parted by Moses in the Red Sea, revealing a path that led straight to the monument. However, just as his left foot was about to step into the deep ocean, his spiritual senses suddenly triggered a warning. Deep within his subconscious ocean, a flash of lightning split the sky. Boom. Boom. It was like a catastrophic storm of the mind, mixed with roaring waves, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the very ground. The island of consciousness seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under the terrifying shock. The intense spiritual shock forcibly woke Adam. Standing at the edge of the deep ocean, Adam's mind cleared. His golden eyes were bloodshot, his breath was weak, and he coughed up blood a few times, muttering, "TCH, lucky I prepared in advance. This is just a virtual persona. If it had been the real me, I'd be finished." Although Beyonders of Spectator Pathway were not as capable of preserving life as the Three Coward sequences, they excelled in subtlety and secrecy, especially in the case of Uchiha Sogetsu, who made the art of survival almost an art form. Whenever danger arose, the virtual persona took over. After the last lesson from Otsutsuki Ishiki, Adam became even more cautious. This time, it was still the virtual persona, Adam. Moreover, to avoid potential contamination, corruption, from higher-level entities, Uchiha Sogetsu had preemptively separated the two. This made Adam effectively a completely independent personality. Even if Adam were to be contaminated, the mental connection with the original Uchiha Sogetsu would not allow the corruption to spread, thus isolating the contamination as much as possible from the main body. However, this also came with a downside. An entirely separate personality meant no mental connection between the two. Therefore, the original Uchiha Sogetsu would have no way of knowing what Adam was going through or experiencing. Looking at the stone monument and the deep ocean, Adam's expression grew serious. He rubbed the frown on his forehead and sighed, "This must be a joke. Blasphemy Slate and Chaos Sea, these two cursed things showing up here. Is today some sort of April Fool's Day?" The Chaos Sea, also known as the Source Essence, Sapphira, is one of the necessary elements left behind after the original creator split. It is essential for breaking through Sequence 0 and reaching the above the sequence, the Great Old Ones. There are 9 portions of Source Essence. Whether they are nations formed from a part of the creator's body or objects created by the creator is unknown. The exact nature of the Source Essence remains unclear. However, Source Essence also follows the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. Once the Source Essence gathers, it becomes impossible to resist its separation. Gaining a deeper understanding of the Source Essence inevitably leads to reverse contamination. This is the greatest law in the world of the Lord of the Mysteries. Anything that converges must eventually separate, and anything that separates must eventually converge. The potion system in this world doesn't follow the same logic as other fantasy stories. It's not about accumulating enough resources and then having a breakthrough that makes one unbeatable. If that's the path one takes, it will lead to death. The higher a beyonder sequence, the closer they are to the original creator. Once they break through a critical point, the law of beyonder characteristics convergence within their body takes over. This forces them to uncontrollably absorb more beyonder characteristics, ultimately leading to another separation. Even the strongest pillars of the Great Old One, such as Lord of Mysteries and the God Almighty, cannot escape the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. So, for Uchiha Sogetsu at this moment, these two figures aren't exactly anything to be afraid of. Fragmented Source Essence. Adam frowned, showing surprise. That shouldn't be possible. Under normal circumstances, the Source Essence cannot be divided, unless, was it torn apart by the original creator. But the problem is, where does the origin come from in the Naruto world? More questions popped up, and Adam frowned, a vague thought forming in his mind. Perhaps the answer he wanted was in the starry sky. Forget it, these problems are better left for the main body to deal with. What does it have to do with me? Adam chuckled lightly, tossing the thoughts from his mind. He gazed at the Chaos Sea and the Blasphemy Slate, taking a deep breath before saying, "Anyway, I'm just here to explore. Since I'm here, I might as well go in and take a look." He stepped into the Chaos Sea. The deep, dark waters felt icy and piercing to the touch, yet thick and sticky like a swamp. It seemed alive, slowly swallowing his body. As expected, the Chaos Sea is corrupted. Adam's skin was covered in grayish-white scales, but they couldn't stop the erosion coming from the Chaos Sea. His mind was being affected, and he couldn't control the mutation at the mental level. The grayish-white scales grew wildly on his skin, and his wings and limbs twisted and mutated. "I can't control it anymore." Adam held onto the last bit of his sanity, looking at the white stone tablet with a bitter expression. "There's nothing I can do, my limit is just one step. Even if the main body comes, I don't think they can get any further, unless it's Sequence 1 or the King of Angels, only they can go deeper into the Chaos Sea. Even the true gods at Sequence 0 could easily fall victim to the Chaos Sea if they weren't careful. And here he was, just a Sequence 4 child. How unlucky." Adam sighed, his expression full of helplessness. The Chaos Sea eroded him at an alarming rate. Soon, only his head remained above the surface of the Chaos Sea, with the rest of his body swallowed. His island of consciousness was in pieces, as if it could collapse at any moment. "Honestly, from a human perspective, I'm just a one-day-old child." Adam smiled with a mouthful of sharp teeth, his face covered in grayish-white scales, and complex, three-dimensional mysterious runes etched into his mutated flesh, full of twisted and profane meanings. "This is where it ends." Adam's eyes glowed with a blinding golden light. Then, his accumulated mental power instantly turned into a terrifying breath, mixed with thousands of piercing mental attacks that struck his own island of consciousness. "Main body, don't make me do this again next time." With those words, it ended. Adam shattered like a bomb, exploding into fragments. Boom. A mental storm swept through the surroundings. The thick fog was dispersed, and the deep ocean was stirred up, massive waves crashing as countless ripples spread out, causing the entire space beneath the abyss to tremble violently. But after a moment, the dark and deep ocean slowly returned to calm. Everything seemed as though it had never happened. Record updated, Source Essence, Sapphira, Chaos C, incomplete. Record updated, Blasphemy Slate, original. Uchiha Sogetsu suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his pale golden pupils, a strong wave of shock flowed. What the hell? Are you kidding me? The Pure Land actually contains the Chaos C and the Blasphemy Slate. Chapter 237, Chapter 236, Kaguya in danger. Adam. The chances of him being in danger are high. Uchiha Sogetsu gently pressed his fingers to his forehead, a look of frustration on his face as he couldn't help but sigh softly. Back then, in order to create Adam, he had cut a small portion of his spiritual energy and fused it into a virtual persona, giving it some of the manipulator's power. This took a tremendous amount of time and effort, yet he never expected it to fail so quickly. However, in the end, Adam's death wasn't without its value, it was almost a gain. Who would have thought that such a small world, like the ninja world, would harbor so many hidden powers? First, there were signs of the mother goddess of depravity, and now, the Chaos Sea and the Blasphemy Slate had appeared. He couldn't help but wonder what other surprises might be in store for him. Wait, could it be that a true creator might emerge? He carefully recalled, he shouldn't have, possibly didn't, maybe, angered the true creator, right? Just thinking about it made Uchiha Sogetsu feel uneasy. His eyelid twitched uncontrollably, and he instinctively wiped the sweat from his forehead. He then lightly tapped his chest in a clockwise motion, drawing a crimson moon with his fingers and silently praying in his heart, "Goddess, protect me, protect me. I never mocked you, I swear." It didn't matter if it worked or not, at least it couldn't hurt to send a prayer to the goddess. "Yeah, I'm sure everything will be fine." Uchiha Sogetsu wiped away the sweat and reassured himself. "We're all from the same hometown, there's no reason to favor one over the other. Besides, I'm a devout believer of the goddess." Meanwhile, at the edge of the black crack in the Pure Land, the Sage of the Six Paths stared into the abyss, his brow furrowing. From his initial calm, he gradually became more anxious. The black mist within the deep abyss was churning and rising, as if something was about to emerge from within, causing him great unease. The Rinnegan was the highest form of the Sharingan, originating from the God Tree. Only by consuming the God Tree's fruit or merging with the tree could one gain its great power. This power contained the divine chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, making it one of the Sage of the Six Paths' greatest supports. However, the once mighty Rinnegan now seemed to have lost its effect. The thick black mist swirling in the abyss blocked the view of the Rinnegan, preventing him from seeing what was happening below. "We can't wait any longer. We have to act now." Staring at the black mist still rising, the unknown fear filling his heart, the Sage of the Six Paths made up his mind, "I'm sorry, I cannot let that thing out." As he spoke, the black Truth-Seeker orbs flew into his hand, transforming into a solid black staff. The moment he grasped the staff, the Sage of the Six Paths' eyes slightly narrowed. From the swirling pattern of his Rinnegan, a surge of powerful chakra erupted. His pure white robe moved as if blown by the wind, and black crescent shapes appeared on his collar and back. His aura, once weak and decayed, suddenly became strong, profound, and limitless. "In the name of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, I seal it." With a heavy strike, the black staff hit the air. Using yin-yang release as the core, the Sage of the Six Paths formed a sealing formation above the abyss. The torn Pure Land space was mended. The abyss, which carried ominous, strange, and terrifying power, along with the mysterious Adam, was once again completely sealed. After resealing the abyss, a hint of fatigue appeared between the Sage of the Six Paths' brows. Even as a Six Paths level being, sealing such a strange abyss was a burden greater than sealing his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. "I'm sorry, I hope you won't hate me." The Sage of the Six Paths lowered his eyes and silently sighed for a few seconds, his expression sorrowful and filled with pity. "The Pure Land is tied to the cycle of reincarnation. I cannot let them be placed in danger. It's fine, no need to apologize." Suddenly, at that moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. A slender, pale hand with distinct knuckles rested on his shoulder. The Sage of the Six Paths, who had been silently mourning, was suddenly startled and shivered. His heart nearly stopped as he swung the Truth-Seeker orb-turned staff behind him. Clang! The staff was easily blocked by a single finger, stopping just half an inch in front of the person. When the Sage of the Six Paths turned around, his face immediately twisted in horror. He was so shocked that he didn't even sit cross-legged. He fell to the ground in fright, unable to hold onto the staff. Staring wide-eyed with all three of his eyes, he fixated on the person before him. "Why you're not supposed to be beneath the abyss." The man had golden curly short hair and a light golden short beard, exuding an elegant and gentle aura. It was none other than the mysterious Adam, who had entered the abyss some time ago and had not been seen since. "When did you come out?" The Sage of the Six Paths looked at him in disbelief, his face filled with confusion. "I clearly sealed the abyss." "Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about," Adam said indifferently, looking at him with a soft smile on his lips. In some ways, the Adam you know isn't the same individual as me, even though we share the same name. Is it like a clone or something similar? The Sage of Six Paths furrowed his brows. Although he didn't fully understand the concept, he found a close analogy. Though your understanding is a bit off, let's go with your idea, Adam replied, waving his hand dismissively. Then, he smiled lightly and asked, would you mind talking to me about your past with the former one? The seemingly polite request carried an underlying authority that made it hard to refuse. The Sage of Six Paths fell silent for a moment, staring at the Adam who had reappeared. Compared to the previous one, this version exuded a much stronger pressure. The former one to this one was like a small stream compared to an ocean. After brief contemplation, he chose to follow his instincts and shared the entire story, sparing no details. After hearing the full account, Adam made a few guesses in his mind. I see, he said flatly. In that case, just guard the Pure Land. Wait, Adam. The Sage of Six Paths called out as Adam began to leave, quickly asking, can you tell me, what exactly is down there? No. Adam's eyes shimmered with a faint golden hue, and he shook his head. Put away your curiosity. It's best not to explore what's beneath. Sometimes, not knowing is a form of protection. Upon hearing this, the Sage of Six Paths fell silent, his eyes flashing with an unknown fire. According to my agreement with him, no, with you, you still owe me an answer to one question. Go ahead. Adam smiled faintly. Since it's a promise, I'll keep it. What exactly is your purpose? The Sage of Six Paths asked solemnly. Will it pose a threat to the ninja world? Hey, that's two questions, isn't it? Adam gazed at him with interest, a slight smile at the corner of his lips. But it's fine. I'll answer you. I won't threaten the ninja world, and as for my purpose, it doesn't concern you much. In fact, whether you're involved or not doesn't matter. In a way, his appearance wouldn't pose a threat to the ninja world. As for the latter part of that statement, well, it was just a lie to deceive him. The Sage of the Six Paths didn't know this, but he thought that since Adam was a god, he surely wouldn't lie to him. So, he sighed in relief. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Adam. On behalf of all the people in the ninja world, I express my gratitude. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, I still have one more thing to say. However, Adam smiled and waved his hand, speaking with deep meaning. I won't pose a threat to the ninja world, but... Nothing is scarier than a but. The Sage of the Six Paths immediately tensed up, his heart racing as he anxiously looked at Adam. Mr. Adam. But, your mother might not be as safe. Adam let out a light laugh, raising his hand and pointing upward. Otsutsuki Kagaya, your mother's in trouble. Sage of the Six Paths. Chapter 238, Chapter 237, Two New Members. The thick black mist drifted, and the sea of collective subconscious stirred with waves. At the deepest layer of all being subconscious, in a place that seemed shrouded by darkness, at the boundary between reality and illusion, stood a majestic and sacred cathedral. It was a massive structure built from the corpses of countless unknown creatures, with several towering bone columns, each over 100 meters tall, supporting a dome that resembled the sky. Above, a ring of skulls was embedded in the ceiling, their hollow, eerie gazes seemingly watching over everything inside the cathedral. Adam, or Uchiha Sogetsu, appeared surrounded by countless overlapping phantoms, making it impossible to see his true form. On either side of a rusted, bronze-long table, seats were arranged in an orderly fashion. Each seat had a matching brass oil lamp placed on the table. The lamps were of an ancient design. Sogetsu leaned lazily in his chair, tilting slightly, and lightly tapped his finger on the table. Boom. An invisible force spread throughout the cathedral. Soon after, several ancient brass oil lamps flickered to life with blue flames, and the spiritual energy contained within them spread across the ocean of subconscious. Before long, under the flickering light of the brass oil lamps, those holding tokens appeared as pure spiritual entities. They were guided through the sea of collective subconscious and seated one by one at the chairs beside the long table. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Adam. As a longtime member of the Twilight Hermit Order, Orochimaru was the first to rise from his seat, bowing deeply to the figure at the head of the table, which seemed to be made of countless overlapping shadows. After seeing his gesture, the others also stood and respectfully acknowledged the figure. Once they received a nod from the figure at the head of the table, everyone sat down, collecting their thoughts as they prepared for the discussion of the day's topics. After sitting, Orochimaru narrowed his snake-like eyes and habitually began observing the others. Upon noticing a new presence next to Conan, he licked his lips, revealing a knowing smile and thought, the movements are stiff, they seem nervous. It should be Uchiha Mikoto. He enjoyed this, using subtle details to uncover hidden truths. For instance, IWA, Rock, who carried themselves with a calm and cautious demeanor and rarely revealed useful information, seemed to suggest that they were very old, had a significant position in IWA village, and wielded considerable power. Looking at Paper Crane again, there's no doubt she's a woman, relatively young, and quite innocent. In her speech, there's always a strong emotional tone, suggesting she's likely not from one of the 5 major hidden villages. It's very likely she's from a smaller, oppressed ninja village, which would explain her behavior. Suddenly, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, noticing that someone was seated at the end of the long table. This person had an incredibly low presence. In fact, if he hadn't seen him with his own eyes, Orochimaru would have subconsciously ignored him. This piqued Orochimaru's interest. His snake-like eyes narrowed, a hint of curiosity flashing through them. This newcomer doesn't seem simple. On the other hand, Inoki also noticed something unusual. For this gathering, 2 new people had joined at once, which was unprecedented. Mr. Adam, thank you for saving me, White Fang said, his words simple and blunt. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead by now. His words immediately attracted the attention of the others, their gazes filled with surprise. This was the first time they'd heard of a member of the Twilight Hermit Order nearly dying. It made them curious. What was even more surprising was that Adam had answered White Fang's plea and personally saved him. Ah, no need to mention it, Uchiha Sogetsu replied casually, as if it was nothing important. However, the more indifferent he acted, the more curious the others became, itching to know what had really happened. Ahem, Inoki cleared his throat. White, would you mind telling us what exactly happened, he asked. Since we're all members of the Twilight Hermit Order, if you ran into trouble, maybe we can help. Upon hearing this, White Fang hesitated slightly. He couldn't help but glance at Orochimaru beside him, as if seeking his opinion. Everyone turned their gaze toward Orochimaru, and Inoki furrowed his brow. This matter involves another member as well. Could it be that these 2 already knew each other? It's not as complicated as it seems, White Fang finally spoke. Unpleasant memories resurfaced in Orochimaru's mind, and he sighed. I found that Blasphemy Slate with White, but on the way back, we encountered Mr. A from the Aurora Order. We were no match for him, and he took the tablet. White was injured because of it, so I asked Mr. Adam for help. Blasphemy Slate. Conan and Inoki's eyes widened in shock, unable to suppress their exclamations. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto, who was attending the gathering for the first time, kept a calm expression. She only glanced at Orochimaru and White once more, suddenly understanding. This guy must have caused trouble in Konoha deliberately, probably for the Blasphemy Slate. Hey, who would have thought that you would be the first among us to find the Blasphemy Slate, Inoki said, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Then, he asked, the Aurora Order, Mr. A, can you describe his appearance and characteristics? Maybe I can help. I'm no bragger, but I still have some influence in IWA. I can help too, Conan added, eager not to be left behind. The Blasphemy Slate was related to the Path of the Gods, so she naturally wanted a share of it. Well, thank you all, Orochimaru smiled lightly, seemingly not bothered about sharing information. But be careful. Mr. A is very troublesome. He is immortal, can summon 3 monsters with different attributes to assist in battle, can teleport using shadows, and his flesh can explode. If you're infected by it, the consequences are severe. Right. His flesh has a strong corrosive effect, White nodded in agreement. I was hit directly by his flesh bomb and had to ask Mr. Adam for help. The Aurora Order. Besides Mr. A, there is another person you need to watch out for, Mikoto suddenly spoke up, having remained silent until now. The Dark Saint. He's one of the 3 saints of the Aurora Order. It's said that he once saved Mr. A in Konoha, forced the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to retreat, and forcibly took the corpse of the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Sogetsu. Inoki and Conan exchanged looks, roughly guessing that this newcomer was a ninja from Konoha. Sorry, we've been talking about matters and nearly forgot about the 2 newcomers, Inoki said kindly, crossing his arms and adopting the demeanor of an elder. Let's introduce ourselves. I'll start. You can call me by my code name, IWA. If you ever need anything from Iwagakure, feel free to come to me. I'm Higanbana, Orochimaru nodded at the 2 and added with a smile, I don't have the influence of IWA, but I have some expertise in biology and souls. White, skilled in assassination, White Fang said, as brief as ever. I'm Paper Crane. Conan smiled gently and said, if you have any commission tasks, feel free to come to me. After each person introduced themselves, everyone's gaze shifted to Mikoto. She hesitated for a moment before saying, my code name is Moon. I don't have any particular specialties, sorry. Finally, all eyes turned to the person at the end. This figure had remained silent the entire time, seeming to be set apart from the rest. The person did not speak but instead turned his gaze toward the figure sitting at the head of the table. After receiving a nod of approval from that figure, he finally withdrew his gaze. His voice was calm and steady, like a still pond, as he said, my name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo, but you should be more familiar with another name of mine. Many once called me the Sage of the Six Paths. Chapter 239, Chapter 238, Be careful of the moon. Ha! For a moment, everyone was silent. In the vast corpse cathedral, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The new person sitting at the last seat gave a brief self-introduction, which was like a bomb going off in everyone's hearts, causing a huge stir. In fact, some of them even doubted if their ears were playing tricks on them. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The Sage of Six Paths. For a moment, everyone felt like they were dreaming. How could they hear such outrageous news? Otsutsuki Hagoromo frowned, looking surprised and saying, could it be that after 1,000 years, no one in the ninja world recognizes me anymore? Actually, it wasn't surprising that the reaction was so intense. This news was just too terrifying. That was the Sage of Six Paths, an existence only spoken of in legends. And now, here they were, sitting at the same table as everyone else. Are you joking? Konan was the first to express her doubts. She didn't know what others might have heard, but she had seen the Rinnegan with her own eyes. This joke is not funny, she said firmly. Anoki, now older, was almost scared into a high blood pressure attack. The Sage of Six Paths, he's just a figure from legends, right? No, the Sage of Six Paths really existed, Orochimaru said in a low voice from the side. But from the information I've gathered, the Sage of Six Paths is already dead. That's right, the Sage of Six Paths is dead. Uchiha Mikoto responded, I can confirm this. According to the historical records, after the Sage of Six Paths sealed the tailed beasts, his chakra was exhausted, and he passed away. The person sitting at the last seat seemed helpless, looking towards the first seat. Mr. Adam, could you remove this barrier so I can prove myself? Of course. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled and lightly tapped the table with his finger. The misty aura around him slowly dissipated, revealing his true appearance. Now, can you be convinced? In the next moment, an elderly man in a pure white robe appeared, holding a dark black staff. He had short horns protruding from his forehead and a long beard, appearing before everyone's eyes. What stood out the most was that the old man had 3 eyes. 2 of them were purple with ripples, clearly the legendary Rinnegan, and the blood-red eye between his brows not only had ripples but also 9 tomo, exuding a massive, invisible pressure. It was exactly like the legend. Uchiha Mikoto was the first to confirm that the person in front of her looked exactly like the one recorded in the clan's stone tablet. Without a doubt, the old man was the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Konan stared blankly, lost in thought. She suddenly imagined telling Nagato when she went back, I saw your ancestor. Yes, the Sage of Six Paths surprise, huh? She figured Nagato would probably be totally confused. No, wait. Orochimaru gasped, looking utterly shocked as he stared at the figure at the far end. He swallowed hard and stiffly asked, are you really the legendary Sage of Six Paths, the originator of the ninja sect, and the ancestor of chakra? It's naturally true. Otsutsuki Hagoromo said calmly, although I've been dead for a long time, there's no way anyone would impersonate me, right? Here's the problem, though. Anoki's eyes twitched as he suppressed his shock. But, you've been dead for over 1,000 years. How could you be here? There are many reasons, of course. Otsutsuki Hagoromo clearly didn't want to say more. He downplayed it and said, but it's a matter of great importance, so I can't reveal the details. I was fortunate enough to meet Mr. Adam, so I dared to ask Mr. Adam if I could join the Twilight Hermit Order. Hiss. Everyone gasped in awe and turned their eyes toward Adam, sitting at the head of the table, with respect. Like overlapping phantoms, he was surrounded by a mist, but the one thing everyone could clearly see was his pure and clear, lava-like, warm, light gold eyes. At that moment, Adam's position in everyone's hearts was elevated to an unimaginable height. Indeed, joining the Twilight Hermit Order had been the best decision of his life. Orochimaru felt an intense excitement in his heart that words couldn't describe. He was incredibly relieved that he hadn't pushed things further and angered Mr. Adam back then. It turned out that everything had been led by Mr. Adam. Even the founder of Chakra, the Sage of Six Paths, had to humble himself to join the Twilight Hermit Order. But when everyone came to their senses, they felt that it seemed normal. After all, no matter how powerful the Sage of Six Paths was, he only created Chakra. But Mr. Adam, he was born from the original creator, the being who created all of heaven and earth, the supreme existence. This was what true divinity should be like. Orochimaru silently vowed to follow in Adam's footsteps from now on. He would never entertain any other thoughts. He believed that as long as he was excellent enough, he would eventually reach the godly position, serving by Adam's side, gaining immortality and eternal existence. Uchiha Sogetsu, sitting at the head of the table, looked at the mental states of the people around him. Shock, reverence, pride, and other complex emotions caused him to smile slightly at the corners of his lips. Very well, this was the reaction he wanted. Bringing the Sage of Six Paths into the fold and then revealing his true identity had been the perfect opportunity to etch Adam's status deep into their hearts like a brand. Every step had gone just as he had expected, without a single mistake. Without a sound, Uchiha Sogetsu silently watched the room. As the others looked on in shock and awe, he gently tapped the table with his fingers to calm everyone down before speaking in a calm and composed tone. Now that you've joined the Twilight Hermit Order, all of us are equal in status. Yes, Mr. Adam. Your will is our will. The crowd lowered their heads in awe. I have something to say next. Uchiha Sogetsu lowered his gaze, looking at the people on both sides of the bronze table. This is something you must remember. Never, ever violate it, or the consequences will be unimaginable. The serious tone caused everyone to tense up. Since joining the Twilight Hermit Order, Mr. Adam had never been this serious. Whatever happened, he always appeared calm and detached. It was clear that the next words he spoke would carry unimaginable terror. Orochimaru immediately focused his mind, determined not to miss a single word, and listened carefully, his ears perked up. I've discussed this with Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Uchiha Sogetsu said, glancing at Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who sat at the far end of the table. Seeing the worry on Hagoromo's face, he continued, but I still think it's necessary to let you all know. However, remember, this is just for your understanding, not to delve deeper. Do you understand? Yes, Mr. Adam, everyone replied. Orochimaru's heart shook slightly, realizing that this was directed at him. Good, Uchiha Sogetsu said calmly. My advice is simple, be cautious of the moon. Be cautious of the moon. At these words, everyone, including Orochimaru, Konan, White Fang, Inoki, and Mikoto, showed expressions of surprise. What does be cautious of the moon mean? And why should they be cautious of the moon? However, Uchiha Sogetsu didn't intend to explain further and instead turned his gaze to the end of the long table. Upon meeting Adam's gaze, Orochimaru understood, and he too looked toward the Sage of Six Paths, asking, Lord Hagoromo, what do you know about the moon? The moon. Otsutsuki Hagoromo sighed softly and said, it holds my mother, the true progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Before anyone could be shocked by this news, he continued, but, Lord Adam, the real danger you need to be wary of is not my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, but a far more terrifying existence. Never be curious about anything related to the moon, because even hearing its name could lead to unimaginable consequences. Chapter 240, Chapter 239, Following the Trend of the Times. Otsutsuki Hagoromo gave a serious warning, which undoubtedly rang a mental alarm in everyone's hearts. Even Orochimaru, who was usually the most curious, felt a sense of fear. This was the first time in his life he had ever felt fear from the unknown. Although there were no detailed descriptions, and the words were vague, everyone could sense, deep within their souls, a tremor. In their minds, a blood-red full moon appeared, casting a strange, eerie light. The blood-red moonlight was obscured by a layer of black mist, making it appear unclear. Whispers, almost imperceptible, silently entered their minds, washing over their subconscious, slowly infiltrating their deeper spiritual selves. This process was slow and very secretive, occurring on an extraordinary level of mental intrusion. If it were any other type of beyonder, perhaps even an angel, those of sequence 2 to 1, they wouldn't have detected it. Sitting at the top, Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes gleamed with a faint golden light as he observed the entire corruption process through spirit vision. Of course, all of this had happened with his approval. Otherwise, even a being of extremely high status, such as an Great Old One, would never be able to corrupt mere mortals with just a vague description. The reason he allowed this was to observe the corruption process and see if there was a way to prevent it. As he watched the affected individuals, he fell into thought, it's very subtle. Though the rank is high, the degree of corruption isn't severe. As long as preventive measures are taken in advance, the spectator can avoid the corruption. Even if they are accidentally affected, they can later use another virtual persona to self-check and seal it. Once the basic tests were completed, he lightly tapped his fingers. Boom. At that moment, the brass oil lamps on each seat flared up with intense flames. In an instant, the people who had been mesmerized by the red moon suddenly woke up, drenched in cold sweat, their faces showing fear. What just happened? Orochimaru's pupils shrank, cold sweat dripping down his face. I think I just saw a moon. Me too, White Fang said, his voice slightly hoarse with lingering fear. I think I saw it too, Konan said, her face pale, filled with dread. I saw the red moon, Uchiha Mikoto said, her reaction more intense. She gasped for breath, holding her uncontrollably opening Mangekyo Sharingan, and exclaimed in horror, and on the moon, it seemed like there was something. Shut up. Don't say any more. Otsutsuki Hagoromo gripped his staff and struck the ground with a heavy blow, the sound like thunder crashing. Uchiha Mikoto was startled awake, drenched in sweat. This time, she truly felt it, an eerie, inexplicable whisper and call, as if it came from deep within her bloodline. I deeply apologize, Mr. Adam. Otsutsuki Hagoromo raised his head and looked toward the seat of honor, then bowed his head in apology. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. It was only because the situation was too dangerous, and I couldn't help but intervene to stop Moon from continuing. It's no matter. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled faintly, his fingers lazily tapping the table. You did the right thing. No need to apologize. What's happening to me? Uchiha Mikoto gasped, her fear growing. Why do I feel like I'm losing control? Because you are a descendant of my bloodline. Otsutsuki Hagoromo sighed bitterly. The Otsutsuki clan is a cursed bloodline. Your body carries the Otsutsuki blood, though it's now quite diluted. Still, you are more susceptible to the moon's influence, and more easily corrupted than anyone else. Corrupted. Orochimaru sharply seized on the word. Yes, corrupted. Otsutsuki Hagoromo nodded. His brow furrowed as he continued. From what I understand, beings like Mr. Adam and the entities on the moon have incredibly high positions. Their words and actions, even the smallest movement, convey information and knowledge that is a disaster for us. It's like lower life forms coming into contact with higher level powers. They cannot resist the force, and everything that follows is detrimental. Things like madness, physical mutations, or collapsing after directly seeing higher level forms, he added. The group exchanged uneasy glances. It was hard to fully grasp, but a sense of terror lingered in the air. Don't think I'm just making empty threats. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's eyes scanned the room, his voice deepening. Do you know why Mr. Adam hides his true form? It's simple, he's doing it to protect you. If Mr. Adam were to reveal his true form, we would all likely go mad and collapse because our brains cannot comprehend his existence. This is not about good or evil. It's simply that we are too low on the hierarchy to understand the form of higher life. It's just like how you wouldn't care about the thoughts of dust mites. Even if you think you're releasing goodwill, it might actually be a disaster for a whole group of mites. So, be thankful. Be thankful that you met Mr. Adam and genuinely appreciate the fact that such a high-level being would rarely, but surprisingly, show goodwill to a group of mites. Yes, exactly. That's how it should be said. Although Uchiha Sogetsu appeared calm on the outside, inside, he was overjoyed. If he had said these words, it might have had some effect, but it would never have been as impactful as when the Sage of Six Paths said them to them. Clearly, when the others looked at him, there was now a hint of fear in their eyes. Who would have thought? The usually gentle Mr. Adam turned out to be such a terrifying existence. Then there was Orochimaru, who was now sweating coldly, relieved that his little thoughts had only earned him a small warning. It was pure luck that he wasn't killed. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Orochimaru reaffirmed his beliefs. Uchiha Sogetsu had subtly used Otsutsuki Hagoromo's words to subtly scold everyone. Then, seeing the mixed respect and fear in their eyes, he knew it was time. Excessive fear would backfire. A carrot and a stick is the best method of training. With that thought, Uchiha Sogetsu turned his gaze to Orochimaru and White Fang, slowly speaking, I want to make a deal with you. Would you be willing? Of course. It's an honor, Mr. Adam. Though they didn't know what the deal was, since it was proposed by Adam himself, both Orochimaru and White Fang nodded without hesitation. Very well. Uchiha Sogetsu nodded slightly, then continued, while the Twilight Hermit Order values secrecy and rarely interferes with the course of history, this time, your encounter with the Aurora Order made me realize that the tide of time has already changed. It's time for me to follow the trend as well. The crowd fell silent, waiting for the words of the person in the seat of honor. Uchiha Sogetsu slightly straightened up. His towering figure exuded an invisible pressure, causing everyone present to lower their heads in respect. Among the 5 pathways I have mastered, you may each choose a potion from one of these pathways to officially ascend to the rank of Beyonder. At these words, the entire room was stunned. Chapter 241, Chapter 240, 2 Sequence 9. What's a surprise? This is what a surprise is. Orochimaru and White Fang were suddenly hit by the pie from the sky, leaving them dizzy and confused. The potion they had always dreamed of having was suddenly in their hands. They couldn't help but feel like it was too surreal, and for a moment, they couldn't snap out of it. On the other hand, Inoki and Konan watched them, their eyes filled with envy, wishing that it was them in their place. Mikoto remained calm, indifferent to whether she could become an Beyonder. Besides, as a newcomer who had just joined, she didn't have the qualifications to compete with them. She simply sighed and said, congratulations to both of you. Once you take this path, you must proceed with caution, Otsutsuki Hagoromo said, his tone soft but serious. The path of the gods, while it allows one to ascend to great heights, is fraught with difficulty. Only by staying true to your heart and not being distracted by external temptations can you avoid disaster. As payment, next time, each of you must hand over a Blasphemy Slate. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. If you feel uncomfortable with this, you may refuse. Refuse? Only a fool would refuse. Orochimaru immediately shook his head vigorously, as if afraid that if he hesitated even for a second, someone else might snatch the opportunity away. No, Mr. Adam, I fully agree with your offer, and I believe it's very reasonable. I agree as well. White Fang strained his mind, finally managing to say that much. Though everyone understood the reasoning behind it, they couldn't help but wonder if they could be a bit more reserved. Seeing how eager Higanbana was, everyone could tell exactly what he was thinking. He was afraid of being outdone, and they couldn't help but mutter some complaints in their hearts. Very well, since that's the case. Sitting in the main seat, Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes gleamed with a faint golden light. Then, make your choice. As the voice fell, a pressure, coming from a higher being, instantly descended like a heavy mountain. The pure, life-level difference in aura was so overwhelming that it felt like a bottomless abyss, making everyone seated on either side of the bronze table feel as though they were struggling to breathe. Hermit. White Tower. Paragon. Twilight Giant. Tyrant. Every time Uchiha Sogetsu spoke a title, the immense pressure from the stars grew heavier, like the crashing waves of a storm. Finally, 5 cards, each engraved with different mysterious symbols and marked with simple lines representing the titles, appeared on the bronze table. The surrounding void was affected, and under the power of the rules, the space twisted, collapsed, flashed with lightning, or disintegrated in strange phenomena. Everyone's gaze was drawn in, unable to look away. It was the first time they had truly seen the path of the gods materialize before them. Looking at the 5 exquisite cards, Orochimaru and White Fang felt somewhat awkward, like beggars who had suddenly become rich but didn't know how to spend it. They looked helplessly at the figure of Adam at the head, hoping to seek guidance from him. Don't be too nervous. Just follow the choice that feels right inside you, Uchiha Sogetsu smiled slightly. After all, no matter what, their paths had already been decided. In front of the spectator, following one's heart was equivalent to letting him control everything. There was nothing they could do, as his current Beyonder characteristics was limited. Although the system had opened a store for low-level Beyonder materials, exchanging them required an equal cost, which came from the true Blasphemy Slate and the Sapphira, the Chaos Sea. The entire ninja world was affected, and subtle changes occurred. For example, some creatures gained Beyonder characteristics within their bodies. It was easy to imagine that, in the future, more and more beings in the ninja world would acquire Beyonder characteristics, and many would step onto the Beyonder pathway. Everything that unites must eventually separate, and everything that separates must eventually unite, Uchiha Sogetsu sighed inwardly. He didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing. While thinking, Orochimaru and White Fang, under the urging of some inner voice, made their respective choices. I choose the Twilight Giant. From the very beginning, White Fang's gaze was locked on the card with 3 crossed swords. His intuition told him that this was the one he truly wanted. Not bad, this pathway suits you well, Uchiha Sogetsu nodded and said faintly. The pathway of the Twilight Giant, also known as the War God path due to its corresponding True God, has its sequence 9 potion, Warrior. Those who walk this path possess strength and agility beyond that of ordinary people. They are skilled with all kinds of weapons and armor, and can master any form of martial arts. Tsuchikage and the others couldn't help but show expressions of envy. This path was absolutely perfect for ninjas. And just the name alone sounded incredibly powerful. It was the War God pathway, after all. Though it simply enhanced physical attributes, ninjas were often the glass cannons of their world, such a straightforward boost was especially beneficial for them. Furthermore, based on the numerous descriptions by White, it was almost certain that the person in question was a ninja skilled in taijutsu and assassination. Now, with the power of the War God pathway, they would likely become even more terrifying. So, what's your choice? Uchiha Sogetsu turned to Orochimaru, waiting for his decision. Orochimaru hesitated, his gaze shifting back and forth between the cards of the Paragon and White Tower. Both cards were equally alluring, and the sensation that stirred his soul made it hard for him to decide which path to choose. Have you made up your mind? Uchiha Sogetsu could sense his dilemma but didn't intend to interfere. Both the White Tower and Paragon paths were well suited to Orochimaru. The White Tower leaned more towards the abstract form of knowledge, allowing one to perceive and explore the essence of the world and delve into its rules. The Paragon, on the other hand, focused more on practical knowledge, concentrating on restoring the original form of material things, enabling the creation of various Beyonder items. The core of this pathway was to lead civilization to progress and achieve breakthroughs. Given Orochimaru's personality, both paths were fitting for him. The corpse cathedral fell into a brief silence. Watching Orochimaru, who was deep in thought, Uchiha Sogetsu did not rush him but quietly waited. After a long hesitation, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and made his decision. Mr. Adam, I choose the White Tower. The White Tower represents the pursuit, mastery, and dissemination of knowledge. Uchiha Sogetsu said slowly. Moreover, those who follow the White Tower pathway are closely linked with order and wisdom. The potion of Sequence 9 is the Reader, which enhances memory and comprehension abilities and allows the use of ritual magic. If one reads a lot of books, it will accumulate a vast amount of knowledge. Upon hearing this, the others had mixed expressions. Some nodded in agreement, while others were confused. After all, based on the description, the individuals who follow the White Tower path seemed far less appealing compared to those who follow the Twilight Giant pathway. Increase knowledge. Enhance memory. What use would that be for a ninja? Anoki scoffed. If it were him, he would definitely choose the Tyrant. That name alone sounded incredibly powerful. Thank you very much, Mr. Adam. However, upon hearing this, Orochimaru revealed a satisfied smile. He didn't care much about the strength of the power. Instead, it was the pursuit of knowledge, understanding the essence of things, and exploring the rules of the world that was truly what he sought. One last thing you need to know. Uchiha Sogetsu lightly tapped the table with his finger and spoke slowly. The ninja world is undergoing subtle changes. This is both an opportunity and a threat for you. Chapter 242, Chapter 241, Blood Red Angel. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. However, the third great ninja war still remained an indelible pain in the hearts of many. The death of the fourth Hokage, Danzo's betrayal, and the public defection of Orochimaru at the fifth Hokage inauguration, all contributed to a sharp decline in Konoha's reputation. Once a powerful and prosperous village with deep roots, Konoha fell to the point where no one dared to entrust them with missions. After all, no noble from any major nation would risk hiring a ninja village where even the Hokage could betray them. As if things weren't bad enough, the Land of Fire's daimyo, enraged by Orochimaru's betrayal, ordered a cut in Konoha's funding. This left the village in dire straits. Ninjas aren't superhumans. Despite their extraordinary abilities, they're still human. They need food and money to survive. With their primary source of funding severed and mission numbers sharply decreasing, Konoha's economy stagnated. The consequence of this economic downturn was a sharp rise in prices. Even Ichiraku ramen saw its price triple from 60 ryo to 180 ryo. The skyrocketing prices, coupled with the lack of mission work, made the village teeter on the brink of collapse. In the past 3 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen had grown exhausted from supporting the village. His hair turned gray, and he aged as if he had lived decades beyond his years. The once prosperous streets of Konoha now appeared barren and desolate. The faces of the people who walked through the streets were blank and cold, as if everyone had been isolated in their own little worlds. At the top floor of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out of the window, watching the bleak scene before him. It slowly merged with the memory of the once thriving streets. The brief span of 3 years had drained all his energy, leaving behind only bitterness and regret. But unfortunately, there was no such thing as a medicine for regret, and time could never be turned back. At that moment, the door behind him opened, interrupting his thoughts. He slowly turned and saw a figure walk in, an Umbu wearing an animal mask. The young man had short black hair that stood up like a hedgehog, and his bright eyes were filled with the vigor of youth. "Hokage-sama, you called for me." The young Umbu's eyes were bright as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, asking in a lively voice, "Lord Sarutobi, what's the task?" Seemingly affected by the young Umbu's energy, Sarutobi's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and he showed a kind smile. "Perfect timing. I have a mission for you." "Ah, but Lord Hokage, I just got back not long ago." The young Umbu scratched his head, a bit shy. "Sensei has been mentioning it for a while. How about letting Kakashi go instead? He's been free lately, hasn't he?" "Hey, what? Not willing." Sarutobi picked up the pipe on the desk, lit it, took a deep breath, and blew out the smoke. "This mission requires both you and Kakashi. I know you just finished a mission and need rest, but the task comes directly from Daimyo himself. You must take it." "Wait, the Daimyo himself?" The young Umbu was immediately shocked. It was well known that the last ninja personally chosen by the Daimyo was the legendary Yellow Flash. This was both an honor and a recognition. "That's right. The Daimyo knows of your reputation now." Sarutobi knocked the pipe against the desk, then slowly walked over to the young Umbu, patting his shoulder with a smile. On the surface, this mission seemed simple: escort the Land of Fire Daimyo's princess to the Land of Water for a marriage alliance. But since it involves 2 major nations, we can't rule out the possibility of other ninjas trying to interfere. So it's classified as an A-rank mission. "I understand, Lord Hokage." The young Umbu nodded and took the mission scroll from Sarutobi. "This mission must not fail." Sarutobi's tone turned serious as he looked the young Umbu in the eyes. "This is the first task in 3 years that the Daimyo has entrusted to us personally. It's crucial for Konoha's reputation, so I'm counting on you, Shursue." At this moment, the young Umbu's true identity was revealed. He was Uchiha Shursui, a rising genius who had rapidly gained fame in just 3 years since Sogetsu's death, earning the title of Shunshin Shursui, Shursui of the body flicker, across the ninja world. The master of illusions and body flicker technique, his movements were ghostly and swift. Paired together, they made him a lethal force. His style was sharp and ruthless, often leaving his enemies with no chance to react before their throats were slit. It was terrifying, and some even began to compare him to the legendary figures of the past, Uchiha Sogetsu and Minato Namikaze, suggesting he might surpass them. Yes, Lord Hokage, Shursui realized the importance of the situation and immediately became serious. I promise I'll complete the mission beautifully and restore Konoha's honor. Alright, go ahead. I'll give you half a day off. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved his hand dismissively, pretending to be annoyed. Otherwise, you'll go around complaining that I'm overworking you again. It's unfair, Lord Hokage. Shursui laughed, scratching the back of his head. I never said that, it's always that guy, Kakashi. Get lost, don't disturb my peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled at him, scolding, you dare blame Kakashi. If you don't leave soon, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Ah, I have other things to do. I'll be going, Lord Hokage. Fearing punishment, Shursui quickly ran off. As he watched Shursui leave, Sarutobi's smile faded, his expression becoming more distant. A trace of nostalgia and sorrow appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh deeply. It was just too similar. Every time Sarutobi saw Shursui, he couldn't help but think of that humble, gentle youth. Both were Uchiha, both skilled in illusions, both prodigies, he couldn't help but compare the two in his mind, imagining a different outcome. If Uchiha Sogetsu hadn't died and had instead risen as the fourth Hokage, perhaps he would have led Konoha to a different kind of prosperous future. Uchiha Clan Grounds. After the war 3 years ago, the Uchiha clan suffered heavy losses, their reputation falling to rock bottom. The person mostly responsible for this, Uchiha Fugaku, was stripped of his title as clan leader and fell into a downward spiral, drinking heavily and eventually losing his sanity. Now, the leader of the Uchiha clan was Fugaku's wife, Uchiha Mikoto. Inside the clan ceremony hall, Shursui sat upright, his playful demeanor gone, now serious as he addressed her. Sensei, I'm back. The woman lay sideways on the bed, hidden behind a thin veil, her figure faint and hazy. It's good you're back. After a long pause, a lazy response came. The woman lifted her fair arm, gently pulling back the veil, revealing her delicate face, her high nose, rosy lips, and her dark eyes that resembled a cold, tranquil lake, as if reflecting the thoughts of those who looked into them. But what caught attention even more was her blood-red hair, long and as if soaked in fresh blood, bright, eerie, and mesmerizing. Mother. At that moment, a small figure staggered into the room. Hearing that voice, Shursui suddenly broke into a cold sweat, instinctively activating his Sharingan. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, as if sensing a grave threat. Calm down, Shursui. The beautiful woman on the bed gracefully rose. As she moved, her white skin and long, slender legs became visible. In an instant, Shursui turned in shock, realizing that the stunning figure was now standing behind him. He turned his head, only to see the woman holding a 3-year-old child in her arms. With a calm gaze, she said, "Don't be so tense, Itachi is very well behaved. He won't harm you." If anyone else had heard this, they might have laughed, thinking that the legendary Shursui, known for his instant movement, was afraid of a mere 3-year-old child. It would seem like a joke. But Uchiha Shursui knew very well, this was no joke. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His entire body felt like it was on edge, muscles tense, eyes locked onto the innocent-looking child in the woman's arms. He nervously said, "Sensei, you shouldn't have brought Itachi out. He's just too dangerous. Are you trying to teach me what to do?" The woman's eyes grew cold, and her red lips parted slightly as she spoke, "Or do you think you've grown wings and can lecture me now?" No, I dare not." Shursui was instantly horrified. His head slammed against the tatami mat, filled with fear as he trembled. "Sensei, no, Lady Mikoto, I never thought such a thing." At that moment, he finally remembered the woman's title, Blood Red Angel, Uchiha Mikoto. Chapter 243, Chapter 242, Mission and Obito. Blood Red Angel, Uchiha Mikoto. She was given the nickname, Blood Red Angel, by the major ninja villages because of her angelic and delicate appearance, but the brutal and bloody methods she used to complete her missions. To outsiders, Uchiha Mikoto was seen as the successor to Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, a woman who acted somewhat mad. But only his disciple knew the true nature behind her seemingly angelic face, one that hid horrific, cruel, and bloody deeds. The destruction of several small ninja villages was closely tied to Uchiha Mikoto. Her blood-red hair, like strands of crimson silk, was soaked in the blood of nearly 1,000 people she had slaughtered. The hair had been stained red from countless bloodbaths. Only he knew of these things. Or perhaps, it would be more accurate to say, he was an accomplice, having witnessed the most brutal side of Uchiha Mikoto firsthand. Sometimes, Shisui even wondered, what exactly caused the former clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, to suddenly go mad. How did the elders who opposed Mikoto's appointment as clan leader suddenly die, one after the other, in strange and mysterious ways? Shisui, what are you thinking about? Shisui, kneeling with his head lowered, suddenly felt someone gently stroking his head. A cold sweat broke out on him as he quickly responded, no, I wasn't thinking about anything, Mikoto-sama. The hand stroking his hair suddenly stopped. The ceremony hall was eerily silent, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Shisui dared not make a sound, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks, trembling slightly with a deep, overwhelming fear. Do you know why I let you off? Mikoto asked in a soft, emotionless voice. No, I don't know. Shisui made a swallowing motion, but his dry mouth was completely parched, not a drop of saliva to be found. Because you're very similar to him. Mikoto lowered her eyelids, her slender fingers resting on the boy's neck, and whispered, but, you're only very similar, that's all. Don't think that just because you resemble that person, I'll keep letting you off. I can raise you, but I can just as easily destroy you. Do you understand? Her tone, seemingly calm, carried an undeniable, chilling, and cold-killing intent. In an instant, the temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped to freezing point. I understand, Lady Mikoto. Feeling the cold-killing intent in the air, Shisui's body trembled uncontrollably. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. In truth, he had known for a long time that he and the Fourth Hokage were similar in some ways. For example, they were both skilled in genjutsu and body flicker techniques, had messy black short hair, and were of similar height and build. Even his clothes, speech patterns, and personalities were deliberately shaped to resemble that of the Fourth Hokage. Many people said his actions and mannerisms were very much like the Fourth Hokage. But only Uchiha Shisui knew that all of this was a carefully crafted image. He wasn't that person at all. His sensei's occasional kindness had once given him the illusion that he was special. But now, his dream had shattered. He was Uchiha Shisui. No matter how much he had been trained to resemble Uchiha Sogetsu, in his sensei's eyes, he was never that person. Go ahead. Mikoto, holding Itachi, walked slowly toward the bed. The task Sarutobi Hiruzen gave you must not fail. With his head pressed tightly against the tatami mat, Shisui's eyes were filled with bitterness. He softly said, yes, sensei. As Shisui walked out of the ceremonial hall, he let out a long breath, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. When the cool breeze of the courtyard brushed past him, he suddenly realized that his back was soaked with cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. And the piercing gaze behind him made Shisui feel as though a needle was pricking his skin, like he was prey being watched by a wild beast. His body was covered in goosebumps, and an unspeakable fear filled his heart. Uchiha Itachi. Is this monster about to be released? Although it was still daytime, the warm sunlight shining on him did nothing to bring warmth. Instead, it only brought a deep, chilling cold. He muttered bitterly, Sensei. What are you trying to do? To travel from the land of fire to the land of water, they needed to pass through the land of waves, and finally take a boat. The journey wasn't short, and before the official handover, they had to ensure the princess's safety, preventing her from being kidnapped by bounty ninjas. The daughter of the land of fire's daimyo was a big catch, in the underground market, and many people, like sharks sensing blood, planned to target her. But in the end, there was no doubt that all of them were swiftly and cleanly dealt with. The four of them were carrying a palanquin, slowly walking through the forest. Suddenly, from the trees beside them, several dark figures dashed out, clearly aiming straight for the palanquin. We got her. Just as one of them showed a look of triumph, a thin, silk-like thread, glowing faintly in the air, suddenly sliced across their necks. The next second, the heads of the dark figures rolled to the ground. Kakashi, wearing a mask and holding a short blade, stood there with a cold look in his eyes. The beheaded bodies lay silently in the forest, and blood stained the ground red. On a tree above, Shisui, who had been on lookout duty, smiled as he watched the scene unfold. Your swordsmanship has improved a lot. Looks like you'll inherit the White Fang name soon. Kakashi, wiping the blood off his short blade, frowned. Something feels off. Shisui jumped down from the tree and approached Kakashi, resting a hand on his shoulder and grinning. What's off? Don't you think the frequency of attacks has been increasing since we entered the land of waves? Kakashi said, a sense of unease creeping up on him. He exhaled and said in a low voice, we need to stay alert and not let our guard down. Now that you mention it, it does seem like that. Shisui stopped brushing it off and began to analyze seriously. The closer we get to the land of water, the more cautious we need to be. Exactly. Kakashi agreed, then glanced at the palanquin. Princess, we can move on. However, that one glance caused both of their faces to change dramatically, their pupils shrinking in shock. The guards beside the palanquin, the samurai, had all fallen to the ground, their eyes wide open. They had strangled themselves with their own hands, each one lying in different positions, dead. There was also a man wearing a spiral mask, half squatting on top of the palanquin. His gaze toward Kakashi was filled with mockery and ridicule. "Oh, long time no see, Kakashi. Why you are." The familiar spiral mask, which once haunted Kakashi like a nightmare, seemed to appear in front of him again. Seeing that something was off with his companion, Shirsue's eyes filled with caution. He lowered his voice and asked, "Kakashi, who is he?" "Wow, wow, wow." The man with the spiral mask exaggeratedly shouted, then looked Shirsue up and down with his eyes. "Look at me. Guess who I found? Uchiha Shirsue, the famous genius. Has it been so many years that you've forgotten my voice?" At the same time, Kakashi snapped back to reality and growled through gritted teeth, filled with hatred, "He is Uchiha Obito." "What? Uchiha Obito?" Shirsue stood frozen in shock, his expression filled with disbelief. "The biggest traitor of the Uchiha clan, but isn't he already dead?" "No, he never died." Kakashi glared at the figure, his teeth clenched in anger. "Be careful, Shirsue. This guy is strong. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Looks just like him, but his face, not quite." However, Obito seemed completely unconcerned. He continued staring at Shirsue with a sinister grin and said, "But it doesn't matter. Since that bastard is already dead, I'll make you pay for the debt. I'll make you taste every bit of the pain he once caused me." "Huh?" Shirsue blinked, looking confused for a second. But then, as if a thought crossed his mind, his expression became stiff. He glanced at Kakashi and quietly asked, "Did the Fourth Hokage offend him?" Well, I guess not really offend him." Kakashi was caught off guard by the question. He hesitated and stammered, unsure how to respond. At most, he was a bit too aggressive. Chapter 244, Chapter 243, Kakashi and Shirsue vs. Obito. Is it really just a bit radical? Uchiha Shirsue expressed doubt. In the eyes of Obito, who didn't try to hide anything, he felt an overwhelming malice. Alright, enough of the old times. Then, Obito used both arms to push himself up and lightly jumped down from the palanquin. Landing on the slightly damp ground, he tilted his head. Through the hole in his whirlpool mask, his pupils gradually filled with fine veins, and a low, eerie laugh echoed from deep within his throat. It was sharp and ghostly, like a wailing spirit, resonating in the empty forest. Next, it's the enjoyable part, the torment. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point, causing a thin layer of frost to form. The fog-filled air stirred up a sharp, cold wind that pierced deep into the lungs like a sword. With each breath, both Obito and Kakashi felt as though their internal organs were freezing. The bone-chilling cold ravaged their bodies, making them highly alert. Attack! Finally, as the atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, Kakashi suddenly shouted. At the same time, he lifted his foot and stomped down, using a burst of chakra to instantly vanish. Only a faint afterimage remained where he stood. Stillness is one thing, but a sudden movement was astonishing. In just 3 short years, Kakashi had grown rapidly through his experience in the Umbu, especially his mastery of the White Fang's sword technique, which was now unparalleled. Crossing several meters in a single leap, Kakashi drew the short blade from his back and, using his momentum, swung down in a powerful slash. The blade tore through the air, letting out a piercing scream. The slash came diagonally from left to right, aimed straight at the throat. However, when Kakashi's nearly full-strength slash struck Obito's neck, the expected scene of decapitation did not occur. Instead, a large burst of sparks flew out. It was as if the blade had struck an incredibly hard steel surface. The short blade vibrated loudly, almost flying out of his hand. "Hey, is this all you've got?" Obito's eyes were filled with mockery, as if he didn't care at all. "You're still talking so much." Kakashi snorted coldly. When his first attack failed, he immediately retreated without hesitation. The moment Kakashi retreated, Shirsue immediately took his place, and they seamlessly alternated between offense and defense, not giving the enemy a chance to breathe. Unlike the assassination-style sword techniques of the White Fang, Shirsue, although skilled with the sword, focused more on speed than precision. In an instant, a storm of violent slashes rained down on Obito from all sides. Each strike caused a sharp, ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Obito was forced to defend passively, crossing his arms in a defensive X shape to protect his head, as the frenzied blade struck him from head to toe. It was like a piece of steel being hammered, with sparks flying out in all directions, creating a dazzling display like fireworks on a summer night. Clang! 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 Even though normal slashes couldn't break his defense, the sheer density of the attacks created overlapping strikes. When the same spot was hit dozens of times, even Obito's body, as hard as steel, eventually reached its limit and was cut open, blood pouring out. That's enough. Obito let out a furious roar from his throat. A cold, intense wind surged from all around him, freezing the ground beneath them into ice. The extreme cold covered the sword and Shisui himself in a thin layer of frost. Caught off guard, Shisui was forced back by the sudden blast of cold air. He frowned, noticing the frozen ground around Obito, his Sharingan spinning rapidly in his eyes. Is this the ice release of the Yuki clan? It's decided. I'll kill you first. Obito, wearing the Uchiha mask, licked his lips. His eyes were bloodshot, giving him a terrifying appearance. The land of waves was already foggy, and the sudden drop in temperature caused the water vapor in the air to freeze. With a flick of his fingers, a translucent, sharp ice blade materialized in his hand. Then, he bent down and burst forward, his speed instantly breaking the sound barrier. The air behind him exploded with a violent bang, creating massive shockwaves that formed overlapping circular sonic boom clouds. Such speed! Uchiha Shirsui's Sharingan spun rapidly. In an instant, Obito closed in on him. Shirsui immediately used body flicker technique. Whoosh! The sharp ice blade slashed at a shadow. The scene, resembling a teleportation, triggered unpleasant memories for Obito. Flames danced in his eyes as he coldly said, "Very well, you've given me another reason to torment you. Are you crazy?" At these words, Shisui finally couldn't hold back. He cursed, "If you're so brave, go slit your throat and find Uchiha Sogetsu to settle your scores. What are you bothering me for? This guy must be brain dead. How does he manage to get on my nerves no matter what he does?" Obito was left speechless, his gaze growing even more vicious. "I'll kill you." At that moment, Kakashi, moving like a ghost, silently appeared on Obito's left. "I don't believe this sword can't sever your neck." Kakashi spoke with complete confidence. Even if it were steel, it wouldn't stop this blade. The double-edged short sword, glowing faintly with a trace of lightning-release chakra, cut through the air with a thin, silk-like gleam, like fireflies dancing in the night sky. The bright light of the blade flashed in Obito's line of sight, filling his entire pupil. The sharp edge and the blade's movement path seemed to overlap at this moment, aligning perfectly. A strong sense of impending danger hit Obito, and he immediately realized he couldn't take the hit head-on. With swift reactions, he pressed his palms together. Clang! The blade, which was certain to land, was caught by Obito's bare hands. Ha! Obito pressed the blade downward with both hands, then bent his elbows to strike. Crack! White Fang's short sword was broken by his brute strength. As Obito stared at the shattered blade, before Kakashi could even react in shock, Obito grinned wickedly and reached out, his fingers curling like claws to grasp Kakashi's throat. Kakashi's pupils shifted slightly. He knew he couldn't get caught. If he did, it would be a repeat of what happened 3 years ago. Without hesitation, he dropped his sword and forcefully pushed off the ground to retreat. Trying to run. Obito sneered, stepping forward to chase him. Good, you took the bait. As Kakashi retreated, his face showed no sign of panic. Shisui, it's your turn to cooperate with me. Since joining the Umbu, the two had worked together on countless missions and were perfectly in sync. Got it. A muffled sound came from beneath the ground. At that moment, Obito caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and noticed something grab his foot. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and Obito was forcefully pulled into the earth, leaving only his neck exposed. A figure emerged from the soil. It was Uchiha Shisui. Shisui spoke briefly, then formed hand seals. As he inhaled deeply, he shouted, "Fire-style, great fireball jutsu." Whoosh! A massive fireball, several meters in diameter, shot forward, carrying a searing wave of heat that distorted the surrounding air. But unfortunately, this level of restraint was not enough to hold Obito. With Obito at the center, the surrounding earth rapidly corroded into a muddy mess, allowing him to break free. Then, with a leap, his enhanced physical abilities kicked in, and he moved with a speed almost like an afterimage, escaping the range of the fireball. Screech, screech, screech. The sharp sound echoed, resembling the screeching of 1,000 birds. Obito's expression changed slightly. What is this? Before he could react, Shisui disappeared with his body flicker technique, reappearing right in front of him. His 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Binding Genjutsu. Obito was immediately trapped in the powerful Genjutsu. Then, he suddenly understood why Shisui had done this. Kakashi, now running at full speed, had his right hand shaped into a claw. The wild chakra in his palm compressed, and eventually, the accumulation caused a transformation. A blinding light flashed, and the intense electrical current that erupted produced a sound as piercing as 1,000 birds. Raikiri. Chapter 245, Chapter 244, Sequence 5 Wraith. The high-intensity current gathered in the palm, combined with ultra-fast stabbing speed. It incorporates both chakra nature transformation and shape transformation, similar to the third Raikage's Hell Stab. Its power is enough to penetrate any defense. Raikiri. With a roar from Kakashi, his right hand, crackling with lightning, stabbed decisively toward Obito's heart. In his mind, images from the past flashed by, moments spent with comrades, the old Obito and the current Obito. The two faces gradually overlapped, cutting off the last bit of hesitation. Your ambition ends here. This time, he wouldn't hesitate. He was determined to completely eliminate Obito. Obito's gaze was filled with intense fear as he looked at the figure charging toward him, the intent to kill unwavering in his former friend. Kakashi. Obito. Two shouts of anger echoed through the forest. In the next moment, the glowing Raikiri pierced through Obito's heart. Sizzling, crackling sounds of electricity filled the air, creating a harsh buzzing noise. Just as Shisui let out a relieved sigh, thinking the battle was over, he noticed Kakashi's face. Instead of the joy of success, it was filled with shock and disbelief. Then he saw Obito, whose heart had been pierced by Raikiri, shift from a look of terror to one of mockery. He sneered and said, "So, Kakashi, how's it going? I must look like I acted well, right? For a moment there, did you really think you could kill me?" What was happening in front of him made no sense to Kakashi. His Raikiri had clearly pierced through Obito, but there was no sense of hitting a target. It felt as if it had passed directly through his body. That's the expression, Kakashi. Obito, pierced by Raikiri, seemed to be a mirror reflection in reality, presenting as a fleeting, phantom-like figure. This was the special ability of the Sequence 5 Wraith from the Chained Pathway. It allowed the body to merge with the spirit, transforming into a true shadow, passing through obstacles or hiding in mirrors while directly attacking the opponent's soul. Kakashi, get out of there. At that moment, Shisui's voice snapped Kakashi out of his daze. Whoosh. 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 Several shuriken flew through the air, aiming straight for their target. However, just like before, the shuriken passed right through Obito's body as if it wasn't even there. Hey, useless. Obito tilted his head slightly and glanced over at Shisui, letting out a cold laugh. I'm not the useless person I used to be. Then, without warning, he lunged forward, and his body seemed to merge directly into Kakashi's. From Shisui's point of view, it looked as if their bodies had glitched, overlapping in a creepy, unnatural way. Obito's head was right next to Kakashi's, their faces almost touching, mere inches apart. Kakashi froze in horror, his face turning pale with fear. Hey, can you feel it, Kakashi? Obito's body began to slowly force itself inside Kakashi's. Ha ha ha, how does it feel to have a vengeful spirit possess you? Isn't it painful? Ah. Kakashi shook violently, his veins bulging as blood vessels in his eyes swelled, his pupils fading to a dull white, and he let out low, agonized growls. Kakashi. Shisui's face mirrored the shock Kakashi was experiencing. He desperately wanted to save Kakashi, but everything happening before him was beyond his comprehension. Even if he tried, he felt powerless. Soon, Obito fully merged with Kakashi's body. Inside Kakashi's eyes, his own reflection could be seen, trapped like a prisoner. He could only helplessly watch as his body, under Obito's control, pulled out a short blade and charged toward Shisui. Shing. The blade slashed diagonally, narrowly missing Shisui's forehead, cutting through a few strands of his hair. Is he being controlled? Seeing Kakashi attack him, Shisui's expression changed drastically, and he immediately realized the situation. Under Obito's control, Kakashi was wildly swinging the short blade with no skill or technique. Despite this, Shisui was still forced to retreat step by step, unable to face Kakashi head-on, fearing that he might accidentally hurt him. Running. After chasing for a while, Obito became increasingly annoyed. He opened his mouth and let out a sharp, piercing whistle. Wraith shriek. The ear-piercing sound was like a red-hot needle, stabbing directly into Shisui's nervous system. His soul was violently disturbed, as if it were being pierced, causing intense pain. For a moment, he became disoriented, and his vision blurred. In that split second, he was struck with a blade across his chest. Sheeing. The sharp knife sliced through, and blood spurted out. Shisui grunted in pain, waking from the agony. Enduring the torture on his soul, he quickly created some distance. He glanced at Kakashi, took a deep breath, and realized he couldn't save him. Resolutely, he abandoned the controlled Kakashi and dashed deeper into the forest to escape. The first rule of the Umbu: if a comrade falls into a life-threatening situation, the mission comes first. Hey, this is what Konoha ninjas are like, abandoning their comrades to survive alone. Seeing Shisui trying to flee, Obito was reminded of some unpleasant memories. He sneered and clenched his fist tightly. Stop right there, spirit entanglement. Suddenly, countless pale souls surged forward, shrieking with a high-pitched wail, and they wrapped around Shisui, who was attempting to escape. Fire style, great fireball. Shisui expelled a fiery inferno, hoping to consume the approaching pale souls. However, those souls had no physical form. They were unaffected by the flames, passing straight through the fireball and continuing their pursuit. What the hell are these things? Shisui's mind was filled with fear, and a chill ran down his spine. He had never encountered anything like this before. Neither genjutsu nor ninjutsu could touch them, leaving him completely helpless. In his dazed state, Shisui was caught off guard and entangled from behind by the souls. The moment the pale spirits wrapped around him, a chilling, bone-piercing cold surged into his body, blocking his chakra pathways. Shisui's face stiffened, his body turning rigid as if he were a wooden post. He fell heavily from the air, crashing to the ground. I can't move. Shisui stared with wide, terrified eyes, realizing he couldn't even move a single finger. I told you, you can't escape. Kakashi, under the control of someone else, grinned cruelly. His eyes, bloodshot and with veins bulging, had pale pupils that were chilling to look at. Now it's your turn. Experience my pain properly. He sneered, wiped the blood off his blade, and with a quick slash, severed one of Shisui's arms. Aha! Shisui's face twisted in agony as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Now you can't form any hand seals, can you? Obito half closed his eyes, his smile sickly as if he were enjoying this way too much. Let me think, should I cut off your other arm next, or gouge out your eyes? As he spoke, the blade hovered over Shisui's body, as though deciding where to strike. Got it. Obito grinned widely. Your eyes are beautiful. Let's start with them. Fear and anger, two emotions that clashed in Shisui's mind, surged within him until they broke through the limits of his retinal nerves. In the next moment, the blood-red eyes of Shisui spun rapidly, the tomo shifting and forming a completely new pattern. Chapter 246, Chapter 245, Kakashi joins Aurora Order. Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking at those eyes, Obito froze in place. A familiar feeling suddenly surged within him. The Mangekyo Sharingan felt like it had triggered memories buried deep in his mind. A sharp pain immediately hit him, and he couldn't control himself as low growls escaped from his throat. Every time he tried to reach those memories, a deafening roar echoed in his mind, mixed with a violent force of will, like the breath of a giant dragon, mercilessly attacking him and further destabilizing his already fragile mental state. Ah! Obito, in his wraith form, suddenly detached from Kakashi's body. He then collapsed to his knees, clutching his head. His veins bulged on his forehead, and his face twisted into a grimace, like a monstrous demon. Looking at Obito in such pain, Shisui, although unsure of what was happening, realized that this might be their only chance. He struggled and shouted at Kakashi, hurry up and go. If we don't escape now, we're dead when he recovers. Kakashi, still stiff and cold from the wraith's possession, knew that time was running out. He bit his tongue, using his exceptional willpower to stumble like a toddler, struggling to help Shisui, who had lost an arm. The two of them ran deeper into the forest. Go faster. Hearing the crazed roars coming from behind, their fear grew stronger. If Obito caught up, they would surely die. Shisui didn't even have time to recover the severed arm. He hastily tied off the bleeding artery, gritted his teeth, and with a pale face, dragged Kakashi along as they ran at full speed. But both were seriously injured, one physically, the other mentally. Even though they pushed with all their might, they could barely move any faster. Their limbs ached, and they were exhausted, but they couldn't afford to stop. Luckily, for some unknown reason, Obito was having an episode and didn't chase after them. Huff, huff. Both of them were panting heavily, feeling a burning pain in their lungs. Everything in front of them seemed to blur. Even though they were near exhaustion, they didn't dare stop. Thud, thud. Two heavy sounds rang out, and the two fell from the trees. After they suddenly stopped, the emptiness of exhaustion overwhelmed them both. No matter how hard Kakashi tried, he couldn't move a single finger. Shisui, losing too much blood, had a face as pale as paper. His lips were purple, and his pupils were slightly unfocused. If it weren't for his chest still heaving, one might think he was already dead. Did we shake him off? Shisui weakly asked. No. I don't know, Kakashi managed to catch his breath before bitterly adding, there's no way out. If he catches up, we'll just have to wait to die. Kakashi wasn't someone who liked to give up, but with chakra and stamina completely drained, if Obito caught up, he couldn't think of any way to escape. All he could do was hope that Obito had lost their trail. Shisui said nothing, only gazing at his severed arm with a touch of melancholy. Shisui. Kakashi hesitated. He knew what losing an arm meant for a ninja. It's fine, Kakashi, Shisui sighed, his voice bitter. To still be alive is already the greatest luck. At that moment, an eerie sound echoed through the forest ahead. Both men, already on edge, broke into cold sweats. They stared at the area, fear evident on their faces. Could it be, that guy caught up with us? Just as their minds ran wild, a middle-aged man wearing a black clergy robe appeared from the trees. His features were like an ancient sculpture, his eyes deep and dark. He held a black leather book in his arms and slowly walked toward them. Looking at the two, he smiled warmly and said, "Ah, two lost lambs. This must be the revelation of my lord." With a kind expression, he continued, "Greetings, you two lost lambs. Allow me to introduce to you our God, the true creator. What does it mean to escape from the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's lair?" By some twisted fate, they had encountered Mr. From the Aurora Order at this very moment. At this point, Kakashi and Shisui were utterly hopeless. Without saying a word, they both cursed their miserable fate with the most venomous words in their hearts. The great true creator is the first of all creators. As always, Mr. A was faithfully preaching to the two lost lambs. However, under his command, the angels betrayed and consumed their lord when he was unprepared. Now, our lord has returned from death. If you join the Aurora Order, you will find redemption when the end times arrive. Kakashi and Shisui exchanged a look, completely abandoning any desire to survive. It wasn't even about their injuries, no matter if they were in peak condition, even if they were tied together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Mr. A. Mr. A didn't seem to care whether they were listening. He continued to drone on about the true creator, the betrayal and consumption by his angels, and the teachings of their faith. "We found you." Just then, Obito, now a wraith, suddenly appeared with a flash. He had discarded his mask, revealing a scarred, hideous face, and his pupils were burning with fury. "When did I ever allow you to leave?" With that, he directed his wraiths to attack, cruelly adding, "Neither of you will escape. I'll torture you both and make you feel my pain." The pale, wailing wraiths were about to reach them. "Get lost." Suddenly, a sharp rebuke filled with anger halted the wraiths. Mr. A, wearing a black robe and holding a scripture, stood in front of them, his body surrounded by a thick shadow. His lowered eyelids lifted slightly, and he spoke calmly, "Sir, there's a matter of order here. Can't you see? I am in the process of saving these two lost lambs." Looking at Mr. A standing in front of them, Kakashi was so moved he almost cried. He had never felt that the Aurora Order and Mr. A could be so right in his eyes. "Do you want to die?" Obito's eyes were filled with malice as he viciously glared at the men. "I'll only say this once, get out of the way." Upon hearing this, Mr. A's expression remained unchanged. His brows slightly furrowed, as if he were considering something. At that moment, a sudden thought flashed through Kakashi's mind. He quickly spoke up, saying, "Sir, I've thought about it carefully, and I believe the Aurora Order is a great choice. It has a lot of potential, and the true creator is just amazing. So, we've decided we want to join the Aurora Order." "Huh?" Shisui, standing beside him, was stunned after hearing this. Mr. A paused for a second, then looked at Kakashi with a meaningful gaze. "Are you really sure you want to join the Aurora Order?" "Of course." Kakashi, worried that he might have taken too long to answer, pounded his chest and said urgently, "Please, this is a request of mine for my entire life. Please, let me join the Aurora Order." Chapter 247, Chapter 246, Mr. A vs. Obito. "Very good." Mr. A revealed a strange smile and said, "I like smart people." He then slowly turned around and looked at Obito. Straightening his clothes, he spoke slowly and leisurely, "You heard that, right? They are now under the protection of my Aurora Order. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Alright, so that's how we're playing this." Standing to the side, Shisui finally understood, thinking to himself, Kakashi is so damn devious. As expected of a ninja with an IQ of 180, his brain works so fast. Let's set aside Shisui, who was stunned by this, and focus on Obito, who had been directly humiliated by Mr. A. His face immediately darkened, and his gaze grew increasingly hostile. The intense malice seemed almost tangible, swirling around him. Within a radius of several dozen meters, the plants and trees began to wither and rot, corrupted by some unseen force. "What did you say?" Obito's voice was cold and hoarse, as if his throat had been scratched by gravel. "Sir, your eyesight is poor, and do you have trouble hearing too?" Mr. A, holding a scripture, smiled gently and said, "I said, get lost." Had Kakashi not quickly come up with the idea to shout about joining the Aurora Order, Mr. A might have just turned and left. It wasn't out of fear, it was simply because he was too lazy to fight. But when Kakashi shouted that they were going to join the Aurora Order, the situation completely changed. He couldn't allow anyone to kill members of the Aurora Order right in front of him. This would undermine the Order's authority, and such a challenge could never be tolerated. "Since you refuse to leave, then you'll die together." Obito sneered coldly, turning his body into a wraith, and with the wind, he lunged from the air. The wraith let out a piercing scream. The shrill, soul-piercing scream echoed through the jungle once more. However, this time, Obito had forgotten that the person standing before him was not Kakashi or Shisui, two lambs ready for slaughter. Mr. A, shrouded in a thick shadow, was struck by the wraith shriek. After a brief moment of disorientation, he quickly regained his composure, a cold smirk curving on his lips. Hey, attacking the soul. That works on others, but it doesn't work on me. For someone who had constantly listened to the voice of the rap master, the soul-level damage caused by a mere wraith was nothing to worry about. Seeing the wraith's wails had no effect on him, Obito was stunned, but quickly locked his gaze onto Mr. A with a malicious look. Mr. A froze for a moment, feeling a sudden chill run through his body. Then, his body became stiff, his eyes grew dull, and two identical figures appeared in his pupils. This is bad. The wraith had possessed him. In almost an instant, Mr. A was fully controlled, his thoughts beginning to blur. This was the power of a Sequence 5 wraith, it could forcibly possess a target from a distance within a certain range. It was extremely strange and hard to defend against. This is bad. Even Mr. A isn't a match for this guy. Seeing this, Kakashi's face changed drastically. He had thought that Mr. A, with his immortality, would likely lead to both he and Obito suffering, but who would have thought that after only one exchange, Mr. A was already under control. However, the twist came faster than anyone had expected. The moment Mr. A, who had been controlled, suddenly erupted with a bright light around his body, as if tearing through the darkness of dawn, releasing an incredibly powerful, pure light. Ah! Under the possession of the wraith, Obito felt as though he was being burned alive by that pure light. He screamed as he was forcibly expelled from Mr. A's body. Hee, I sure am lucky, running into another one. Free from control, Mr. A licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Recently, there are more and more people like us in the ninja world. I'm glad. Do you know why? What was that thing just now? Obito gritted his teeth and asked viciously. You're talking about that thing. It's called the Holy Light Charm. Mr. A pulled out a golden badge from his chest and grinned. I killed a toad, extracted it from its body, and sealed it in this charm. A toad. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly, his face growing somewhat stiff. The mention of a toad immediately made him think of Mount Mayaboku, the home of Jiraiya-sensei's summoned toad. From Mr. A's tone, it was clear that strange beings and events like them were becoming more common in the ninja world. What was going on? The seemingly peaceful ninja world was hiding dark currents, as if there were unknown shadows lurking within. A mere charm, do you think that's enough to stop me? Obito, aware of the charm's power, had just been hit by a light flash from it and felt a searing, painful heat all over his body. He immediately summoned wraiths and corpses, surrounding Mr. A. Let's see how many times that charm will work. The idea was good, but he overlooked one thing. Mr. A stood still, not moving, as several masked black creatures emerged from his body. Kill these things. He gave the order coldly. The three creatures fused instantly, and from their mask openings, chakra began to gather. Earth Grudge Fear, Final Shot. Wind, Fire, and Lightning, chakra of all three nature types shot out in a blinding stream of energy. The terrifying energy cannon spread out like ripples, covering a vast area with incredible destructive power. In the blink of an eye, it devoured the wraiths and corpses, carving a scorched path into the ground. Boom. A vague, transparent figure silently approached, like a ghost. Mr. A suddenly turned around, grinning widely. I forgot to tell you, I can do that little trick too. The next moment, he opened his mouth wide, and the wraith shrieked. A cold, eerie wind, accompanied by piercing screams, slammed into the wraith form of Obito's soul. Obito's head suddenly grew heavy, experiencing the pain of his own abilities. Then, Mr. A took a few steps forward, grabbing the golden emblem, and pressed it forcefully to Obito's forehead, light of fire. Ah! The explosive golden flames instantly engulfed Obito. This time, unlike the previous flames, the golden fire contained the essence of the sun, a dense and scorching holy power that quickly ignited Obito. His eyes, filled with malice and desire, were consumed by pain. The golden flames made him wish for death. For a wraith, the greatest enemy is no other than the sun. Your soul, I've taken it. Mr. A's fingers, covered in thick shadows, seemed to reach out from the abyss as he grabbed Obito's head and lifted him up. Consider yourself lucky. You're the first soul I've hurted after advancing to Sequence 5, the Shepherd. Endless terror immediately enveloped Obito, causing him to scream in panic. White Zetsu, save me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the space suddenly twisted. Obito was instantly sucked in, so quickly that Mr. A couldn't stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the prey he had almost caught escaped. Losing a soul left Mr. A extremely displeased, his eyes dark as water. Then, he slowly turned his head, his gloomy gaze landing on the stunned Kakashi and Shisui standing nearby. You two aren't planning to regret this, are you? Chapter 248, Chapter 247, Mr. A's Request. The duck that was almost in his grasp flew away, causing Mr. A to become extremely angry. The Hanged Man Pathways Sequence 5, Shepherd, has its core ability called Grazing. It allows one to consume souls, wraiths, and evil spirits, absorbing them into their body and controlling these souls in a unique way, like a shepherd grazing lambs for a deity. The number of Beyonder abilities a shepherd has depends on how many Beyonder souls they have consumed. His limit right now is 7, and each soul he swallow can be chosen and used for 3 distinct Beyonder abilities. Because of this, shepherds in the mid-sequence pathways are quite troublesome to deal with. The more Beyonder souls they consume, the more complex and unpredictable their methods become, making them difficult to defend against. However, there's always a but. Although Mr. A is a shepherd, the problem is, where could he find the lambs? He wouldn't even look at the souls of ordinary ninjas, and he couldn't be bothered to swallow them. As for the Beyonders in the entire ninja world, they are the ones who hide in the shadows and he couldn't find any of them. Helpless, he had to search for some beasts, extracting their Beyonder characteristics and crafting special tools to carry with him, just to make do. For example, the Sun Pathways charm was taken from a giant toad. This led to a feud with the toads, and a white-haired man had been chasing him around ever since. The toad's abilities were quite effective against him, whether it was the evil souls, wraiths, or whatever he summoned, they could defeat them with precision. And if they got too close, they'd be turned into a toad themselves. As for another Beyonder characteristic, it was taken from a slug. Although the slugs didn't bother him much, the annoying part was that no matter where he went, he could always spot the slugs nearby. Then, within moments, a white-haired man with 2 toads on his shoulders would appear, like someone who had just been given a shot of adrenaline. Now, just when he finally came across a Beyonder who seemed promising in every way, the last-minute twist was that the person was saved at the last moment. How could he not be furious? Gentlemen, now that the threat is gone, do you regret it? Although Mr. A is usually crazy, he's no fool, and definitely not stupid. From the unwilling looks exchanged between the two of them, it was easy to guess that they probably regretted their decision. Mr. A's gaze was sharp as he bared his teeth at them, his eyes full of malice. If either of them dared to say they had changed their minds, he'd immediately kill them both and then drag their souls out to swallow. Seeing the threat in Mr. A's eyes, neither Kakashi nor Shisui dared to utter the words, "I refuse." Shisui gave Kakashi a look, as if asking, "Is this your way of driving a wolf to eat a tiger?" Kakashi shot him a look in return, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. If you're so smart, why don't you come up with a plan?" Originally, they thought that even if they weren't a match for Mr. A, the two of them could at least fight and make sure both sides got hurt, a draw at worst. But who would have expected that Obito would be such a disappointment? When facing them, he threw powerful punches, but when it came to Mr. A, he was meek and submissive, so embarrassing. Kakashi cursed Obito 1,000 times in his mind before reluctantly forcing a smile. Not at all. We genuinely want to join the Aurora Order. Hearing this, Shisui's eyes widened in surprise, as if to say, "So you've betrayed Konoha too, huh?" Kakashi rolled his eyes, the meaning clear, "What other choice do we have? Didn't you see that guy's eyes? If we refuse, we'll be dead instantly." In truth, though pushed to this point partly because of Obito, Kakashi wasn't without his wits. Seeing no way out, he decided to take advantage of the situation, joining the Aurora Order and becoming an undercover agent within their ranks. Konoha had actually been searching for the Aurora Order for some time. The first and second Hokage had been missing for years and no news was sent back, and only Namikaze Minato had often come back for updates, especially to visit his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, and to report on the progress of their investigation. Oh, and I almost forgot, 1 year ago, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had a wedding. They finally ended their long relationship and entered marriage, which was the only joyful event Konoha had seen since the Third Shinobi World War. Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, returned to the village to celebrate. Speaking of which, Sensei's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, has been pregnant for 10 months. It should be almost time for her to give birth, right? Kakashi, lost in thought, couldn't help but feel a bitter smile form at the corner of his lips. He had planned to return to celebrate the birth of the child, but now it seemed like it would be too late. Very good. I like smart people. Mr. A rubbed his chin, giving them an appreciative look as he slowly crouched down. His eyes were like those of a corpse, pale with dense, blood-red veins crawling across them. Kakashi and Shisui felt a chill run down their spines as they were locked in his gaze, nervously swallowing. "You're from Konoha, right?" "I just happened to have something to do there." Mr. A stared at them and grinned. "How about it, can you two show me the way? If you can help me get this done, I'll guarantee that you'll have a code name like mine." However, Kakashi and Shisui's backs immediately stiffened at his words, a cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. The Aurora Order was planning to secretly infiltrate Konoha. What on earth were they up to? 3 years ago, the Aurora Order had sent a Saint and Mr. A to forcibly steal the body of the Fourth Hokage. Now, Mr. A was preparing to infiltrate Konoha again. What was their goal this time? A flood of chaotic thoughts filled Kakashi and Shusui's minds, leaving them uneasy and unsure of what to do. What's wrong? Don't want to help. 1 second, Mr. A was smiling, but in the next moment, his face darkened with a sinister expression. His eyes glinted with malice. The temperature in the forest seemed to drop, and the air grew thick with a nauseating, foul odor. Kakashi instantly tensed, feeling as though some terrifying presence was staring at him. His body shook like a leaf, his teeth chattering. No, no, he stammered. Good, Mr. A said with satisfaction, patting Kakashi's shoulder. Once this task is completed, I'll ask that saint to bless you. After that, you'll be like us. Like them. Kakashi sharply grasped the key point in Mr. A's words, his heart racing. Could it be that their power doesn't come from chakra? But now wasn't the time to think about that. There was a more pressing issue at hand. May I ask, what exactly are you planning to do in Konoha this time? Mr. A flashed a slight smile and spoke calmly, Uchiha. Uchiha. Again, Uchiha. Shusui's pupils shrank slightly upon hearing this. He couldn't understand why the Aurora Order was always so entangled with the Uchiha clan. What does this matter have to do with the Uchiha? He couldn't help but ask. After all, every time the Aurora Order appeared, it usually meant something significant was about to happen. The Uchiha was his clan, so how could he not care? Heh. Mr. A just smiled and said nothing more. Chapter 249, Chapter 248, Warning from Myaboku. Konohagakure Village. Kushina Uzumaki, pregnant, struggled to carry the groceries she had just bought as she made her way home. Because of the importance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and her husband Minato Namikaze's high status in Konoha, the area around their house was heavily guarded by ANBU. One reason was to keep an eye on the Jinchuriki's movements, the other was to protect her as she approached childbirth. After all, the Jinchuriki's labor could loosen the seal, which was a major concern, and any mistake was unacceptable. As she opened the door, she saw a familiar figure. His bright yellow hair, shining like the sun, gave her a sense of calm. Kushina stood frozen for a second by the door, dropped the bags, and without hesitation, leaped into his arms despite her pregnancy. Minato. Kushina clung to him, unwilling to let go, almost like a kangaroo hanging onto him. Minato wrapped his arms around his wife, kissed her forehead affectionately, and then smiled warmly. I'm home, Kushina. I'm sorry for leaving you to handle everything while I was away. Ever since the Fourth Hokage, Uchiha Sogetsu, was killed, Minato had sworn to avenge his close friend. He had left the village to investigate clues about Danzo and the Aurora Order. He would only occasionally return to the village, leaving all household matters to the once spoiled girl. Kushina never complained. Instead, she took charge of everything, even while pregnant, hardly ever complaining. This made Minato feel increasingly indebted to his wife. Now, with the imminent birth of their child, he had to put everything on hold and rush back to ensure his wife's safety. It's fine, as long as you're back, Kushina said, giving him a kiss before cheerfully adding, now that you're back, you can start serving me. No problem. Minato Namikaze replied with a smile. The two stared into each other's eyes, a deep connection growing in the silence. As their feelings intensified, they couldn't hold back any longer. Minato gently placed Kushina on the sofa, gazing into her enchanting eyes. Unable to resist, he leaned in and kissed her deeply on the lips. No, stop. Kushina shyly responded to her husband, giving a playful yet reluctant push. I'm just giving you a little kiss. Minato chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her waist, lovingly gazing into her eyes. But just as things were about to get more intimate, an unexpected interruption occurred. Suddenly, a toad appeared from the water pipes in the kitchen. The toad jumped onto the counter and, with its big eyes, stared at the couple on the sofa. It said, "Sorry to disturb you, Lord Minato, but there's something very important." In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Sobbing noises could be heard, like a kettle boiling. Kushina's head steamed, her face turning as red as a cooked shrimp. She forcefully kicked Minato away. Luckily, Minato was quick on his feet, flipping midair and landing gracefully. His face slightly flushed, he pretended to cough a couple of times to ease the awkward tension. "Oh, it's you, Kosuke. What's going on?" Kosuke was the messenger toad from Mount Myaboku. Normally, its appearance meant there was something important from the mountain. I'm not sure, but this time it's from the Great Toad Sage. Kosuke said honestly, the Great Toad Sage told me to bring you a message. He wants you to come to Mount Myaboku immediately. He has something very important to tell you. The Great Toad Sage. Upon hearing this, Minato's expression grew serious. Could it be a new prophecy? It is said that the Great Toad Sage is the ancestor of Mount Myaboku, having survived for 1,000 years. He possesses miraculous prophetic abilities but rarely speaks and is mostly in a deep sleep. Now, hearing that it was the great toad sage who summoned him, a shadow of unease grew in his heart. Minato Namikaze was about to leave but paused, hesitating for a moment. He turned back to look at Kushina, a trace of guilt on his face. Kushina, It's okay, Minato, Kushina said, her large belly protruding as she walked over. She gently embraced him, resting her head on his chest. You have more important things to do. I'll be fine here, so don't worry about me. Even so, Minato could still feel the reluctance in his wife's voice. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. He tightly hugged Kushina around the waist and whispered in her ear, I promise, I'll be by your side when the baby is born. Kushina gently nodded and reluctantly released him, her eyes filled with tenderness. Go ahead, Minato. The couple shared only a brief moment together before they had to part again. But Minato pushed aside his longing and followed the messenger toad, using reverse summoning to disappear from the room. Mount Myaboku. Strange rocks stood tall, and the croaking of toads filled the air. The vibrant vegetation looked like a subtropical forest, the air humid and heavy. From a distance, it resembled a vast valley. This was Mount Myaboku, one of the 3 great sage lands. Little Minato, you've arrived. A deep green toad, with white eyebrows and beard like an elderly human, sat atop another large toad. We've been waiting for you for a long time, little Minato. By the side of the deep green toad, there was another purple toad, resembling an older lady with curly hair. With a warm smile, it said, ever since you learned sage mode, you haven't even come back to see us. Facing the 2 toads that were about the size of a palm, Minato Namikaze showed deep respect. Sage Fukasaku, Sage Shima, I wonder why the great toad sage called for me this time. I don't know. Sage Fukasaku shook his head and replied, the great toad sage suddenly told us to bring you here. He said there's a new prophecy. A new prophecy. Minato's heart skipped a beat. He had heard his teacher, Jiraiya, mention prophecies before, and it was one of the reasons Jiraiya often left the village. But now, what could this new prophecy be? Don't delay too much, little Minato. Fukasaku jumped down and landed on Minato's shoulder, stroking his beard. Don't keep the great toad sage waiting. Understood, Sage Fukasaku. Minato suppressed the shock in his heart and followed the toad's guidance, heading deep into Mount Myaboku. There, sitting on a sacred throne, was a massive orange toad, wearing a necklace around its neck and a doctoral hat on its head. It looked ancient, with wrinkled, scarred skin, its eyes closed as if dozing off. Is little Minato here? Sensing the presence of the visitors, the great toad sage slowly awoke, struggling to lift its eyelids. It revealed a solemn, serious expression and whispered in pain, I dreamt of a vast, dark ocean rising from the depths of the earth, unleashing a cataclysmic tsunami that swallowed all life on land, while ancient stars in the sky shone brightly, aligning at the right moment, and the ancient primordial being awakened from death, to reclaim the authority that belongs to him. Chapter 250, Chapter 249, Terrified Black Zetsu. In the dark cave, dim yellow light flickered. Heavy breathing could be heard from inside, while White Zetsu leaned against the rock wall outside, arms crossed, whistling. At that moment, a figure slithered out of the shadow, revealing Black Zetsu. When he saw White Zetsu standing guard outside, his eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, but he spoke, Where is Obito? I need to see him about something important. He's inside, White Zetsu replied, pointing with his chin. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, but I'd advise you to wait. It's probably not a good idea to disturb him right now. Hearing the heavy breathing from within, Black Zetsu seemed to understand something. His entire black face turned a shade of dark anger, and through gritted teeth, he said, No. This is urgent. I can't wait any longer. With that, Black Zetsu tried to force his way into the cave. However, White Zetsu stopped him with a hand, his expression showing concern as he sincerely warned, Wait, Black Zetsu. Think about it, we're both made from Madara's will. Let me give you one last piece of advice, don't go in. Black Zetsu sneered, looking at White Zetsu with a mocking gaze. He scanned him up and down and said, No, I'm the true will of Madara. You're just a cheap copy. Without waiting for White Zetsu's response, Black Zetsu pushed him aside and walked into the cave. White Zetsu watched his retreating back, sighing and shaking his head. Well, this is your choice. Don't say I didn't warn you. Black Zetsu scoffed, not at all concerned with White Zetsu's warning. He quickened his pace and made his way deeper into the cave, where the dim yellow light flickered. The sounds of mixed, heavy breathing and moans of pleasure filled the air. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of bodily fluids, creating a strange sensation in Black Zetsu, who felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood race. For a brief moment, scenes of indulgence flashed through his mind involuntarily. Suddenly snapping out of the haze, Black Zetsu saw Obito. But before he could speak, his pupils contracted in shock. What he saw next was an image he would never forget, one that sent chills down his spine. At the deepest part of the cave, there lay a grotesque, terrifying figure. It resembled a human, but its face and features were distorted and unclear. Its skin was pale and smooth, but it was covered in numerous growths that looked like tree knots, oozing brownish-green pus. Some of the growths had opened like flower buds, revealing what appeared to be female organs in the center. Black Zetsu, who prided himself on having seen countless strange things in his 1,000-year life, nearly vomited at the sight. This was something he had never seen before. At that moment, noticing the intrusion, Obito, who was attending the extreme feast, slowly turned around and coldly fixed his gaze on it. The towering, bizarre white body, with no facial features, turned its head. Even though there were no visible eyes or face, Black Zetsu could feel an eerie sense that it was being watched. As branches swayed and flowers bloomed, a voice suddenly echoed in Black Zetsu's mind. "Come closer, let's have some fun. Let's create offspring together." The voice was soft and shy, yet it carried an undeniable allure. Looking at the pale body covered in strange lumps, resembling a monstrous tree, Black Zetsu couldn't help but shiver, his hairs standing on end. Even in its 1,000 years of existence, the most terrifying things Black Zetsu had seen were nothing compared to this. In the next moment, the white body began to move, extending brownish branches covered with wet flowers. These branches and flowers spread out from the walls, floor, and ceiling, from every possible corner, flooding towards Black Zetsu like a tidal wave. What the hell is this thing? Black Zetsu's scalp tingled with fear, and it instinctively tried to dive underground. However, the branches seemed to have anticipated this. From beneath the earth, flowers covered in sticky slime began to bloom, their size enormous, enough to swallow an entire person. Escape. Instinct screamed for Black Zetsu to flee. Without hesitation, it abandoned the idea of going underground and instead dashed towards the exit. Its body melted into the shadows, like flowing black oil, moving at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach the cave's entrance. But just then, the thick, vine-like branches blocked the only exit. Damn it. A terrifying thought flashed through its mind, and Black Zetsu couldn't stop in time, colliding head-on. The vine-like branches tightly wrapped around its body, slowly dragging it toward the white, monstrous figure that looked like a twisted tree. It tried to break free from the vines, but the thin-looking branches had an incredibly strong toughness, like steel. No matter how much it struggled, the grip didn't loosen at all. Instead, it tightened, and a wave of despair washed over Black Zetsu's mind. No, no. Someone, save me. Obito, save me. That's enough, Rin. At that moment, Obito, who had been occupied, pulled away and suddenly spoke. The branches that had been pulling it stopped, instead lifting Black Zetsu high into the air. Then Obito turned around, his cold gaze locking onto Black Zetsu. "This is the first and last time. If you dare to disturb me and Rin again, I'll make sure you know the consequences." "Got it." "Understood." Black Zetsu swallowed nervously, terrified, staring at Obito. At that moment, it deeply regretted not listening to White Zetsu's advice earlier. Why had it stubbornly barged in to see what was going on? Though it had encountered such things before, this was the first time it had actually witnessed with its own eyes what Obito was doing in the cave. It was truly horrifying, beyond human imagination. No, to be precise, even as a chakra creation, it felt this was too perverse. "All right, now you can tell me why you're here," Obito said nonchalantly, putting on his outer robe. He sat beside the monstrous figure, resting his chin on his hand and coldly continued, "If this is some trivial matter, Black Zetsu, you know the consequences. I hate being disturbed when I'm enjoying myself. It's extremely important. It's about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Black Zetsu, terrified of the eerie tree-like figure, urgently shouted, "Although Konoha has kept it secret, I've still discovered it. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is about to give birth. Didn't you always plan for revenge? This is the perfect time." He swallowed hard, then continued, "The Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts are at their weakest when they're giving birth. The seals inside them loosen, so Minato Namikaze will definitely return. When that happens, with just a little manipulation, you'll be able to achieve your wish. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki." A glint of madness flashed in Obito's eyes as he let out a twisted laugh. "Very well, this information is crucial. It's been so many years since I last saw them. I've really missed both the sensei and his wife. This is the perfect chance to send them a gift." Chapter 251, Chapter 250, Two Choices. A faint cloud of worry hung over the village of Konoha. Outside the Konoha hospital's operating room, Minato Namikaze paced back and forth nervously, his gaze fixed on the door to the surgery, his clenched fists damp with sweat. From inside the operating room came the occasional sound of painful groans, which only made him more anxious. He had nearly rushed in several times. Fortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood beside him, experienced enough to stop him from acting impulsively. Don't worry, Minato, Hiruzen said, trying to comfort him as he saw his tension. Trust me, Kushina will be fine. I've arranged for the best medical ninjas, and the sealing team is on standby. Everything will go smoothly. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Still, Minato couldn't shake his unease, and in his anxiety, he didn't even realize he had mistakenly addressed him wrong. I'm just worried about Kushina. You know she's the Jinchuriki. The man who had once been known as the Yellow Flash on the battlefield, calm and unyielding no matter the danger, was now just a husband, anxious for his wife's safety. And I'm afraid that someone might take advantage of this opportunity. Trust me, everything has been arranged so that there won't be any issues, Hiruzen reassured him, his expression changing slightly, a brief flicker of sorrow crossing his face, before it quickly disappeared. He patted Minato's shoulder. The information has been tightly sealed, and there are 3 Umbu teams on standby outside. We won't let anything happen to Kushina. After learning that Kushina was pregnant, Hiruzen had immediately ordered the information to be sealed. Everyone involved in her care, from medical staff to others in the hospital, was under strict surveillance by the Umbu to ensure that not a single piece of information was leaked. In addition, to ensure the safety of the Jinchuriki, Hiruzen had deployed all available Umbu forces around the hospital. With both himself and Minato, 2 of the strongest ninja in the village, stationed there, Hiruzen believed there was no way anyone could breach their defenses, unless they were not human. I know, but I still can't shake the feeling, Minato replied, his gaze fixed on the operating room. His eyes reflected a hint of unease. I have this bad premonition, this feeling that something is about to happen. It's probably just your imagination, Hiruzen said, trying to reassure him. Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted him, saying, don't worry too much, relax a bit, Minato. The painful groans inside the operating room slowly weakened, and a malevolent chakra leaked out, quickly filling the entire hospital corridor. Clearly, the birth had reached a critical point. Whether the Jinchuriki could survive this moment depended on whether the sealing team and medical ninjas could control the Ninetales while ensuring that Kushina's baby was safely delivered. Minato Namikaze tightened his fists nervously, his eyes glued to the operating room. He muttered to himself, hang in there, you have to hang in there. No one knew how long it had passed, maybe a minute, maybe a year. Minato felt like he had never endured such torment, each second stretching out unbearably. Finally, he heard the sound he had been waiting for, the baby's first cry. Wah! The sharp cry pierced through the operating room and echoed through the entire hospital corridor. It's born. It's born. Minato couldn't contain his joy, clenching his fists tightly and throwing a few excited punches in the air to express his overwhelming emotions. Heh, I told you it would go smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been anxiously waiting, now let out a relieved sigh and smiled, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Mother and child are safe. Ha ha ha. However, just as the 2 of them were feeling genuine joy for the newborn, a cold, eerie wind suddenly blew through. Then, all the lights in the hospital corridor flickered, buzzing with a harsh electric noise, flashing on and off rapidly. The baby's cries grew louder, more urgent, before suddenly stopping. At that moment, both Minato and Sarutobi, both Kage-level ninja, sensed that something was terribly wrong. This is bad. Kushina. Minato's pupils constricted as he vanished from his spot in an instant. Boom. The operating room door was forcefully slammed open. But what they saw next made Minato's rage boil over, a fire of fury practically erupting from his eyes. His clenched teeth seemed to be grinding against the hatred building inside him. You. Obito. After disappearing for several years, Obito was now standing next to Kushina, who had just given birth. One hand was covering her mouth, while the other was holding the newborn child. Around them were the bodies of the sealing squad and medical ninjas, their faces twisted in agony with wide, frozen eyes, as if frozen by frost. Obito smiled eerily as he looked at Minato, who had just barged in. Long time no see, sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had followed behind Minato, was both shocked and furious upon seeing this. He yelled angrily, put down that child right now. Shoo. Obito hissed and then grinned maliciously, saying, you're too loud. If you scare my sensei's child, that wouldn't be good. As he spoke, he deliberately pinched the newborn's cheek. The cold, sinister power immediately seeped in, and although the baby had just been born, its skin turned an alarming purple, looking like it had been severely frostbitten. Its breath weakened noticeably, and the threat was clear. What do you want, Obito? Minato's forehead was covered in veins, and he was trying to suppress his anger. His eyes locked onto Obito, searching for any opening. Me. Ha ha ha, don't be so tense, sensei, Obito laughed, enjoying the panic on Minato's face. Your wife just gave birth, such a big event, and you didn't even tell me. As your student, I had no choice but to come and bring you a gift. Obito, whatever you're planning to do, it's between us, Minato gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with anger. His voice was low and filled with suppressed fury. Let go of Kushina and the child. Whatever you want, come to me. Wow, so noble, I'm almost touched. Obito pretended to act sad, but his expression immediately turned cold. His eyes were filled with deep hatred, veins creeping across them. Yes, of course, you care. You always care about the most important one, don't you? Just like back then, when you chose Kakashi over me and Rin. I've said it before, Obito, Minato gritted out through his teeth. I was on the battlefield in the Mist Village. It wasn't that I didn't try to save you, and the whole situation was your fault from the start. I'm not at fault. What did I do wrong? Obito shouted. Upon hearing this, Obito seemed to be hit in a sore spot. He immediately went into a frenzy, shouting, "Who are you to criticize me? Have you ever cared about Rin and me? Don't think I don't know, what you left for Kakashi, a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique, was just to prevent him from getting into danger. But you've never cared about Rin's and my life." "No, that's not it, Obito," Minato said, taking a deep breath before continuing. "It's because Kakashi is on the same battlefield as me and was sent to carry out a dangerous mission. The kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique was for an assassination mission against the enemy commander, not what you think." "Enough." Obito interrupted him forcefully, his voice cold. "It's pointless to talk about this now. I don't want to hear it." "Obito, I know you hate me, but this has nothing to do with Kushina or the child," Minato said in as calm a tone as he could manage. "No matter what grudges you hold, direct them at me. Kushina has never wronged you or Rin. You shouldn't treat her like this. Since you care so much about them, how about we play a game, Minato-sensei?" Obito sneered. "Between the child and Kushina, you can only choose one. Make your choice. This time, I'm curious, who is more important to you, the child, or Kushina?" Chapter 252, Chapter 251, Ninetail Rebellion. Obito's gaze was filled with malice, looking at Minato with mockery and ridicule. That man, who always seemed perfect and radiated a warm, sun-like aura. Obito hated Minato Namikaze. He despised the goodness he possessed. Minato was clearly fast enough to save both him and Rin, yet he hadn't protected anyone. He hadn't done anything at all. Why? Why does someone as hypocritical as Minato get to have this happiness? Jealousy, anger, hatred, and resentment burned like a wildfire, constantly consuming his sanity. Obito wanted revenge, revenge against everything he once knew. He wanted to tear apart that perfect image and make Minato experience the hellish pain he himself had endured. "Come on, sensei, make your choice." Obito smirked, not hiding his malice, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted with hatred. "Will you choose this woman? Or will you choose this child?" On one side was Kushina, her throat being squeezed, close to suffocation, on the other was the child, his body frozen by icy power, his skin turning an abnormal bluish purple. "Please, don't do this, Obito." Minato had never felt so powerless. His whole body trembled as he could only whisper a plea. He was the Yellow Flash, capable of killing 50 ninja in the blink of an eye, a dominant force on the battlefield. Yet, facing his wife and child, captured so close to him, he was powerless. Should he use Flying Thunder God? The problem was that the Flying Thunder God's mark was only on Kushina. If Minato acted recklessly and saved Kushina, Obito would kill the child. Minato was caught in a dilemma, his heart filled with endless struggle and pain. "There's not much time left." Obito laughed loudly, tilting his head, and spoke with a playful tone, "Sensei, if you don't make a choice soon, both of them will be gone." "I." Minato's face showed veins, his fists clenched, but his throat felt blocked, as if he couldn't speak. His eyes were filled with pain, as if he had been dragged into an abyss, left only with dark despair. On one side was his beloved wife, and on the other, his newly born child. No matter which one he chose, it would torment his heart. "I choose the child." After saying this, Minato's spine seemed to be pulled out. He hunched over, drained of energy and spirit. "Tisk, TSK, you actually gave up your most beloved wife." Obito seemed surprised. He loosened his grip on Kushina's throat and said loudly, "I'm really surprised, sensei. You didn't choose your beloved, but instead chose this child." Cough, cough, cough. Kushina coughed violently, tears filling her eyes. "Did you hear that? Sensei's wife, Sensei has abandoned you." Obito taunted Minato, who was kneeling in pain, unable to look Kushina in the eyes. "It seems that in Sensei's heart, the child is the one he loves most." "No. Don't say it anymore." Minato lowered his head in shame, his body trembling slightly. He pleaded, "I've made my choice. Please, don't say it anymore. You're so ugly, Sensei." Obito looked down from above at his once trusted teacher, now so pain-stricken and broken, it was as though he were about to be crushed into the dirt. The burning anger inside him had nowhere to vent, and it left him feeling deeply disappointed. Aren't you supposed to be more proud, like a hero, and take them back from my hands? Ah, Minato Namikaze. Please, let the child go. Minato's voice was filled with humble pleading. All right, I keep my promises. Obito gave a meaningful, cold laugh as he patted Kushina's face. Then, he threw the child he was holding with great force. But we'll meet again in hell. Dozens of sharp ice spikes formed and shot toward the child, who was flying through the air. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been preparing for a long time, moved with the grace of a powerful ninja, leaping forward in an instant. Adamantine wall. The adamantine staff in his hand spun in a perfect circle, creating a barrier that nothing could penetrate. In the same moment, Minato, who had been pleading humbly, finally saw his chance. Like a beast suddenly attacking, his figure vanished in an instant. Flying Thunder God technique. A streak of yellow light arrived in the blink of an eye, carrying a sharp kunai filled with killing intent, aiming straight at Obito's neck. But, as the kunai sliced through Obito's neck, no blood spurted as expected. Instead, it seemed to pass right through, as though the neck wasn't there at all. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Minato frowned slightly. Without hesitation, he leaned down to block Kushina's waist and used the Flying Thunder God once more, disappearing from the spot. Heh, Flying Thunder God again, Obito said, watching Minato with a playful look in his eyes. Do you think I'll fall for the same trick a second time? Suddenly, an ominous feeling surged in Minato's heart. Kushina, in his arms, let out a pained groan, and uncontrollable chakra began to surge out of her body, enveloping her in a hot, blood-red aura. Minato, the seal, the seal. Kushina's face twisted in agony as her joints turned white from the force. She grabbed his hand tightly, her eyes watery with pain. Hurry, get away from me. That guy, he destroyed my seal. Ah. Sensei, oh sensei, did you really think I wouldn't figure it out? Obito seemed to have expected everything, showing a sinister smile. Too bad, from the very beginning, I never planned to follow the rules. Obito. The intense rage caused Minato to roar out. In the next moment, a hurricane-like blood-red chakra erupted, as if a volcano had just exploded. Boom. Minato was forced to retreat, his eyes widening as he looked at his wife, who was engulfed in the blood-red chakra. 1, 2, 3. The blood-red tails were visibly growing at an incredible speed. Soon, they reached 8 tails. Then, with Kushina's agonizing scream, a monster with orange-red fur, resembling a demon, emerged from her body. The Konoha hospital collapsed with a tremendous crash. Next, a creature nearly 100 meters long, resembling a monstrous fox with 9 tails, stood atop the hospital ruins. Roar. The earth-shattering roar, mixed with solid chakra, created a violent storm. The quiet night was shattered by the terrifying cry of the 9 tails. People waking from their dreams rubbed their sleepy eyes and saw a figure in the moonlight, swinging 9 tails, looking like a demon. Surprisingly, they felt an unusual calm in their hearts. Oh, I thought the sky was falling. It's just the 9 tails again. This guy's out again. Since the Third Great Ninja War, the 9 tails had become like a permanent guest in Konoha. Whenever anything happened, it was always the first to show up. Over time, the people of Konoha had almost gotten used to it. On the other side, seeing the 9 tails suddenly appear, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped several times, holding Kushina in his arms, and then arrived at Minato's side. He spoke in a deep voice, Minato, take care of Kushina and the child. I'll handle this for now. Without waiting for Minato to respond, the old man gripped his adamantine staff, jumped into the air, and shouted, Enma, extend. Boom. The suddenly enlarged adamantine staff slammed into the 9 tails' stomach. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a fierce roar, veins bulging from his arms. Like a reincarnated demon, he single-handedly used the adamantine staff to suppress the rampaging 9 tails, knocking it back with tremendous force. Chapter 253, Chapter 252, Kushina's Advice. Minato Namikaze arrived at the safe house with his newborn child and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Under the bright lights, he carefully placed Kushina, who was in his arms, onto the bed. He then gently set the child beside her, gazing tenderly at Kushina's pale face, pain evident in his eyes. I'm sorry, Kushina. It's my fault. I didn't protect you or the child well enough. It's all right, Minato, Kushina weakly responded. After giving birth and having the tailed beast forcibly removed from her, Kushina, once full of vitality, was now incredibly frail. Thanks to the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina survived the extraction of the tailed beast, unlike other Jinchuriki who would have died instantly. However, it only delayed the inevitable. Minato, where's Naruto? Kushina asked weakly. How is he? I want to say something to him. All right, just wait, Kushina, Minato replied, fighting his sorrow. He moved the baby closer to her and gently said, "Look, Naruto is fine. He's strong." Naruto. Kushina turned her head to look at her sleeping child. This was her child. A sense of connection ran through her, and she felt warmth in her heart. A gentle smile appeared on her pale face as she softly said, "Do you see? Minato, Naruto's hair is yellow. He looks like you." Minato's eyes reddened, and he forced a small smile, gently stroking his wife's hair. "But Naruto's mouth and eyes look more like yours. You think when Naruto grows up, he'll look more like who?" Kushina slowly moved her finger, as if touching delicate porcelain. She carefully caressed the baby's soft, pink cheeks, her voice tender as she said, "I think he'll look more like me." I think so too," Minato replied softly, his gaze full of tenderness. "No, never mind. It's better if he looks more like you," Kushina chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "His personality should be like yours so he can make more friends. Also, don't be picky with your food. Eat well so you can grow big and strong," she said gently, cupping the child's face. Leaning in, she whispered lovingly, "Every day, you need to take a bath to warm your body, and remember, don't stay up too late. Get enough sleep. Lastly, make lots and lots of friends, and find those who you can truly trust. Please study hard, learn ninjutsu, and grow up to be a strong, reliable, and handsome ninja, just like your father. Even if you're not doing well in your studies, don't get discouraged. I believe in you. You'll become a wonderful boy, I'm sure of it. I almost forgot, there's one more very important thing." Kushina gently stroked Naruto's face and softly said, "Remember to take good care of your father. He has a strong sense of responsibility, but he always blames himself when things don't go well." "I'm sorry, Kushina." Hearing her loving words, Minato could no longer hold back his tears. He tightly grasped her cold, lifeless hand and trembled, crying. No Jinchuriki could escape death after being separated from their tailed beast. Even the legendary sage of six paths couldn't prevent this fate. How could a mere Uzumaki be any different? These were the final words of a mother, speaking to her child about the future. For the decades to come, she wouldn't be there to watch Naruto grow. Just the thought of it caused Minato's heart to ache. "Don't cry, Minato. This is not your fault," Kushina said gently, gazing at Minato, who was kneeling by her bedside. She reached out and fixed his messy hair before wiping away his tears. Then, she softly added, "Take care of Naruto for me. Tell him that mommy loves him so much, more than anything." Tears slid down her face, soaking the pillow beside her. "Minato. I really don't want to leave you both." At this moment, Kushina couldn't hold back anymore. She cried out, "I wanted to be with you. I wanted to see Naruto grow up, and grow old with you. But I can't do it. I can't stay with you anymore, Minato, Naruto. Promise me, you'll take care of Naruto. Promise me you won't forget me, okay? I promise you." Minato looked at Kushina, his eyes red, speaking each word carefully, "I will take care of Naruto, and I won't forget you, Kushina." "That's good." Kushina cried as she tightly embraced Minato, as if trying to merge into him. Minato responded, gently kissing her. After a long moment, their lips parted. Kushina gazed at him deeply, as though trying to carve his face into her heart. Despite her reluctance, she made a choice. "Go, Minato. You have more important things to do. Konoha, and everyone, they're all waiting for you." Minato was about to speak but was stopped when Kushina pressed a finger to his lips. "Go, Minato." Kushina spoke softly, "Do what you need to do. I'll be fine here. I'll wait for you to come back." "Okay." Minato knew he couldn't argue with his wife. He whispered, "We promised, when I come back, okay?" Kushina nodded slightly, "Go, Minato. I'll wait for you." Minato didn't hesitate anymore. He gave one last deep look at Kushina, then disappeared from the bright room. But as soon as Minato left, Kushina smiled sadly. Her eyelids slowly closed. "I'm sorry, Minato. Please forgive me. Don't blame me. Good night, Naruto." In the quiet room, Kushina closed her eyes. But in a corner of the room, unnoticed by anyone, a brass oil lamp suddenly flickered to life. Blue flames, like little spirits, leaped in the air. The enormous Ninetails suddenly appeared in Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading the Umbu, rushed to confront it. Dressed in armor, Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped his enlarged adamantine staff, and for a moment, he managed to suppress the frenzied Ninetails, slowly forcing it away from the center of the village. However, the problem was that Obito, standing nearby, had no intention of staying out of it. His goal was to destroy Konoha. "Old man, have you forgotten about me?" Obito sneered, a cold grin spreading across his face. Such an interesting event couldn't happen without him involved. "Stop him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still fighting the Nine Tails, noticed Obito's plan to interfere. He furrowed his brows and shouted, "Be careful. This guy's jutsu is strange. It can ignore physical attacks. Don't get too close." A dozen Umbu broke off from the Nine Tails battle and rushed to stop Obito. However, in his grudge soul state, Obito, relying on his ability to ignore physical attacks, slaughtered the Umbu and ninjas who tried to interfere. Ordinary ninjas, or more accurately, the regular ninja system, couldn't deal with an enemy like Obito, who was like a ghost. No matter the jutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, nothing worked on him. All attacks simply passed through him. Even worse, someone who was once a comrade could suddenly turn into an enemy the next second. Obito frequently possessed the body of an Umbu and then struck suddenly, killing those around him. Within half a minute, dozens of Umbu had been slaughtered. This scene weighed heavily on Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, making him increasingly anxious. "Next, it's your turn." The Wraith Obito locked onto Hiruzen Sarutobi, grinning viciously as he charged forward. But in the next moment, a yellow light flashed. Boom. The massive force sent the vengeful Obito flying, crashing hard into the ruins. What's going on? Obito, knocked back, was filled with confusion. He was in his Wraith form, so there was no way he should have been hit. But he definitely just got struck. What was happening? His malicious gaze turned toward the source, and the person who had come to assist was none other than Minato Namikaze. A cold laugh escaped his lips as he said, "Hey, isn't this my sensei? Instead of taking care of his dying wife, he's here causing trouble. Truly a hypocrite, always talking about love, yet more concerned with others, isn't he?" "Shut up." Minato's voice was hoarse, as if barely containing immense rage. He suddenly looked up, orange eyeshadow appearing on his eyelids. His aura shifted drastically, as if he was now connected to the very world itself. "Obito, you don't understand what love really is. You're just a beast, venting your desires and anger, without any sense of responsibility." Chapter 254, Chapter 253, Hokage's Responsibility. The entire Hidden Leaf village was engulfed in flames, with thick black smoke rising into the sky like monstrous claws reaching for the sky. Under the dim light of the fading moon, the scene felt like the most violent and ferocious natural disaster, one that humans feared. It rampaged across everything in sight, destroying all that it touched. In its presence, humans seemed like tiny ants, insignificant and powerless. In a surge of pure rage, the beast-like creature howled, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the air, like a thunderstorm crashing down. From its center, a violent shockwave spread out, like a bulldozer recklessly plowing through the ground, leaving massive craters in its wake. Nearby buildings were crushed mercilessly, turning into rubble that flew into the air like dust, disintegrating with a deafening sound. Konoha. The Nine Tails, completely out of control, had flames of fury burning in its eyes, intense and terrifying like molten lava. Its orange-red fur billowed in the wind like a fire, and its chakra, vast like the deep sea, surged with explosive force. It felt like an invisible hand was stirring the air, creating violent turbulence that made the surroundings seem to tremble under its immense pressure. This terrifying sight left the Umbu and regular ninjas who tried to help feeling helpless. As the Nine Tails forced them to retreat, just as its sharp, gigantic claws were about to crush them, a low, muffled explosion sounded through the air. Then, a massive, black staff, thick as a millstone and charged with the force of wind and thunder, swept across the sky. Bang! The staff slammed into the Nine Tails' claw, pushing it back with incredible force. The impact created a shockwave that made the ground and air shake. Then, a lithe figure leapt into view, landing in front of everyone. Wearing a black, tight-fitting combat suit with chainmail armor and a ninja headband, a white scarf fluttered in the fierce wind. "Evacuate the civilians. Leave this to me. Lord Third Hokage." The Umbu, stunned, instinctively called out as they saw the old man stand alone against the disaster. "No, I'm no longer the Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen's face remained calm as he turned his back to them, speaking softly, "Go. This battle is beyond what you can handle. But you are alone." The Umbu hesitated. To face the fully enraged-tailed beast alone, especially at the age of nearly 50, seemed nearly impossible. "Don't forget, I was once the Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, his expression firm and resolute. As Hokage, one must always be ready to sacrifice oneself for the protection of Konoha and its people. As he spoke, the Nine Tails swung its massive paw. The overwhelming power of its attack came crashing down, creating a wind pressure as heavy as a waterfall. The destructive force was as if the sky themselves were collapsing, pressing everyone down with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, like facing a natural disaster. Despair spread through the hearts of all who witnessed it. "As long as I'm here, no one will be hurt." Sarutobi threw his adamantine staff into the air, which transformed into dozens of iron rods, intertwining to form a cage. Enma, adamantine cage. Boom. The Ninetales' near full force strike only caused sparks to fly from the adamantine cage. Enma groaned in pain. Sarutobi's eyes revealed sorrow, but he suppressed the feeling and urged, "Thank you, Enma. Hang on just a little longer." The adamantine cage vanished, and Sarutobi gripped the large adamantine staff, which was as thick as a millstone, with both hands. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he exhaled forcefully, his forehead veins bulging as he swung the staff like a baseball bat, smashing it straight into the Ninetales' head. Bang! The adamantine staff struck the Ninetales' head, and the beast staggered, dazed by the blow. "Go!" Sarutobi shouted at the Umbu, still frozen in shock behind him. The former third Hokage once again showed the true depth of his legacy as both Hokage and a ninja. After a brief silence, the leader of the Umbu slightly nodded, showing respect to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "It's up to you, Lord Third." Under the Umbu's lead, the regular ninjas withdrew from the battle and began evacuating the civilians. The Ninetales, whose head had been struck by a blow, quickly refocused after a moment of disorientation. It turned its attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen and charged toward him with a roar. "That's right, come at me," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, pleased with the outcome. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, holding his staff. "Follow me, Ninetales. Your target is me." He moved swiftly, darting between the ruined houses, dodging the Ninetales' attacks while leading it farther away from the center of the village. The Ninetales chased after him, growing more frustrated. It opened its mouth and launched a tailed beast ball. Boom. The chakra, compressed to its extreme, radiated a dark and ominous aura. In an instant, the tailed beast ball flew forward with devastating force, shattering everything in its path at an incredible speed, still targeting the little person trying to dodge. Lord Sarutobi. Minato noticed the attack and his eyes widened. He stepped forward, about to rush in. "Don't get distracted. Leave the Ninetales to me." Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted sharply, stopping Minato from intervening. "That creature's abilities can only be handled by you." Even in the face of the tailed beast ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unfazed, his gaze cold. "Minato, don't underestimate me. That little tailed beast ball, watch me send it flying." In that moment, his vast battle experience allowed him to quickly devise a solution. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the adamantine staff with both hands, using his body as a pivot point. He extended the staff, and with a powerful flick of the tail end, he struck upward. Aha! Veins bulged on Sarutobi's forehead as his face flushed red. He let out a scream that sounded inhuman. His bones and muscles seemed to scream in agony, but driven by his willpower, he unleashed strength beyond his usual limits. Both his chakra and aging body were pushed to their extremes, leaving no room for any more energy. Boom. The tailed beast ball was forcibly knocked away by Sarutobi's swing of the staff. "You, get out of my way." Before the Ninetales could react in confusion, the adamantine staff was thrust into its abdomen. With one end raised, Sarutobi stomped his foot down, and his chakra erupted in a concentrated burst. With his raw strength, he pushed the massive body of the Ninetales back, forcing it little by little out of Konoha. Bang! The Ninetales crashed through Konoha's outer wall, sent flying by the adamantine staff and landing deep in the forest. The Ninetales, humiliated by being sent flying by a mere human, let out a low growl and roared in fury. Its enormous form, like a mountain, released a tremendous amount of power, attempting to crush the small, elderly figure who dared to block its path. Considering his limited chakra, Sarutobi chose not to use ninjutsu. Instead, he opted for the most direct and effective form of combat, taijutsu. Adamantine Staff, Gale Strike. The adamantine staff in Sarutobi's hands was a weapon capable of limitless transformations, its length shifting unpredictably and leaving little room for defense. And with Sarutobi's natural immense strength, the already heavy staff became an even more devastating force. Each strike was powerful, especially when the tail of the staff struck the Ninetales, making it cry out in pain. Despite his aging body and the fatigue weighing him down, Sarutobi gritted his teeth and persevered. The heavy adamantine staff in his hand felt much lighter, as if it had become weightless. It swung through the air, creating countless shadowy strikes, with a force so heavy and violent that it seemed like an endless downpour of storms. The attack overwhelmed the rampaging Ninetales for a moment, causing the beast to howl in pain. He had made many wrong decisions in his life, and used dark political methods to persecute and oppress many people. But from beginning to end, his original intention had never changed, to make Konoha stronger. Looking back now, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized that his entire life had been a joke. Not only had Konoha failed to grow stronger, but it had actually weakened in his hands. He had watched generations of young people die, his students had left the village, and the most trusted aide and companion he had turned out to be a long-hidden spy. Looking back at the second half of his life, it felt like a series of failures. But at least now, at this moment, this second, he was not a failure. He was the Hokage guarding Konoha. Ninetales, as long as I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still breathe. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding the adamantine staff, his eyes bloodshot, stood tall like a war god on the broken outer walls of Konoha. Today, you shall not take another step into Konoha. Chapter 255, Chapter 254, Jiraiya appears. Roar. The atmosphere trembled like a resonance, causing ripples to spread across the once calm surface of the water. A massive figure blocked the moonlight, casting a shadow that brought a suffocating pressure to the air. The nine-tailed fox lowered its center of gravity, and in the depths of its elongated beastly pupils, two crimson glows shimmered. Three blood-red tomo were clearly visible, exuding a brutal, fierce, and violent aura from the top of the food chain. This overwhelming force hit Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind like a tsunami. Is that the shape of the Sharingan? It wasn't until this moment that Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the tomo within the nine-tail's eyes, sending a storm of shock through his heart. Suddenly, it felt as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. A deafening hum echoed in his mind, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind: could it be the Uchiha rebellion? This suspicion wasn't without reason. In fact, as the disciple of the second Hokage, he had heard about Uchiha Madara using the Sharingan to control the Nine-Tails when he was young. Now, encountering a similar situation, his mind naturally jumped to the Uchiha clan. There was no time to think further, as the Nine-Tails let out a roar that shattered Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. The shockwaves from the roar seemed almost physical, expanding in layers and uprooting the surrounding trees. Dust flew wildly in the thunderous chaos. Still, there was no movement at first, but when the beast moved, it was earth-shattering. The gigantic fox suddenly exploded into motion with incredible speed, like a streak of orange-red flame. Its forehooves pounded the ground, kicking up howling winds, leaving a trail of massive air pressure behind it. The dust billowed like a dragon, and the beast resembled a fire-red meteor racing across the ground. Boom. 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 The earth trembled violently, and the air crashing forward felt like waves smashing against the shore. I told you, as long as I breathe, you will never step foot into Konoha again. With every breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra surged, his body tightening like a drawn bowstring, unleashing immense brute force. He leapt and landed on the ground, thrusting his staff forward with all his might, adamantine staff, strength strike. In an instant, the adamantine staff grew, becoming thick enough to be embraced by dozens of people. It collided directly with the charging fox. Boom. The collision was truly terrifying. The loud explosion sent waves of dust and air so powerful that it felt as though a trapped dragon was soaring into the sky with ease. The deafening roar shook the surrounding area. Even homes several kilometers away were vibrating, their windows shattering into powder, causing a sharp pain in the ears. This was a battle between one person and one beast, locked in a struggle for dominance. It was like a sumo match, where pure brute force collided, each trying to overpower the other until one side gave way. The earth groaned under the immense pressure, trembling violently. The clash of power split the ground open, creating countless intersecting cracks that spread in all directions, resembling a dense spiderweb. To the Nine-Tails' surprise, it had used all its strength, yet it had only pushed forward a mere step. That tiny figure seemed like an unbreakable wall, no matter how much it attacked, it could not surpass even a single step forward. This is what the tailed beasts are like, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, having been pushed back tens of meters, his feet leaving deep furrows in the earth. His hands, badly shaken, and his palms split from the impact, filled him with a sense of helplessness. He couldn't help but think about the first Hokage, wondering if he could have handled this in his prime. It seemed that, in the end, age had caught up with him. I can't hold back anymore, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. I can't keep conserving chakra. If this goes on, my old bones will fall apart. He decided to stop conserving chakra and immediately created two shadow clones. Earth-style, Earth Swamp. A massive swamp suddenly appeared, engulfing the Nine-Tails' limbs and trapping it deep in the mud, unable to escape. Then, two shadow clones that had been prepared in advance directly refined their chakra, gathering it in their mouths and transforming it into a fierce jutsu. Lightning release, lightning dragon bullet. Water release, water dragon bullet. Combined ninjutsu, lightning water dragon bullet. While trying to conserve chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to use the more suitable lightning water combination jutsu. In an instant, a surge of waves formed into a dragon-shaped creature, wrapped in shining lightning, roaring as it collided with the Nine-Tails. The rampant electricity surged over its orange fur, causing a burnt smell, and the water release spread the electrical power throughout the fox's body, paralyzing it. Now's our chance. As the Nine-Tails was temporarily controlled, three figures quickly appeared at four key positions. Forming hand seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen growled, sealing jutsu, triangle seal. From the east, south, and west, green transparent curtains rose, forming a pyramid-shaped barrier that surrounded the Nine-Tails. Boom. The Nine-Tails, now freed, struck the barrier in fury. The violent shock caused the barrier to crack, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the caster, was severely injured. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he remained silent. His bloodshot eyes locked onto the nine tails within the barrier, and the veins on his forehead bulged as he whispered through clenched teeth, "Before I die, you will never escape." No matter how the nine tails attacked, the seemingly fragile, cracked pyramid barrier stood firm. With each powerful blow, Sarutobi Hiruzen's life force weakened, like a candle flickering in the wind. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was leaning heavily in one direction. The beyonder abilities of the Sequence 5 Wraith were indeed bizarre. It could penetrate various attacks, launch silent sneak attacks, and even possess bodies and flashing between mirrors. However, whether it's bad luck or the result of his countless misdeeds, Obito's luck has always been pretty terrible. The biggest advantage of being in the Wraith form is that you can phase through obstacles and ignore attacks, but he just happened to run into Minato, whose Sage Mode natural energy perfectly counters him. The punches landed with full force, beating Obito so badly that his face was swollen and bruised, leaving him looking miserable. However, despite Minato having the upper hand, he couldn't turn it into a victory. It wasn't that he lacked determination, but simply that Obito was just too hard to kill. His body was as tough as steel, his movements swift and agile, and his recovery speed was shockingly fast. He even summoned ghosts and zombies from time to delay the battle. Sensing the weakening energy from Obito's side, Minato grew anxious, knowing he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Without hesitation, he bit his thumb and pressed it to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Ha ha ha, at this point, do you think summoning a beast can solve me? Obito laughed. Though it looked like he was beaten badly, he had actually taken no real damage. His goal was to drag out the fight, watching as Minato sank deeper into despair, fulfilling his deep-seated thirst for revenge. But the next moment, Obito was stunned to see that the smoke didn't reveal a summoning beast. Instead, a tall and burly figure emerged from the mist, with wild white hair spread out like a lion's mane. Two small frogs stood on his shoulders, and he radiated an imposing aura. I never expected Konoha to change like this after so long. The man wore the oil forehead protector, a red cloak, wooden sandals, and carried a large scroll on his back. His calm gaze landed on Obito. After a brief pause, the tall and muscular man sighed softly and spoke, "Minato, is this the disciple you mentioned?" "Yes, sensei." Minato stepped forward, his head slightly lowered, and softly said, "I couldn't handle him alone, so I had to send a messenger frog to contact you." "Enough talk, Jiraiya, Minato." The small frog on Jiraiya's shoulder clapped its hands, interrupting their conversation. "I still need to go back and cook for the kids. Come on, Fukasaku, hurry up and deal with him." "Got it, Shima." Fukasaku smiled and looked at the two people beside him, sighing, "How many years has it been? I never thought I'd see two Sage Mode users working together again." "Then, let's do it." Jiraiya kicked off his sandals, his gaze suddenly sharp. "Kid, let's see how it feels to anger a sage." At that moment, Obito lost his composure, sweat pouring down his forehead in large beads. What the heck? One Minato Namikaze was already tough enough, and now Jiraiya shows up too. Is Konoha playing fair? We agreed on a one-on-one fight, but now it's turning into a tag team match. Chapter 256, Chapter 255, Cornered Obito. "Here it comes, both of you sages," Jiraiya said in a low voice, bringing his hands together in a dramatic gesture. Now, coming to the stage, the sage of Mount Myaboku, the great hero Jiraiya. The natural energy flowing through him made his already strong body grow even more muscular and imposing, completely defying the typical ninja image of being agile and slim. Not only that, compared to Minato standing beside him, Jiraiya's transformation was much more dramatic, with webbed feet and hands resembling a frog's. "Shut up. You're so loud." The two toads standing on his shoulders punched him in the face, one on each side. Jiraiya, squeezed between them, felt his head ring. Okay, I got it, sages." In the background, black dots seemed to appear, accompanied by an eerie silence. The brief moment of silliness seemed to ease the tense atmosphere slightly. Is this guy really one of the legendary Sannin? As Obito's doubt flickered through his mind. Whoosh! A flash of pale yellow light suddenly zipped past in front of him. "I've been prepared for you." Obito reacted quickly, swinging his arm to create a hurricane around his body. Ice storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Beautiful, dreamlike snowflakes danced in the air, and a freezing gust of wind swept through. In an instant, the temperature dropped to freezing, causing Minato to feel his limbs stiffen, his movement slowing down. Out of the corner of his eye, Obito caught the slow movement of Minato, and a cold, sinister smile appeared on his face. His ankle twisted, his upper body turned, and his arm suddenly swelled several times, veins bulging like thick rebar. His fist came crashing down like a hammer. The violent gusts of wind slammed toward Minato like a heavy truck. Before the terrifying power could even reach him, it already deformed Minato's facial muscles from the pressure. Sage technique, Needle Jizo. At the critical moment, white hair surged like a tide, wrapping around Minato, the strands hardening and gleaming like steel needles. Boom. Obito's punch didn't break the Needle Jizo defense. Instead, the hardened hair pierced through it. Sage technique, Wild Lion's Mane technique. Jiraiya quickly formed hand signs, and his white hair grew wildly, entangling Obito within seconds. Now, Minato. Damn it, what is this strange energy? Tied up, Obito tried to use his wraith form to break free, but he found that the energy clinging to his hair blocked the phasing ability of his soul. Using his sharp, sturdy nails, he tore through the white hair binding him. Before he could catch his breath, a harsh, noisy song suddenly rang in his ears, and his mind instantly became hazy, as if he was being dragged into some strange environment. Demonic illusion, Toad confrontation singing. Two toads standing on Jiraiya's shoulders began croaking, sending out a mesmerizing sound from their throats. At that moment, Minato took the chance, raising his hand to form a Raiznon, preparing to strike Obito. But suddenly, Obito grinned widely, his eyes clear. There was no sign of being affected by the illusion. I forgot to tell you guys, Genjutsu doesn't work on me. The noisy croaks of the toads were nothing compared to the voice in his mind. His sharp nails, like blades, instantly sliced through the air. Flying Thunder God. Minato vanished again, like an eel, impossible to catch. But Obito wasn't about to let him go so easily. He used his cursed spirit binding technique, summoning a large number of special undead creatures. They surged forward like a dark, foul wind, viciously lunging at the fleeing Minato. Watch out, Minato. Once again, the experienced Jiraiya stepped in front of his disciple, taking a deep breath. I'll use oil, sages, please lend me your strength. The black, foul wind filled with vengeful undead spirits swept toward them like deep malice, devouring everything in its path. Meanwhile, the large ninja with a lion-like build and white hair spat out special oil from his mouth, while the two toads on his shoulders used fire style and wind style. Senjutsu, Gomen. The fire and hot oil instantly generated extreme heat, bursting into a raging inferno, like a surging tidal wave. The flames, fueled by the wind, quickly became a sea of fire, engulfing everything with intense heat, as if to light up the entire night sky. The red glow erupted violently. No matter how troublesome those vengeful spirits were, under the scorching fire filled with natural energy, they all turned to ash. Obito's situation was even more miserable, his entire body was set on fire, and he let out a painful scream. The person who was bound had a strong recovery ability, but after coming into contact with that strange oil, the flames seemed to cling to him like maggots on bone, impossible to extinguish. His recovery ability only made the situation worse, turning it into a constant torment. But soon, the burning flames were extinguished by ice crystals. The vengeful spirits could produce large amounts of ice to a certain extent, saving his life. Such fast recovery, almost comparable to Tsunade, Jiraiya frowned slightly, but soon came up with a plan. Lowering his body, he instructed the two sages on his shoulders, I'm going to try close combat. You two prepare the sealing jutsu. In the next moment, the ground suddenly shattered. Jiraiya, who had been motionless a second ago, was now like a cannonball, launching himself forward at extreme speed. He's fast. Unlike Minato, whose teleportation happened without warning, Jiraiya's movement was more like a high-speed train, charging forward with incredible velocity. You could see it coming, but that didn't mean you could stop it. Even with a body as tough as a zombie's, comparable to steel, under Jiraiya's sheer brutality, Obito was kicked hard in the stomach. The force made his insides churn, and he spat out a spray of blood. Just as he was about to counterattack, he saw a fist the size of a cooking pot flying straight at his forehead. Obito quickly tilted his head to dodge the incoming fist, snarling with a ferocious expression, "Don't underestimate me." Bang. Before he could finish speaking, his cheek felt like it had been struck by a heavy punch. The powerful force sent him flying, spinning in the air, and then smashing into the ground with a heavy thud before bouncing back up. What just happened? Obito was completely confused in his mind, not understanding why, after dodging the punch, he was still sent flying. Young Minato, that's the frog kata, Fukasaku, on Minato's shoulder, looked at him and said, "You've learned sage mode, but you need to practice the frog kata more when you have the time. Quit the chatter, old man." Jiraiya didn't want to waste time. He quickly stuck out his tongue and wrapped it around the flying Obito, pulling him back with force. "Minato, it's up to you now." "Understood." Jiraiya laughed loudly, his 5 fingers igniting with chakra. As Obito flew toward him, he slammed his hand heavily onto Obito's abdomen. 5 elements C. Obito was hit by the sealing technique, coughing up blood, but instead of being affected, his violent nature was triggered. "You're asking for death." As he was about to speak, a pale yellow flash appeared again. This time, the Raiznon hit him square in the back. The violent swirling energy within the Raiznon shattered his flesh and bones. Ah! The immense force sent Obito crashing into the ground. Visible chakra spread out, ripping the earth apart, leaving deep spiral cracks, and a powerful shockwave surged outward. Teacher, the sealing technique doesn't work on him, Minato, standing nearby, exhaled sharply and quickly warned, to defeat this guy, we have to kill him completely. In that case, let's use this. Jiraiya sneered and joined his hands together. To the mighty toad of Mount Myaboku, no matter how powerful the enemy, they can be completely digested. Ninjutsu, toad mouth bind. The pink flesh walls writhed, and in an instant, the three were swallowed whole. Damn it. Obito cursed loudly, getting up and trying to run. However, Jiraiya sneered again, pressing his palms together. It's useless. You're already in the belly of the toad, there's no escape. The pink flesh walls seemed to sense an intruder, growing dozens of tentacles that chased after Obito. Pant, pant. Obito, running desperately, finally realized how troublesome the legendary Sanins could be when they were serious. At this moment, he truly understood how terrifying they were. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, sealing techniques, nearly every aspect of combat, they were perfect all-around ninjas, far more terrifying than Minato. Offend a sage, and still think you can run. Jiraiya channeled more chakra, causing the toad's stomach to contract tighter. Looking at the narrowing passage, surrounded by the pink walls of the stomach and the corrosive liquid seeping from them, Obito felt a cold shiver run down his spine. In less than half a second, he inhaled deeply and shouted, "White Zetsu, save me." Chapter 257, Chapter 256, Bloody Night. The huge disturbance caused by the Ninetales spread across most of Konoha. Smoke filled the sky, and the ground was covered in burning flames. When Kakashi and Shisui returned, they were shocked by what they saw. What exactly happened? Shisui stared in fear and anger at the familiar buildings that had been destroyed, while the sounds of wailing filled the air. It's the Ninetales, but why? Kakashi's gaze was fixed outside the village's high walls, where the green pyramid-shaped barrier contained the monstrous fox. His mood instantly dropped, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind, could it be Sensei and Sensei's wife? Just as he took a step forward, planning to find out what had happened, he suddenly remembered the bigger problem on their hands. Yes, Mr. A had followed them to Konoha. Originally, Kakashi's plan had been to lure Mr. A into Konoha and then use a secret code unique to the Umbu to send out information. Then, he and Shisui would stall for time until the village set up a trap to capture Mr. A. But, unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Kakashi never imagined that even before their plan could begin, it would already be at risk of failure. Now, Konoha couldn't even think to deal with Mr. A, and they had to be cautious of this person. If he caused more chaos, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Clearly, Shisui had realized this too. The two exchanged a subtle glance and decided to put their B plan into action. As for what the B plan was, Shisui paused, a bitter look crossing his face. Right now, his only hope rested on his sensei, the terrifying blood-red angel. TCH, it's all rubble. Meanwhile, Mr. A didn't seem too troubled. He raised his hand to his forehead, looking around and muttering, "Let me find out where the Uchiha clan is. Please follow me." Shisui took a deep breath and finally spoke up. "Oh." Mr. A gave Shisui a meaningful look as the latter stepped forward. Those eyes, filled with dense blood vessels, seemed as if they could directly pierce through one's heart, making Shisui feel uneasy. However, fortunately, Mr. A didn't say much. He simply flashed a grin and, with a meaningful tone, said, "All right, I'll leave it to you then." Sorry, may I go somewhere else?" Kakashi hesitated and asked. He couldn't shake his worry and wanted to check on his sensei's wife. "Sure." Mr. A responded casually, waving his hand. With permission granted, Kakashi exchanged a glance with Shisui, then without further hesitation, turned and ran in the opposite direction. Shisui couldn't help but feel relieved, though truthfully, he didn't want Kakashi to go back with them. The two of them slowly made their way toward the Uchiha compound. The great upheaval in Konoha didn't seem to have affected the Uchiha clan. Inside the massive clan residence, only a few scattered lights were on, casting a strange, eerie quiet over the area. Yet, the air was thick with the heavy scent of blood. Shisui suddenly had a bad feeling. His pupils contracted as he stepped over the threshold, his heart growing heavy as he entered the clan's grounds. Mr. A said nothing, following behind him, continuing deeper into the compound. The lawn was in disarray, covered with terrifying scratch marks, and the ground was littered with signs of destruction. It looked as if a wild beast had passed through, or perhaps there had been a fierce battle. Dry blood stains still lingered on the nearby grass and trees. The growing sense of foreboding weighed on Shisui's mind, and he could no longer remain calm. He quickened his pace, running desperately toward the heart of the clan. Shido. Raima. Cookie-Eye. Is anyone here? Is anyone around? Shisui shouted loudly, calling out the names of people he knew. However, there was no response. The large Uchiha clan compound was shrouded in an eerie silence. When he reached a street, Shirsue's pupils shrank, and his heart sank. The wide street was covered with dried blood, and dismembered limbs and broken bodies were scattered all over the ground. It was hard to find a whole corpse. Shirsue walked through the street with a dazed look. Among the scattered body parts, he seemed to see familiar faces, friends and family from his past. However, the severed heads of those people were filled with disbelief and endless terror, as if they had seen some terrifying monster. The air around him felt frozen. The fear seemed like a ghost in the dark, silently consuming Shirsue's sanity. No, this can't be true. Shirsue trembled violently, constantly denying the terrifying thoughts racing through his mind. As if trying to prove that this was all a nightmare, he ran madly down the street, heading deeper into the compound. He pushed open every door along the way, not leaving a single one unchecked. But the hopeless truth was that no matter how many doors he opened, there was not a single living person inside. The blood flowing on the ground and the stench in the air seemed to stain the silent night with a terrifying blood-red hue. Unable to accept it, Shirsue continued searching the clan's compound, desperately looking for anyone who might have survived. Sensei. 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 Shirsue finally thought of one person. Maybe only she could explain all of this. However, cruel reality disappointed him once again. No matter how much he called, no one responded, only the hollow echo of his voice. Kid, you'd better step aside. At this moment, the silent Mr. suddenly stepped forward, his eyes fixed on something ahead. Shirsue, still confused about what had happened, was about to ask when he saw a small figure stumbling out of the shadows. Is that Itachi? In an instant, Shirsue recognized the small figure. But the next moment, as Itachi stepped out from the shadows, Shirsue's expression changed drastically, and his eyes burned with intense fury. The 5-year-old Itachi was drenched in blood, looking like a blood-soaked corpse. He was dragging a person who had been tortured and was covered in wounds. The battered person was someone Shirsue knew. It was Fugaku's mistress. To be precise, ever since Uchiha Mikoto took power, she had stopped caring about Fugaku, and the mad Fugaku wandered around aimlessly. Occasionally, he would regain some clarity, and in order to care for Fugaku, the clan assigned him a woman. The person Itachi had tortured was her. The woman was still alive, her abdomen swollen, clearly pregnant. Perhaps it was because of the unborn child in her belly, but despite having gone through such horrific torment, the woman was still alive. She gazed at Shirsue with eyes full of longing, as if pleading with him. It was as if she was silently begging, "Save me, save the child inside me." "You. What did you do?" "Itachi." Shirsue shouted, his voice filled with anger as he confronted the child who looked almost like a blood-soaked figure. In response to Shirsue's question, Itachi only tilted his head slightly, his innocent eyes meeting Shirsue's. "Shirsue, why are you angry?" I just returned them to the embrace of the true creator. Everyone should be thanking me, right?" His voice was broken, with strange static mixed in. When the words reached Shirsue's ears, they caused a strange, sharp pain to shoot through his nerves. Where is Sensei?" Shirsue clutched his head in agony, his eyes bloodshot, asking, "What did you do to Sensei?" "She was in my way," Itachi said, his lips curling into a twisted grin under the pale moonlight. His teeth were stained with blood. "But I couldn't beat her. She ran away. So, will you stop me, Shirsue?" Chapter 258, Chapter 257, Uchiha Itachi. "You're angry," Itachi said, tilting his head. He blinked his large, dark eyes, looking at Shirsue with innocence, and asked in a childish voice, "Why doesn't everyone want to, though?" In those jewel-like black eyes, there was a hint of clarity and purity, as if all the sins he had committed were nothing more than a fun game in his mind. His simple, childlike thoughts made him unable to understand why everyone was trying to stop him. "You've killed so many people." Shirsue's hatred burned in his eyes as he stared at the child, who looked like a demon. His teeth were gritted so hard they almost shattered, blood oozing from his mouth. His eyes were filled with red veins as he hissed angrily, "You took their lives. Do you think this is right, Itachi?" "I don't understand, life has never been taken away," Itachi said, his chubby face showing confusion. He bit his blood-stained finger and tilted his head. "It's just returning to the beginning. Why can't you understand?" The child's innocent explanation only made Shirsue angrier. He laughed in frustration and yelled, "What are you even talking about? Look around. They're all dead because of you. They're not breathing, they're not laughing, they're not alive anymore. They've turned into corpses. They're dead. Do you understand that? Dead." But despite Shirsue's fury, Itachi remained calm. "But death is not the end," Itachi said, his eyes clear and pure. His voice was flat, as though he were speaking about something very normal, with no emotion or fluctuation. Life, from the beginning, is born, and death is just a return. You don't understand. What are you talking about? Shursue felt a strange coldness rise in his chest. A memory from the past, accompanied by an inexplicable fear, flashed in his mind once more. He remembered that when Itachi was 3 years old, he had already shown terrifying talent. Even though Itachi had just become a chunin, Shursue had quickly found himself at a disadvantage in a fight with him, and if not for his sensei stopping the battle in time, Shursue probably would have died. In that battle, he deeply realized that Itachi, the Uchiha, was no ordinary human. Because he didn't have any typical human way of thinking, his actions always seemed strange. The only person who could suppress him was Uchiha Mikoto. But now, the monster was out. I was wrong, Itachi. Shursue closed his eyes, his memory stopped, and he lowered his voice, speaking in a deep tone. You are a monster that must be erased. A strong intuition told him that if Itachi was allowed to live, this terrifying child would cause unimaginable, terrifying disasters in the future. Can't you hear it? Itachi straightened his tilted head and blinked his innocent, big eyes. Can't you hear his voice? At that moment, Mr. A, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly brightened his eyes. Sure enough, this child could hear the Lord's voice. No wonder the Dark Saint had specifically instructed him to bring this child back. I have to kill you here. Shursue made up his mind. Even if it cost him dearly, he had to kill Itachi for Konoha and for his fallen clan. His Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and his killing intent was pure. I will use this eye, my Genjutsu, Koto Amatsukami. You're going to stop me? Itachi suddenly smiled and innocently said, then, I can kill you. However, just as the battle was about to start, and Shursue was about to activate Koto Amatsukami, a deep malice from behind froze him in place. It was as if his body had turned into a rusted puppet, unable to move even an inch. It's over now. Mr. A grinned, interrupting the soon-to-be battle. He stepped past Shursue and came to stand before Itachi. Though he hadn't yet grazed a soul, the number of Beyonder characteristics in his hands was not few. He had entrusted another saint to turn them into extraordinary items. The necklace he just used was a cursed soul necklace. It can briefly paralyze a person's consciousness and actions, but the side effect is that after it's over, it must consume a soul as a sacrifice. You want to stop me? Itachi looked at Mr. A with curious eyes, a trace of confusion on his small face. But your scent, it feels familiar. Who are you? You can call me Mr. A. Mr. A bowed gracefully, showing respect. I am not your enemy and certainly won't stop you. Shursue's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him, his mind in chaos. Suddenly, it felt like everything clicked together. Could it be that Mr. A from the Aurora Order came to Konoha for Itachi? You came to see me for something? Itachi tilted his head, his curiosity and interest in the sudden appearance of Mr. A seeming immense. You're interesting. I like you. Thank you for the compliment. Mr. A adjusted his black robe, then knelt on one knee, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his lips. I've come to bring you home, my lord, the saint. 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 Hearing these words, Shursue's suspicions were finally confirmed. So, you came to Konoha just to take Itachi away. What's so special about him? He tried to suppress his shock, glaring at Mr. A with gritted teeth. Did you already know something like this was going to happen today? Tell me. Itachi also seemed a little stunned. He paused for a moment before stiffly asking, home? Saint? I don't understand. It's all right, my lord, Mr. A said. You will understand soon enough. Mr. A knelt on one knee, slightly lifting his head, his gaze staying at a respectful, non-offensive level. You are the embodiment of the will of our Lord, and we are all your servants. Please, young lord, come back with me. The saint has been waiting for you for a long time. Okay. Itachi nodded, seemingly unconcerned about being deceived, and casually walked over. Wait. Shursue desperately struggled, trying to stop them from leaving. But his rigid body couldn't move, and all he could do was watch helplessly as Mr. A and Itachi's figures gradually disappeared into the night. Ah! Shursue's furious roar echoed through the empty street. His eyes were wide with anger, filled with hatred, his body trembling with helplessness. He pounded the ground, his throat letting out hoarse, beast-like growls. The one responsible for the massacre of the Uchiha clan was slipping away right before his eyes. Veins bulged on Shursue's forehead, his eyes filled with murderous intent and madness, staring in the direction where the two had gone. I swear. I will kill you, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 259, Chapter 258, Indra and Azura. At this moment, the woman next to him, who had been tortured beyond recognition, let out a painful groan. In his fury, Shursue was immediately drenched with cold water, his mind suddenly clearing up. He turned toward the sound, as though he had found a chance for redemption. The Uchiha clan had been slaughtered, with only a few remaining. Every single clan member was crucial to him now, and he couldn't afford to lose anyone. Shisui wasted no time, quickly running over in a few large steps. He crouched down and anxiously checked on the woman. Though he wasn't a trained medical ninja, just a quick glance made his mood turn heavy. Hold on a little longer. I'm going to find a medical ninja right now. You have to hold on. The chances of surviving such severe injuries were slim. Unless, of course, the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, were here. But the problem was, that woman had been out of sight for a long time, and it was far too late to rely on her now. Shisui wasn't going to give up on her. She was one of the last remaining members of the Uchiha clan. He bent down and carefully lifted her in his arms, preparing to go find a medical ninja when, suddenly, the woman, barely clinging to life, summoned an unbelievable strength. She grabbed his wrist tightly, her voice hoarse, repeating the same words over and over. Help, help me. Please, help me. The woman desperately pleaded, forcing her bloodshot eyes open. Okay, tell me, how can I help you? Shisui said, nervously watching her, feeling at a loss. After receiving his promise, the woman seemed to summon the last of her strength. Trembling, she lifted her head and gazed at her swollen belly. Child. I can't hold on much longer. Please, take the baby out, raise them, please. What? Shisui was shocked by the request. His mind froze for half a second as he stared blankly at the woman and her swollen belly. Please. The woman's blood-stained fingers gripped Shisui's wrist tightly, her eyes full of desperation and pleading. She was dying, but the child inside her still had a chance to survive. At this moment, as a mother, the strength she found wasn't for her own survival, but to beg Shisui to save her child. Shisui's lips turned pale, his eyes trembling as his mind battled with the decision. He knew this was the best option. Given the woman's injuries, even if she made it to the Konoha hospital, her chances of survival were slim. But for him to personally cut the unborn child from her womb, despite being accustomed to death and violence, Shisui felt a chill. He hesitated. Please, please. Her voice grew weaker, and blood continued to pour from her mouth. Save the child, take it out. After struggling with his emotions, Shisui clenched his teeth, his eyes reddening, and nodded heavily. Okay. I'll save you. Hang in there. He pulled out his kunai and looked at the woman's swollen belly again. His hesitation grew heavier. He had always believed that a ninja, familiar with bloodshed and death, would not hesitate once they made a decision. But in that moment, Shisui's hand shook as if he couldn't even hold the kunai properly. The woman looked at him gently, then lifted her blood-stained hand to rest lightly on his. It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm not in pain. Her comforting words gave Shisui the courage to act. He took a deep breath, gripping the kunai tightly. Then, cautiously, as if performing a delicate surgery, he peeled away the eggshell without breaking the thin membrane inside. The sharp kunai cut through the woman's abdomen, slicing through layers of muscle. Bright red blood poured out. Soon, as the abdomen was opened, Shisui saw the baby inside, wrapped in amniotic fluid, curled up into a small ball. Its skin was red and wrinkled, and the belly was connected by an umbilical cord. Cutting the umbilical cord to completely separate the baby from the mother, this painful surgery that tortured Shisui's heart was finally coming to an end. Throughout the entire process, the woman did not make a sound, remaining silent as though afraid to disturb him. Look, this is your child, very healthy, Shisui said, his eyes red. He was moved by the woman's will. Gently, he held the baby and placed it in front of the woman, wanting her to see the child she had brought into the world, a life saved by her sacrifice. It's a girl. Name her Sasuke. The woman's eyes filled with love, intense and passionate, like a bright light shining in the darkness. I hope she can have good luck and live a strong life. Sasuke. It means help others or help oneself, symbolizing the hope that the child would live a life full of good fortune and success. But in this moment, the mother's hope was for the child to have the strength to survive, aided by good fortune. Sasuke, 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 Shisui whispered the name softly, looking at the mother. He said in a serious tone, don't worry, I'll raise Sasuke. Thank you so much. After receiving his promise, the woman finally closed her tired eyes in peace. So much had happened this night. The S-rank rogue ninja Obito's invasion had caused the tailed beasts to go out of control. Kushina Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, died, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was severely injured and near death. Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya had joined forces to repel Obito and resealed the tailed beast into the body of the newly born child from the Uzumaki clan, Naruto Uzumaki. On the other side, Mr. A from the Aurora Order took advantage of the situation, indirectly causing the Uchiha clan to be wiped out. Uchiha Mikoto's whereabouts remain unknown, while the true culprit, Uchiha Itachi, was labeled an S-rank rogue ninja. He became the youngest and most dangerous rogue ninja in the history of the ninja world, at just 5 years old. Konoha Hospital. Just-born Sasuke and Naruto were coincidentally placed in the same nursery room. One is the last remaining bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, with the Nine Tails sealed inside him. He is a hero who saved Konoha and the son of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. The other is from the legendary Uchiha clan, one of the last remaining bloodlines. He awakened his Sharingan the moment he was born, a natural-born prodigy just like Itachi. It was easy to predict that, in the near future, both would display extraordinary talents, perhaps even shocking the entire ninja world. But no one noticed that there was another being in the nursery room with the two babies. An elderly figure, with short horns on his forehead, 3 eyes, long white beard, and wearing what looked like a monk's robe, was holding a black staff. It was none other than the legendary sage of the 6 paths. He gazed at the 2 infants in the cradles, his eyes filled with kindness and warmth, and softly spoke, "Indra, Ashura, I hope that in this lifetime, as Mr. Adams said, you can truly resolve the 1,000-year-long conflict between you two in this way." Chapter 260, Chapter 259, Doubts about the Night of Genocide. The plan for the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura was, of course, devised by Adam. Out of some twisted sense of amusement, he finally achieved the goal from his previous life. Indeed, the true orthodox main relationship of Naruto should have been Naruto and Sasuke. Forget about Hinata and Sakura, they were all part of some cult. As for Indra's gender, changing from brother to sister, that was just a small, insignificant issue. The Sage of 6 Path must have been pleased to see that the centuries-old feud between these two brothers would finally come to an end. After leaving the noisy nursery, the Sage of 6 Path reported everything that had happened to Adam through a prayer ritual. Then, he disappeared once more, returning to the Pure Land. Dawn had finally arrived. A ray of morning light pierced through the night, and the warm sunlight fell upon the ruins. Ninjas were busy, searching for survivors who had been buried under the rubble in the disaster from the previous night. People were doing what they could to save as many lives as possible. The Konoha hospital had been destroyed and would have to be rebuilt elsewhere to accommodate the injured from the war. "How are you feeling, old man?" Jiraiya sat in a hospital room, visiting the severely injured Sarutobi Hiruzen. His expression was a bit complicated. In the past, he had felt deeply disappointed with the events in Konoha and his teacher's series of political measures. Eventually, he had become disillusioned and shifted his life's focus to finding the child of prophecy who could change the world, as foretold by the great Toad Sage. Until last night, his feelings towards Sarutobi Hiruzen had slightly changed. The old man lay in the hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages, with several broken bones. But it was all worth it, because during the chaos of the Nine Tails rampage, he had single-handedly held the beast at bay until Minato and he arrived to reseal the beast inside Naruto. That night, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation reached its peak once again. "You came back, that's good." Sarutobi was seriously injured, but it didn't stop him from speaking. "Konoha really needs you right now, Jiraiya." "Stop right there." Jiraiya crossed his arms, making a gesture of refusal. "I know what you're going to say, I'm not up for it, I can't do it, find someone else." His 3 refusals left Sarutobi speechless, his eyelid twitching. After a long pause, he sighed and pointed to a table nearby, irritated. "Go, get my pipe. These nurses are watching me too closely, they won't even give me a chance." "Old man, can you smoke a little less?" Jiraiya looked reluctant but still handed over the pipe obediently. "You're old, and you've been seriously injured. Aren't you afraid you'll die if you keep smoking?" "Stop talking nonsense. Not smoking would make me die." Sarutobi took the pipe, lit it, and took a deep drag, finally speaking. "How's the investigation into the Uchiha clan going?" When the serious topic came up, Jiraiya stopped his playful attitude and spoke in a low voice. "The entire clan, there are only 2 people left. I've checked the bodies, and it's hard to believe that a 5-year-old child could do this on their own." "What do you mean?" Sarutobi furrowed his brow, smoking heavily, and looked out of the window of the hospital room without finishing his sentence. "According to Uchiha Shirsue's intel, aside from him and the newborn child, there's one person still alive." Jiraiya sighed deeply, his tone strangely serious as he uttered a name. Uchiha Mikoto disappeared on the night of the massacre. The Nine Tails incident wasn't caused by Uchiha Obito alone. Recalling the Sharingan he saw in the Nine Tails' eyes last night, Sarutobi's mood grew heavier. The ability to control the Nine Tails. "I can only think of one person who could do that. But that person is dead." Jiraiya knew exactly who Sarutobi meant, Uchiha Madara, the former founding figure of Konoha, the shinobi world's demon. But that was impossible, because Madara had died long ago in battle with the First Hokage. "Yes, so." Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, and after a long pause, he slowly said, "Seal all information about the Uchiha massacre night, classify it as S rank." "All right. Is there anything else?" Jiraiya casually sat on the edge of the bed. Once we're done here, I'll be leaving soon. Can't you stay a little longer? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked helplessly. Why wouldn't his disciple want to stay? I'm afraid not, old man. Jiraiya sighed and raised his hands in a shrug. I have too much to do, and there are more important matters. More important than Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Perhaps, yes. Jiraiya nodded, his expression serious. Old man, there have been huge changes in the ninja world that you don't know about. I need to investigate where these changes are coming from. This matter is far more important than Konoha. All right, I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to give up on keeping Jiraiya there. After thinking for a moment, he added, in that case, as your sensei, I'll assign you a secret mission. What mission? Jiraiya didn't refuse. After all, the more tasks there were, the less he felt bothered by them. Find Uchiha Mikoto and investigate the truth behind the night of the Uchiha massacre. Sarutobi Hiruzen extinguished the tobacco in his pipe and put it down, his face serious. But remember, don't let anyone else know about this. Understood. Why not have Uchiha Shirsue investigate it? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. It would make more sense for a member of the Uchiha clan to handle this, so why was he the one being sent? I can't trust him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reasoning was simple but direct. Uchiha Shirsue was Mikoto's disciple. If he said he had nothing to do with the incident, it would be hard for anyone to believe. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to send someone who was an outsider to Konoha, someone who wasn't tied to the Uchiha clan, to investigate the night of the massacre and Uchiha Mikoto's involvement. My intuition tells me that this situation is far more complicated than it seems, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, furrowing his brows and sighing deeply. The mysteries are piling up, and I have a bad feeling a storm is about to hit. We need to prepare in advance. After their conversation ended, several days passed before Jiraiya left the village. As for Minato Namikaze, after losing his wife, he was devastated. He entrusted Naruto to Sarutobi Hiruzen's care and, in honor of his late wife Kushina, used her surname to name the child Uzumaki Naruto. After doing so, he left Konohagakure. Soon after, news of the Kyuubi incident in Konoha, along with the massacre of the Uchiha clan, spread throughout the entire ninja world. A 5-year-old boy had single-handedly slaughtered a powerful ninja clan, shocking the entire world of shinobi. Many began to refer to him as the clan killer Uchiha, calling him the most ruthless rogue ninja in history. His bounty was placed on the underground bounty board, a staggering 350 million ryo, ranking first, leaving all other bounties far behind. By the way, the bounty on the clan killer Uchiha was equivalent to 10 times that of Asuma's. Chapter 261, Chapter 260, The Last Meeting. In a grand and imposing structure, resembling an eternal corpse cathedral, a figure sat solemnly on a tall bronze bench. This figure seemed to possess countless faces, created by the overlapping appearances of all beings, emanating an endless aura of authority. Looking around, confirming the status of each soul-linking oil lamp, Uchiha Sogetsu made his decision. He gently raised his right hand. The figure holding a brass oil lamp, accompanied by the subtle waves of the sea of collective subconscious, caused illusory figures to be drawn into the deepest layer of the dream. Among them were members of the Twilight Hermit Order, Orochimaru, White Fang, Konan, Inoki, Uchiha Mikoto, the Sage of Six Paths, and others. This meeting was sudden, so much so that the summoned members seemed both confused and surprised. While they had all experienced being summoned before, it usually had a reason behind it or they were informed in advance. But this time, being summoned all at once gave them a sense that something was different. Orochimaru, feeling an unsettling tension, glanced toward the high seat. The others, nearly in unison with him, also felt uneasy and looked at the towering seat, seemingly waiting for Adam to reveal the mystery. Finally, under Orochimaru's lead, everyone greeted the figure in the high seat. Uchiha Sogetsu lightly tapped the bronze table, a gesture in return for their greetings. Once everyone had seated themselves, he gazed at the sides of the table, his voice low and calm. The reason I have gathered you is to discuss a few matters. Additionally, I may disappear for some time in the near future. Upon hearing these words, a sense of unease filled the hearts of those present. It felt as though the foreboding anxiety had finally come true. Though surprised, they remained calm. Perhaps, after witnessing so many unbelievable events over the past 3 years, and having experienced countless things beyond logic since joining the Twilight Hermit Order, they were no longer the same people they once were. Mr. Adam, may I ask where you will be going? Orochimaru asked, adjusting his posture and speaking with a respectful tone, voicing what was on everyone's mind. In their eyes, Adam was omnipotent. He seemed to have never shown any weakness, and had always been this way. They believed he would continue to be this way in the future. But now, that all-powerful Adam had said, I need to leave for a while, which left the members of the Twilight Hermit Order curious about what could have caused Adam to say such a thing. I will go to the starry sky to face some ancient existences that are above the sequences. Uchiha Sogetsu maintained a calm tone and said, there is a threat related to the apocalypse there, and I must stop it, at least delay it for a while. The phrase, above the sequences, caused the members of the Twilight Hermit Order to show expressions of shock. Their understanding of the sequences was still limited to the Blasphemy Slate, with sequence 0 at the top. But now, from Adam's words, they learned that above sequence 0, the true gods, there were still ancient existences above the sequences. It became clear to Orochimaru, who now looked up in awe and excitement. Adam was not a true god, but rather an ancient existence above the sequences. It should be so. It was meant to be so. Exactly. Orochimaru still remembered the myth Adam had told, in which he was born from the beginning, and thus must be an ancient existence that surpasses the sequences, one that stands above the true gods. Unlike Orochimaru, who was focused on this revelation, Sage of the Six Paths was more concerned with Adam's mention of the apocalypse. Mr. Adam, is the apocalypse you speak of related to the moon? The Sage of the Six Paths immediately guessed that Adam's disappearance had something to do with that thing on the moon. No, there's more than one thing spying on this planet. Uchiha Sogetsu spoke with deep, mysterious words, which sent fear and dread through everyone present. Although it was a lie, it didn't stop him from scaring them, considering he had already made so many enemies, a few more wouldn't matter. Clearly, everyone was shaken by this news, especially the Sage of the Six Paths, whose already pale complexion became even more so. This was because, compared to the others, he understood better just how terrifying the weight of the words, above the sequences, really was. At first, it was just a name, yet it almost drove him to madness. And now, such terrifying existences are not just one, but several, all watching this planet. The Sage of Six Paths revealed a bitter expression. I don't know whether I should feel relieved or sorrowful. Out of all the countless stars in the endless sky, why is it that only our planet is so special? In response, Uchiha Sogetsu did not answer, or rather, he didn't need to answer. Sometimes, silence is the best response, because there are others who will provide the explanation for him. I guess it has to do with Mr. Adam and the true creator, Orochimaru mused, recalling the myth Adam had mentioned, about the two wills born from the original creator. It all clicked together. Uchiha Sogetsu subtly cast an appreciative glance. Having a subordinate like Orochimaru was sometimes extremely useful. For example, now, he didn't need to say anything himself. Orochimaru perfectly explained everything. Tap tap. The sound of fingers lightly tapping the bronze table broke their thoughts. Uchiha Sogetsu continued, during my absence, meetings will be held on the 15th of each lunar month. You can still use this place for secret gatherings. As you wish, Mr. Adam, everyone responded. The second matter concerns the Aurora Order. You can continue your investigation, but be cautious. Uchiha Sogetsu paused for a moment before adding, if you encounter any problems, you can try praying to me. If necessary, I will respond. He stressed the word necessary, making it clear that unless it was urgent, they shouldn't disturb him. Understood, Mr. Adam. We won't bother you unless absolutely necessary. Orochimaru immediately took the lead in assuring, with the rest following suit. This gathering ends here. Uchiha Sogetsu leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes and issuing the order to dismiss the guests. Your will is our wish. Members of the Twilight Hermit Order took one last look at the tall figure before leaving, burying their unease deep inside. After watching all the members leave, Uchiha Sogetsu sat alone in the corpse cathedral. After a brief moment of silence, he reached out toward the ocean of his subconscious. A formless, ethereal consciousness soon manifested in the hall. It was a woman with wine-red long hair, Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina's eyes were unfocused, clearly in a hypnotic state. Before her death, Kushina's consciousness was preserved by Sogetsu through the manipulation of the Sea of Collective Subconscious. However, he did not intend for her to join the Twilight Hermit Order. Instead, he merged her consciousness deep into Naruto Uzumaki's subconscious mind. One day in the future, when necessary, Kushina would awaken from within Naruto's body. Consider it a small indulgence, Sogetsu said with a faint smile, fulfilling a wish from his past life. Chapter 262, Chapter 261, Go to the Moon. Uchiha Sogetsu sat calmly on the tall bronze bench in the corpse cathedral. His deep, distant light golden eyes pierced through the sea of collective subconscious of all living beings. Through others' mental gateways, he observed everything happening in Konoha, taking it all in. Just as planned, the tide of the times had shifted off track and was now moving in the direction he had hoped for. Now, it's time. For this moment, Uchiha Sogetsu had prepared for 3 years. He was about to journey to the mysterious moon to uncover the secrets hidden deep within this world. Uchiha Sogetsu pressed his hand against the armrest and slowly rose from the bronze chair. The island of consciousness in the depths of the subconscious sea rippled with a force, sending waves throughout. A manipulator at sequence 4 could create virtual personalities, but that was never enough. So, over the past 3 years, he had quietly hypnotized tens of thousands of living beings, drawing a fragment of their soul from the depths of each being's consciousness and giving it awareness. In this way, a nearly perfect avatar had been created. As he rose from his seat, a pure consciousness was left behind on the bronze chair. This consciousness slowly solidified, becoming like a real life, shedding its hazy, dim glow. It had curled light golden hair and a beard, with a humble and gentle demeanor, wearing a simple white robe, a cross pendant hanging from its chest, and eyes as clear and pure as a child's. "Hello, Adam." "Hello, Sogetsu." The two exchanged a glance, and thoughts flowed between their eyes. Adam had inherited some Beyonder characteristics, possessing the power of Sequence 4 Manipulator, along with the same memories and thoughts. In a certain sense, he was Uchiha Sogetsu. "Next, it's yours, Adam." Uchiha Sogetsu looked at Adam and handed over a yellowed notebook. "You should know what to do." "The Grozel's travels, huh?" "I understand." Adam took the notebook from his hands. After pausing to glance at it, he fixed his gaze on Sogetsu and said in a calm tone, "The divine kingdom of the Dragon of Imagination, the City of Miracles, Liveseed, from a rank perspective, is indeed enough to seal the corruption of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. But..." He paused slightly, his light golden eyebrows furrowing with a hint of confusion. "Wouldn't it be more useful to bring it along?" The Grozel's Travels was a mystical item created by the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, using the authority of the Sequence 0 visionary. Inside it was sealed his divine kingdom, the City of Miracles, Liveseed, as well as the corruption from God. In terms of rank, it definitely surpassed the lingering corruption of the Mother Goddess of Depravity on the moon. Among the items Sogetsu currently possessed, the Grozel's Travels was undoubtedly the most valuable and of the highest rank. Yet, for this very reason, Adam couldn't understand why Sogetsu would leave the Grozel's Travels behind when going to the moon. "No, I must leave it here." Uchiha Sogetsu shook his head, his gaze deep as he stared at the notebook. There was a trace of caution and wariness in his tone as he explained, "While the Mother Goddess of Depravity is troublesome, this notebook is the real problem for me. If it's not absolutely necessary, I'd rather leave it to gather dust than take it out." "You mean Ankwelt?" Adam, inheriting his memories, naturally guessed what Sogetsu was thinking. The Grozel's Travels wasn't just a mystical item with the rank of Sequence 0. In essence, it was one of the resurrection backups arranged by Ankwelt, the Dragon of Imagination. In the LOTM worldview, the higher the sequence rank of an extraordinary being, the greater their suppression over beings of the same rank. And when it came to the arrangements of true gods, caution was always required, or else any mistake could turn into someone else's gain. Not entirely. "You forgot about the big guy." A bitter smile appeared on Sogetsu's lips as he rubbed his furrowed brow and sighed. "Inside the Grozel's Travels is also sealed the corruption of God. This God is not the same as the one you might think of. It refers to a being with the status of the Great Old Ones, a power greater than that of gods. This God is one of the 3 pillars and embodies the uniqueness of containing the 5 omniscient and omnipotent paths, fully encompassing the primordial chaos sea. It is also one of the personalities that separated from the primordial one. In other words, in front of this God, the Mother Goddess of Depravity is nothing at all. This God only needs one word to transform the Mother Goddess of Depravity into the pure love war God. That's the difference between the two. He would rather be corrupted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity than by this God, because if you had to compare the two, the former might still offer a glimmer of hope, while the latter leaves no chance for survival. "Now that I think about it, leaving it here with me seems more appropriate," Adam said thoughtfully. "Anything related to the Great Old Ones must never be taken lightly." He sighed. "This will be a very dangerous journey. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to go," Uchiha Sogetsu responded lightly, not showing much concern. "But since it's an invitation from the system, I suppose we have to see it through." "Are you confident?" Adam asked, still frowning, his unease growing. He couldn't shake the feeling that this dangerous journey would end badly. Perhaps his unease stemmed from his memory of the story of Emperor Russell. The corruption from higher-tier beings was extremely deadly to those from lower tiers. "Confidence? Maybe. I just hope it goes smoothly." Uchiha Sogetsu shared Adam's unease, though he kept it hidden. This would be the first time they would face an outer god from the mysterious world, a true, great old one. Adam, sitting on the bronze bench, slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he spoke. "If something goes wrong, I will destroy you." "That's exactly what I want," Sogetsu replied calmly. Hearing this, Uchiha Sogetsu smiled, unfazed. "Then I will revive you." Adam paused for a few seconds, looking at him. His pale golden eyes rippled slightly as he spoke. "That's right." Uchiha Sogetsu nodded and said, "And this is part of my plan. You are my backup for resurrection. Let me correct you, not the only one." Adam looked at him meaningfully, speaking faintly. "Heh." Uchiha Sogetsu chuckled lightly, who knows? Maybe you really are the only one. In a way, you don't seem like God Almighty, Adam said, a barely noticeable smile on his lips. Your way of doing things is more like Lord of Mysteries. Spare me, I don't want to be Lord of Mysteries. Uchiha Sogetsu shook his head, laughing. It's too hated, being that way isn't a good thing. The two fell into a brief silence before, as if on cue, they both laughed. Now, this place belongs to you. With all preparations complete, Uchiha Sogetsu no longer hesitated and stepped toward the outside of the corpse church. Watching his retreating figure, Adam, sitting on the bronze bench, gazed with deep, pale golden eyes until the figure disappeared from view. Only then did he slowly lower his gaze, like a lifelike stone sculpture. After a long while, he finally spoke softly, I wish you success, and hope everything goes smoothly. Chapter 263, Chapter 262, God's Call. Lately, for some unknown reason, Jiggan had been feeling a constant headache. It was as if every nerve was being stabbed with needles, a burst of pain that felt like being burned by flames, making it impossible for him to focus. Illusory voices drifted from all directions, seeming to seep into his ears from every crack. Jiggan felt like his head was about to explode, his thoughts clouded by a fog, as though an invisible hand was pulling him down into some strange and bizarre dream. Hallucinations of vivid images flashed in his mind, as if they were forcibly inserted and were playing out in a broken, fragmented way. A man in a black robe with long hair and a pair of crown-like horns on his head appeared, but Jiggan could never see the man's face clearly. It was as though his image was shrouded in a mist of illusion. However, the man's Rinnegan on his forehead unmistakably revealed his identity. The man's lips moved, as though he was speaking something, but unfortunately, Jiggan couldn't hear it clearly. Soon, amidst the fragmented images, a blood-red moon appeared behind the mysterious Otsutsuki, giving off an unsettling and ominous aura. It was at this moment that the mysterious Otsutsuki's voice grew clearer. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. It felt like a hard blow to the back of his head, followed by a searing needle piercing his brain, twisting and turning inside. Jiggan immediately felt dizzy, losing control as he knelt to the ground. Veins bulged grotesquely on his forehead, and he let out a terrifying low growl, like a monstrous demon. It was unclear how much time passed, but eventually, the voice in his mind slowly faded away. Jiggan knelt, hands on the ground, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The great Otsutsuki. Shirbai. But hasn't he been dead for a long time? The Otsutsuki that had appeared in his hallucination just now was named Otsutsuki Shirbai, one of the closest beings to a god in the Otsutsuki clan. Over the course of thousands of years, he devoured hundreds of god tree fruits and possessed unbelievable power. But the problem was, this Otsutsuki Shirbai, the one closest to a god, had died long ago, leaving only an empty shell. No one knows who exactly killed Otsutsuki Shirbai, the being closest to a god. However, the man in the recent hallucination was undoubtedly Otsutsuki Shirbai. Could it be? Otsutsuki Shirbai is not dead. Jiggan thought of this possibility, his pupils shrinking instantly. His breathing grew rapid, and his excitement made his whole body tremble. Has Otsutsuki Shirbai really transcended the boundaries of life and become a god? The Otsutsuki clan roams across the universe, constantly planting the god tree, absorbing the life force of planets, bearing fruit, and then devouring it, only to move on to the next planet. This cycle repeats endlessly with the goal of transcending the boundaries of life and ultimately entering the domain of the gods. The images that had just appeared in his mind only further convinced Ashiki that the legendary Otsutsuki Shirbai was not dead. Instead, Shirbai had transcended the realm of life and entered the domain of gods. The fragmented visions he had experienced were, without a doubt, divine revelations sent by the Otsutsuki god to him. At the thought of this possibility, excitement surged through Jiggan's body. He slowly lifted his head, gazing at the vast blue sky, where he could vaguely sense that the source of that voice was from a small asteroid orbiting this planet. That planet was the moon, which sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya and the shell of the Ten Tails Outer Path sage statue. Kagaya. 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 Jiggan covered his face, peering through his fingers. His eyes were dark and cold, and a cruel smile curled on his lips. Very well, it seems I must resolve this ancient grudge from 1,000 years ago, sooner than expected. Memories from 1,000 years ago rushed back like a tide. At that time, he had been Kagaya's superior, and they had come to this planet to plant the god tree together. However, during the process, Kagaya had attacked him unexpectedly to seize the god tree's fruit for herself, leaving him severely wounded and near death. Forced into a corner, he had to reside within Jiggan's body to recover, while also waiting for the right opportunity to reclaim the god tree's fruit. Now, the time had come. Jiggan followed the guidance in his mind and found a ruined ruin. He slowly explored along a broken road in the ruins. On either side were walls made of stacked stones, now worn and yellowed from the long passage of time, covered in thick vines that looked like a heavy spring coat. It gave off an air of historical change, the weight and vastness left behind by the ages. If this were a tourist spot, it would definitely be considered a great place to visit. However, Jiggan wasn't in the mood to admire how rich in history this ancient city was. No matter how ancient it was, it couldn't compare to his own richness. Roughly tearing open the ruined site and carving out a spacious path for walking, he followed the hint in his mind and found the passage buried beneath the ruins of the ancient city. This passage was very old, narrow, dark, and the damp, stale air was pungent. Jiggan frowned slightly, showing some disgust, but after considering the purpose of this passage, he pinched his nose and quickened his pace into the passage. He kept moving until he reached the underground area beneath the ruins, a huge space that looked like a cave system. In the center of this cave was a light blue lake, with crystal stones growing all over the surrounding rock walls. What stood out was that around the lake were large, bubble-like things, drifting slowly, completely blocking the path to the lake. Defensive sealing technique. Jiggan gazed at the bubbles, his lips curling into a cold smirk. Looks like I've found it. That passage is indeed right here. With that, he walked directly toward the lake, completely ignoring the bubbles. Divine technique, Shinjutsu Sakunehikona. Just as the bubbles were about to touch him, a golden light flashed from Jiggan's right eye, and his Kokugan activated. The bubbles instantly shrank, becoming as small as sesame seeds, and the previously blocked path revealed a wide opening. Jiggan leapt forward, jumping straight into the light blue lake. Splash. Water splashed as ripples spread across the lake's surface. Jiggan, who had submerged into the lake, moved like a swift flying fish. With a sudden burst of speed, he darted forward, creating waves beneath the water. The deeper he went, the darker the lake's color became, gradually shifting from light blue to a disturbing, ominous red, filled with an eerie and unsettling aura. But that wasn't all. The density of the lake's depths was also increasing. At some point, the water around him changed, turning into a thick, gel-like substance, as though it contained some form of life. Jiggan could even hear something akin to a heartbeat, a pulsing rhythm like that of a living creature. A strong sense of unease surged in his mind, triggering frantic warnings. However, just as Jiggan hesitated, the urging voice echoed once more in his mind. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. Jiggan regained his determination, his eyes firm with resolve. Muttering to himself, he said, "No, I can't give up. I'm so close to the god. It's Otsutsuki Shiba calling me." Yet, if one were to look into his eyes at that moment, they would see two unfamiliar figures reflected deep within his pupils. Chapter 264, Chapter 263, A Utopia Far Away from the World. In the center of the pink-colored lake, a vortex suddenly appeared. The violent water flow stirred up raging tides, crashing against the rocks on the shore and spraying waves into the air. Boom. With a loud roar, tens of thousands of tons of lake water were lifted into the sky. Amidst the mist of water, a humanoid figure appeared, dressed in a white long-sleeved tuxedo and loose black pants, exuding an elegant aura. His skin was pale, almost resembling ash, and on his head, there was a crown-like structure extending from the back of his head to the front, resembling horns. He stepped through the dark cracks in the void, as though walking on a staircase. He looked like a god, one who controlled the order of the world, and the air around him trembled as he passed. The mysterious intruder was none other than Otsutsuki Ishiki, in his true form, not in the human form of Jiggan. However, after looking around, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, showing a hint of confusion. He muttered, "This isn't right. Did I take the wrong path?" What greeted his eyes was a vast expanse of lush, untouched forest. Not far from the lake, there was an abandoned ancient city ruin, similar to the one he had encountered before. It had also been abandoned for a long time and was covered in thick vines. This place seemed almost identical to the place he had been before. Otsutsuki Ishiki, feeling puzzled, wanted to find the answer. He raised his head to look at the sky. The sun, giving off a warm yet somewhat blinding light, was still hanging high above. But it was this very glance that revealed something to him. A cold smile crept across his lips. In this sky, there was only the sun. But the true sky could never have just the sun. Even during the day, stars would only be obscured by the sunlight, not disappear completely. There was a problem. Byakugan. Veins, thick and grotesque, bulged around the eye sockets. With a 360-degree view, unobstructed by any blind spots, Otsutsuki Ishiki's vision was enhanced, instantly seeing through layers of disguise. The sun hanging in the sky was, in reality, some kind of artificial device. The true sky was actually a thick, several hundred meters of rock crust, incredibly hard. Beyond that was the vast, endless expanse of stars, and a massive, blue planet. Clearly, he had not arrived at the wrong place. Instead, through the lake, he had directly entered the interior of that satellite. Humph. Otsutsuki Ishiki snorted coldly, expressing his disdain. Through the Byakugan, he noticed something beneath the ruins of the ancient city, an apparatus of some sort. A voice in his mind seemed to be guiding him toward it. Without hesitation, Otsutsuki Ishiki transformed into a sharp arrow in an instant. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a powerful shockwave erupted. The roaring air seemed like a giant dragon, streaking through the sky, leaving cracks in its wake. Arriving above the ancient city ruins, Otsutsuki Ishiki gazed down, his brow furrowing. Disgust and repulsion flashed in his eyes. Beneath the ruins, blood-colored roots of some kind of plant spread across the ground, completely exposed to the sunlight. They looked like veins in the human body, wildly growing throughout the city, filling every corner. But what truly disturbed him were the tangled, blood-colored roots. They were covered in clusters of growths that resembled tumors from some kind of disease. Some of these tumors had bloomed like flower buds, revealing flower petals that looked disturbingly like female genitalia. These repulsive flower-like structures were pulsing, almost as if they were breathing, oozing brown-green pus from within. Otsutsuki Ishiki's forehead veins bulged, and his eyelids uncontrollably twitched. He thought he had visited many planets and had seen it all, believing that nothing could shake his state of mind anymore. But reality slapped him in the face. He had never seen anything as strange, disturbing, and mentally overwhelming as this. It was so bizarre that it made him feel physically uncomfortable, challenging his mental limits. Just one glance at it sent his mind into a spiral, like being thrown into a vortex and spinning thousands of times in a short period. He felt dizzy, as though pricked by needles. At that moment, the voice calling in his mind became even clearer. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. It was the call of Otsutsuki Shirbai, and it was close. Ishiki gritted his teeth, enduring the sharp pain in his mind like being stabbed with needles, trying to locate the source of the voice. Soon, he found it, the blood-red plant roots scattered across the ruins of the ancient city. They all came from a deep chasm that looked like a crack in the earth. When he reached the edge of the chasm, Ishiki inexplicably felt a chill in his chest, as if something life-threatening was about to happen, which made him halt. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. The voice called again, louder this time. The thought of coming into close contact with Otsutsuki Shirbai, the god of the Otsutsuki clan, made his breathing more erratic. His face reddened, veins bulging, and he looked almost crazed, as though consumed by obsession. It's fine. This is Otsutsuki Shirbai, it's the god calling me. Under the influence of the voice that kept urging him in his mind, Ishiki no longer hesitated. He jumped into the chasm. In an instant, the surrounding darkness, silent and without light, completely swallowed him up. He didn't know how much time passed. In a dazed state, Ishiki's senses returned. A cold, chilling wind brushed against him, as if mixed with soft whispers. Gradually, his thoughts began to clear. As his consciousness regained control over his body, Ishiki slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a mist of deep red. It seemed like some kind of living creature, coiled above, slowly wriggling. As his mind cleared, Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly flipped over and stood up. He didn't bother checking his condition and quickly scanned his surroundings to understand where he was. The first thing that caught his eye was the pinkish mist swirling around, much lighter than the one above. The space was dim, with thin light filtering through. What drew his attention the most, however, was a massive, human-shaped twisted statue, wrapped in blood-red branches. The statue was sitting cross-legged, with its hands in a lotus position as if praying. Its facial expression was horrific and twisted, resembling a demon. 9 eyes arranged horizontally were tightly shut. The blood-red branches seemed to have completely merged with the statue, growing from all parts of its body, binding it. Sickening brown growth sprouted all over the statue, blooming into blood-red, eerie flowers. From the flower's center, which resembled a female body, a brown-green pus oozed continuously. Is this the shell of the 10 tails? Otsutsuki Ishiki stared at the strange statue, a familiar feeling rising within him. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he recognized the statue. It was the god tree, the shell of the 10 tails, also called the outer path golem. But the blood-red branches, what were those? Then, Otsutsuki Ishiki noticed something else. Beneath the outer path golem, there was actually a town. The architecture and layout were similar to the ruins of the ancient cities he had seen before. The difference was that this town wasn't a ruin, it had a lively atmosphere. He could sense a large amount of chakra, clearly indicating that people lived there. Welcome, stranger from another world. A small boy in a white robe suddenly appeared, as if from thin air, without any warning. Otsutsuki Ishiki's heart skipped a beat. His pupils shrank. He turned toward the voice, looking at the boy who had appeared behind him. Who are you? And where is this place? My name is Otsutsuki Tonari. The boy, expressionless with pale skin, his eyes tightly shut, spoke softly, as for where this is, it is the ideal land, far from the mundane world. Chapter 265, Chapter 264, They have already seen you. An ideal land far from the mundane world. When the little boy described it, Otsutsuki Ishiki found it quite laughable. This place was full of strange and eerie things, with an demonic statue of the outer path wrapped in blood-red branches. How could this possibly be called an ideal land? But Ishiki's experience kept him from speaking out. After quickly calming down, he first tried to use a space portal to see if he could leave this bizarre space. At any time, having an escape route was always the best choice. However, as expected, the space portal couldn't be activated. This strange and odd place seemed to have a special power that suppressed spatial travel. Ishiki frowned. After a brief silence, his gaze turned to the little boy beside him, and he slowly spoke, "You said your name is Otsutsuki Tonari. Does that mean you're from the Otsutsuki clan?" "Yes, but not just me." Tonari closed his eyes tightly, nodded slightly, and pointed toward the town. "Everyone here is from the Otsutsuki clan. All of them were from the Otsutsuki clan." Ridiculous. Ishiki sneered in his mind. They were merely hybrids, products of interbreeding with humans. They inherited a small part of the bloodline but didn't even have the Otsutsuki signature, horns. How dare they call themselves Otsutsuki? Of course, there was no need to say this out loud. Let these hybrids keep using the Otsutsuki surname for now. I didn't expect anyone still remembers the Otsutsuki name. Tonari turned to look at him and asked, "And you?" "Outsider." "I've introduced myself, so who are you? Why did you come to the moon?" Ishiki maintained a calm expression and replied, "I am Otsutsuki Ishiki, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. I discovered that someone summoned the demonic statue of the outer path, so I came to the moon to see what happened and why the seal of my ancestors failed." "I see, so you're a descendant of Hagoromo." His words were filled with ambiguity, some true, some false. Tonari couldn't tell the difference, but he nodded in understanding and said lightly, "No wonder you know about the Otsutsuki clan and the demonic statue of the outer path, Ghetto statue. But it doesn't matter. The 10 tails, the seal, those things, they're no longer important." "No longer important." Ishiki furrowed his brow and asked, "Then, what are those strange branches?" "Those things are a gift from the gods." When the monk spoke this word, a sincere faith appeared on his face. "They are from the great beings in the starry sky, who saved our clan from our empty, meaningless task. They pulled us from the endless hell and allowed us to escape the turmoil of the world, so that we could rest in this holy land." The so-called gift didn't really seem like a gift at all, no matter how you looked at it. At that moment, a long bell rang from the town. Boom. 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 After the third chime, the surrounding pink mist seemed to grow thicker. "It's starting." The monk looked toward the town, now shrouded in mist, his face gradually forming a faint smile. It was as if he was waiting for something, or perhaps even craving it. "What's starting?" The thickening pink mist made Otsutsuki Ishiki uneasy, giving him a sense of impending dread. However, the monk seemed to ignore his words, almost as if he were drawn to the sound of the bells. He stepped forward, slowly walking toward the town. Otsutsuki Ishiki found himself facing a dilemma. Should he follow the monk into the town or stay outside, where the mist was becoming more oppressive? He looked around, and deep within the thickening mist, an invisible fear seemed to wrap around his heart, choking the air out of him and making it hard to breathe. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ishiki gritted his teeth and followed the monk's footsteps. From deep within the mist, faint groaning sounds could be heard. Byakugan. With veins bulging around his eyes, Ishiki activated his Byakugan, shifting into his unique black and white vision, hoping to see what was hidden in the mist. The area, which had seemed empty before, now appeared to have many blurry, indistinct figures. They seemed like ghosts, wandering near them like lifeless puppets, embracing each other and repeatedly engaging in acts that pushed the limits of the human body. The groaning from earlier came from these figures. The atmosphere was filled with a kind of indulgent passion that seemed to lure out the desires buried deep within. But at that very moment, it was as though the ghostly figures sensed his gaze. They abruptly stopped their actions in unison. Then, the eyes of hundreds of figures turned toward him. V-Room. Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly felt a chill run through his body, his scalp tingling with unease. At that moment, Otsutsuki Tonari, who was ahead, seemed to sense something. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced Otsutsuki Ishiki with an icy expression. Although his eyes were tightly shut, there was a strange feeling as if he was staring directly at you. "Did you see them?" "What do you mean?" Otsutsuki Ishiki was confused, but the gaze of those ghosts around him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "Did you see them?" Tonari repeated, his tone now colder. "I saw them." Otsutsuki Ishiki hesitated and nodded. "Those things, it seems like they saw me too. What do we do now?" From the moment you saw them, Tonari's face showed an unfamiliar coldness. They have seen you as well. The figures, barely visible like ghosts, seemed to have seen him too. They let out meaningless shrieks and struggled to break free from their union, like mindless beasts, rushing toward him from all directions. Damn it. Otsutsuki Ishiki's pupils contracted, and he cursed inwardly. He shouted, "Hurry, run! Those ghostly things are coming after us." Tonari casually said, "Unfortunately, anyone who has seen them cannot leave this fog. Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier?" Otsutsuki Ishiki was both shocked and angry. It was then that he noticed that ghosts were only targeting him, completely ignoring Tonari beside him, as if they only attacked those who had seen them. After a brief silence, Tonari tilted his head and answered, "Because you never asked me." Otsutsuki Ishiki's veins popped in his forehead. He was so angry he almost wanted to strangle the brat. Tonari politely bowed, then said, "Well then, farewell, Otsutsuki Ishiki." Wait. Otsutsuki Ishiki began to feel afraid. Left alone in this ghostly place, who knew what else would show up? He shouted, "What are these things? Don't leave, come back here." However, Tonari paid him no attention, quickened his pace, and disappeared into the fog. Chapter 266, Chapter 265, It's him. The shadowy, indistinct figures of ghosts let out sharp, eerie howls. Using all four limbs like wild beasts, they rushed from all directions. Recovering from his anger and shock, Otsutsuki Ishiki no longer hesitated. A powerful surge of chakra exploded from within him, like a volcano about to erupt. The surrounding atmosphere and the ground trembled violently. Divine technique, Great Black Heaven. He raised his hand, clenched his fingers into a fist, and swung it down forcefully. His right eye activated its ocular technique, Great Black Heaven, bringing out the objects that had been shrunk and stored in another dimension. They returned to their original form. Giant black cubes appeared out of nowhere, trailing fire like meteors, carrying immense power. They fell from the mist-filled sky, whipping up fierce winds as they descended. The rush of air felt like a waterfall pouring from the heavens, the pressure so heavy it seemed real. The earth cracked with deep, jagged fissures as the wind roared in a violent storm. Boom. The black boxes hit the ground, sending waves of air crashing in every direction. The deafening explosion sounded like an avalanche, pushing everything around them away, creating a massive mushroom cloud dozens of meters high. The energy fully erupted, blasting out bright, blinding light. After the brief chaos, smoke and dust spread across the area. The faint pink mist around them was cleared by the shockwave, leaving a clear line of sight. Is it done? Otsutsuki Ishiki's white eyes showed veins bulging in frustration as he nervously scanned the area. His expression quickly changed, and he cursed angrily, "Done. Hell no." The ghostly shadows, hiding in the mist, were not only unaffected, but it seemed like the earlier disturbance had attracted even more of them. Now, more of the ghostly shadows surrounded the area, swarming in such large numbers that it made his scalp tingle with unease. Ignoring physical attacks. To test this theory, Otsutsuki Ishiki clenched his fist once more. Divine technique, Falling Star. The next moment, countless black rods poured down from the sky like a torrential rain. The black rods created using a combination of yin-yang release had the ability to seal chakra and accurately struck each of the ghostly shadows. However, the result was that these ghostly shadows completely ignored the rod's properties, effortlessly passing through them without any resistance, as if they weren't even there. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Ishiki paused for a brief moment, then without hesitation, turned and ran. Since he couldn't hit them, why wait around? His goal was clear, that strange town. In an instant, his form vanished as he accelerated, moving from a standstill to full speed in just a few seconds. Boom. A massive shockwave erupted across the wilderness, resembling a giant dragon cutting through the pink mist. Fortunately, the town wasn't too far away. In just a few blinks, Otsutsuki Ishiki had shaken off the ghostly shadows and charged into the strange town. The ghostly shadows halted at the town's outskirts, seemingly afraid of whatever was inside. They stopped their pursuit, howling angrily but unwilling to step inside, only circling outside. All that stopped them was a stone tablet. Ishiki retracted his gaze and began examining the town. As he walked in, he realized the entire place looked dilapidated, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Blood-red vines covered the streets and the outer walls of every building, resembling ivy, giving no signs of life or habitation. This struck him as odd. Ishiki frowned. If no one lived here, then where had the child come from? Filled with confusion, he carefully explored deeper into the town. The blood-red vines, though appearing chaotic, all seemed to originate from the same direction, the outer path statue, which stood at the center of the town. He was cautious, avoiding touching the strange blood-red vines, as they always made him feel uneasy. Ishiki followed the street, turning the last corner. His vision suddenly opened up, and there, in the empty square, stood the outer path statue, wrapped in the blood-red vines. To his surprise, the people, who he had failed to find anywhere else in the town, were now suspended in midair. These people were all dressed in white robes, facing the statue, with their backs to him. Each person had a blood-red vine connected to the back of their head, suspending them high in the air. They looked like fruits hanging from the god tree. Staring at the suspended white figures, Ishiki felt a chill run down his spine, an icy sensation spreading through his body. Wail. At that moment, a cold, eerie wind suddenly blew across the empty plaza. Then, the figures suspended in midair all began to sway slowly, one by one. They turned at the same time, facing Otsutsuki Ishiki. Their gazes were extremely cold, like eternal ice, mixed with a hint of resentment. Their eyes locked onto Otsutsuki Ishiki. Even though he had lived for thousands of years, facing such a bizarre scene, being stared at by these people hanging in midair like corpses, Otsutsuki Ishiki couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Then, the people suspended in the air began to sway like pendulums, opening their mouths and emitting strange, unintelligible mutterings. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. Father of devils, Lord of deviance, source of curses. At that moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his body trembling in shock. No. This is a trap. Suddenly, he realized that the voice that had been calling him all this time wasn't from Otsutsuki Shirbai at all. The true voice calling him was from these strange entities before him. Escape. He had to escape. In terror, Otsutsuki Ishiki spun around in panic, trying to run. But it wasn't until that moment that he realized he couldn't move at all, as if his body had been frozen stiff. We found you. We found you. The people hanging in the air, held up by branches, kept repeating the same words. Cold, chilling gazes locked onto Otsutsuki Ishiki, their ice-cold intensity freezing him to the core. The fear spread from his heart, overwhelming him with a sense of helplessness. At that moment, Ishiki saw a familiar figure among those suspended in the air. It was Otsutsuki Tonari. A faint curve appeared on his lips, as if mocking, as if sneering, but there was also something intriguingly unsettling about it. No, no. Ishiki's face twisted in terror as he realized a blood-red vine had silently wrapped itself around his body. The cold, slimy sensation felt like a serpent, as the vine crept up his thigh, slowly reaching his neck. Then, with a sharp pain at the back of his head, he could distinctly feel the vine entering his body, winding into his brain. Ah. Suddenly, sinister whispers amplified in his mind. It felt as if another presence was slowly squeezing out his own thoughts, forcefully injecting alien ideas into his consciousness. Where is it? Where is it? Found it, here. Countless whispers filled his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. At that moment, another unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed deep within Ishiki's mind. I heard, you're looking for me. A silent roar exploded in his soul, like a thunderous clap deep inside him. The force was so overwhelming that it could hardly be described. It felt like a dragon's roar, erupting in his mind with the power of 1,000 thunderbolts. The ripples of this explosion surged through him, bright and dazzling, as if they would consume everything in their path. In the next moment, everyone suspended on the branches let out a collective scream of agony. The blood-red vine that had been wrapping around the neck, attempting to drill into the mind, was instantly shattered by the force. The Otsutsuki Ishiki, who barely managed to escape, knelt on the ground, trembling as if having an epileptic seizure. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were hollow and lifeless. Then, a nearly translucent figure, like a ghost, slowly emerged from his body, piece by piece. He's here. He really came. It's him. It's really him. Uchiha Sogetsu. The figure suspended in midair immediately focused its gaze on the translucent figure, letting out a hateful, furious roar. The figure gradually lost its misty covering, revealing its true form. It was none other than Uchiha Sogetsu, his eyes glowing faintly with a golden light. He looked at the figures hanging in midair, swaying like pendulums, and calmly said, Yes, I'm here. Chapter 267, Chapter 266, Sequence 1 Abomination. Watching someone emerge from his body, Otsutsuki Ishiki's mind was severely shaken. He widened his eyes, filled with fear and confusion, staring at the people who hung in midair, swaying like pendulums, their mouths emitting eerie, chilling laughter. At the same time, he watched the mysterious man who had just crawled out of his body. Who are you? When did you hide inside me? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sogetsu turned his head, glanced at him, and chuckled lightly. Me. To be precise, I've been inside your body from the very beginning. From the very beginning. Otsutsuki Ishiki froze for half a second, looking at that face. A sense of familiarity rose within him. Have we met somewhere before? Uchiha Sogetsu smiled without replying, quietly watching him. His faint golden eyes were clear and pure, as if they could reflect the most sincere thoughts and intentions deep in every person's heart. So familiar, especially those faint golden eyes, which instantly awakened a deep-seated fear in Otsutsuki Ishiki's memory. His expression suddenly changed, and terror appeared on his face. It's you, that dragon. But just as he recognized it, his thoughts suddenly slowed down. The faint golden vertical pupils shone with a star-like intense brilliance, as if they were going to burn his soul to ashes, deeply engraving themselves into his mind. Then, Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes lost focus, becoming hollow and lifeless. He stared blankly ahead, his mind empty as if his intellect was stripped away, turning him into a puppet without thoughts. Slowly, he stood up, swaying with every step as he walked toward the blood-red vines. Then, a blood-red vine wrapped around his body, slowly connecting to the back of his head. Ugh, ah. Otsutsuki Ishiki trembled violently, as if having an epileptic seizure, his eyes rolling back. The blood-red vine slowly burrowed into his brain, and like the others, he was gradually lifted into the air. Indeed, it's still not as convenient as parasitism and spirit-body threads manipulation, Uchiha Sogetsu said with a slight frown, seeming unsatisfied with the display. Multiple hypnosis had been implanted in advance, subtly eroding Otsutsuki Ishiki's mental island over the course of 3 years. Once his astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body were fully occupied, he was completely transformed into Uchiha Sogetsu's puppet. I have to say, this is really exhausting. If it were just about guiding or hypnotizing someone to do something, it wouldn't be so troublesome. The main issue is that he needs the Otsutsuki Ishiki to act as a puppet, which serves as a defense against the corruption. However, as things stand, the effect isn't very good. After just encountering the source of the corruption, the puppet can no longer hold up. What a pity. It would have been better if I had been an error or a full pathway beyonder. Uchiha Sogetsu sighed genuinely. For beyonders on the path of the spectator, controlling a puppet at the beginning is far less efficient and convenient than against error or full pathway beyonder. Unfortunately, in the current ninja world, there are no high-ranked beyonders on the arrow or full pathways. Otherwise, he could have easily used his Laymanos Travels, or Creeping Hunger, and used the ability to record abilities or Grey Souls, which would have made things much more convenient right now. Looking at the people hanging in the air by blood-red vines, Uchiha Sogetsu had some guesses in mind. But since the system hadn't yet given the task completion prompt, it seemed like there was no shortcut. He would have to witness it personally or find some evidence. While thinking, the Otsutsuki members who were hanging in the air were all released, landing on the ground. They stared at him with their Byakugan, their lips slowly curling into a smile, forming a horrifying arc. Found you, Uchiha Sogetsu. Come, let's have a child together. Under the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence, even though they weren't from the same pathway, the sequence 4 Beyonder characteristics still held a powerful attraction for them. Of course, the most likely reason was that in this broken place, he was probably the only Beyonder. No, I refuse. Uchiha Sogetsu frowned deeply, his face showing clear disgust. Who wants to have children with you? That's so disgusting. He would rather seek out a witch and experience ultimate pleasure than come to find the Mother Tree of Desire. Yes, on the moon it was Mother Tree of Desire, not Mother Goddess of Depravity. He can be obscure, but it must never be perverse. Could there really be someone who thinks the Mother Tree of Desire is harmless? Maybe, just maybe, Uchiha Sogetsu suddenly fell silent. According to the netizens from his past life, it might not be so simple. No, he shouldn't be thinking about this now. He shook his head and cleared the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Uchiha Sogetsu, come and have a child with us. Come, let's have a child. Come, have a child. Come, have a child. The repetitive voices echoed across the vast square. The Otsutsuki clan members, with blood-red vines growing from their backs, stepped forward, closing in on him. The surrounding town was filled with these vines, as if they were all converging on his location. I've told you no, why can't you understand? Uchiha Sogetsu sighed, gazing at the approaching Otsutsuki clan members. His pale golden eyes seemed to shine with intense light. Here's some advice: never accept gifts from unknown sources, because you never know the price. How could he casually give away the puppets he worked so hard to create? Especially one belonging to a demigod from the spectator sequence. If he gave it away, it would surely be a trap. He had secretly planted a mental plague seed deep within the Otsutsuki Ishiki spiritual island in advance. At this moment, Ishiki, who was entangled by the blood-red vines, was mentally connected to everyone. This was the perfect time. Mental plague. Sogetsu raised his hand and triggered the seed's explosion. As the seed detonated, the highly contagious mental disease rapidly spread to everyone connected by the blood-red vines. Wild and twisted thoughts spread like weeds, growing uncontrollably. A silent, piercing scream erupted in everyone's mind. The shrill and crazed howls seemed to infect them with some kind of venom, making those controlled by the vines tremble with seizures, blood flowing from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Then, like a field of wheat being harvested, they collapsed in groups. Come out, stop hiding inside. Uchiha Sogetsu shifted his gaze to the outer path golem, speaking calmly. Through a brief moment of mental control just now, he could sense that the true corruption was hidden inside the outer path golem. Roar. At that moment, after losing all its puppets and being entangled in blood-red vines, the outer path golem suddenly let out a roar. The deafening sound of thunder-like rumbling immediately stirred up powerful waves of air. Then, the outer path golem, which had been sitting on the ground, seemed to come to life. Under the influence of the blood-red vines, it opened its massive hands and swung a gigantic fist directly at Uchiha Sogetsu. I told you to come out, didn't I? Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes narrowed slightly, then he snapped his fingers. Since you won't come out, I'll force you. Snap. The crisp sound of a finger snap echoed. The outer path golem's fist suddenly stopped right in front of him. After a brief moment, it withdrew, clutching its head and letting out a painful howl. How does it feel to be corrupted? Uchiha Sogetsu gazed at the outer path golem, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. This is a special gift for you, the wrap of the true creator, you know. It turned out that he didn't just plant the seed of mental plague deep inside the Otsutsuki's mind. He also left behind another gift, the wrap of the true creator, in its original high-definition format. Ever heard of this saying? Uchiha Sogetsu chuckled lightly and said, all gifts from fate come with a hidden price tag. How do you like this gift? Among all the mystical items pulled by the system, his favorite was undoubtedly the language of foulness. Too bad his luck was bad, pulling so many items, but only one related to the true creator. Sometimes, he really wanted to tell the system, can I have more of these, please? Roar. The outer path golem roared in fury, but its body continued to break apart. Its once tough outer shell began to crack, peeling away like old rust to reveal its hollowed-out interior. When Uchiha Sogetsu looked at the hollowed-out interior of the outer path golem, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his spirit seemed to surge out of control. Dark veins bulged all over his body, followed by uncontrollable grayish-white scales appearing, and his body seemed to be transforming into a mythical creature. Is this abomination? His pale golden eyes trembled, filled with shock as waves of fear stirred in his subconscious. The moment he recognized it, the system's task notification sounded. Side quest, explore the secret of the moon, completed. Legend has it that the Sage of Six Paths used the power of Yin and Yang release to create a massive satellite, sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki and the shell of the Ten-Tails within it, forming the moon we know today. But is this truly the case? Please explore the secrets of the moon before advancing to Sequence 3. Reward, 0 to 62 Staff of the Stars. Chapter 268, Chapter 267, Staff of the Stars. The system's task completion notification confirmed Uchiha Sogetsu's suspicions. The corruption on the moon came from the Mother Tree of Desire, controlling the chained pathway, and it was tied to an angel, Sequence 1, abomination. Moreover, the most important thing was that this angel had gone mad. It wasn't clear whether it was the nature of the chained pathway or the long passage of time, but the abomination in front of him was not in a good mental state. It was mad. A mad angel, in some ways, is even more dangerous than a normal one. Because no one knows what a madman might do. At this moment, the shell of the demonic statue of the outer path completely shed. Crack, crack, crack. Massive and long arms stretched out from the demonic statue of the outer path's shell, black and sticky, as though some strange liquid flowed beneath the surface. Inside these liquids, pale skulls, eyes with visible blood vessels, sharp-toothed tongues, and various other strange and bizarre forms emerged. Having broken free from the demonic statue of the outer path's restraints, Abomination revealed its true form as a mythical creature before Uchiha Sogetsu. It resembled a giant rag doll, with eyes as red as blood, its body etched with countless mysterious patterns, wrapped in eerie vines, with grayish-black skin lacking the luster of humanity. Buzz. Uchiha Sogetsu's mind was instantly shattered. It was as if a powerful bomb had been forcibly shoved into his mind, and then exploded with a deafening bang. In that instant, extreme evil and madness assaulted him. The first glance at it made his spirit nearly spiral out of control, as whispers and screams echoed in his ears. Another surge of intense desire flooded his mind, spreading rapidly in his consciousness. Looking directly at a Sequence 1 angel while being a Sequence 4 Beyonder was costly. At best, his spirit would go berserk and be counteracted by its Beyonder characteristics. At worst, he would lose control entirely and become a formless, indescribable entity. Come. The spiritual soothing measures that had been set up beforehand quickly stabilized his runaway spirit. Before coming here, Uchiha Sogetsu had made appropriate preparations in case he faced the high-tier Beyonders and their potentially disastrous corruption attacks. Although they might not be able to fully resist, fortunately, the Beyonders of Spectator pathway had strong mental and spiritual control, making them highly resistant to corruption. They can also use some prior psychological cue, which allows them to barely control the situation. But it was only just barely. Meeting the abomination here was somewhat expected, at least to a certain degree. In fact, it was almost a good outcome. After all, facing the Sequence 1 abomination was probably better than confronting a great old one, right? After stabilizing his spiritual turmoil, Uchiha Sogetsu stopped looking at the abomination, took a deep breath, and murmured to himself, since the mission is complete, there's no need to stay any longer. I'm not in a position to deal with Sequence 1 yet. I'll come back when I've advanced. The Sequence 1 abomination's natural corruption was something even Sequence 4 couldn't withstand. So, it's better to leave while there's still time. The abomination was on the moon, after all. He could always come back to deal with it once he reached Sequence 2 or 1. Suddenly, the abomination opened its mouth and emitted a sharp screech. Boom. An invisible sonic wave, like a tsunami, crashed into Uchiha Sogetsu. He grunted in pain, his mind feeling as if it were being struck by thunder. The powerful shock nearly tore his spirit apart, causing blood to flow from his nose. His body trembled, and he almost fell. TSK, you don't want me to leave, huh? Uchiha Sogetsu clutched his aching forehead, his eyes bloodshot. Clearly, the abomination wasn't ready to let him go. The abomination extended a dark, sticky arm, casting a shadow over Sogetsu like a dark cloud. It wanted to devour Sogetsu, to consume his Beyonder characteristics. Even though they followed different pathways, the problem was that it had already gone mad. A completely insane angel, driven by the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence, wouldn't care if the one being devoured followed the same pathway or not. It was purely driven by instinct to consume all Beyonder characteristics. If I want to escape, I have to stop it first. With that thought, Uchiha Sogetsu no longer hesitated. After layering multiple mental states, the mythical creature form was immediately activated. It transformed into a giant dragon covered in gray-white scales, with 2 wings on its back. It roared and unleashed a mental breath, carrying violent mental-piercing forces that directly clashed with the Sequence 1 abomination. Without a sound, the mental energy stirred up huge waves, causing ripples in the real world. The abomination, however, seemed completely unaffected. Its rank was too high, and a Sequence 4 manipulator couldn't even shake its mind or spirit by a single inch. Seeing that the attack was useless, Uchiha Sogetsu flapped his wings and stirred up a storm in the sea of his subconscious. Mental storm. The targeted thought turned into a mental storm, expanding outward from him in all directions. Layer after layer of storm, with violent intensity, slammed into the abomination's island of consciousness. In the sea of collective subconscious, a massive shift in the sky occurred, with lightning and thunder. Under this intense mental assault, the abomination's spirit was heavily disturbed, pushing it further toward losing control. So, what would an angel who lost control do? The answer was simple: the already insane angel, now with added loss of control, caused the mysterious patterns carved on the abomination's body to darken and deepen. Evil liquid and strange vines grew wildly, soon covering most of the plaza. Frenzied mutterings echoed in its mind. It was like blades piercing its spirit, tearing at its sanity. Mind walk. For a brief moment, Uchiha Sogetsu abandoned his physical body, allowing his consciousness to drift through the sea of collective subconscious, avoiding the abomination's muttering. Then, Uchiha Sogetsu created a virtual persona to endure the abomination's corruption and then erased it completely. He replaced it with a trick of magic. Indeed, an angel of Sequence 1 is not something I can face right now. Uchiha Sogetsu took a deep breath, manipulating his mythical creature form. He flapped his wings, creating a storm and flying toward the misty place above. The exit is up there. However, the abomination lifted its head, watching Uchiha Sogetsu, who was about to escape. It reached out with its black, sticky arm. V-room. The surrounding spiritual energy began to change. It seemed to form layers of barriers, trapping Uchiha Sogetsu, who was trying to flee. Not only that, the abomination let out another sharp scream, filled with a sinister, otherworldly howl. It seemed to pierce the spirit directly, causing Uchiha Sogetsu's mind to go blank. His spiritual essence seemed to be tainted with a layer of pitch-black darkness. His movements grew stiffer, his thoughts heavier, and the connection between his body and soul slowly started to fade. Hey, you can't escape. Uchiha Sogetsu's consciousness was slowing down, his eyes becoming more vacant. But in his mind, he felt strangely calm. He struggled to grip a staff, completely black with a gem embedded at the top, looking at the still screeching abomination. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. Goodbye, abomination. 0 to 62, Staff of the Stars. From the door pathway, Sequence 2 Planeswalker. When holding this staff, the user only needs to imagine a specific, real location in their mind, and the staff of the stars will transport them directly to that place. However, it's important to note that the image of the location must be absolutely accurate, with no room for error in the details. Otherwise, the user will be transported to an unknown destination. Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Sogetsu gripped the staff of the stars and envisioned the complete, detailed image of the Hidden Leaf Village in his mind. The abomination seemed to sense the power of the staff, extending a massive, sticky black hand in an attempt to stop him. However, with a flash of starlight, Uchiha Sogetsu's figure suddenly vanished. Chapter 269, Chapter 268, Where did Uchiha Sogetsu go? Inside the grand and towering corpse cathedral, Adam slowly opened his eyes while sitting on a bronze bench. In his pale golden eyes, a fiery light like flowing lava swirled deeply, reflecting the raging waves and a sky on the brink of change, filled with thunder and lightning in the ocean of his subconscious. Gone. Adam furrowed his brow slightly, his face showing a trace of confusion. Just a moment ago, he suddenly realized that the connection between him and his true self had been interrupted by some unknown factor. He could no longer sense the connection at all. This was unusual. Unless some unforeseen danger occurred, it shouldn't have caused the true self to sever the mental link with him. The true self must have taken such action to avoid a terrifying danger that might have led directly to the root of this place through the sea of collective subconscious. He slowly tapped his finger on the armrest. His pale golden eyebrows furrowed tightly, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. According to the agreement between him and his true self, if he lost contact with the true self, he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario, starting the resurrection plan they had set aside. With this in mind, Adam looked through the sea of collective subconscious, his gaze turning to the moon hanging in the starry sky, a moon filled with mystery. It looks like I can't continue the exploration for now, he thought. After a brief moment of reflection, Adam decided to pause Obito's advancement. The corruption on the moon had some deep connection with Obito, and since there was a problem with the true self, he had to pause Obito's progress for now. Otherwise, once the sequence reached demigod status, there might be a connection with the mother tree of desire. Letting Obito grow unchecked might cause him to reach demigod status too quickly, and at that point, a clone of him would struggle to suppress him. On the other side, the people of the Twilight Hermit Order also needed to suppress themselves a little. With his thoughts swirling, Adam couldn't help but feel a headache. Rubbing his furrowed brow, he grumbled, "True self, oh true self, you sure left me with a big mess to clean up." Though he held the position of Sequence 4, he was still mostly a virtual persona. He could fool around a bit and act mysterious, but when it came to doing something serious, he felt rather powerless. I need to cultivate a new spectator. Adam carefully considered his options and decided to choose a substitute. No matter how reasonable the process was, or even whether things would go out of control, he needed to quickly create a high-ranking Beyonder, at least a demigod of Sequence 4. Only then would he have the confidence to continue with the resurrection plan. Without that, it would be almost impossible to succeed on his own. And the only person who fit the bill was White Zetsu. Due to White Zetsu's nature, he had been hypnotized from the start. As Uchiha Sogetsu advanced to a demigod, a virtual persona had been implanted deep into his mind. So, Adam didn't worry too much about White Zetsu potentially breaking free from his control in the future. Moreover, even if White Zetsu started to develop his own intentions after becoming a demigod and tried to escape his control, Adam wasn't without methods to counter this. Adam played with a yellowed piece of paper, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Did you foresee this situation? Is that why you left me this? The paper, titled Laymanos Travels, contained a record of a Beyonder ability. To obtain this ability, Uchiha Sogetsu had put in a lot of effort, even creating an experiment using Beyonder potions. Naturally, the experiment had been erased afterward. After all, keeping it would be too dangerous. It feels like something's still missing, Adam murmured to himself. He thought for a moment, then suddenly realized what it was that he lacked. With a slight sense of morbid curiosity, Adam pulled a monocle from his pocket and placed it over his left eye. Don't ask why the left eye, just ask him, and he'd say it was for safety. Then, Adam slowly stood up. He casually placed the yellowed paper on a bronze table, and his white priest robes instantly changed to a classic black long coat. A soft, pointed hat appeared in his hand, and he placed it atop his head with a smile at the corner of his lips. From now on, I am Amon. The yellowed paper now bore a few lines of text, clearly stamped upon it. Recorded, Parasite, Error Pathway, Sequence 4, Parasite. This is a type of ability under stealing, which includes parasitic stealing at the physical level. It can deeply embed within the target's body, listening to the host's thoughts, understanding the host's intentions, and even taking over their body. Once it goes beyond the host's thoughts, the body is no longer under their control. Because of this, Adam was confident he could control a demigod. After narrowly escaping from the abomination, Uchiha Sogetsu, holding the Staff of Stars, thought he would appear directly in Konoha. However, the destination guided by the Staff of Stars seemed to be slightly off. After a brief moment of panic, Uchiha Sogetsu quickly regained his composure and began trying to observe or understand the space he found himself in. It felt as if he had been splashed with various dyes, within an extremely irregular and chaotic space, where countless, indescribable shadows lurked, and giant waves churned with negative emotions, as if the air was filled with evil whispers. Even though he had clearly drawn the image of his destination in his mind. And he was certain there was no mistake with the image he had drawn. So why had the Staff of Stars gone wrong and brought him to a place that couldn't be described with words? Was this the spirit world? His instincts and spiritual senses told him this was the spirit world, but his gut feeling contradicted that, telling him that this was not the spirit world. These two completely opposing thoughts filled Uchiha Sogetsu's mind. There were no stars, moon, or sun here, and it was impossible to tell which direction he was facing. With no other choice, Uchiha Sogetsu began to flap his wings, using his mythical beast form to explore the unknown space with what little time he had left. Soon, in his mythical beast form, Uchiha Sogetsu felt his spirit and mind beginning to lose control. This meant his time was running out. He had to find a way out quickly. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he grabbed the 062 Staff of Stars again and started to sketch a new destination in his mind. However, at that moment, a sudden alert from the system interrupted his thoughts. Damn. The vision he had been drawing in his mind was abruptly cut off. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes widened in shock, and all he could do was shout in anger. In an instant, his body faded and disappeared from the spot. Heavy, lead-colored clouds covered the sky above the city. Bright lightning sliced through the clouds, and torrential rain poured down like a raging river, spilling onto the asphalt streets. In the low visibility, a black sedan suddenly appeared, roaring like a fierce mechanical beast. The engine growled loudly as the car sped through the rain and strong winds, water splashing against its body and forming a thin mist behind it. The black sedan raced at incredible speed, reaching 275 kilometers per hour. Yet, the dark and endless asphalt road seemed to stretch on forever. Even with the engine's tachometer in the red zone, the man driving the sedan showed no sign of slowing down. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, his sharp eyes fixed on the road ahead, as if searching for a way out of the suffocating darkness. Chapter 270, Chapter 269, Rain Falls, Dragon's Shadow. The black sedan sped through the heavy rain, the wind and rain slamming against the windshield, the sound of the raindrops striking like a fast-paced piano piece. At 275 kilometers per hour, the roar of the engine nearly drowned out the sound of the rain outside. The middle-aged man driving the car gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, pressing the accelerator to the floor with his right foot. The veins around his eyes bulged like restless snakes, and his pupils gleamed with a golden light, burning with intense heat. His gaze was fixed on the road ahead. Hold on tight, son. The man turned to look at the boy in the passenger seat, his face as hard as iron, but softened just a little. Don't be afraid, I'm here. His slightly magnetic voice calmed the boy's fear, easing the unease in his heart. However, outside the speeding black sedan, in the depths of the dark, stormy night, something unknown seemed to be approaching. Shadows appeared one after another, creeping closer under the cover of rain, moving silently like ghosts, their eyes watching the two people inside the car from above, through the rain-soaked windows. Sharp nails scraped across the car door, creating an eerie sound that could be clearly heard. Then, the sound changed to loud knocks on the door, starting soft and getting heavier, until the entire car shook with each hit. More and more shadows appeared in the distance, hundreds, maybe thousands, from all directions. They stood silently, their cold and cruel eyes fixed on the two people inside. Suddenly, the boy screamed in pain, clutching his head and curling up. The men beside him briefly glanced away, reaching out with a large hand to gently stroke the boy's hair. His rough palm confused the boy, but he said nothing. Instead, the men looked at him with a complex expression, one that seemed to be a mix of sadness and relief. Buckle up, hold tight. As soon as the man finished speaking, he slammed his foot down on the gas pedal and sharply turned the steering wheel. The tires screeched as they rubbed violently against the asphalt, making an awful noise. Rainwater sprayed up, and even through the window, the boy could almost smell the burning rubber. The car suddenly swerved and drifted, charging directly into the shadows. The car, weighing several tons, swept the shadows away, sending them crashing into the guardrail by the highway. The metal guardrail shattered upon impact. The men gripped the wheel again, fighting to keep the car steady and avoid flipping over. As he pressed the gas again, the engine roared to life, sounding like an unstoppable ancient war chariot, charging forward with the power of an entire army, smashing into the countless shadows blocking the way. Bang, 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 bang. The boy thought that those ghostly figures wouldn't scream. But the reality seemed different. The ghostly figures were screaming, their voices high-pitched and hoarse. They were either sent flying or crushed by the black car. Flesh and bone were caught in the tires, and as the vehicle rolled over them, they shook violently, sending waves of thick blood flying far away. The black car charged forward recklessly, controlled skillfully by the men, like a wild, iron beast. Any shadow attempting to block their way was violently crushed to pieces. Through the car window, the boy watched in shock. He stared wide-eyed at the men beside him, on the verge of saying something but unable to. "Don't be afraid. Those things aren't human. They're death servitor," the men said hoarsely. "They don't have citizenship, so there's no need to worry about legal consequences." Even in such a dangerous situation, the man's tone remained casual. Although his expression was serious, he spoke with a joking manner, trying to comfort his son. But then, in the next instant, a blinding flash of lightning split the pitch-black clouds. The thunder that followed sounded as though it would pierce the eardrums and shatter the heavens. Lightning flashed relentlessly, accompanied by some kind of presence descending with it. The hard asphalt was cracked by the lightning, and the intense heat made the rain evaporate instantly. The men slammed on the brakes. With a shrill screech, the black car suddenly slowed down, sliding sideways and eventually stopping in front of a toll booth. In the blinding white light, a mournful sound seemed to echo through the fierce wind, solemn and grand, filled with reverence. The surrounding shadowy figures, whose details were unclear, all knelt on the ground, their heads touching the earth in submission, as if welcoming some great presence. A heavy roar echoed, followed by the sound of metal clashing against the ground. A massive, towering figure approached from the blinding white light, like a noble knight from ancient times, slowly drawing closer. Boom. The lightning split the dark night, bringing light and revealing the newcomer. From the endless darkness, accompanied by the flash of lightning, came a mighty pure white steed. It wore heavy armor adorned with intricate metalwork, its white coat shining like jade, glowing faintly. As it trotted, its powerful hooves crushed the hard asphalt like tofu, leaving dents in the ground. The horse's face was covered by a mask, and after each thunderous neigh, sparks like lightning would fly out from its nostrils. On the horse's back, sitting in a shadow, was a figure clad in dark gold and heavy armor. Raindrops coated the armor with a subtle shine. The figure's face was hidden behind a stern iron mask, with golden eyes like stars, casting light that illuminated everything around. The eight-legged steed, the long spear, the dark blue cloak, and the single eye, these features marked his identity. He was the one-eyed, the supreme god, the embodiment of truth. He was the father of the gods, the god of magic, the god of war. He had many names, just like the wind has countless forms. He was the king of the gods, the god-king of Asgard, Odin. The boy had once read about his myth in his extracurricular books, the ruler of Norse mythology. "Get off the horse." The men drew a pitch-black long sword from the carriage and pulled the shocked boy out. "Bow before me, human." In the rain, Odin's deep voice, full of power, even drowned out the sound of thunder and lightning. "I know what you want. I'll give it to you, but will you let us leave?" The man's hair was soaked by the rain, but his eyes remained focused, staring at the towering god in the rain. He stood firm between the boy and Odin, his back straight like an unbending sword. How handsome. The boy had never thought of his father as this handsome before. "I promise you life." Odin spoke calmly. "Hey, you want to become like these dead people?" The men sneered, looking around at the shadows kneeling on the ground. "No, your bloodline is superior. You'll become even stronger." Odin spoke. "So, there's no room for negotiation, huh?" The men sighed, then bent down and whispered a few words into the boy's ear. The boy froze, staring blankly at his father, but all he got in return was the sight of his father's back. He could only silently walk to the back of the car, grab the suitcase, and take it to the men. "Do you remember what I told you earlier?" The men took the suitcase and softly said to the boy, "Now, it's time. Run." With the last word, he suddenly shouted and threw the suitcase at Odin. Without thinking, the boy turned and ran, as if crazed. The shadows, however, seemed to smell blood like sharks, with half of them heading toward the suitcase, and the other half charging toward the boy. Their speed was terrifying, yet their bodies were twisted, looking like ghostly figures. "Did I tell you to leave?" The man spun around violently, his long sword creating a brilliant arc, slicing through the surrounding rain. Bones cracked under the blade, and the sound of flesh being cut echoed through the storm. The shadows screamed in agony, their cries mixing with the pouring rain. The boy dared not stop running. He dove into the car and turned to look back at the rain. However, that one glance would stay with him for the rest of his life. At the far end of the elevated bridge, the sky, which had always been shrouded in darkness, now seemed like a lake where a giant stone had just been thrown. The black clouds churned violently. The man, leaping high in the air, wielded his sword, as if carrying the weight of the world, and struck at Odin, who rode an eight-legged horse. Odin raised his artifact made from the world tree's branches, and golden meteors, like lightning, filled the air, bursting with brilliant light. Just as the two were about to clash, it seemed as though some invisible force paused everything, rain suspended in midair. In Odin's lone eye, a brilliant golden light erupted as he gazed at the swirling clouds. Boom. The dark, ink-like clouds were torn apart by an overwhelming force. With wings like a cloak, the creature that emerged from the mythical depths tore through the churning clouds. It was a massive dragon, its body a pale gray-white, its scales engraved with intricate and mysterious runes. Its eyes were a pale gold, with vertical pupils, clear and bright, as though reflecting the thoughts of all living beings, carrying the vastness of the ocean within them. Chapter 271, Chapter 270, Psychologist at Castle College. Chu Zihong woke up from his dream and calmly stared at the ceiling. Outside the window, the sound of light rain could be heard, with raindrops sliding down the transparent glass, blurring the world outside. This wasn't the first time he had dreamt of the same scene. Ever since the incident 4 years ago, every time he fell asleep, the images in his dreams replayed over and over, as if trying to remind him, never forget. But how could he forget? Because, in this world, perhaps only he still remembered that man. Someone once said that a person truly dies not when their body perishes, but when there is no one left in the world who remembers them. On that stormy night, on the overpass, the man held the god-slaying long sword. After casting one last glance at him, he rushed without hesitation toward the supreme god Odin of Norse mythology. The Gungnir spear, created by the world tree, was raised high, and its tip erupted with countless flashes of starlight. However, at that crucial moment, a gray-white dragon appeared. It suddenly interrupted the clash between gods and men. Its gray-white scales were engraved with countless mysterious runes, as though they extended into the blood and the void. Its eyes, like massive lamps, were a pale golden color with vertical pupils, staring directly at him, filled with emotions and perceptions that could not be put into words. Yet, just as the pain of needles pricked at his mind, it forced Chu Zihong to stop the memory. It's happening again. As expected. I still can't remember more details. Chu Zihong sighed, his fingers pressed against his furrowed brow. His cold, indifferent face showed a hint of bitterness and helplessness. No matter whether it's a dream or a memory, it always ends here. It seemed like he had lost a lot of memories about that day. According to the police who later found him on the overpass, he had been sitting in a $9 million Maybach luxury car, gripping the steering wheel, but unconscious. No one knew why he was there, and no one knew what had happened. When Chu Zihong woke up in the hospital, he tried desperately to remember what happened after that dragon appeared. But unfortunately, every time he tried to recall the past, he was met with excruciating pain, like being stabbed with needles. It felt as if some unknown force was preventing him from remembering more. The Grey Dragon. The only thing Chu Zihong knew for certain was that Grey Dragon. Before, when he hadn't yet encountered the truth, he had thought it was some kind of illusion or maybe another creature. But after joining the Castle College, he learned that the Grey Dragon that appeared on that rainy night was definitely real. Dragons, mythical creatures from ancient legends, actually exist. They ruled the earth long before humanity and were absolute rulers with powerful bodies and many, word soul, Yenling, and they are now humanity's greatest enemies. Castle College's ultimate goal is to train top talents to hunt dragons. In this academy, the student's goal is to stop at nothing, using any method or power, to hunt dragons. Of course, dragon slayers are not ordinary humans. Most of them carry dragon blood, known as hybrids, superhumans who are a mixture of humans and dragons. Later, Chu Zihong researched some documents, hoping to find information about the Grey Dragon that appeared that rainy night, but the results were disappointing. Whether it was secret records of the dragon clans or the most powerful artificial intelligence databases, there was not a single trace of information. There was no sign that the Grey Dragon had ever existed. Beep beep beep. A message from Norma interrupted Chu Zihong's thoughts and pulled him back into the present. It was a message from the Execution Bureau. There was a high-risk hybrid in Brooklyn, New York, who had committed several terrifying crimes. They requested Chu Zihong to prepare and quickly join the Execution Bureau to handle the situation. It's worth mentioning that Castle College's Execution Bureau is an elite unit that deals with hybrid crimes and dragon slaying. Generally, only outstanding students are chosen to intern with the Execution Bureau, and Chu Zihong was one of them, having carried out many missions. After a quick wash-up, Chu Zihong put on his clothes, grabbed an umbrella, and walked out of the dormitory. The sky was still hazy, and a light drizzle was falling. Chu Zihong walked slowly through the rain, holding a black umbrella. His pace wasn't fast, and his expression was cold as he walked along the stone path. Just before stepping through the door of the Execution Bureau, he suddenly paused for half a second. "Hello, Chu Zihong." A young man dressed in a white coat, looking like a doctor, stood in front of him. With light blonde, curly hair and a gentle smile, he extended his hand. "I've heard a lot about you, the S-rank bloodline genius of the Execution Bureau. It's a shame we haven't met before, but I didn't expect to see you here today." "You are?" Chu Zihong asked indifferently. His cold expression wasn't meant to be rude or dismissive, it was just his usual demeanor. "Hey, I almost forgot to introduce myself." The young man smiled slightly, then took out a golden embossed business card and handed it to Chu Zihong. "My name is Adam. I'm a psychologist at Castle College. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chu Zihong." Psychology. Alchemists. Chu Zihong took the card and looked at it with a hint of confusion. He knew about the Student Council and the Lionheart Society at Castle College, but this, Psychology Alchemists, was unfamiliar to him. Actually, it's just a group for treating psychological trauma. Adam's expression remained calm and gentle, and his tone was slow and soothing, almost as though it could calm a restless heart. It had a strange, comforting effect. Looking at the golden embossed card, for some reason, Chu Zihong felt a strange impulse. He put the card into his pocket and nodded politely. "All right, I'll stop by if I have time." After a brief pause, he looked back at Adam and asked, "What are you doing here at the Execution Bureau?" "What else would I be doing? I've been caught as a laborer." Adam shrugged, spreading his hands in a mock helpless gesture, and chuckled. "For this mission, I'm a special guest, it seems they need me as an analyst, so I was called in." "Oh." Chu Zihong responded shortly, then fell silent. Fortunately, Raymond from the Execution Bureau happened to walk by. Seeing that the two of them were still outside, he called for them to come in together. Inside the Execution Bureau's briefing room, the officers who had already arrived were gathered around the round table, their attention focused on the projection screen. They didn't turn around when Chu Zihong and Adam entered. As soon as they stepped inside, both Chu Zihong and Adam were drawn to the gruesome, bloody image displayed on the screen. It appeared to be a hospital room, with stark white walls splattered in blood, creating a chilling atmosphere. On the bed lay a corpse, that of a pregnant woman. Her abdomen had been cut open, and the unborn baby inside had been violently dismembered, exposing the raw, blood-red muscle and organs. The dead woman's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if holding endless pain and resentment. "This is the fetus dissection case, the mission we're dealing with," one of the officers said gravely, his face a deep shade of anger and concern. "There's a high probability that this was done by a dangerous hybrid, but this person is cunning and rarely leaves any traces. We need a psychological expert to analyze their mindset and track them down." "Hybrid rank?" Chu Zihong asked. "We initially estimated it to be a B rank," the officer paused, then sighed bitterly, continuing, "but since the previous officer in charge of the investigation was killed, the threat level has been raised to A rank. This mission is extremely dangerous." "I understand," Chu Zihong replied calmly, his expression unchanged. It seemed like, to him, there was no difference between a B rank and an A rank mission. "Then I'll be counting on you to protect me, Chu Zihong," Adam said with a soft smile, his tone gentle. "After all, my bloodline is only B rank, and my word soul isn't very useful in combat." "All right," Chu Zihong responded, as succinct and determined as ever. Chapter 272, Chapter 271, Adam. In the operations meeting room, the officer at the podium looked at Raymond and nodded, signaling him to take over. Raymond stepped up to the podium, lightly tapped the remote, and continued the PowerPoint presentation on the projector. He spoke. "The victims are mostly pregnant women, so we can deduce that the main target of the killer's attacks is this specific group. The method of murder is incredibly brutal, babies are removed and tortured. What do you all think?" As the slides Ch. Hilbert, images of other victims appeared, all in similar scenes. They were in hospital rooms, mostly pregnant for a few months. The method of murder was the same, while the victims were still alive, the killer cut open their bellies, removed the baby, and tortured it in a horrific manner, before killing the mother. The officers from the Castle College's Execution Bureau were supposed to be highly professional and composed, but this time, things were different. The killer was nothing like the crazy psychopaths or serial murderers they had dealt with before. This person was a sadistic, cunning pervert who took pleasure in torturing pregnant women and babies. SSSS. Ugh. The reactions in the room varied. Some had strong stomachs, only furrowing their brows in Hilberter, while others struggled to hold back their disgust, some even gagging. Fortunately, only the specialists from the Execution Bureau or A-rank elite students were in this room, so the chaos lasted only a few seconds before everyone regained their composure. Among the attendees, only 2 people seemed unaffected, their expressions unchanged Hilbert from start to finish. Raymond's gaze fell on the 2 people sitting by the door, who had entered with him earlier. One of them was a well-known figure at the academy, regarded as an incredible miracle by the secret society. This was Chu Zihong, a student who had voluntarily joined Castle College and had already completed several missions in his first year. His bloodline was rated Super A, making him an elite. As for the other person, Adam, there seemed to be nothing particularly special about him. His bloodline was rated B, his ability was called Soul Mirror, with a sequence number of 36. His bloodline origins were unknown, and his D. Hilberter level was low. His ability allowed him to hypnotize someone by staring at them for long periods, or to sense malice in others. Tests showed that the hypnosis process took a long time, and its depth was shallow. In conclusion, the only noteworthy thing about him seemed to be his deep understanding of psychology, nothing more. For this mission, a student as mediocre as Adam shouldn't have been included. However, since the principal personally requested it, this is the current situation. As an officer of the Execution Bureau, Raymond couldn't understand why the principal insisted on sending a student with only B-rank bloodline to join such a dehilbertrous task, but he couldn't refuse either. After thinking it over, Raymond decided to test him and said, "Adam, since you're very knowledgeable about psychology, why don't you try analyzing the killer's general profile?" Adam, who had been called on, still wore a gentle smile. Judging by how the killer specifically targets pregnant women, it's likely that they experienced some traumatic events in their childhood. "Go on," Raymond urged, signaling for him to continue. "Considering the victims all have similar backgrounds, we can assume that the killer harbors deep resentment towards the figure of the mother. From their revenge-driven, brutal killings, I suspect that when they were young, they were abused by their family due to an unusual bloodline or were abandoned and longed for a mother's love. This psychological repression eventually drove them to the edge, seeking to reclaim what was lost in childhood, but in a twisted way." "Interesting, go on." Raymond raised an eyebrow, now more interested. "Can we go further and create a psychological profile of the killer?" "Right now, we don't have much information. The killer is very cunning and has left no useful evidence at multiple crime scenes. Sorry, but this is all I can analyze for now." Adam's eyes showed a bit of apology as he spoke softly. "If we need a deeper psychological analysis, I'd have to visit the crime scenes to gather more information." "I see," Raymond nodded, not surprised. He then looked around at the others in the room and continued, "The killer's bloodline is suspected to be up rank, so this mission is very dehilbertrous. And the killer is extremely cunning. We've decided to use a decoy to lure them out. The other officers will be waiting in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Adam, you'll be in charge of investigating the crime scenes. Try to find as many clues as possible about the killer, including but not limited to their verbal patterns, personality, height, weight, and so on. Chu Zihong, you will protect Adam and pretend to be a doctor, adapting to the situation as needed. Finally, the decoy mission." Raymond scanned the room, his gaze finally resting on a tall girl with fair, almost translucent skin. "Susie, you're the only one suitable for the bait mission. It's up to you." "No problem, leave it to me." Susie lightly pressed her lips together, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she playfully looked towards Chu Zihong at the door. "I'll leave my safety in your hands." "Got it." Chu Zihong nodded slightly, as if already used to this. This mission is tentatively classified as a rank. Raymond's gaze carried a subtle pressure as he scanned each person in the room before speaking in a serious tone. "I know some of you are division officers and some are elites, but be careful. Life has no second chances. Even a lion uses full strength to catch a rabbit. Don't underestimate any enemy, no matter their experience or bloodline." "Understood." This was something Raymond repeated before every mission. Every year, many students lost their lives because of carelessness. Some were even called geniuses, but ended up defeated by a small fry. Raymond didn't want to witness such tragedies again. "Understood," everyone responded. For this mission, the Academy will provide frayed bullets and alchemical weapons. Raymond concluded, "If there are no questions, go prepare your gear. We meet at the school gate at 10 a.m. sharp to head to Brooklyn." After the meeting ended, Chu Zihong spoke briefly with Susie. As Adam walked over, Susie smiled warmly, like a blooming daisy. She casually brushed her long hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate earlobe, and greeted him politely. "Hello, Adam, I'm Susie." "Hello." Adam returned the greeting with a gentlemanly smile. "Is this your first time on a mission?" Susie's voice was gentle, like an older sister from the neighborhood. Her gaze was soft. "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." "Thank you." After leaving the operations meeting room, Raymond headed straight for the principal's office. The man sitting behind the mahogany desk wore a neat black suit, a bright red rose pinned to his chest. His facial features were sharp, and his white hair was neatly combed. The years had left deep marks on his face, making it hard to believe that this old man was already 130 years old. If not for the occasional glint in his silver-gray eyes, he might have looked like an old, charming playboy. But Raymond knew well that this seemingly carefree old man held terrifying power within. The folding knife in his hand was the deadliest dragon-slaying weapon in the world. Hilbert Ron Anjou, the founder of Castle College, and the greatest dragon slayer in history. Raymond took a deep breath, his expression a little tense. "Principal, as per your request, Adam has joined this mission." Hilbert was peeling an apple and said lightly, "All right, I know." Raymond's face twitched. If he wasn't mistaken, the knife the principal was using to peel the apple seemed to be the folding knife. "Is there anything else?" Hilbert stopped what he was doing and looked up at him. No, nothing else, Raymond said. Then he hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Principal, Adam's bloodline is only B rank, and his abilities aren't suited for direct combat. I really don't understand why you insisted on having him join this mission. Do you want to know? Hilbert tilted his head, looking at him with a faint smile. Yes. Raymond instinctively nodded. I'm not telling you. Hilbert laughed like a mischievous child, clearly pleased with himself. Raymond's lips twitched. What could he do about his own principal? He couldn't just hit him, could he? Besides, he wouldn't be able to win in a fight anyway. The execution bureau officer left, looking embarrassed. Only then did Hilbert slowly stop laughing, take a file from his drawer, and place it on the desk. He looked at the gentle smile on the face in the file, his silver-gray eyes darkening slightly, as if hiding some unknown emotion. Adam.